In short, this basis for the revaluation of science derives from what I have called elsewhere the imperious immediacy of interest. 25. Concern with the primary goal, the furtherance of knowledge, is coupled with a disregard of the consequences that lie outside the area of immediate interest, but these social results react so as to interfere with the original pursuits. Such behavior may be rational in the sense that it may be expected to lead to the satisfaction of the immediate interest. But it is irrational in the sense that it defeats other values which are not, at the moment, paramount but which are nonetheless an integral part of the social scale of values. Precisely because scientific research is not conducted in a social vacuum, its effects ramify into other spheres of value and interest. Insofar as these effects are deemed socially undesirable, science is charged with responsibility. The goods of science are no longer considered an unqualified blessing. Examined from this perspective, the tenet of pure science and disinterestedness has helped to prepare its own epitaph. Battle lines are drawn in terms of the question, can a good tree bring forth evil fruit? Those who would cut down or stunt the tree of knowledge because of its accursed fruit are met with the claim that the evil fruit has been grafted on the good tree by the agents of state and economy. It may salve the conscience of the individual man of science to hold that an inadequate social structure has led to the perversion of his discoveries. But this will hardly satisfy an embittered opposition. Just as the motives of scientists may range from a passionate desire in the furtherance of knowledge to a profound interest in achieving personal fame, and just as the functions of scientific research may vary from providing prestige-laden rationalizations of the existing order to enlarging our control of nature, so may other social effects of science be considered pernicious to society or result in the modification of the scientific ethos itself. There is a tendency for scientists to assume that the social effects of science must be beneficial in the long run. This article of faith performs the function of providing a rationale for scientific research, but it is manifestly not a statement of fact. It involves the confusion of truth and social utility which is characteristically found in the non-logical penumbra of science. Esoteric science as popular mysticism. Another relevant phase of the connections between science and the social order has seldom been recognized. With the increasing complexity of scientific research, a long program of rigorous training is necessary to test or even to understand the new scientific findings. The modern scientist has necessarily subscribed to a cult of unintelligibility. There results an increasing gap between the scientist and the laity. The layman must take on faith the publicized statements about relativity or quanta or other such esoteric subjects. This he has readily done inasmuch as he has been repeatedly assured that the technologic achievements from which he has presumably benefited ultimately derive from such research. Nonetheless, he retains a certain suspicion of these bizarre theories. Popularized and frequently garbled versions of the new science stress the theories that seem to run counter to common sense. To the public mind, science and esoteric terminology become indissolubly linked. The presumably scientific pronouncements of totalitarian spokesmen on race or economy or history are for the uninstructed laity of the same order as announcements concerning an expanding universe or wave mechanics. In both instances, the laity is in no position to understand these conceptions or to check their scientific validity, and in both instances they may not be consistent with common sense. If anything, the myths of totalitarian theorists will seem more plausible and are certainly more comprehensible to the general public than accredited scientific theories, since they are closer to common sense experience and cultural bias. Partly as a result of scientific advance, therefore, the population at large has become ripe for new mysticisms clothed in apparently scientific jargon. This promotes the success of propaganda generally. The borrowed authority of science becomes a powerful prestige symbol for unscientific doctrines. Public hostility toward organized skepticism. Another feature of the scientific attitude is organized skepticism, which becomes, often enough, iconoclasm. 26 Science may seem to challenge the comfortable power assumptions of other institutions. 27 Simply by subjecting them to detached scrutiny. Organized skepticism involves a latent questioning of certain bases of established routine, authority, vested procedures, and the realm of the sacred generally. It is true that, logically, to establish the empirical genesis of beliefs and values is not to deny their validity, but this is often the psychological effect on the naive mind. Institutionalized symbols and values demand attitudes of loyalty, adherence, and respect. Science, which asks questions of fact concerning every phase of nature and society, comes into psychological, not logical, conflict with other attitudes toward these same data which have been crystallized and frequently ritualized by other institutions. Most institutions demand unqualified faith, but the institution of science makes skepticism a virtue. Every institution involves, in this sense, a sacred area that is resistant to profane examination in terms of scientific observation and logic. The institution of science itself involves emotional adherence to certain values. But whether it be the sacred sphere of political convictions or religious faith or economic rights, the scientific investigator does not conduct himself in the prescribed uncritical and ritualistic fashion. He does not preserve the cleavage between the sacred and the profane, between that which requires uncritical respect and that which can be objectively analyzed. 28. It is this which in part lies at the root of revolts against the so-called intrusion of science into other spheres. In the past, this resistance has come for the most part from the Church, which restrains the scientific examination of sanctified doctrines. Textual criticism of the Bible is still suspect. This resistance on the part of organized religion has become less significant as the locus of social power has shifted to economic and political institutions, which in their turn evidence an undisguised antagonism toward that generalized skepticism which is felt to challenge the basis of institutional stability. This opposition may exist quite apart from the introduction of scientific discoveries that appear to invalidate particular dogmas of church, economy, and state. It is rather a diffuse, frequently vague, recognition that skepticism threatens the status quo. It must be emphasized again that there is no logical necessity for a conflict between skepticism within the sphere of science and the emotional adherences demanded by other institutions. But as a psychological derivative, this conflict invariably appears whenever science extends its research to new fields toward which there are institutionalized attitudes, or whenever other institutions extend their area of control. In the totalitarian society, the centralization of institutional control is the major source of opposition to science. In other structures, the extension of scientific research is of greater importance. Dictatorship organizes, centralizes, and hence intensifies sources of revolt against science that in a liberal structure remain unorganized, diffuse, and often latent. In a liberal society, integration derives primarily from the body of cultural norms toward which human activity is oriented. In a dictatorial structure, integration is effected primarily by formal organization and centralization of social control. Readiness to accept this control is instilled by speeding up the process of infusing the body politic with new cultural values, by substituting high-pressure propaganda for the slower process of the diffuse inculcation of social standards. The differences in the mechanisms through which integration is typically effected permit a greater latitude for self-determination and autonomy to various institutions, including science, in the liberal than in the totalitarian structure. Through such rigorous organization, the dictatorial state so intensifies its control over non-political institutions as to lead to a situation that is different in kind as well as degree. For example, reprisals against science can more easily find expression in the Nazi state than in America, where interests are not so organized as to enforce limitations upon science, when these are deemed necessary. Incompatible sentiments must be insulated from one another or integrated with each other if there is to be social stability. But such insulation becomes virtually impossible when there exists centralized control under the aegis of any one sector of social life which imposes, and attempts to enforce, the obligation of adherence to its values and sentiments as a condition of continued existence. In liberal structures, the absence of such centralization permits the necessary degree of insulation by guaranteeing to each sphere restricted rights of autonomy and thus enables the gradual integration of temporarily inconsistent elements. Conclusions. The main conclusions of this paper can be briefly summarized. There exists a latent and active hostility towards science in many societies, although the extent of this antagonism cannot yet be established. The prestige which science has acquired within the last 3 centuries is so great that actions curtailing its scope or repudiating it in part are usually coupled with affirmation of the undisturbed integrity of science or the rebirth of true science. These verbal respects to the pro-science sentiment are frequently at variance with the behavior of those who pay them. In part, the anti-science movement derives from the conflict between the ethos of science and of other social institutions. A corollary of this proposition is that contemporary revolts against science are formally similar to previous revolts, although the concrete sources are different. Conflict arises when the social effects of applying scientific knowledge are deemed undesirable, when the scientist's skepticism is directed toward the basic values of other institutions, when the expansion of political or religious or economic authority limits the autonomy of the scientist, when anti-intellectualism questions the value and integrity of science, and when non-scientific criteria of eligibility for scientific research are introduced. This paper does not present a program for action in order to withstand threats to the development and autonomy of science. It may be suggested, however, that as long as the locus of social power resides in any one institution other than science, and as long as scientists themselves are uncertain of their primary loyalty, their position becomes tenuous and uncertain. 13. The normative structure of science. 1942. Science, like any other activity involving social collaboration, is subject to shifting fortunes. Difficult as the notion may appear to those reared in a culture that grants science a prominent if not a commanding place in the scheme of things, it is evident that science is not immune from attack, restraint, and repression. Writing a little while ago, Veblen could observe that the faith of Western culture in science was unbounded, unquestioned, unrivaled. The revolt from science, which then appeared so improbable as to concern only the timid academician who would ponder all contingencies, however remote, has now been forced upon the attention of scientist and layman alike. Local contagions of anti-intellectualism threaten to become epidemic. Science and society. Incipient and actual attacks upon the integrity of science have led scientists to recognize their dependence on particular types of social structure. Manifestos and pronouncements by associations of scientists are devoted to the relations of science and society. An institution under attack must re-examine its foundations, restate its objectives, seek out its rationale. Crisis invites self-appraisal. Now that they have been confronted with challenges to their way of life, scientists have been jarred into a state of acute self-consciousness, consciousness of self as an integral element of society with corresponding obligations and interests. A tower of ivory becomes untenable when its walls are under prolonged assault. After a long period of relative security, during which the pursuit and diffusion of knowledge had risen to a leading place, if indeed not to the first rank in the scale of cultural values, scientists are compelled to vindicate the ways of science to man. Thus they have come full circle to the point of the re-emergence of science in the modern world. 3 centuries ago, when the institution of science could claim little independent warrant for social support, natural philosophers were likewise led to justify science as a means to the culturally validated ends of economic utility and the glorification of God. The pursuit of science was then no self-evident value. With the unending flow of achievement, however, the instrumental was transformed into the terminal, the means into the end. Thus fortified, the scientist came to regard himself as independent of society and to consider science as a self-validating enterprise which was in society but not of it. A frontal assault on the autonomy of science was required to convert this sanguine isolationism into realistic participation in the revolutionary conflict of cultures. The joining of the issue has led to a clarification and reaffirmation of the ethos of modern science. Science is a deceptively inclusive word which refers to a variety of distinct though interrelated items. It is commonly used to denote, 1. A set of characteristic methods by means of which knowledge is certified, 2. A stock of accumulated knowledge stemming from the application of these methods, 3. A set of cultural values and mores governing the activities termed scientific, or, 4. Any combination of the foregoing. We are here concerned in a preliminary fashion with the cultural structure of science, that is, with one limited aspect of science as an institution. Thus, we shall consider, not the methods of science, but the mores with which they are hedged about. To be sure, methodological canons are often both technical expedients and moral compulsives, but it is solely the latter which is our concern here. This is an essay in the sociology of science, not an excursion in methodology. Similarly, we shall not deal with the substantive findings of sciences, hypotheses, uniformities, laws, except as these are pertinent to standardized social sentiments toward science. This is not an adventure in polymathy. The ethos of science. The ethos of science is that effectively toned complex of values and norms which is held to be binding on the man of science. 2. The norms are expressed in the form of prescriptions, proscriptions, preferences, and permissions. They are legitimatized in terms of institutional values. These imperatives, transmitted by precept and example and reinforced by sanctions, are in varying degrees internalized by the scientist, thus fashioning his scientific conscience or, if one prefers the latter-day phrase, his superego. Although the ethos of science has not been codified, 3. It can be inferred from the moral consensus of scientists as expressed in use and wont, in countless writings on the scientific spirit and in moral indignation directed toward contraventions of the ethos. An examination of the ethos of modern science is only a limited introduction to a larger problem, the comparative study of the institutional structure of science. Although detailed monographs assembling the needed comparative materials are few and scattered, they provide some basis for the provisional assumption that science is afforded opportunity for development in a democratic order which is integrated with the ethos of science. This is not to say that the pursuit of science is confined to democracies. 4. The most diverse social structures have provided some measure of support to science. We have only to remember that the Accademia del Cimento was sponsored by 2 Medicis, that Charles II claims historical attention for his grant of a charter to the Royal Society of London and his sponsorship of the Greenwich Observatory, that the Académique des Sciences was founded under the auspices of Louis XIV, on the advice of Colbert, that urged into acquiescence by Leibniz, Frederick I endowed the Berlin Academy, and that the St. Petersburg Academy of Sciences was instituted by Peter the Great, to refute the view that Russians are barbarians. But such historical facts do not imply a random association of science and social structure. There is the further question of the ratio of scientific achievement to scientific potentialities. Science develops in various social structures, to be sure, but which provide an institutional context for the fullest measure of development. The institutional goal of science is the extension of certified knowledge. The technical methods employed toward this end provide the relevant definition of knowledge, empirically confirmed and logically consistent statements of regularities, which are, in effect, predictions. The institutional imperatives, mores, derive from the goal and the methods. The entire structure of technical and moral norms implements the final objective. The technical norm of empirical evidence, adequate and reliable, is a prerequisite for sustained true prediction, the technical norm of logical consistency, a prerequisite for systematic and valid prediction. The mores of science possess a methodologic rationale, but they are binding, not only because they are procedurally efficient, but because they are believed right and good. They are moral as well as technical prescriptions. 4 sets of institutional imperatives: universalism, communism, disinterestedness, organized skepticism are taken to comprise the ethos of modern science. Universalism. Universalism 5 finds immediate expression in the canon that truth claims, whatever their source, are to be subjected to pre-established impersonal criteria, consonant with observation and with previously confirmed knowledge. The acceptance or rejection of claims entering the lists of science is not to depend on the personal or social attributes of their protagonist. His race, nationality, religion, class, and personal qualities are as such irrelevant. Objectivity precludes particularism. The circumstance that scientifically verified formulations refer in that specific sense to objective sequences and correlations militates against all efforts to impose particularistic criteria of validity. The Haber process cannot be invalidated by a Nuremberg decree, nor can an Anglophobe repeal the law of gravitation. The chauvinist may expunge the names of alien scientists from historical textbooks, but their formulations remain indispensable to science and technology. However ich Deutsch or 100% American the final increment, some aliens are accessories before the fact of every new scientific advance. The imperative of universalism is rooted deep in the impersonal character of science. However, the institution of science is part of a larger social structure with which it is not always integrated. When the larger culture opposes universalism, the ethos of science is subjected to serious strain. Ethnocentrism is not compatible with universalism. Particularly in times of international conflict, when the dominant definition of the situation is such as to emphasize national loyalties, the man of science is subjected to the conflicting imperatives of scientific universalism and of ethnocentric particularism. 6. The structure of the situation in which he finds himself determines the social role that is called into play. The man of science may be converted into a man of war and act accordingly. Thus, in 1914 the manifesto of 93 German scientists and scholars, among them, Beyer, Brentano, Ehrlich, Haber, Eduard Meyer, Ostwald, Planck, Schmaler, and Wassermann unloosed a polemic in which German, French, and English men arrayed their political selves in the garb of scientists. Dispassionate scientists impugned enemy contributions, charging nationalistic bias, log-rolling, intellectual dishonesty, incompetence, and lack of creative capacity. 7. Yet this very deviation from the norm of universalism actually presupposed the legitimacy of the norm. For nationalistic bias is opprobrious only if judged in terms of the standard of universalism. Within another institutional context, it is redefined as a virtue, patriotism. Thus in the process of condemning their violation, the mores are reaffirmed. Even under counter-pressure, scientists of all nationalities adhered to the universalistic standard in more direct terms. The international, impersonal, virtually anonymous character of science was reaffirmed. 8. Pasteur, le savant un patrie, la science en a pas. Denial of the norm was conceived as a breach of faith. Universalism finds further expression in the demand that careers be open to talents. The rationale is provided by the institutional goal. To restrict scientific careers on grounds other than lack of competence is to prejudice the furtherance of knowledge. Free access to scientific pursuits is a functional imperative. Expediency and morality coincide. Hence the anomaly of a Charles II invoking the mores of science to reprove the Royal Society for their would-be exclusion of John Grunt, the political arithmetician, and his instructions that if they found any more such tradesmen, they should be sure to admit them without further ado. Here again the ethos of science may not be consistent with that of the larger society. Scientists may assimilate caste standards and close their ranks to those of inferior status, irrespective of capacity or achievement. But this provokes an unstable situation. Elaborate ideologies are called forth to obscure the incompatibility of caste mores and the institutional goal of science. Caste inferiors must be shown to be inherently incapable of scientific work, or, at the very least, their contributions must be systematically devaluated. It can be adduced from the history of science that the founders of research in physics, and the great discoverers from Galileo and Newton to the physical pioneers of our own time, were almost exclusively Aryans, predominantly of the Nordic race. The modifying phrase, almost exclusively, is recognized as an insufficient basis for denying outcasts all claims to scientific achievement. Hence the ideology is rounded out by a conception of good and bad science. The realistic, pragmatic science of the Aryan is opposed to the dogmatic, formal science of the non-Aryan. 9. Grounds for exclusion are sought in the extra-scientific capacity of men of science as enemies of the state or church. 10. Thus, the Exponents of a culture which abjures universalistic standards in general feel constrained to pay lip service to this value in the realm of science. Universalism is deviously affirmed in theory and suppressed in practice. However inadequately it may be put into practice, the ethos of democracy includes universalism as a dominant guiding principle. Democratization is tantamount to the progressive elimination of restraints upon the exercise and development of socially valued capacities. Impersonal criteria of accomplishment and not fixation of status characterize the open democratic society. Insofar as such restraints do persist, they are viewed as obstacles in the path of full democratization. Thus, insofar as laissez-faire democracy permits the accumulation of differential advantages for certain segments of the population, differentials that are not bound up with demonstrated differences in capacity, the democratic process leads to increasing regulation by political authority. Under changing conditions, new technical forms of organization must be introduced to preserve and extend equality of opportunity. The political apparatus may be required to put democratic values into practice and to maintain universalistic standards. Communism, in the non-technical and extended sense of common ownership of goods, is a second integral element of the scientific ethos. The substantive findings of science are a product of social collaboration and are assigned to the community. They constitute a common heritage in which the equity of the individual producer is severely limited. An eponymous law or theory does not enter into the exclusive possession of the discoverer and his heirs, nor do the mores bestow upon them special rights of use and disposition. Property rights in science are whittled down to a bare minimum by the rationale of the scientific ethic. The scientist's claim to his intellectual property is limited to that of recognition and esteem which, if the institution functions with a modicum of efficiency, is roughly commensurate with the significance of the increments brought to the common fund of knowledge. Eponymy, for example, the Copernican system, Boyle's law, is thus at once a mnemonic and a commemorative device. Given such institutional emphasis upon recognition and esteem as the sole property right of the scientist in his discoveries, the concern with scientific priority becomes a normal response. Those controversies over priority which punctuate the history of modern science are generated by the institutional accent on originality. There issues a competitive cooperation. The products of competition are communized, 12 and esteem accrues to the producer. Nations take up claims to priority, and fresh entries into the commonwealth of science are tagged with the names of nationals. Witness the controversy raging over the rival claims of Newton and Leibniz to the differential calculus. But all this does not challenge the status of scientific knowledge as common property. The institutional conception of science as part of the public domain is linked with the imperative for communication of findings. Secrecy is the antithesis of this norm, full and open communication its enactment. 13. The pressure for diffusion of results is reinforced by the institutional goal of advancing the boundaries of knowledge and by the incentive of recognition which is, of course, contingent upon publication. A scientist who does not communicate his important discoveries to the scientific fraternity, thus, a Henry Cavendish, becomes the target for ambivalent responses. He is esteemed for his talent and, perhaps, for his modesty. But, institutionally considered, his modesty is seriously misplaced, in view of the moral compulsion for sharing the wealth of science. Layman though he is, Aldous Huxley's comment on Cavendish is illuminating in this connection. Our admiration of his genius is tempered by a certain disapproval. We feel that such a man is selfish and antisocial. The epithets are particularly instructive, for they imply the violation of a definite institutional imperative. Even though it serves no ulterior motive, the suppression of scientific discovery is condemned. The communal character of science is further reflected in the recognition by scientists of their dependence upon a cultural heritage to which they lay no differential claims. Newton's remark, "If I have seen farther it is by standing, LG and the shoulders of giants," expresses at once a sense of indebtedness to the common heritage and a recognition of the essentially cooperative and selectively cumulative quality of scientific achievement. 14. The humility of scientific genius is not simply culturally appropriate but results from the realization that scientific advance involves the collaboration of past and present generations. It was Carlyle, not Maxwell, who indulged in a mythopoeic conception of history. The communism of the scientific ethos is incompatible with the definition of technology as private property in a capitalistic economy. Current writings on the frustration of science reflect this conflict. Patents proclaim exclusive rights of use and, often, non-use. The suppression of invention denies the rationale of scientific production and diffusion, as may be seen from the court's decision in the case of U.S. v. American Bell Telephone Co. The inventor is one who has discovered something of value. It is his absolute property. He may withhold the knowledge of it from the public. 15. Responses to this conflict situation have varied. As a defensive measure, some scientists have come to patent their work to ensure it's being made available for public use. Einstein, Millikan, Compton, Langmuir have taken out patents. 16 scientists have been urged to become promoters of new economic enterprises. 17 others seek to resolve the conflict by advocating socialism. 18 These proposals, both those which demand economic returns for scientific discoveries and those which demand a change in the social system to let science get on with the job, reflect discrepancies in the conception of intellectual property. Disinterestedness. Science, as is the case with the professions in general, includes disinterestedness as a basic institutional element. Disinterestedness is not to be equated with altruism nor interested action with egoism. Such equivalences confuse institutional and motivational levels of analysis. 19 A passion for knowledge, idle curiosity, altruistic concern with the benefit to humanity, and a host of other special motives have been attributed to the scientist. The quest for distinctive motives appears to have been misdirected. It is rather a distinctive pattern of institutional control of a wide range of motives which characterizes the behavior of scientists. For once the institution enjoins disinterested activity, it is to the interest of scientists to conform on pain of sanctions and, insofar as the norm has been internalized, on pain of psychological conflict. The virtual absence of fraud in the annals of science, which appears exceptional when compared with the record of other spheres of activity, has at times been attributed to the personal qualities of scientists. By implication, scientists are recruited from the ranks of those who exhibit an unusual degree of moral integrity. There is, in fact, no satisfactory evidence that such is the case. A more plausible explanation may be found in certain distinctive characteristics of science itself. Involving as it does the verifiability of results, scientific research is under the exacting scrutiny of fellow experts. Otherwise put, and doubtless the observation can be interpreted as lèse-majesté, the activities of scientists are subject to rigorous policing, to a degree perhaps unparalleled in any other field of activity. The demand for disinterestedness has a firm basis in the public and testable character of science, and this circumstance, it may be supposed, has contributed to the integrity of men of science. There is competition in the realm of science, competition that is intensified by the emphasis on priority as a criterion of achievement, and under competitive conditions there may well be generated incentives for eclipsing rivals by illicit means. But such impulses can find scant opportunity for expression in the field of scientific research. Cultism, informal cliques, prolific but trivial publications, these and other techniques may be used for self-aggrandizement. 20 But, in general, spurious claims appear to be negligible and ineffective. The translation of the norm of disinterestedness into practice is effectively supported by the ultimate accountability of scientists to their compeers. The dictates of socialized sentiment and of expediency largely coincide, a situation conducive to institutional stability. In this connection, the field of science differs somewhat from that of other professions. The scientist does not stand vis-a-vis a lay clientele in the same fashion as do the physician and lawyer, for example. The possibility of exploiting the credulity, ignorance, and dependence of the layman is thus considerably reduced. Fraud, chicane, and irresponsible claims, quackery, are even less likely than among the service professions. To the extent that the scientist-layman relation does become paramount, there develop incentives for evading the mores of science. The abuse of expert authority and the creation of pseudosciences are called into play when the structure of control exercised by qualified compeers is rendered ineffectual. J.21 It is probable that the reputability of science and its lofty ethical status in the estimate of the layman is in no small measure due to technological achievements. 22 Every new technology bears witness to the integrity of the scientist. Science realizes its claims. However, its authority can be and is appropriated for interested purposes, precisely because the laity is often in no position to distinguish spurious from genuine claims to such authority. The presumably scientific pronouncements of totalitarian spokesmen on race or economy or history are for the uninstructed laity of the same order as newspaper reports of an expanding universe or wave mechanics. In both instances, they cannot be checked by the man in the street, and in both instances, they may run counter to common sense. If anything, the myths will seem more plausible and are certainly more comprehensible to the general public than accredited scientific theories, since they are closer to common sense experience and to cultural bias. Partly as a result of scientific achievements, therefore, the population at large becomes susceptible to new mysticisms expressed in apparently scientific terms. The borrowed authority of science bestows prestige on the unscientific doctrine. Organized skepticism. As we have seen in the preceding chapter, organized skepticism is variously interrelated with the other elements of the scientific ethos. It is both a methodological and an institutional mandate. The temporary suspension of judgment and the detached scrutiny of beliefs in terms of empirical and logical criteria have periodically involved science in conflict with other institutions. Science which asks questions of fact, including potentialities, concerning every aspect of nature and society, may come into conflict with other attitudes toward these same data which have been crystallized and often ritualized by other institutions. The scientific investigator does not preserve the cleavage between the sacred and the profane, between that which requires uncritical respect and that which can be objectively analyzed. As we have noted, this appears to be the source of revolts against the so-called intrusion of science into other spheres. Such resistance on the part of organized religion has become less significant as compared with that of economic and political groups. The opposition may exist quite apart from the introduction of specific scientific discoveries which appear to invalidate particular dogmas of church, economy, or state. It is rather a diffuse, frequently vague, apprehension that skepticism threatens the current distribution of power. Conflict becomes accentuated whenever science extends its research to new areas toward which there are institutionalized attitudes, or whenever other institutions extend their control over science. In modern totalitarian society, anti-rationalism and the centralization of institutional control both serve to limit the scope provided for scientific activity. The Reward System of Science Part 4 Prefatory Note. With the papers in this section we come to the heart of the Mertonian paradigm, the powerful juxtaposition of the normative structure of science with its institutionally distinctive reward system, as it provides a simplified but basic model of the structure and dynamics of the scientific community. Published within a period of 7 years, just at the time when other American sociologists were beginning to see in the field an attractive focus for research, these papers demonstrate how basic theoretical formulations can open the doors to a quick succession of investigations by others who capitalize on the opening wedge. In this section, of course, the papers are all by Merton, but the principle holds, and the record amply supports it. Within 2 years of the 1957 paper, both War and Zero, Hagstrom and this writer were at work on doctoral dissertations that drew heavily on the newly developed paradigm, and in the next decade or so more had been contributed by Crane, Zuckerman, Mullins, Stephen Cole, Jonathan Cole, Gaston, and a good many others than had been published in the 40 years before. The central topic of these papers is cognitive achievement as it is enmeshed in the social matrix of science. Matters of priority, of the ubiquity of multiple discovery, and of scientists' attitudes towards the circumstances and consequences of achievement are dealt with in extensive detail, with historical materials arrayed against a clear-cut theoretical background to flesh out and extend the analyses. Not only is the essential character of the reward system set forth, but in coupling it with the normative system, Merton is able to make sense of the problems which develop out of the incommensurate imperatives of these two components of the institution. Several social pathologies of science are pinpointed as the results of specific discontinuities between the normative and the reward system, so that their investigation may contribute to accumulating body of knowledge about science. It would not have been enough simply to show that the institution of science has its own systematic problems, just as the political and economic institutions do. Without an appropriate conceptual framework, those problems and observed departures of scientists from the institutionalized norms stand simply as uncomfortable anomalies. It is thus the conception of variable relationships between the normative system and the reward system that gives the paradigm its capability of generating meaningful research questions about both conformity and deviance in the domain of science. The particularly felicitous style of the first three papers, incidentally, may be due to their having been prepared for oral presentation as the presidential address to the American Sociological Society in 1957, as the Phi Beta Kappa Sigma Xi address in 1968, and as a lecture commemorating the 400th anniversary of Francis Bacon's birth. For in addition to the usual high quality of Merton's scholarship, they show a bit more humor than is ordinarily found in his work. This editor was present at the first occasion, his own first national meeting of sociologists, and still remembers the waves of response that greeted the recital of paternity of the sciences, the various echelons of eponymies, and the varieties of misbehavior of scientists. Given the direct bearing of the subject on many of the listeners' deep personal concern with their roles in science, the laughter may also have provided a vent for the anxieties that were building up as Merton explored some rules of the game and some of their consequences. The initial paper in Part 4, Priorities in Scientific Discovery, is Merton's first major statement of the nature of the reward system in science. His earlier writings show that for 20 years he had sensed the potential theoretical significance of contests over priority and of eponymic practices, but not until this paper did the elements of the paradigm all fall into place. Neither the abstract statement of the norms of science nor the conception of professional recognition as the institutionally central reward for scientific achievement could separately point to the sources of various forms of deviant behavior in science. But in combination, as here, they add dimension and organization to what had previously been little more than a congeries of unconnected incidents involving the unfortunate misbehavior of particular scientists. The basic idea of interaction between the normative structure and the reward structure of science provides a solid foundation for the understanding of science as a social institution. From one point of view, the paper is an extension of the thesis Merton propounded in The Unanticipated Consequences of Purposive Social Action, 1936, and greatly developed soon after in Social Structure and Anomy, 1938. This is the idea that extreme institutional emphasis upon recognized achievement, greatly encouraged by the reward system, can be as dysfunctional for human purposes and social institutions as the systematic flouting of norms. Moreover, the one leads to the other. From another point of view, the paper copes with the general sociological problem, identified by Merton in his paper Problem Finding in Sociology, 2 of how to account for regularities of social behavior that are not prescribed by cultural norms or that are even at odds with those norms. It casts doubt on the familiar assumption that uniformities of social behavior necessarily represent conformity to norms calling for that behavior. The theoretical approach adopted in his priorities paper generates a systematic awareness of the varieties of pathogenic situations that occur within the scientific community and raises meaningful questions about a broader range of subjects: the consequences of inequalities in the productivity of scientists, the degree of equity in the system through which professional recognition is allocated, and even some of the myths to which observers of the work of science and some working scientists themselves subscribe. One such myth, recently gaining wide currency, is that the competition among scientists for priority is something new, that it results entirely from the greatly increased size, AFH. And prominence of science in the modern era. This belief has shown up frequently in the reviews of the double helix, 8. James D. Watson's Recollections, published in 1968, of the discovery of the structure of the DNA molecule which won the Nobel Prize for him and Francis Crick. Appearing more than a decade after Merton's paper on priorities, the revelations of the double helix came as no surprise to the sociologists of science. In the next paper, Behavior Patterns of Scientists, Merton takes the Watson book as his text for an updating of the ideas advanced in the priorities paper. As printed here, this later selection is actually an amalgamation of two papers. The first, under this title, appeared in 1969, and the second, The Race for Priority, written with Richard Lewis, appeared in 1971. They are put together here because the later piece complements the preceding one by extending the analysis of the conditions under which competition in science becomes intensified. It is shown that scientists' behavior with regard to priority has not greatly changed over the past centuries, except possibly in the direction of greater civility in contests over priority. What variations there are in both personal perceptions of these conflicts and their actual frequency, Merton suggests, can be traced to a combination of the structural characteristics of scientific communities and of their bodies of specialized knowledge. Another myth, the belief that multiple discoveries of like kind are rare, is addressed in the third paper in this section, Singletons and Multiples in Scientific Discovery. Published in 1961, it attacks the problem of priorities in wider perspective to clarify alternative ideas about the process of scientific development, suggesting that independent multiple discoveries occur far more frequently in science than is generally assumed, especially since announcements of discoveries often forestall others from completing their work along the same lines. Merton goes on to show the speciousness of the argument that scientific progress must stem either from the work of the great scientists or that it is a virtually inevitable outgrowth of the state of accumulated scientific knowledge. It is precisely the great scientists, he points out, who prove to be most capable of exploiting the current state of the art. They are involved in many more multiples than others, so that the two theoretical perspectives actually complement each other. The discerning reader will also find here a hint of quite a different idea that would be developed some years later as the Matthew effect, reprinted in Part V of this volume. This appears in the statement toward the end of the paper. It required a Freud to focus the attention of many on ideas which might otherwise not have come to their notice. Placed within the framework of the basic paradigm, this tentative observation gave rise to the problem, later examined in detail, of the functions and dysfunctions for the communication system of science and for individual scientists of great differences in the standing accorded scientists. The next two papers were originally parts of one long paper which has been divided here to highlight the distinct problems under examination. The first, now entitled Multiple Discoveries in Science as a Strategic Research Site, covers the theoretical significance of multiples as it lays out 8 aspects of the phenomenon which can be investigated to clarify facets of science as a social institution. Of particular interest is the way Merton illuminates some policy implications of such investigations. Building upon his previous analyses, he indicates the damage that can be done to scientific development by centralized decisions to eliminate, as inevitably wasteful, all duplication in research. In this paper we also find a clear indication of respects in which the substantive organization of scientific knowledge forms a strategic site for sociological research. In discussing an aspect of the study of multiplicity fourth in his list of 8, Merton suggests that the community of science cannot continue to be treated sociologically as though it were a wholly homogeneous entity. He argues that important sociological differences exist among the various branches of science, owing partly to the nature and organization of their particular bodies of knowledge, and that these differences can be elucidated, for example, as they are reflected in differing rates of multiple discoveries and, presumably, in differing frequency with which priority is contested. Concluding this section is the ambivalence of scientists. It takes up the curious failure of social scientists to investigate systematically the oft-noted phenomenon of multiple discoveries, taking this as a question worth study in its own right, and uses this as an occasion to look more searchingly into the complexities of the normative structure of science. Merton's focus is on the ways in which the operation of the reward system exacerbates tensions and conflicts among components of the normative structure to produce inner conflicts among scientists. For example, the legitimate quest for recognition of scientific contributions, which serves both to maintain the value placed on originality and to keep the reward system operating, runs head-on into the value placed on restrained claims for scientific work, a derivative of the norm of disinterestedness and of organized skepticism as it applies to the individual's own work. This results in a deep ambivalence in which scientists are contemptuous of the very attitudes which they have acquired from the institutions of science to which they subscribe. These problems of stress and conflict are not so epidemic among scientists as to deprive them of all morale and motivation. For the vast majority of them, it is not a choice between defending one's priority of discovery or losing it, but the challenge of trying to make any sort of contribution at all to a body of knowledge. The grades of contribution are of course a matter of evaluation within the various communities of science. The papers in the final part of this volume move more closely to a sociological interest in the substance of scientific knowledge by examining the evaluation process in science, NWS. We can only guess what historians of the future will say about the condition of present-day sociology. But it seems safe to anticipate one of their observations. When the Trevelyan's of 2050 come to write that history, as they well might, for this clan of historians promises to go on forever, they will doubtless find it strange that so few sociologists, and historians, of the 20th century could bring themselves, in their work, to treat science as one of the great social institutions of the time. They will observe that long after the sociology of science became an identifiable field of inquiry, one it remained little cultivated in a world where science loomed large enough to present mankind with the choice of destruction or survival. They may even suggest that somewhere in the process by which social scientists take note of the world as it is and as it once was, a sense of values appears to have become badly scrambled. This spacious area of neglect may therefore have room for a paper which tries to examine science as a social institution, not in the large but in terms of a few of its principal components. Priority disputes as social conflict. A calendar of disputes over priority. We begin by noting the great frequency with which the history of science is punctuated by disputes, often by sordid disputes, over priority of discovery. During the last 3 centuries in which modern science developed, numerous scientists, both great and small, have engaged in such acrimonious controversy. Recall only these few. Keenly aware of the importance of his inventions and discoveries, Galileo became a seasoned campaigner as he vigorously defended his rights to priority first, in his defense against the calumnies and impostures of Baldassar Capra, where he showed how his invention of the geometric and military compass had been taken from him, and then, in the Assayer, where he flayed 4 other would-be rivals, Father Horatio Grassi, who tried to diminish whatever praise there may be in this invention of the telescope for use in astronomy which belongs to me, Christopher Scheiner, who claimed to have been first to observe the sunspots, although, unknown to both Scheiner and Galileo, Johannes Fabricius had published such observations before, an unspecified village, probably the Frenchman Jean Tard, who attempted to rob me of that glory which was mine, pretending not to have seen my writings and trying to represent themselves as the original discoverers of these marvels, and finally, Simon Mayer, Marius, who had the gall to claim that he had observed the Medicean planets which revolve about Jupiter before I had, and who used a sly way of attempting to establish his priority too. The peerless Newton fought several battles with Robert Hooke over priority in optics and celestial mechanics, and entered into a long and painful controversy with Leibniz over the invention of the calculus. Hooke, who has been described as the universal claimant because there was scarcely a discovery in his time which he did not conceive himself to claim, and, it might be added, often justly so, for he was one of the most inventive men in his century of genius. Hooke, in turn, tested priority not only with Newton but with Huygens over the important invention of the spiral spring balance for regulating watches to eliminate the effect of gravity. The calendar of disputes was full also in the 18th century. Perhaps the most tedious and sectarian of these was the great water controversy, in which that shy, rich, and noble genius of science, Henry Cavendish, was pushed into a three-way tug-of-war with Watt and Lavoisier over the question of which one had first demonstrated the compound nature of water. And thereby removed it from its millennia-long position as one of the elements. Earthy battles raged also over claims to the first discovery of heavenly bodies, as in the case of the most dramatic astronomical discovery of the century, in which the Englishman John Couch Adams and the Frenchman Urbain Jean Leverrier inferred the existence and predicted the position of the planet now known as Neptune, which was found where their independent computations showed it would be. Medicine had its share of conflicts over priority. For example, Jenner believed himself first to demonstrate that vaccination afforded security against smallpox, but the advocates of Pearson and Rabot believed otherwise. Throughout the 19th century and down to the present, disputes over priority continued to be frequent and intense. Lister knew he had first introduced antisepsis, but others insisted that Lemaire had done so before. The sensitive and modest Faraday was wounded by the claims of others to several of his major discoveries in physics. One among these, the discovery of electromagnetic rotation, was said to have been made before by Wollaston, Faraday's one-time mentor. Sir Humphrey Davy, who had himself been involved in similar disputes, actually opposed Faraday's election to the Royal Society on the ground that his was not the original discovery. For Laplace, several of the Bernoullis, Legendre, Gauss, Cauchy were only a few of the giants among mathematicians embroiled in quarrels over priority. What is true of physics, chemistry, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics is true also of all other scientific disciplines, not excluding the social and psychological sciences. As we know, sociology was officially born only after a long period of abnormally severe labor. Nor was the postpartum any more tranquil. It was disturbed by violent controversies between the followers of St. Simon and Comte as they quarreled over the delicate question of which of the two was the father of sociology and which merely the obstetrician. And to come to the very recent past, Janet is but one among several who have claimed that they had the essentials of psychoanalysis before Freud. To extend the list of priority fights would be industrious and, for this occasion, superfluous. For the moment, it is enough to note that these controversies, far from being a rare exception in science, have long been frequent, harsh, and ugly. They have practically become an integral part of the social relations between scientists. Indeed, the pattern is so common that the Germans have characteristically compounded a word for it, Priorität. On the face of it, the pattern of conflict over priority can be easily explained. It seems to be merely a consequence of the same discoveries being made simultaneously, or nearly so, a recurrent event in the history of science which has not exactly escaped the notice of sociologists, or of others, at least since the definitive work of William Ogburn and Dorothy Thomas. But on second glance, the matter does not appear quite so simple. The bunching of similar or identical discoveries in science is only an occasion for disputes over priority, not their cause or their grounds. After all, scientists also know that discoveries are often made independently. As we shall see, they not only know this but fear it, and this often activates a rush to ensure their priority. It would therefore seem a simple matter for scientists to acknowledge that their simultaneous discoveries were independent and that the question of priority is consequently beside the point. On occasion, this is just what has happened, as we shall see in that most moving of all cases of noblesse oblige in the history of science, when Darwin and Wallace tried to outdo one another in giving credit to the other for what each had separately worked out. 50 years after the event, Wallace was still insisting upon the contrast between his own hurried work, written within a week after the great idea came to him, and Darwin's work, based on 20 years of collecting evidence. I was then, as often since, the young man in a hurry, said the reminiscing Wallace, he, the painstaking and patient student seeking ever the full demonstration of the truth he had discovered, rather than to achieve immediate personal fame. 6. On other occasions, self-denial has gone even further. For example, the incomparable Euler withheld his long-sought solution to the calculus of variations until the 23-year-old Lagrange, who had developed a new method needed to reach the solution, could put it into print, so as not to deprive you, Euler informed the young man, of any part of the glory which is your due. 7. Apart from these and many other examples of generosity in the annals of science, there have doubtless been many more that never found their way into the pages of history. Nevertheless, the recurrent struggles for priority, with all their intensity of affect, far overshadow these cases of noblesse oblige, and it still remains necessary to account for them. Alleged sources of conflicts over priority. One explanation of these disputes would regard them as mere expressions of human nature. On this view, egotism is natural to the species. Scientists, being human, will have their due share and will sometimes express their egotism through self-aggrandizing claims to priority. But, of course, this interpretation does not stand up. The history of social thought is strewn with the corpses of those who have tried, in their theory, to make the hazardous leap from human nature to particular forms of social conduct, as has been observed from the time of Montesquieu, through Comte and Durkheim, to the present. 8. A second explanation derives these conflicts not from the original nature shared by all men, but from propensities toward egotism found among some men. It assumes that, like other occupations, the occupation of science attracts some ego-centered people, and assumes further that it might even attract many such people, who, hungry for fame, elect to enter a profession that promises enduring fame to the successful. Unlike the argument from nature, this one, dealing with processes of self-selection and of social selection, is not defective in principle. It is possible that differing kinds of personalities tend to be recruited by various occupations, and, though I happen to doubt it, it is possible that quarrelsome or contentious personalities are especially apt to be attracted to science and recruited into it. The extent to which this is so is a still unanswered question, but developing inquiry into the type of personality characteristic of those entering the various professions may in due course discover how far it is so. 9. In any event, it should not be difficult to find some aggressive men of science. But even should the processes of selection result in the recruitment of contentious men, there are theoretical reasons for believing that this does not adequately account for the great amount of contention over priority that flares up in science. For one thing, these controversies often involve men of ordinarily modest disposition who act in seemingly self-assertive ways only when they come to defend their rights to intellectual property. This has often been remarked, and sometimes with great puzzlement. As Sir Humphrey Davy asked at the time of the great water controversy between Cavendish and Watt, how does it happen that this conflict over priority should engage such a man as Cavendish, unambitious, unassuming, with difficulty persuaded to bring forward his important discoveries, and, fearful of the voice of fame? 10. And the biographer of Cavendish, writing about the same episode, describes it as a perplexing dilemma. Two unusually modest and unambitious men, universally respected for their integrity, famous for their discoveries and inventions, are suddenly found standing in a hostile position towards each other. 11. Evidently, ingrained egotism is not required to engage in a fight for priority. A second strategic fact shows the inadequacy of explaining these many struggles as owing to egotistic personalities. Very often, the principals themselves, the discoverers or inventors, take no part in arguing their claims to priority, or withdraw from the controversy as they find that it places them in the distasteful role of insisting upon their own merits or of deprecating the merits of their rivals. Instead, it is their friends and followers, or other more detached scientists, who commonly see the assignment of priority as a moral issue that must be fought to a conclusion. For example, it was Wollaston's friends, rather than the distinguished scientist himself, who insinuated that the young Faraday had usurped credit for the experiments on electromagnetic rotation. 12. Similarly, it was Priestley, Deluc, and Blagden, all men eminent in science and of unblemished character, who embroiled the shy Cavendish and the unassertive Watt in the water controversy. 13. Finally, it was the quarrelsome, eminent, and justly esteemed scientist Francois Arago, whom we shall meet again, and a crowd of astronomers, principally in France and England but also in Germany and Russia, rather than Adams, the shy, gentle, and unaffected co-discoverer of Neptune, who heated the pot of conflict over priority until it boiled over and then simmered down into general acknowledgement that the planet had been independently discovered by Adams and Leverrier. 14 and so on, in one after another of the historic quarrels over priority in science. Now these argumentative associates and bystanders stand to gain little or nothing from successfully prosecuting the claims of their candidate, except in the Pickwickian sense of having identified themselves with him or with the nation of which they are all a part. Their behavior can scarcely be explained by egotism. They do not suffer from rival claims to precedence. Their personal status is not being threatened. And yet, over and again, they take up the cudgels in the status battle 15 and, uninhibited by any semblance of indulging in self-praise, express their great moral indignation over the outrage being perpetrated upon their candidate. This is, I believe, a particularly significant fact. For, as we know from the sociological theory of institutions, the expression of disinterested moral indignation is a signpost announcing the violation of a social norm. 16 Although the indignant bystanders are themselves not injured by what they take to be the misbehavior of the culprit, they respond with hostility. They want to see fair play, to see that behavior conforms to the rules of the game. The very fact of their entering the fray goes to show that science is a social institution with a distinctive body of norms exerting moral authority and that these norms are invoked particularly when it is felt that they are being violated. In this sense, fights over priority, with all their typical vehemence and passionate feelings, are not merely expressions of hot tempers, although these may of course raise the temperature of controversy. Basically, they constitute responses to what are taken to be violations of the institutional norms of intellectual property. Institutional norms of science. To say that these frequent conflicts over priority are rooted in the egotism of human nature, then, explains next to nothing. To say that they are rooted in the contentious personalities of those recruited by science may explain part, but not enough. To say, however, that these conflicts are largely a consequence of the institutional norms of science itself comes closer, I think, to the truth. For, as I shall suggest, it is these norms that exert pressure upon scientists to assert their claims, and this goes far toward explaining the seeming paradox that even those meek and unaggressive men, ordinarily slow to press their own claims in other spheres of life, will often do so in their scientific work. The ways in which the norms of science help produce this result seem clear enough. On every side the scientist is reminded that it is his role to advance knowledge and his happiest fulfillment of that role, to advance knowledge greatly. This is only to say, of course, that in the institution of science originality is at a premium. For it is through originality, in greater or smaller increments, that knowledge advances. When the institution of science works efficiently and like other social institutions, it does not always do so. Recognition and esteem accrue to those who have best fulfilled their roles, to those who have made genuinely original contributions to the common stock of knowledge. Then are found those happy circumstances in which self-interest and moral obligation coincide and fuse. Recognition of what one has accomplished is thus largely a motive derived from institutional emphases. Recognition for originality becomes socially validated testimony that one has successfully lived up to the most exacting requirements of one's role as scientist. The self-image of the individual scientist will also depend greatly on the appraisals by his scientific peers of the extent to which he has lived up to this exacting and critically important aspect of his role. As Darwin once phrased it, my love of natural science has been much aided by the ambition to be esteemed by my fellow naturalists. Interest in recognition, 17 therefore, need not be, though it can readily become, simply a desire for self-aggrandizement or an expression of egotism. It is, rather, the motivational counterpart on the psychological plane to the emphasis upon originality on the institutional plane. It is not necessary that individual scientists begin with a lust for fame, it is enough that science, with its abiding and often functional emphasis on originality and its assigning of large rewards for originality, makes recognition of priority uppermost. Recognition and fame then become symbol and reward for having done one's job well. This means that long before we know anything about the distinctive personality of this or that scientist, we know that he will be under pressure to make his contributions to knowledge known to other scientists and that they, in turn, will be under pressure to acknowledge his rights to his intellectual property. To be sure, some scientists are more vulnerable to these pressures than others. Some are self-effacing, others self-assertive, some generous in granting recognition, others stingy. But the great frequency of struggles over priority does not result merely from these traits of individual scientists but from the institution of science, which defines originality as a supreme value and thereby makes recognition of one's originality a major concern. 18. When this recognition of priority is either not granted or fades from view, the scientist loses his scientific property. Although this kind of property shares with other types general recognition of the owner's rights, it contrasts sharply in all other respects. Once he has made his contribution, the scientist no longer has exclusive rights of access to it. It becomes part of the public domain of science. Nor has he the right of regulating its use by others by withholding it unless it is acknowledged as his. In short, property rights 19 in science become whittled down to just this. 1. The recognition by others of the scientist's distinctive part in having brought the result into being. It may be that this concentration of the numerous rights ordinarily bound up in other forms of property into the one right of recognition by others helps produce the great concentration of affect that commonly characterizes disputes over priority. Often, the intensity of affect seems disproportionate to the occasion. For example, when a scientist feels he has not been given enough recognition for what is, in truth, a minor contribution to knowledge, he may respond with as much indignation as the truly inventive scientist, or even with more, if he secretly senses that this is the outermost limit of what he can reasonably hope to contribute. 20. This same concentration of property rights into the one right of recognition may also account for the deep moral indignation expressed by scientists when one of their number has had his rights to priority denied or challenged. Even though they have no personal stake in the particular episode, they feel strongly about the single property norm, and the expression of their hostility serves the latent function of reaffirming the moral validity of this norm. National claims to priority. In a world made up of national states, each with its own share of ethnocentrism, the new discovery redounds to the credit of the discoverer not as an individual only, but also as a national. From at least the 17th century, Britons, Frenchmen, Germans, Dutchmen, and Italians have urged their country's claims to priority. A little later, Americans and Russians entered the lists to make it clear that they had primacy. The 17th century English scientist Wallace, for example, writes, "I would very fain that Mr. Hooke and Mr. Newton would set themselves in earnest for promoting the designs about telescopes, that others may not steal from us what our nation invents, only for the neglect to publish them ourselves." So, also, Halley says of his comet that if it should return according to our prediction about the year 1758, as of course it did, impartial posterity will not refuse to acknowledge that this was first discovered by an Englishman. 21. Or to move abruptly to the present, we see the Russians, now that they have taken a powerful place on the world scene, beginning to insist on the national character of science and on the importance of finding out who first made a discovery. Although the pattern of national claims to priority is old, the formulation of its rationale in a Russian journal deserves quotation, if only because it is so vigorously outspoken. Marxism-Leninism shatters into bits the cosmopolitan fiction concerning superclass, non-national, universal science, and definitely proves that science, like all culture in modern society, is national in form and class in content. The slightest inattention to questions of priority in science, the slightest neglect of them, must therefore be condemned, for it plays into the hands of our enemies, who cover their ideological aggression with cosmopolitan talk about the supposed non-existence of questions of priority in science, i.e., the questions concerning which peoples here, be it noted, collectivities displace the individual scientist made what contribution to the general store of world culture? And summarizing the answers to these questions in compact summary, the Russian people has the richest history. In the course of this history, it has created the richest culture, and all the other countries of the world have drawn upon it and continue to draw upon it to this day. 22. Against this background of affirmation, one can better appreciate TB recent statement by Khrushchev that we Russians had TBH bomb before you, and the comment by the New York Times that the question of priority in the explosion of the hydrogen bomb is a matter of semantics, to be settled only when we know whether the prototype bomb or the full-fledged bomb is in question. 23. The recent propensity of the Russians to claim priority in all manner of inventions and scientific discoveries thus energetically reduplicates TB earlier, and now less forceful though far from vanished, propensity of other nations to claim like priorities. The restraint often shown by individual scientists in making such claims becomes rather inconspicuous when official or self-constituted representatives of nations put in their claims. Like other institutions, the institution of science has developed an elaborate system for allocating rewards to those who variously live up to its norms. Of course, this was not always so. The evolution of this system has been the work of centuries, and it will of course never be finished. In the early days of modern science, Francis Bacon could explain and complain all in one by saying that it is enough to check the growth of science, that efforts and labors in this field go unrewarded. And it is nothing strange if a thing not held in honor does not prosper. 24. And a half-century later, much the same could be said by Thomas Sprat, the Bishop of Rochester, in his official history of the newly established Royal Society. It is not to be wondered, if men have not been very zealous about those studies, which have been so far removed, from present benefit, and from the applause of men. For what should incite them, to bestow their time, and art, in revealing to mankind, those mysteries, for which, it may be, they would be only displeased at last? How few must there needs be, who e'en be willing, to be impoverished for the common good? While they shall see, all the rewards, which might give life to their industry, passing by them, and bestowed on the deserts of easier studies. 25. The echo of these complaints still reverberates in the halls of universities and scientific societies, but chiefly with regard to material rather than honorific rewards. With the growth and professionalization of science, the system of honorific rewards has become diversely elaborated, and apparently at an accelerated rate. Heading the list of the immensely varied forms of recognition long in use is eponymy. 26. The practice of affixing the name of the scientist to all or part of what he has found, as with the Copernican system, Hooke's law, Planck's constant, or Halley's comet. In this way, scientists leave their signatures indelibly in history, their names enter into all the scientific languages of the world. At the rugged and thinly populated peak of this system of eponymy are the men who have put their stamp upon the science and thought of their age. Such men are naturally in very short supply, and these few sometimes have an entire epoch named after them, as when we speak of the Newtonian epoch, the Darwinian era, or the Freudian age. The gradations of eponymy have the character of a Goodman scale in which those men assigned highest rank are also assigned lesser degrees of honorific recognition. Accordingly, these peerless scientists are typically included also in the next highest ranks of eponymy, in which they are credited with having fathered a new science or a new branch of science, at times, according to the heroic theory, through a kind of parthenogenesis for which they apparently needed no collaborators. Of the illustrious fathers of this or that science, or of this or that specialty, there is an end, but an end not easily reached. Consider only these few, culled from a list many times this length: Morgagni, the father of pathology; Cuvier, the father of paleontology; Faraday, the father of electrotechnics; Daniel Bernoulli, the father of mathematical physics; Bichat, the father of histology; Van Leeuwenhoek, the father of protozoology and bacteriology; Jenner, the father of preventive medicine; Chladni, the father of modern acoustics; Herbart, the father of scientific pedagogy; Wundt, the father of experimental psychology, Pearson, the father of biometry, and, of course, Comte, the father of sociology. In a science as far-flung and differentiated as chemistry, there is room for several paternities. If Robert Boyle is the undisputed father of chemistry, and, as his Irish epitaph has it, also the uncle of the Earl of Cork, then Priestley is the father of pneumatic chemistry, Lavoisier the father of modern chemistry, and the nonpareil Willard Gibbs, the father of physical chemistry. On occasion, the presumed father of a science is called upon, in the persons of his immediate disciples or later adherents, to prove his paternity, as with Johannes Müller and Albrecht von Haller, who are severally regarded as the father of experimental physiology. Once established, this eponymous pattern is stepped up to extremes. Each new specialty has its own parent, whose identity is often known only to those at work within the specialty. Thus, Manuel Garcia emerges as the father of laryngoscopy, Adolphe Brongniart as the father of modern paleobotany, Timothy Bright as the father of modern shorthand, and Father Johann Gierson, whose important work may have influenced Mendel, as the father of modern rational beekeeping. Sometimes, a particular form of a discipline bears eponymous witness to the man who first gave it shape, as with Hippocratic medicine, Aristotelian logic, Euclidean geometry, Boolean algebra, and Keynesian economics. Most rarely, the same individual acquires a double immortality, both for what he achieved and for what he failed to achieve, as in the cases of Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometries, and Aristotelian and non-Aristotelian logics. In rough hierarchic order, the next echelon is comprised by thousands of eponymous laws, theories, theorems, hypotheses, instruments, constants, and distributions. No short list can hope to be representative of the wide range of these scientific contributions that have immortalized the men who made them. But a few examples in haphazard array might include the Brownian movement, the Zeeman effect, Rydberg's constant, Moseley's atomic number, and the Lorentz curve or, to come closer home, where we refer only to assured contemporary recognition rather than to possibly permanent fame, the Spearman rank correlation coefficient, the Rorschach ink blot, the Thurston scale, the Bogarda social distance scale, the Bales categories of interaction, the Goodman scaleogram, and the Lazarsfeld latent structure analysis. Each science, or art based on science, evolves its own distinctive patterns of eponymy to honor those who have made it what it is. In the medical sciences, for example, the attention of posterity is assured to the discoverer or first describer of parts of the body, as with the Eustachian tube, the circle of Willis, Graafian follicles, Wharton's duct, and the canal of Nuck, though, oddly enough, Vesalius, commonly described as the father of modern anatomy, has been accorded no one part of the body as distinctly his own. In medicine, also, eponymy registers the first diagnostician of a disease, as with Addison's, Bright's Hodgkin's, Meniere's, and Parkinson's diseases, the inventor of diagnostic tests, as with Romberg's sign, the Wassermann reaction, the Comet test, and the Babinski reflex, and the inventor of instruments used in research or practice, as with the Kelly pad, the Kelly clamp, and the Kelly rectoscope. Yet, however numerous and diversified this array of eponyms in medicine, 27 they are still reserved, of course, to only a small fraction of the many who have labored in the medical vineyard. Eponymy is a prize that, though large in absolute aggregate, is limited to the relatively few. Time does not permit, nor does the occasion require, detailed examination of eponymous practices in all the other sciences. Consider, then, only two other patterns. In a special branch of physics, it became the practice to honor great physicists by attaching their names to electrical and magnetic units, as with volt, ohm, ampere, coulomb, farad, joule, watt, Henry, Maxwell, Gauss, Gilbert, and Ørsted. In biology, it is the long-standing practice to append the name of the first describer to the name of a species, a custom which greatly agitated Darwin since, as he saw it, This put a premium on hasty and careless work as the species-mongers among naturalists try to achieve an easy immortality by miserably describing a species in 2 or 3 lines. 28. This, I may say, will not be the last occasion for us to see how the system of rewards in science can be stepped up to such lengths as to get out of hand and defeat its original purposes. Eponymy is only the most enduring and perhaps most prestigious kind of recognition institutionalized in science. Were the reward system confined to this, it would not provide for the many other distinguished scientists, without whose work the revolutionary discoveries could not have been made. Graded rewards in the coin of the scientific realm. Honorific recognition by fellow scientists are distributed among the stratified layers of scientific accomplishment. Merely to list some of these other but still considerable forms of recognition will perhaps be enough to remind us of the complex structure of the reward system in science. In recent generations, the Nobel Prize, with nominations for it made by scientists of distinction throughout the world, is perhaps the preeminent token of recognized achievement in science. 29. There is also an iconography of fame in science, with medals honoring famous scientists and the recipients of the award alike, as with the Rumford Medal and the Arago Medal. Beyond these, are memberships in honorary academies and sciences, for example, the Royal Society and the French Academy of Sciences, and fellowships in national and local societies. In those nations that still preserve a titled aristocracy, scientists have been ennobled, as in England since the time when Queen Anne added laurels to her crown by knighting Newton, not, as might be supposed, because of his superb administrative work as Master of the Mint, but for his scientific discoveries. These things move slowly. It required almost 2 centuries before another Queen of England would, in 1892, confer a peerage of the realm upon a man of science for his work in science, and thus transform the preeminent Sir William Thomson into the no less eminent Lord Kelvin. 30 scientists themselves have distinguished the stars from the supporting cast by issuing directories of starred men of science, and universities have been known to accord honorary degrees to scientists along with the larger company of philanthropists, industrialists, businessmen, statesmen, and politicians. Recognition is finally allocated by those guardians of posthumous fame, the historians of science. From the most disciplined scholarly works to the vulgarized and sentimentalized accounts designed for the millions, great attention is paid to priority of discovery, to the iteration and reiteration of firsts. In this way, many historians of science help maintain the prevailing institutional emphasis on the importance of priority. One of the most eminent among them, the late George Sarton, at once expresses and exemplifies the commemorative function of historiography when he writes that the first scholar to conceive that subject, the history of science, as an independent discipline and to realize its importance was Auguste Comte. He then goes on to propose that great scholar, Paul Tannery, as most deserving to be called the father of our studies, and finally states the thesis that as the historian is expected to determine not only the relative truth of scientific ideas at different chronological states, but also their relative novelty, he is irresistibly led to the fixation of first events. 31. Although scientific knowledge is impersonal in the sense that its claim to truth must be assessed entirely apart from its source, the historian of science is called upon to prevent scientific knowledge from sinking, or rising, into anonymity, to preserve the collective memory of its origins. Anonymous givers have no place in this scheme of things. Eponymity, not anonymity, is the standard. And, as we have seen, outstanding scientists, in turn, labor hard to have their names inscribed in the Golden Book of Firsts. 32. Seen in composite, from the eponyms enduringly recording the names of scientists in the international language of science to the immense array of parochial and ephemeral prizes, the reward system of science reinforces and perpetuates the institutional emphasis upon originality. It is in this specific sense that originality can be said to be a major institutional goal of modern science, at times the paramount one, and recognition for originality a derived, but often as heavily emphasized, goal. In the organized competition to contribute to man's scientific knowledge, the race is to the swift, to him who gets there first with his contribution in hand. Institutional norm of humility. If the institution of science placed great value only on originality, scientists would perhaps attach even more importance to recognition of priority than they do. But, of course, this value does not stand alone. It is only one of a complex set making up the ethos of science: disinterestedness, universalism, organized skepticism, communism of intellectual property, and humility being some of the others. 33 Among these, the socially enforced value of humility is in most immediate point, serving, as it does, to reduce the misbehavior of scientists below the rate that would occur if importance were assigned only to originality and the establishing of priority. The value of humility takes diverse expression. One form is the practice of acknowledging the heavy indebtedness to the legacy of knowledge bequeathed by predecessors. This kind of humility is perhaps best expressed in the epigram Newton made his own: "If I have seen farther, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants." This, incidentally, in a letter to Hooke, who was then challenging Newton's priority in the theory of colors. 34 That this tradition has not always been honored in practice can be inferred from the admiration that Darwin, himself lavish in such acknowledgments, expressed to Lyell for the elaborate honesty with which you quote the words of all living and dead geologists. 35 Exploring the literature of a field of science becomes not only an instrumental practice, designed to learn from the past, but a commemorative practice, designed to pay homage to those who have prepared the way for one's work. Humility is expected also in the form of the scientist's insisting upon his personal limitations and the limitations of scientific knowledge altogether. Galileo taught himself and his pupils to say, "I do not know." Perhaps another often quoted image by Newton most fully expresses this kind of humility in the face of what is yet to be known. "I do not know what I may appear to the world, but to myself I seem to have been only like a boy playing on the seashore, and diverting myself in now and then finding a smoother pebble or a prettier shell than ordinary, whilst the great ocean of truth lay all undiscovered before me." 36. If this contrast between public image, what I may appear to the world, and self-image, but to myself I seem, is fitting for the greatest among scientists, it is presumably not entirely out of place for the rest. The same theme continues unabated. Laplace, the Newton of France, in spite of what has been described as his desire to shine in the constantly changing spotlight of public esteem, reportedly utters an epigrammatic paraphrase of Newton in his last words: "What we know is not much, what we do not know is immense." 37. Lagrange summarizes his lifetime of discovery in the one phrase, "I do not know." And Lord Kelvin, at the Jubilee celebrating his 50 years as a distinguished scientist, in the course of which he was honored by scores of scientific societies and academies, characterizes his lifelong effort to develop a grand and comprehensive theory of the properties of matter by the one word, failure. 38. Like all human values, the value of modesty can be vulgarized and run into the ground by excessive and thoughtless repetition. It can become merely conventional, emptied of substance and genuine feeling. There really can be too much of a good thing. It is perhaps this excess which led Charles Richet, himself a Nobel laureate, to report the quiet self-appraisal by a celebrated scientist: "I possess every good quality, but the one that distinguishes me above all is modesty." 39. Other scientists, for example, the great Harvard mathematician, George Birkhoff, would have no truck with modesty, whether false, prim, or genuine. Having been told by a Mexican physicist of his hope that the United States would continue to send us savants of your stature, Birkhoff sturdily replied, "Professor Arrow, in the States I am the only one of my stature." And as Norbert Wiener is reported to have said in his obituary address for Birkhoff, "He was the first among us and he accepted the fact." He was not modest. 40. Nevertheless, such forthright acknowledgement of one's eminence is not quite the norm among scientists. It would appear, then, that the institution of science, like other institutions, incorporates potentially incompatible values, among them, the value of originality, which leads scientists to want their priority to be recognized, and the value of humility, which leads them to insist on how little they have been able to accomplish. These values are not real contradictories, of course 'tis a poor thing, but mine own, but they do call for opposed kinds of behavior. To blend these potential incompatibles 41 into a single orientation, to reconcile them in practice, is no easy matter. Rather, as we shall now see, the tension between these kindred values, kindred as Cain and Abel were kin, creates an inner conflict among men of science who have internalized both of them and generates a distinct ambivalence toward the claiming of priorities. Ambivalence toward priority. The components of this ambivalence are fairly clear. After all, to insist on one's originality by claiming priority is not exactly humble, and to dismiss one's priority by ignoring it is not exactly to affirm the value of originality. Point 42. As a result of this conflict, scientists come to despise themselves for wanting that which the institutional values of science have led them to want. With the rare candor that distinguishes him, Darwin so clearly exhibits this agitated ambivalence in its every detail that this one case can be taken as paradigmatic for many others, which are matters of less detailed and less candid record. In his autobiography, he writes that, even before his historic voyage on the Beagle in 1831, he was ambitious to take a fair place among scientific men, whether more ambitious or less so than most of my fellow workers, I can form no opinion. 43. A quarter of a century. After this voyage, he is still wrestling with his ambition, exclaiming in a letter that I wish I could set less value on the bauble fame, either present or posthumous, than I do, but not, I think, to any extreme degree. 44. 2 years before the traumatizing news from Wallace, reporting his formulation of the theory of evolution, Darwin writes his now famous letter to Lyell, explaining that he is not quite ready to publish his views, as Lyell had suggested he do in order not to be forestalled, and again expressing his uncontrollable ambivalence in these words: I rather hate the idea of writing for priority, yet I certainly should be vexed if anyone were to publish my doctrines before me. 45. And then, in June 1858, the blow falls. What Lyell warned would happen, what Darwin could not bring himself to believe could happen, as all the world knows, did happen. Here is Darwin writing Lyell of the crushing event: Wallace has today sent me the enclosed, and asked me to forward it to you. It seems to me well worth reading. Your words have come true with a vengeance that I should be forestalled. I never saw a more striking coincidence. If Wallace had my mis-sketch written out in 1842, he could not have made a better short abstract. Even his terms now stand as heads of my chapters. So all my originality, whatever it may amount to, will be smashed. 46. Humility and disinterestedness urge Darwin to give up his claim to priority. The wish for originality and recognition urges him that all need not be lost. At first, with typical magnanimity, but without pretense of equanimity, he makes the desperate decision to step aside altogether. A week later, he is writing Lyell again. Perhaps he might publish a short version of his long-standing text, a dozen pages or so. And yet, he says in his anguished letter, I cannot persuade myself that I can do so honorably. By his mixed feelings, he concludes his letter: my good dear friend, forgive me. This is a trumpery letter, influenced by trumpery feelings. And in an effort finally to purge himself of his feelings, he appends a postscript: I will never trouble you or Hooker on the subject again. 47. The next day he writes Lyell once more, this time to repudiate the postscript. Again, he registers his ambivalence: it seems hard on me that I should lose my priority of many years' standing, but I cannot feel at all sure that this alters the justice of the case. First impressions are generally right, and I at first thought it would be dishonorable in me now to publish. 48. As fate would have it, Darwin is just then prostrate by the death of his infant daughter. He manages to respond to the request of his friend Hooker and sends the Wallace manuscript and his own original sketch of 1844, solely, he writes, that you may see by your own handwriting that you did read it. Do not waste much time. It is miserable in me to care at all about priority. 49. Other members of the scientific community do what the tormented Darwin will not do for himself. Lyell and Hooker take matters in hand and arrange for that momentous session in which both papers are read at the Linnean Society. And as they put it in their letter prefacing the publication of the joint paper of Messrs. C. Darwin and A. Wallace, in adopting our present course, we have explained to him Darwin that we are not solely considering the relative claims to priority of himself and his friend, but the interests of science generally. 50. Despite this disclaimer of interest in priority, be it noted that scientific knowledge is not the richer or the poorer for having credit given where credit is due. It is the social institution of science and individual men of science that would suffer from repeated failures to allocate credit justly. This historic and not merely historical episode so plainly exhibits the ambivalence occasioned by the double concern with priority and modesty that it need not be examined further. Had the institutionalized emphasis on originality been alone in point, the claim to priority would have invited neither self-blame nor self-contempt. Publication of the long antecedent work would have proclaimed its own originality. But the value of originality was joined with the value of humility and modesty. To insist on priority would be to trumpet one's own excellence, but scientific peers and friends of the discoverers, acting as a third party in accord with the institutional norms, could with full propriety announce the joint claims to originality that the discoverers could not bring themselves to do. Underneath it all lies a deep and agitated ambivalence toward priority. I have not yet counted the recorded cases of debates about priority in science and the manner of their outcome. Such account, moreover, will not tell the full story, for it will not include the doubtless numerous instances in which independent ideas and discoveries were never announced by those who found their ideas anticipated in print. Nevertheless, I have the strong impression that disputes, even bitter disputes, over priority outnumber the cases of despondent but unreserved admission that the other fellow had made the discovery first. The institutional values of modesty and humility are apparently not always enough to counteract both the institutional emphasis upon originality and the actual workings of the system of allocating rewards. Originality, as exemplified by the new idea or the new finding, is more readily observable by others in science and is more fully rewarded than the often unobservable kind of humility that keeps an independent discoverer from reporting that he too had had the same idea or the same finding. Moreover, after publication by another, it is often difficult, if not impossible, to demonstrate that one had independently arrived at the same result. For these and other reasons, it is generally an unequal contest between the values of recognized originality and of modesty. Great modesty may elicit respect, but great originality promises everlasting fame. In short, the social organization of science allocates honor in a way that tends to vitiate the institutional emphasis upon modesty. It is this, I believe, which goes far toward explaining why so many scientists, even those who are ordinarily men of the most scrupulous integrity, will go to great lengths to press their claims to priority of discovery. As I have often suggested, perhaps too often, any extreme institutional emphasis upon achievement, whether this be scientific productivity, accumulation of wealth or, by a small stretch of the imagination, the conquests of a Don Juan, will attenuate conformity to the institutional norms governing behavior designed to achieve the particular form of success, especially among those who are socially disadvantaged in the competitive race. 51. Or more specifically and more completely, great concern with the goal of recognition for originality can generate a tendency toward sharp practices just inside the rules of the game or sharper practices far outside. That this has been the case with the behavior of scientists who were all out to have their originality recognized, the rest of this paper will try to show. Types of response to cultural emphasis on originality. Fraud in science. The extreme form of deviant behavior in science would of course be the use of fraud to obtain credit for an original discovery. For reasons to be examined, the annals of science include very few instances of downright fraud, although, in the nature of the case, an accurate estimate of frequency is impossible. Darwin, for example, said that he knew of only 3 intentionally falsified statements in science. 52. Yet, some time before, his contemporary, Charles Babbage, the mathematician and inventor of calculating machines, one of which prophetically made use of perforated cards, had angrily taken a classified inventory of fraud in science. 53 At the extreme are hoaxes and forgery, the concocting of false data in science and learning or, more accurately, in pseudoscience and anti-scholarship. Literary documents have been forged in abundance, at times by men of previously unblemished reputation, in order to gain money or fame. Though no one can say with confidence, it appears that love of money was at the root of the forgery of 50 or so rare 19th-century pamphlets by that prince of bibliographers, that court of last appeal for the authentication of rare books and manuscripts, Thomas J. Wise. Of quite another stripe was John Payne Collier, the Shakespearean scholar who, unrivaled for his genuine finds in Elizabethan drama and encouraged by the steadily growing plaudits of his colleagues, could not rest content with this measure of fame and proceeded to forge, with great and knowledgeable skill, a yet uncounted array of literary papers. 54 But these rogues seem idle alongside the fecund and audacious Vrain Lucas who, in the space of 8 years, created more than 27,000 pieces of manuscript, all duly sold to Michel Chasles, perhaps the outstanding French geometer of the mid-19th century, whose credulity stretches our own, inasmuch as this vast collection included letters by Pontius Pilate, Mary Magdalene, the resurrected Lazarus, Ovid, Luther, Dante, Shakespeare, Galileo, Pascal, and Newton, all written on paper and in modern French. Most provocative among these documents was the correspondence between Pascal and the then 11-year-old Newton, all in French, of course, although even at the advanced age of 31 Newton could struggle through French only with the aid of a dictionary, for these letters made it plain that Pascal, not Newton, had, to the greater glory of France, first discovered the law of gravitation, a momentous correction of history, which for several years excited the interest of the Académie des Sciences and usurped many pages of the Comptes Rendus until, in 1869, Vrain Lucas was finally brought to book and sentenced to 2 years in prison. For our purposes, it is altogether fitting that Vrain Lucas should have had Pascal address this maxim to the boy Newton, tout homme qui en aspire pas à exiger un nom en exécuteur jamais rien de grand. 55. Such lavish forgery is unknown to science proper, but the pressure to demonstrate the truth of a theory or to produce a sensational discovery has occasionally led to the faking of scientific evidence. The biologist Paul Kammerer produced specimens of spotted salamanders designed to prove the Lamarckian thesis experimentally, was thereupon offered a chair at the University of Moscow where in 1925 the Lamarckian views of Michurin held reign, and upon proof that the specimens were fakes, attributed the fraud to a research assistant and committed suicide. 56 Most recently, the Piltdown man, that is, the skull and jaw from which his existence was inferred, has been shown, after 40 years of uneasy acceptance, to be a carefully contrived hoax. 57 Excessive concern with success in scientific work has on occasion led to the types of fraud Babbage picturesquely described as trimming and cooking. The trimmer clips off little bits here and there from observations which differ most in excess from the mean, and sticks them onto those which are too small, for the unallowable purpose of equitable adjustment. The cook makes multitudes of observations and selects only those which agree with an hypothesis, and, as Babbage says, the cook must be very unlucky if he cannot pick out 15 or 20. Which will do for serving up. This eagerness to demonstrate a thesis can, on occasion, lead even truth to be fed with cooked data, as it did for the neurotic scientist, described by Lawrence Kubai, who had proved his case, but was so driven by his anxieties that he had to bolster an already proven theorem by falsifying some quite unnecessary additional statistical data. 58. The great cultural emphasis upon recognition for original discovery can lead by gradations from these rare practices of outright fraud to more frequent practices just beyond the edge of acceptability, sometimes without the scientist's being aware that he has exceeded allowable limits. Scientists may find themselves reporting only successful experiments or results, so-called, and neglecting to report failures. Alan Gregg, that informed observer of the world of medical research, practice, and education, reports the case of the medical scientist of the greatest distinction who told me that during his graduate fellowship at one of the great English universities he encountered for the first time the idea that in scientific work one should be really honest in reporting the results of his experiments. Before that time he had always been told and had quite naturally assumed that the point was to get his observations and theories accepted by others, and published. 59 Yet, these deviant practices should be seen in perspective. What evidence there is suggests that they are extremely infrequent, and this temporary focus upon them will surely not be distorted into regarding the exceptional case as the typical. Apart from the moral integrity of scientists themselves, and this is, of course, the major basis for honesty in science, there is much in the social organization of science that provides a further compelling basis for honest work. Scientific research is typically, if not always, under the exacting scrutiny of fellow experts, involving, as it usually though not always does, the verifiability of results by others. Scientific inquiry is in effect subject to rigorous policing, to a degree perhaps unparalleled in any other field of human activity. Personal honesty is supported by the public and testable character of science. As Babbage remarked, the cook would at best procure a temporary reputation, at the expense of his permanent fame. Competition in the realm of science, intensified by the great emphasis on original and significant discoveries, may occasionally generate incentives for eclipsing rivals by illicit or dubious means. But this seldom occurs in the form of preparing fraudulent data. Instead, it appears in quite other forms of deviant behavior involving spurious claims to discovery. More concretely, it is an occasional theft rather than forgery, and more often, libel and slander rather than theft that are found on the small seamy side of science. Plagiary, fact and slander. Deviant behavior most often takes the form of occasional plagiaries and many slanderous charges or insinuations of plagiary. The historical record shows relatively few cases, and of course the record may be defective, in which one scientist actually pilfered another. We are assured that in the Mécanique Céleste, until then, outranked only by Newton's Principia, theorems and formulae are appropriated wholesale without acknowledgement by Laplace. 60 Or, to take a marginal case, Sir Everard Home, the distinguished English surgeon who was appointed custodian of the unpublished papers of his even more distinguished brother-in-law, John Hunter, published 116 papers of uncertain origin in the Philosophical Transactions after Hunter's death, and burned Hunter's manuscripts, an action greatly criticized by knowledgeable and suspicious contemporaries. 61 It is true also that Robert Boyle, not impressed by the thought that theft of his ideas might be a high tribute to his talent, was in 1688 driven to the desperate expedient of printing an advertisement about the loss of many of his writings, later describing the theft of his work and reporting that he would from then on write only on loose sheets, in the hope that these would tempt thieves less than bulky packets, and going on to say that he was resolved to send his writings to press without extensive revision in order to avoid prolonged delays. 62 But even with such cases of larceny on the grand scale, the aggregate of demonstrable theft in modern science is not large. What does loom large is the repeated practice of charging others with pilfering scientific ideas. Falsely accused of plagiarizing Harvey in physiology, Snell in optics, and Harriot and Fermat in geometry, Descartes in turn accuses Hobbes and the teenage Pascal of plagiarizing him. 63 To maintain his property, Descartes implores his friend Mersenne, I also beg you to tell him Hobbes as little as possible about what you know of my unpublished opinions, for if I'm not greatly mistaken, he is a man who is seeking to acquire a reputation at my expense and through shady practices. 64 All unknowing that the serene and unambitious Gauss had long since discovered the method of least squares, Legendre, himself a man of the highest character and scrupulously fair, practically accuses Gauss of having filched the idea from him and complains that Gauss, already so well stocked with momentous discoveries, might at least have had the decency not to adopt his brainchild. 65 At times, the rival rouse concern with priority can go so far as to set, not the Egyptians against the Egyptians, but brother against brother, as in the case of the great 18th-century mathematicians, the brothers Jacob and Johannes Bernoulli, who repeatedly and bitterly attacked one another's claims to priority. Johannes improved on this by throwing his own son out of the house for having won a prize from the French Academy on which he himself had had his eye. 66. Or to turn to our own province, Comte, tormented by the suggestion that his law of 3 stages had really been originated by Saint Simon, denounces his one-time master and describes him as a superficial and a depraved charlatan. 67. Again, to take Freud's own paraphrase, Janet claims that everything good in psychoanalysis repeats, with slight modifications, the views of Janet, everything else in psychoanalysis being bad. 68. Freud refuses to lock horns with Janet in what he describes as gladiator fights in front of the noble mob, but some years later, his disciple, Ernest Jones, reports that at a London Congress he has put an end to Janet's pretensions, and Freud applauds him in a letter that urges him to strike while the iron is hot, in the interests of fair play. 69. So the almost changeless pattern repeats itself. 2 or more scientists quietly announce a discovery. Since it is often the case that these are truly independent discoveries, with each scientist having separately exhibited originality of mind, the process is sometimes stabilized at that point, with due credit to both, as in the instance of Darwin and Wallace. But since the situation is often ambiguous with the role of each not easy to demonstrate, and since each knows that he had himself arrived at the discovery, and since the institutionalized stakes of reputation are high and the joy of discovery immense, this is often not a stable solution. One or another of the discoverers, or frequently, his colleagues or fellow nationals, suggests that he rather than his rival was really first, and that the independence of the rival is at least unproved. Then begins the familiar deterioration of standards governing conflictful interaction. The other side, grouping its forces, counters with the opinion that plagiary had indeed occurred, that let him whom the shoe fits wear it, and furthermore, to make matters quite clear, the shoe is on the other foot. Reinforced by group loyalties and often by chauvinism, the controversy gains force, mutual recriminations of plagiary abound, and there develops an atmosphere of thoroughgoing hostility and mutual distrust. On some occasions, this can lead to outright deceit in order to buttress valid claims, as with Newton in his controversy with Leibniz over the invention of the calculus. When the Royal Society finally established a committee to adjudicate the rival claims, Newton, who was then president of the Royal Society, packed the committee, helped direct its activities, anonymously wrote the preface for the second published report. The draft is in his handwriting, and included in that preface a disarming reference to the old legal maxim that no one is a proper witness for himself, and that he would be an iniquitous judge, and would crush underfoot the laws of all the people, who would admit anyone as a lawful witness in his own cause. 70. We can gauge the immense pressures for self-vindication that must have operated for such a man as Newton to have adopted these means for defense of his valid claims. It was not because Newton was so weak, but because the institutionalized values were so strong that he was driven to such lengths. This interplay of offensive and defensive maneuvers, no doubt students of the theory of games can recast it more rigorously, thus gives further emphasis to priority. Scientists try to exonerate themselves in advance from possible charges of filching by going to great lengths to establish their priority of discovery. Often this kind of anticipatory defense produces the very result it was designed to avoid by inviting others to show that prior announcement or publication need not mean there was no plagiary. The effort to safeguard priority and to have proof of one's integrity has led to a variety of institutional arrangements designed to cope with this strain on the system of rewards. In the 17th century, for example, and even as late as the 19th, discoveries were sometimes reported in the form of anagrams, as with Galileo's triple star of Saturn and Hooke's law of tension, for the double purpose of establishing priority of conception and of yet not putting rivals onto one's original ideas, until they had been further worked out. 71. Then, as now, complex ideas were quickly published in abstracts, as when Halley urged Newton to do so in order to secure his invention to himself till such time as he would be at leisure to publish it. 72. There is also the long-standing practice of depositing sealed and dated manuscripts with scientific academies in order to protect both priority and idea. 73 Scientific journals often reprint the date on which the manuscript of a published article was received, thus serving, even apart from such intent, to register the time it first came to notice. Numerous personal expedients have been developed. For example, letters detailing one's own ideas are sent off to a potential rival, thus disarming him. Preliminary and confidential reports are circulated among a chosen few. Personal records of research are meticulously dated, as by Kelvin. Finally, it has often been suggested that the functional equivalent of a patent office be established in science to adjudicate rival claims to priority. 74 In prolonged and yet overly quick summary, these are some of the forms of deviance invited by the institutional emphasis on priority and some of the institutional expedients devised to reduce the frequency of these deviations. But as we would expect from the theory of alternative responses to excessively emphasized goals, other forms of behavior, verging toward deviance though still well within the tacit rules and not as subject to moral disapproval as the foregoing, have also made their appearance. Alternative responses to emphasis on originality. The large majority of scientists, like the large majority of artists, writers, doctors, bankers, and bookkeepers, have little prospect of great and decisive originality. For most of us artisans of research, getting things into print becomes a symbolic equivalent to making a significant discovery. Nor could science advance without the great unending flow of papers reporting careful investigations, even if these are routine rather than distinctly original. The indispensable reporting of research can, however, become converted into an itch to publish that, in turn, becomes aggravated by the tendency, in many academic institutions, to transform the sheer number of publications into a ritualized measure of scientific or scholarly accomplishment. 75. The urge to publish is given a further push by the moral imperative of science to make one's work known to others. It is the obverse to the culturally repudiated practice of jealously hoarding scientific knowledge for oneself. As Priestley liked to say, whenever he discovered a new fact in science, he instantly proclaimed it to the world, in order that other minds might be employed upon it besides his own. 76. Indeed, John Aubrey, that 17th-century master of the thumbnail biography and member of the Royal Society, could extend the moral imperative for communication of knowledge to justify even plagiary if the original author will not put his ideas into print. In his view, it was better to have scientific goods stolen and circulated than to have them lost entirely. 77. To this point, and I provide comfort by reporting that the end of the paper is in sight, we have examined types of deviant responses to the institutional emphasis on priority that are active responses: the fabrication of data, aggressive self-assertion, the denouncing of rivals, plagiary, and charges of plagiary. Other scientists have responded to the same pressures passively, or at least by internalizing their aggressions and directing them against themselves. 78. Since these passive responses, unlike the active ones, are private and often not publicly observable, they seldom enter the historical record. This need not mean, of course, that passive withdrawal from the competition for originality in science is infrequent. It might simply mean that the men responding in this fashion do not come to public notice, unless they do so after their accomplishments have qualified them for the pages of history. Chief among these passive deviant responses is what I have described, on occasion, as retreatism, the abandoning of the once esteemed cultural goal of originality and of practices directed toward reaching that goal. In such instances, the scientist withdraws from the field of inquiry, either by giving up science altogether or by confining himself to some alternative role in it, such as teaching or administration. This does not say, of course, that teaching and administration do not have their own attractions, or that they are less significant than inquiry. I refer here only to the scientists who reluctantly abandon their research because it does not measure up to their own standards of excellence. A few historical instances of such retreatism must stand in place of more. The 19th-century physicist W. Aderston, his classic paper on molecular velocity having been rejected by the Royal Society as nothing but nonsense, becomes hopelessly discouraged and leaves science altogether. 79 Deeply disappointed by the lack of response to his historic papers on heredity, Mendel refuses to publish the now permanently lost results of his further research and, after becoming abbot of his monastery, gives up his research on heredity. 80 Robert Meyer, tormented by refusals to grant him priority for the principle of conservation of energy, tries a suicide map from a third-story window and succeeds only in breaking his legs and being straight-jacketed, for a time, in an insane asylum. 81 Perhaps the most telling instance of retreatism in mathematics is that of János Bolyai, inventor of one of the non-Euclidean geometries. The young Bolyai tries to obey his mathematician father who, out of the bitter fruits of his own experience, warns his son to give up any effort to prove the postulate on parallels or, as his father more picturesquely put it, to detest it just as much as lewd intercourse. It can deprive you of all your leisure, your health, your rest, and the whole happiness of your life. He dutifully becomes an army officer instead, but his demon does not permit the 21-year-old Bolyai to leave the postulate alone. After years of work, he develops his geometry, sends the manuscript to his father who in turn transmits it to Gauss, the prince of mathematicians, for a magisterial opinion. Gauss sees in the work proof of authentic genius, writes the elder Bolyai so, and adds, in all truth, that he cannot express his enthusiasm as fully as he would like, for to praise it, would be to praise myself. Indeed, the whole contents of the work, the path taken by your son, the results to which he is led, coincide almost entirely with my meditations, which have occupied my mind partly for the last 30 or 35 years. I am very glad that it is just the son of my old friend, who takes the precedence of me in such a remarkable manner. Delighted by this accolade, the elder Bolyai sends the letter to his son, innocently saying that it is very satisfactory and redounds to the honor of our country and our nation. Young Bolyai reads the letter, but has no eye for the statements which say that his ideas are sound, that in the judgment of the incomparable Gauss he is blessed with genius. He sees only that Gauss has anticipated him. For a time, he believes that his father must have previously confided his ideas to Gauss who had thereupon made them his own. 82 His priority lost, and, with the further blow, years later, of coming upon Lobachevsky's non-Euclidean geometry, he never again publishes any work in mathematics. 83 Apart from historical cases of notable scientists retreating from the field after denial of the recognition owing them, there are many contemporary cases that come to the notice of psychiatrists rather than historians. Since Lawrence Kubai is almost alone among psychiatrists to have described these in print, I shall draw upon his pertinent account of the maladaptations of scientists suffering from an unquenched thirst for original discovery and ensuing praise. When the scientist's aspirations become too lofty to be realized, the result sometimes is apathy, imbued with fantasy. In Kubai's words, the young scientist may dwell for years in secret contemplation of his own unspoken hope of making great scientific discoveries. As time goes on, his silence begins to frighten him, and in the effort to master his fear, he may build up a secret feeling that his very silence is august, and that once he is ready to reveal his theories, they will shake the world. Thus a secret megalomania can hide among the ambitions of the young research worker. 84 Perhaps most stressful of all is the situation in which the recognition accorded the scientist is not proportioned to his industry or even to the merit of his work. He may find himself serving primarily to remove obstacles to fundamental discoveries by others. His negative experiments clear the road for the steady advance of science, but at the same time they clear the road for the more glamorous successes of other scientists, who may have used no greater intelligence, skill, or devotion, perhaps even less. 85. Like other men, scientists become disturbed by the pan-human problem of evil, in which the fortunes of men seem to bear practically no relation to their merits and efforts. 86. Kubai hazards some further observations that read almost as if they were describing the behavior of delinquents in response to a condition of relative anomie. Success or failure, whether in specific investigations or in an entire career, may be almost accidental, with chance a major factor in determining not what is discovered, but when and by whom. Yet young students are not warned that their future success may be determined by forces which are outside their own creative capacity or their willingness to work hard. 87 As a result of all this, Kubai suspects the emergence of what he calls a new psychosocial ailment among scientists which may not be wholly unrelated to the gangster tradition of dead-end kids. Are we witnessing the development of a generation of hardened, cynical, amoral, embittered, disillusioned young scientists? Lacking the evidence, this had best be left as a rhetorical question. But the import of the question needs comment. In Social Structure and Anatomy, I have set out diagnoses of the ways in which a culture giving emphasis to aspirations for all, aspirations which cannot be realized by many, exerts a pressure for deviant behavior and for cynicism, for rejection of the reigning moralities and the rules of the game. We see here the possibility that the same pressures may in some degree be at work in the institution of science. But even though the pressures are severe, they need not produce much deviant behavior. There are great differences between the social structure of science and other social structures in which deviance is frequent. Among other things, the institution of science continues to have an abiding emphasis on other values that curb the culturally induced tendency toward deviation, an emphasis on the value of truth by whomsoever it is found, and a commitment to the disinterested pursuit of truth. Simply because we have focused on the deviant behavior of scientists, we should not forget how relatively rare this is. Only a few try to gain reputation by means that will lose them repute. Functions and dysfunctions of emphasis on priority. It has sometimes been said that the emphasis upon recognition of priority has the function of motivating scientists to make discoveries. For example, Sir Frederick Banting, the major figure in the discovery of insulin therapy for diabetes, was long disturbed by the conviction that the chief of his department had been given too much credit for what he had contributed to the discovery. Time and again, Banting returned to the importance of allocating due credit for a discovery. It makes research men, he said. It stimulates the individuality and develops personality. Our religion, our moral fabric, our very basis of life are centered round the idea of reward. It is not abnormal therefore that the research man should desire the kudos of his own work and his own idea. If this is taken away from him, the greatest stimulant for work is withdrawn. 88. From this, it would seem that the institutional emphasis is maintained with an eye to its functional utility. But as I have tried to show, the emphasis upon priority is often not confined within functional limits. Once it becomes established, forces of rival rouse interaction lead it to get out of hand. Recognition of priority, operating to reward those who advance science materially by being the first to make a significant discovery, becomes a sentiment in its own right. Rationalized as a means of providing incentives for original work and as expressing esteem for those who have done much to advance science, it becomes transformed into an end in itself. It becomes stepped up to a dysfunctional extreme far beyond the limits of utility. 89 It can even reach the revealing extreme where, for example, the permanent secretary of the French Academy of Sciences, Francois Arago, could exclaim, apropos of the controversy involving Cavendish and Watt, that to describe discoveries as having been made about the same time proves nothing. Questions as to priority may depend on weeks, on days, on hours, on minutes. 90. When the criteria of priority become as finely discriminated as this, and Arago only put in words what many others have expressed in behavior, then priority has lost all functional significance. For when two scientists independently make the same discovery months or weeks apart, to say nothing of days or hours, it can scarcely be thought that one has exhibited greater originality than the other, or that the short interim that separates them can be used to speed up the rate of scientific development. Conclusion. The interpretation I have tried to develop here is not, I am happy to say, a new one. Nor do I consider it fully established and beyond debate. After mind. They consider themselves as under the notice of the public, to which every ingenious person labors to approve himself. A love of fame and a laudable ambition allure him with the most powerful charms. These passions have, in all ages, fired the souls of heroes, of patriots, of lovers of science, have made them renowned in war, eminent in government and peace, justly celebrated for the improvement of polite and useful knowledge. In effect, other-directedness can be functional to the society, providing that the criteria of judgment by others are sound. See John Morgan, A Discourse upon the Institution of Medical Schools in America, 1765, photo offset reprint of first edition, Baltimore, The Johns Hopkins Press, 1937, pages 59 to 60. 89. 4 suggestive observations on the process of stepping up patterns to unanticipated extremities, a process which he called perseveration. C. W. I. Thomas, Primitive Behavior, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1937, p. 9 and Passim. See also, Merton, Social Theory and Social Structure, pages 199 ff. As I have tried to show in this paper, science has experienced the stepping up of functional norms to an extreme at which they become dysfunctional to the workings of the institution. All, neither under the laws of logic nor under the laws of any other realm, must one become permanently wed to an hypothesis simply because one has tentatively embraced it. But the interpretation does seem to account for some of the otherwise puzzling aspects of conflicts over priority in science, and it is closely bound to a body of sociological theory. In short review, the interpretation is this: like other social institutions, the institution of science has its characteristic values, norms, and organization. Among these, the emphasis on the value of originality has a self-evident rationale, for it is originality that does much to advance science. Like other institutions also, science has its system of allocating rewards for performance of roles. These rewards are largely honorific, since even today, when science is largely professionalized, the pursuit of science is culturally defined as being primarily a disinterested search for truth and only secondarily a means of earning a livelihood. In line with the value emphasis, rewards are to be meted out in accord with the measure of accomplishment. When the institution operates effectively, the augmenting of knowledge and the augmenting of personal fame go hand in hand. The institutional goal and the personal reward are tied together. But these institutional values have the defects of their qualities. The institution can get partly out of control, as the emphasis upon originality and its recognition is stepped up. The more thoroughly scientists ascribe an unlimited value to originality, the more they are in this sense dedicated to the advancement of knowledge, the greater is their involvement in the successful outcome of inquiry and their emotional vulnerability to failure. Against this cultural and social background, one can begin to glimpse the sources, other than idiosyncratic ones, of the misbehavior of individual scientists. The culture of science is, in this measure, pathogenic. It can lead scientists to develop an extreme concern with recognition, which is in turn the validation by peers of the worth of their work. Contentiousness, self-assertive claims, secretiveness lest one be forestalled, reporting only the data that support an hypothesis, false charges of plagiarism, even the occasional theft of ideas and, in rare cases, the fabrication of data, all these have appeared in the history of science and can be thought of as deviant behavior in response to a discrepancy between the enormous emphasis in the culture of science upon original discovery and the actual difficulty many scientists experience in making an original discovery. In this situation of stress, all manner of adaptive behaviors are called into play, some of these being far beyond the mores of science. All this can be put more generally. We have heard much in recent years about the dangers brought about by emphasis on the relativity of values, about the precarious condition of a society in which men do not believe in values deeply enough and do not feel strongly enough about what they 324 do believe. If there is a lesson to be learned from this review of some consequences of a belief in the absolute importance of originality, perhaps it is the old lesson that unrestricted belief in absolutes has its dangers too. It can produce the kind of fanatic zeal in which anything goes. In its way, the absolutizing of values can be just as damaging as the decay of values to the life of men in society. 91. 15 Behavior Patterns of Scientists. 1968. The history of science indelibly records 1953 as the year in which the structure of the DNA molecule was discovered. But it is 1968 that will probably emerge as the year of the double helix in the history that treats the behavior of scientists, for James Watson's deeply personal account of that discovery, now in its 9th printing, has evidently seized the public imagination. Widely and diversely reviewed in journals of science and parascience, it has been discussed in scores of monthlies, weeklies, and daily newspapers, from the London Times to the Erie, Pennsylvania, Times, from the Village Voice to the Wall Street Journal, which, aptly enough, manages to give a faintly financial slant to the book, concluding that Watson, in the long run, may have done science a favor. In these days when the public is asked to allocate billions for scientific research, it's of some comfort to know that the spenders are human. To judge from the popular reviews, that indeed was taken to be the essential message of the book: scientists are human, after all. This phrasing, it turns out, does not mean that scientists can be assigned at long last to the species Homo sapiens. Many Americans and some Englishmen were apparently prepared to entertain that serviceable hypothesis even before the appearance of the double helix. Evidently, what is meant by the Watson-induced thought that scientists too are human is that scientists are all too human, that, in the succinct, jaundiced words of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, they can be boastful, jealous, garrulous, violent, and even stupid. What, then, are the stories Watson tells about the social and intellectual interactions that entered into the discovery, stories eliciting the popular response that scientists are all too human? Above all else, he tells of the race for priority, a close awareness of the champion rival who must be defeated in this contest of minds, a driving insistence on getting needed data from sometimes reluctant, sometimes inadvertent collaborators, a competition for specific discoveries over the years between the Cavendish and Caltech, an allegedly English sense of private domains for scientific investigation that bear no poaching signs, an express ambition for that ultimate symbol of accomplishment, the Nobel. He tells, too, about alternating periods of intense thought and almost calculated idleness, while the gestation of ideas pursues its course, about false starts and errors of inference, about quickly getting up needed scientific knowledge despite an impressive inventory of initial ignorance, about the complementarity of talents, skills, and character structure of the symbiotic collaborators, about an unfailing sense for the key problem, and an intuitive and stubbornly maintained imagery of the nature of its solution, together with the implications as these were expressed in that masterstroke of calculated understatement wrought by Francis Crick. It has not escaped our notice that the pairing we have postulated immediately suggests a possible copying mechanism for the genetic material. The stories detailed in the double helix have evidently gone far to dispel a popular mythology about the complex behavior of scientists. That this response should have occurred among the public at large is not surprising. Embodying as they do some of the prime values of world civilization, scientists have long been placed on pedestals where they may have no wish to be perched, not, at least, the more thoughtful among them. In part, too, the imagery of scientists moving coolly, methodically, and unerringly to the results they report may stem from the etiquette that governs the writing of scientific papers. This etiquette, as we know, requires them to be works of vast expurgation, stripping the complex events and behaviors that culminated in the report of everything except their cognitive substance. Compare only the lean, taut, almost laconic, 900-word article that appeared in Nature that momentous April in 1953 with the tangled web of events reported in Watson's 40,000-word account of the same discovery. The sense of popular revelation upon learning that scientists are actually human testifies, then, to the prevalence of an earlier belief to the contrary. Ironically enough, that older mythology now threatens to be displaced by a somewhat new variant, expressed in responses to the Watson memoir by scientists and humanists alike. I use the term mythology in its decidedly untechnical sense to denote a set of ill-founded beliefs held uncritically by an interested group. The new variant has several interrelated components. The patterns of motives and behavior set out in Watson's irreverent, naturalistic narrative are held to be distinctive of the newest era of science, staffed by a new kind of scientist and one that could hardly have been thought of before science became a mass occupation. Only in our highly competitive age, allegedly, are appreciable numbers of scientists concerned to scoop others at work in the field and so to gain recognition for their accomplishments. As another scientist reviewer, Jerome Letvin, sees it, part of what Watson reports expresses no more than the general opportunism that is the hallmark of modern competitive science, a statement in which the governing phrase is modern competitive science. And in still another version this one the response of a humanist to the double helix it is suggested, with unconcealed reluctance, that a keenness of early recognition may even be, these days, as essential to discovery as intelligence. Science, like all other activities now again, I accent the temporal qualifier dash is crowded and accelerated. There is no sitting alone anymore and letting apples fall down. All apart from Watson's provocative book, some scientists have contrasted what they remember as the comparatively quiet times of science before the Second World War or thereabouts with the intensely competitive situation today. Hans Gaffron, in one nostalgic and admirably succinct example, writes, "The student now, in 1970, finds it difficult to believe that, at least with many of us in the 1920s, there was never the thought of having to hurry, or of having to publish results prematurely and more than once lest they be overlooked or taken over in their entirety by somebody else. Even important discoveries were left for a year or two in the hands of a man with whom they originated so that he could develop them according to his means and abilities. We used to say, an apple already bitten into is not very attractive. The man who had the first bite was expected to keep and eat his apple. But then more and more people appeared on the scene who felt no compunction to bite into every apple within reach and then often drop it just as quickly. It was considered very bad manners, but they were the men of the future. The phenomenal increase in the number of people whose work brings them in contact with scientific investigations has changed not only the image of the average scientist but also his motives and relationship with his colleagues. The latter are not fellows working in neighboring fields their fields but all too often are direct competitors engaged in simultaneous, absolutely identical, experiments. Not only has the ruthlessness of accomplished business techniques invaded the areas where industrial exploitation overlaps research, but this kind of behavior is no longer considered alien to science. There is a certain plausibility to this view that the mores of science and the behavior of scientists must surely have changed in the recent past. For plainly, all the basic demographic, social, economic, political, and organizational parameters of science have acquired dramatically new values. The size of the population of working scientists has increased exponentially from the scattered hundreds 3 centuries ago to the 100 or more myriads today. The time of the amateur is long since past, scientists are now professionals all, their work providing them with a livelihood and, for some, a not altogether impoverished one. The social organization of scientific inquiry has greatly changed, with collaboration and research teams the order of the day. As just another pale reflection of this changed organization of scientific inquiry, each decade registers more and more multi-authored articles in decided contrast to the almost unchanging character of single-authored papers in the humanities. The monumental budgets assigned to science, although never large enough, as all of us know, are orders of magnitude greater than the straitened budgets of only a few generations ago, to say nothing of the immense contrast with those of the more remote past. The vast increase in numbers of scientists and in funds for science practically dictates the exponential increase in the quantity of published research. As science has become more institutionalized, it has also become more intimately interrelated with the other institutions of society. Science-based technologies and the partial diffusion of a scientific outlook have become great social forces that move our history and greatly affect the relations obtaining between the nations of the world. Scientists do not, of course, make the major political decisions, but they now affect them significantly. The Szilard-Einstein letter to President Roosevelt, for example, would be described by some as one of the most consequential communications in recorded history, although evidence now indicates that work on the atomic bomb would have been pushed forward in any case. But there is no need to continue with this truncated list of particulars in which science today so conspicuously departs from the science of an earlier time. With all these profound changes, as any sociologist is apt to tell you if you give him half a chance, there must also be a new ethos of science abroad, a new set of values and institutionally patterned motives. And, as I have noted, practicing scientists in biology and physics and chemistry have indeed suggested that we now have a new breed of scientists, actuated by new motives, oriented to the main chance, and gravely agitated by failures to achieve. Like other men, scientists become disturbed by the pan-human problem of evil, in which, to assume the language of Gilbert Murray, the fortunes of men seem to bear practically no relation to their merits and efforts. Without at all adopting the new mythology of science, the psychiatrist Lawrence Kubai asks, are we witnessing the development of a generation of hardened, cynical, amoral, embittered, disillusioned young scientists? The question is not unrelated to the new mythology which maintains that behavior of the kind candidly described by Watson is something new to our time, and so, we must suppose, altogether alien to the earlier, heroic age of science, say, the 17th century. It is an intriguing and, as I have said, not altogether implausible thought, one that the rest of this paper is designed to examine. And here I must interrupt these introductory observations with a personal confession. It was just 30 years ago that I suggested, in a footnote tucked away in a monograph on science in 17th century England, that the race for priority might constitute a strategic subject for study and might provide clues to ways in which the institution of science shapes the motives, passions, and social relations of scientists. So far as I can tell, the youthful author of that footnote proved to be its only reader. At any rate, no one, not even he, hearkened to the muted clarion call. Some 10 years ago, when addressing a captive audience of 1,000 sociologists, I tried to make amends for this lapse of 2 decades and examined the import of priority races for an understanding of both the institution of science and the behavior of scientists. In more recent years, my colleagues at Columbia and I have examined these implications in a series of investigations. In what follows, I shall draw mercilessly upon these inquiries. Now to return to the belief system that regards the rough and tumble of contest and competition in science as peculiar to our own deteriorating times, that treats such contest as inevitably self-aggrandizing and takes the drive to be first in reaching a discovery as necessarily displacing that relish of knowledge, of which John Locke spoke, as doing away with intrinsic joy in discovery or pleasure in the beauty of a powerful simplifying idea. As with most mythologies, this one is not altogether out of touch with the world of everyday experience. Although it may have surprised the outsider, Watson's unabashed report on the race for priority scarcely came as news to his fellow scientists. They know from hard-won experience that multiple independent discoveries at about the same time constitute one of their occupational hazards. They not only know it, but often act on that premise. That the consequent rush to achieve priority is common in our time hardly needs documentation. The evidence is there on every side. A few years before Watson reached his much wider audience, Arthur Shallow casually noted in the public prints that Charles Townes and he had been in a hurry, of course. We feared that it might be only a matter of time before others would come up with the same idea. So we decided to publish before building a working model. Subsequently, Theodore Maiman won the frantic race between many experimenters to build the first laser. Our theory was verified. Townes had ample biographical reason to be in a hurry. After all, in the early 1950s, he had been involved in that five-fold independent discovery of the maser, along with Willis Lamb, Joseph Weber, Nikolai Bosov, and Alexander Prokhorov. The contemporary annals of science are peppered with cases of scientists spurred on to more intense effort by the knowledge that others were on much the same track. Harriet Zuckerman's interviews with Nobel laureates find many of them testifying, in the words of one of them, that it was bound to happen soon. Had I not done it? It was there, waiting for somebody. probably at the Rockefeller Institute. Or to come from the moving frontiers of science to its interior regions, Warren Hagstrom found that 2/3 of a sample of some 1,400 scientists had been anticipated by others in their own contributions, a good number of these on more than one occasion. And, if there were need of any further sign that contemporary scientists are often engaged in the race for priority, we need only turn to the periodic editorials by Samuel Goudsmit in the Physical Review Letters, where he notes the drive for quick publication to ensure priority, sometimes at the expense of physicists working along the same lines who want to do a more complete job before publishing their findings. Some of his editorials are touched with anguish as he reviews expedients adopted by physicists seeking publication in the letters in order to scoop a competitor who has already submitted a full article, or by some who use the newspapers for the first announcement of their findings or ideas. Changes in the social structure of science appear to have counteracting effects on this form of competition, some serving to intensify it, others to dampen it. The exponential increase in the number of scientists has been accompanied by more and more specialization in research, quite along the lines of both Spence-Ryan and Durkheimian theories of role differentiation. Although the process of differentiation has reduced the numbers of those engaged in direct competition for discovery in a given narrow field, it has probably intensified rivalry by increasing awareness of the work going forward elsewhere on the same problem. The young Watson's candid account of his abiding sense that the great Pauling might get there first exemplifies this to the full. Various differences in the intellectual and social structure of scientific specialties probably affect the extent and intensity of competition for discovery within them. The various fields can be thought of as differing in their population density of scientists. This refers not to the obvious differences in the absolute numbers of scientists at work in this or that discipline or specialty. Population density refers rather to the numbers at work in relation to the significant problematics of the field, so that some fields are more crowded than others in the sense that many workers are focusing on the same problems. In such specialties, competition tends to be particularly intense and the tensions generated by the race for priority greater. And, as always with intense direct competition, this may elicit competitive behaviors that evade if they do not actually violate the norms of science. Thus, we find editorials in the Physical Review Letters like one asserting that the letters on experimental high-energy physics are getting out of hand. The competition in this branch of physics is so fierce that speedy publication is requested even for unimportant contributions and unfinished work. In the workshop vernacular of many scientists, these highly competitive fields are hot fields and deal with hot subjects. The decisive characteristic of a hot field seems to be its high rate of significant discoveries, and, possibly, a lower ratio of routine to highly consequential ideas and findings. Thus, as an interested observer, Alvin Weinberg could write of one such hot field that hardly a month goes by without a stunning success in molecular biology being reported in the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Hot fields are not only more active than cold ones, but their results are taken to have implications that reach well beyond the borders of the specialty. They tend, at least for a time, to attract larger proportions of talented scientists who have an eye for the jugular, concerned to work on highly consequential problems rather than ones of less import. Hot fields also have a high rate of immigration and a low rate of emigration, again until they show signs of cooling off. Levels of interaction between workers in the hot field, particularly at the leading edge, are unusually high. Access to informal channels of communication may intensify rivalry but reduce anxiety, since workers in the field need not speculate about how rivals are faring or what new developments are underway. Kinds and degrees of competition differ not only among specialties but probably, also, among the various prestige strata of scientists within all fields. Races for priority in finding solutions to deep and consequential problems amongst the frontiersmen of science tend to differ from the kind of competition occurring in the much larger middle and journeyman ranks. Working at the leading edge of a field, even one which happens not to be advancing at a rapid rate, usually means having readier access to what is going on in it. It thus enables leading scientists to know their chief competitors as rivals. Among the middle and lower ranks, this shades off toward more impersonal competition. These scientists often do not know who else is engaged in similar work, and this lack of information generates its own brand of pressures and anxieties. Competition is less often experienced as a sportive, though often intense, personal rivalry. It tends to become a diffuse pressure to publish quickly in order not to be preempted by unknown others. This is not to suggest that the tensions of competition are uniformly greater at the frontiers of a science than in its interior regions. The concern with being preempted is relative and not necessarily correlated to the intellectual significance of the work in hand. So, too, anxiety is relative to levels of aspiration and attainment, and can be just as intense, or even more so, for seemingly small stakes as large ones. The rapid growth of scientific research on the large scale has affected the mode of competition in yet another way. Zuckerman notes that as the social organization of scientific work becomes more complex, more often collaborative and sometimes intricately organized, the visibility of individual role performance is reduced. This creates its own variety of tensions in science. The institution of science has long worked in such a way as to reward scientists by having knowledgeable peers grant them recognition for their distinctive contributions. Scientists have correspondingly developed a passion for eponymity rather than anonymity. But a side effect of large-scale research, with its often sizable teams of workers, is a kind of anonymity for its members. Thus, the editor of Physical Review Letters reports the difficulty of assigning credit to individual scientists for their contributions and refers, as a limiting case in point, to a letter with, as byline, the names of 3 institutes. The participating physicists are not mentioned, not even in a footnote. In this same issue, we publish another letter on the identical subject, but this letter gives the names of 17 authors from 2 institutions. From these and from previous multiple author papers it becomes clear that in such cases the role of the individual researcher is almost impossible to evaluate. The growth of teamwork not only makes problematic the recognition of individual contributions by others, it also makes problematic the evaluation of contributions by themselves. To this extent, the changing organization of research may make for estrangement of scientific workers from the scientific inquiry in which they have taken part, after the fashion observed for complex division of labor by Adam Smith, Hegel, and Marx. The problem of establishing a public identity in science becomes further complicated by exponential growth in the volume of publication. For a published work to become a genuine contribution to science, it must, of course, be visible enough to be utilized by others. Contributions of the first class may be just as visible today as in times of less voluminous publication, since the system of having papers submitted to journals judged and screened by referees, with all its imperfections, generally operates to identify them. But less consequential though useful contributions may now be more often lost to view, and who is to assess the effects of this on the advancement of science? Under these circumstances, the concern with establishing priority of conception may become deepened for large numbers of research scientists. The threatened absence of a public identity in science may also heighten the competition to publish in journals of high prestige where visibility is greater than in the less regarded and less widely read journals. The public response to the Watson personal memoir seldom considered that scientists vary greatly in their attitudes toward competition. Some revel in it, others shun it. For some, it is stimulus, for others, annoyance or threat. Some enjoy the tension of the race, others prefer the tranquility of virtually no competition at all. Freud, for example, wrote nostalgically about the early days of psychoanalysis when, thoroughly neglected, he could enjoy a splendid isolation in which there was nothing to hustle me. My publications, which I was able to place with a little trouble, could always lag far behind my knowledge and could be postponed as long as I pleased, since there was no doubtful priority to be defended. In the same vein, Jacques Hadamard reported that he was primarily attracted by problems in mathematics that had been largely overlooked. And he noted that after having started a certain set of questions and seeing that several other authors had begun to follow that same line, I would drop it and investigate something else. So, too, Norbert Wiener, although he described himself as competitive, nevertheless maintained that he did not like to watch the literature day by day in order to be sure that neither Banach nor one of his Polish followers had published some important result before me. And, as a final instance, Max Planck described the initial lack of interest among his colleagues in his work as an outright boon, observing that as the significance of the concept of entropy had not yet come to be fully appreciated, nobody paid any attention to the method adopted by me, and I could work out my calculations completely at leisure, with absolute thoroughness, without fear of interference or competition. It may be these occasional domains of temporarily unpopular and unpopulated fields of inquiry that have given rise to the nostalgic and overly generalized impression that competition in science is altogether peculiar to our time. In any case, there is evidence on every side that some unknown proportions of contemporary scientists are actively engaged in trying to get there first. The fact is a commonplace. But does the fact warrant the inference, drawn in the emerging mythology, that intense competition for discovery is in a significant sense distinctive of the new era of science, with its enlarged population of scientists, its grants, prizes, and professional rewards? I think not. This component of the mythology is the result of parochial perception. It emerges from the simple expedient of not looking at what there is to see throughout the centuries of modern science. It is a mythology achieved by emasculating the history of that science. For the plain fact is, of course, that the race for priority has been frequent throughout the entire era of modern science. Moving back only a generation or so, we observe the good-natured race between Hahn and Holtwood, for example, to discover the parent of radium which Holtwood was able to find first, just as, when Hahn discovered mesothorium, Boltwood acknowledged his having been outdistanced, saying only, "I was almost there myself." There is Ramsay telegraphing Berthelot in Paris at once about his isolation of helium, writing Rayleigh to the same effect, and sending a note to the Royal Society to establish priority, just as he and Travers were to announce having nosed out Dewar in the discovery of neon. There is the forthright account by Norbert Wiener of the race between Bulligand and himself in potential theory, making Wiener aware that he must hurry, but having it end in a dead heat, since Bulligand had submitted his results to the French Academy in a sealed envelope, just a day before Wiener had gotten off a short note for publication in the Comptes Rendus. At that time, with the epical voyage to the moon just concluded, we can scarcely forget the race run by the technologist Robert Goddard, the American father of the rocket, to achieve primacy in outer space, when, after 1923, he was spurred on by the journalistic claims to priority then made by the German partisans of Hermann Oberth. To redouble his efforts and to launch his first liquid propellant rocket only 3 years later. In this respect the behavior of scientists does not much vary, transcending differences of time and national culture. Peter Kapitsa puts it all in the of-course mood as he describes the behavior of Lomonosov, the father of Russian science, saying, "No less importance was attached to priority in scientific work at that time than now." Of this, Lomonosov and his colleagues provide dramatic evidence. When the physicist Richman was killed by lightning in 1763, the Russian Academy of Sciences cancelled its general meeting, only to have Lomonosov ask that he nevertheless be given the opportunity to present his paper on electricity, lest, in his words, it lose novelty. The president of the Academy saw the point and arranged for a special meeting in order, as he explained, that Господин Lomonosov should not be late with his own new productions among scientific people in Europa, and his paper thereby be lost in electrical experiments made meanwhile. The fact is that almost all of those firmly placed in the pantheon of science, Newton, Descartes, Leibniz, Pascal or Huygens, Lister, Para. 335. De Laplace or Davy were caught up in passionate efforts to achieve priority and to have it publicly registered. Consider only a highly condensed account of how things stood with Newton. Now, I do not undertake to compare Newton and Watson in terms of their nature-given talents or their society-nurtured accomplishments. Such comparison would be not merely odious but downright foolish. But when we are told that the aggressive, prize-seeking, competitive, and path-breaking behavior of Watson is something new unleashed in the mid-20th century world of science. There is some point in examining the apposite behavior of the 17th century giant of science. One incidental similarity of bare chronology is trivial enough to require no more than passing mention. They were both in their golden years, decidedly young men. Just as Jim Watson took up the problem he made his own in his 23rd year, so we will remember, from Newton's own account, the annus mirabilis when at 23 or 24 he discovered the binomial theorem, started work toward invention of the calculus, took his first steps toward establishing the law of universal gravitation, and began his experiments on optics. Long after he had made these incomparable contributions to mathematics and physical science, Newton was still busily engaged in ensuring the luster and fame owing him. He was not merely concerned with establishing his priority but was periodically obsessed by it. He developed a corps of young mathematicians and astronomers, such as Roger Coates, David Gregory, William Whiston, John Kyle and, above all, Edmund Halley, for the energetic building of his fame, as the historian Frank Manuel has put it in his recent portrait of Isaac Newton. Newton's voluminous manuscripts contain at least 12 versions of a defense of his priority, as against Leibniz, in the invention of the calculus. Toward the end, Newton, then president of the Royal Society, appointed a committee to adjudicate the rival claims of Leibniz and himself, packed the committee with his adherents, directed its every activity, anonymously wrote the preface for the second published report on the controversy. The draft is in his handwriting and included in that preface a disarming reference to the legal adage that no one is a proper witness for himself and that he would be an iniquitous judge, and would crush underfoot the laws of all the people, who would admit anyone as a witness in his own cause. We can gauge the pressures for establishing his unique priority that must have operated for Newton to adopt such means for defense of his claims. As I shall presently suggest, this was not so much because Newton was weak as because the newly institutionalized value set upon originality in science was so great that he found himself driven to these lengths. By comparison, Watson's passing account of a priority skirmish within the Cavendish itself can only be described as tame and even-handed, almost magnanimous. That conflict largely testified to the ambiguous origins of 336 ideas generated in the course of interaction between colleagues, touched, perhaps, with a bit of cryptomnesia. For those who believe that the Watson memoir expresses a new and extreme drive for getting there first in science, the antidote will be found in reading the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society for January and February 1715, devoted almost entirely to the angry quest for priority of Newton over Leibniz. And those who consider that Watson's account converts science into an arena for spectator sport, new or peculiar to our time, have something to learn from the observation by Frank Manuel that two of the greatest geniuses of the European world, not only of their own time, but of its whole long history, had been privately belaboring each other with injurious epithets and encouraging their partisans to publish scurrilous innuendos in learned journals. In the age of reason they behaved like gladiators in a Roman circus. Here were two old bachelors, Leibniz not far from death, Newton with a decade more of life, each fighting for exclusive possession of his brainchild, the right to call the invention of the calculus his own and no one else's. It is also symbolically fitting that the man who arranged for the recognition in perpetuity of major scientific accomplishments, which are often cases of acknowledged multiple discovery or of barely established priority, should himself have been engaged in a struggle over priority of technological invention. For it happens that the Mecenas who established these prizes, Alfred Nobel himself, was deeply involved in a battle with Frederick Abel and James Dewar over the invention of smokeless nitroglycerin gunpowder. The documentation of this particular scrap fills several yards of shelves in the Nobel Foundation's archives. And it was small comfort to the agitated Nobel to have the Lord Justice, compelled on technical grounds not to find for Nobel, borrowing and adapting the aphorism made famous by Newton when he declared that it is obvious that a dwarf who has been allowed to climb up on the back of a giant, the giant being Nobel, of course can see farther than the giant himself. Nobel's frustrations and resentment over having been deprived of his intellectual property were only slightly siphoned off in his play, The Patent Bacillus, which lampooned the British court system. This sampling of historical evidence is perhaps enough to put into question the belief that science today is competitive to a degree unknown before. If there has been a change in this aspect of the ethos of science, it seems to be of quite another kind. Scientists have apparently become more fully aware that, with growing numbers at work in each special field, any discovery is apt to be made by others as well as themselves, and so are less often apt than before to assume that parallel discoveries must be borrowed ones. Eleanor Barber and I have found a secular decline during the 337 last 3 centuries in the frequency with which multiples are an occasion for intense priority conflicts. Perhaps the culture of science today is not so pathogenic as it once was. The absence of historical perspective marks another component of the new mythology of science. This one holds that quick, if not premature, publication to ensure priority is peculiar to our new breed of scientists, as witness the manuscript that went off to the editors of Nature on that fateful April 2 of 1953. Again, it will do no harm to examine this opinion from a sociological and historical perspective. Today, as yesterday, scientists are caught up in one of the many ambivalent precepts contained in the institution of science. This one requires that the scientist must be ready to make his newfound knowledge available to his peers as soon as possible, but he must avoid an undue tendency to rush into print. Compare Faraday's motto, work, finish, publish with Ehrlich's viel arbeiten, wenig publizieren. To see this in fitting historical context, we must remember that the first scientific journals confronted not an excess but a deficiency of manuscripts meriting publication. The problem did not arise merely from the small number of men at work in science. There was the further restraint that the value set upon the open disclosure of one's scientific work was far from universally accepted. From its very beginning, the Journal of Science introduced the institutional device of quick publication to motivate men of science to replace the value set upon secrecy with the value placed upon the open disclosure of the knowledge they had created, a value that, in our own time, has often acquired, through the displacement of goals, a spurious emphasis on publication for its own sake, almost irrespective of the merit of what is published. The concern with getting into print fast is scarcely confined to contemporary science. Watson fluttered the dovecots of academia, to say nothing of the wider reading public, by telling us of having joined with Crick in an enthusiastic toast to the appalling failure. Though the odds still appeared against us, Linus had not yet won his Nobel. Once again, it seems, Watson had violated the mores that govern contest behavior in science and the public disclosure of that behavior. Yet, as we have seen in the preceding chapter, how mild and restrained is this episode by comparison with judgments on contemporaries set out in public by great scientists of the heroic past. Although historical facts to the contrary are abundantly available, there emerges a new mythology that treats competitive behavior of scientists as peculiar to our own competitive age. This introduces an instructive paradox. These, indeed, are changing times in the ethos of science. But Watson's brash memoir does not testify. On this, see chapter 21 of this volume. 338. To a breakdown of once prevailing norms that call for discreet and soft-spoken comment on scientific contemporaries. A memoir such as his would have been regarded as a benign model of disciplined restraint by the turbulent scientific community of the 17th century. That it should have created the stir it did testifies that, with the institutionalization of science, the austere mores governing the public demeanor of scientists and the public evaluation of contemporaries have become more exacting rather than less. As a result, Watson's little book, so restrained in substance and so mild in tone by comparison with the caustic and sometimes venomous language of, say, Galileo or Newton, violates the sentiments of the many oriented to these more exacting mores. All of this brings us finally to the question touched off by the responses of many scientists and laymen to the Watson memoir. We are perhaps ready to see now that those responses relate to the long-standing denial that through the centuries scientists, and often the greatest among them, have been concerned with achieving and safeguarding their priority. The question is, of course, what leads to this uneasiness about acknowledging the drive for priority in science? Why the curious notion that a thirst for significant originality and for having that originality accredited by competent colleagues is depraved somewhat like a thirst for, say, bourbon and 7-Up? Or, in Freud's self-deprecatory words, that it is an unworthy and puerile motive for doing science? In one aspect, the embarrassed attitude of a Darwin or Freud toward his own interest in priority is based upon the implicit assumption that behavior is actuated by a single motive, which can then be appraised as good or bad, as noble or ignoble. It is assumed that the truly dedicated scientist must be moved only by the concern with advancing knowledge. As a result, deep interest in having his priority recognized is seen as marring his nobility of purpose as a man of science, although it might be remembered that noble once meant the widely known. There is, moreover, a germ of psychological truth in the suspicion enveloping the drive for recognition in science. Any extrinsic reward, fame, money, position is morally ambiguous and potentially subversive of culturally esteemed values. For as rewards are meted out, they can displace the original motive, concern with recognition can displace concern with advancing knowledge. An excess of incentives can produce distracting conflict. In another aspect, the ambivalence toward priority means that scientists reflect in themselves the ambivalence built into the social institution of science itself. That ambivalence also derives from the mistaken belief that concern with priority must express naked self-interest, that it is altogether self-serving. On the surface, the hunger for recognition appears as mere personal vanity, generated from within and craving satisfaction from with. 339. Out. But when we reach deeper into the institutional complex that gives added edge to that hunger, it turns out to be anything but personal, repeated as it is with slight variation by one scientist after another. Vanity, so called, is then seen as the outer face of the inner need for assurance that one's work really matters, that one has measured up to the hard standards maintained by at least some members of the community of scientists. Sometimes, of course, the desire for recognition is stepped up until it gets out of hand. It becomes a driving lust for acclaim, megalomania replaces the comfort of reassurance. But the extreme case need not be taken for the modal one. In providing apt recognition for accomplishment, the institution of science serves several functions, both for scientists and for maintenance of the institution itself. The community of science thus provides for the social validation of scientific work. In this respect, it amplifies that famous opening line of Aristotle's Metaphysics, all men by nature desire to know. Perhaps, but men of science by culture desire to know that what they know is really so. The organization of science operates as a system of institutionalized vigilance, involving competitive cooperation. It affords both commitment and reward for finding where others have erred or have stopped before tracking down the implications of their results or have passed over in their work what is there to be seen by the fresh eye of another. In such a system, scientists are at the ready to pick apart and appraise each new claim to knowledge. This unending exchange of critical judgment, of praise and punishment, is developed in science to a degree that makes the monitoring of children's behavior by their parents seem little more than child's play. Only after the originality and consequence of his work have been attested by significant others can the scientist feel reasonably confident about it. Deeply felt praise for work well done, moreover, exalts donor and recipient alike, it joins them both in symbolizing the common enterprise. That, in part, expresses the character of competitive cooperation in science. The function of reassurance by recognition has a dependable basis in the social aspects of knowledge. Few scientists have great certainty about the worth of their work. Even that psychological stalwart, T.H. Huxley, seemingly the acme of self-confidence, tells in his diary what it meant to him to be elected to the Royal Society at the age of 26, by far the youngest in his cohort. It provided him, above all, with much needed reassurance that he was on the right track, in his own language, acknowledgement of the value of what he had done. And since, like the rest of us, Huxley was occasionally inclined to doubt his own capacities and to think himself a fool, he concluded that the only use of honors is as an antidote to such fits of the Blue Devils. When he later learned that he was within an ace of receiving the Royal Medal of the Society, he did get it the next year. He went on to say, 340. What I care for is the justification which the being marked in this position gives to the course I have taken. Obstinate and self-willed as I am, there are times when grave doubts overshadow my mind, and then such testimony as this restores my self-confidence. The drive for priority is in part an effort to reassure oneself of a capacity for original thought. Thus, rather than being mutually exclusive, as the new mythology of science would have it, joy in discovery and the quest for recognition by scientific peers are stamped out of the same psychological coin. In their conjoint ways, they both express a basic commitment to the value of advancing knowledge. But authentic reassurance can be provided only by the scientists whose judgment one in some respects. As we sociologists like to put it, we each have our reference groups and individuals, whose opinions of our performance matter. Our peers and superiors in the hierarchy of accomplishment become the significant judges for us. Darwin, writing Huxley about the origin of species with awful misgivings, thought that perhaps I had deluded myself like so many have done, and I then fixed in my mind 3 judges, on whose decision I determined mentally to abide. The judges were Lyell, Hooker, and yourself. In this, Darwin was replicating the behavior of many another scientist, both before and after him. The astronomer John Flamsteed, before his vendetta with Newton, wrote that I study not for present applause. Mr. Newton's approbation is more to me than the cry of all the ignorant in the world. In almost the same language, Schrödinger writes Einstein that your approval and Planck's mean more to me than that of half the world. And a Leo Szilard or a Max Tilbreich, widely known as exceedingly tough-minded and demanding judges who, all uncompromising, will not relax their standards of judgment even to provide momentary comfort to their associates, are reference figures whose plaudits for work accomplished have a multiplier effect, influencing in turn the judgments of many another scientist. Other strategic facts show the inadequacy of treating an interest in recognition of scientific work as merely an expression of egotism. Very often, the discoverers themselves take no part in arguing their claims to the priority or significance of their contributions. Instead, their friends or other more detached scientists see the assignment of priority as a moral issue not to be scanned. For them, the assigning of all credit due is a functional requirement for the institution of science itself. After all, to protect the priority of another is only to act in accord with the norm, which has been gathering force since the time of Francis Bacon, that requires scientists to acknowledge their indebtedness to the antecedent work of others. As Capet says of his master, if anybody in publishing his work forgot to mention that the given idea was not his own, Rutherford immediately ob. 341. Jected. He saw to it in every possible way that, true priority be maintained. Or, to take perhaps the most momentous instance in our day, there is Niels Bohr, agitated by the thought that Meitner and Frisch, and for that matter, Hahn and Strassmann too, might have their priority in the splitting of the atom lost to view in the avalanche of publicity given the Columbia University experiments, going to immense pains to set the record straight, just as he was later to devote himself to the task of getting governments, and physicists too, to consider the human consequences of nuclear weapons. Chargaff is correct, I believe, in suggesting that the Watson memoir may contribute to the much-needed demythologizing of modern science. But as I have tried to suggest, to put the accent on modern science is only to displace the old myth with a new variant. In noting this, I am scarcely alone. Some practicing scientists, both before and after the double helix, have put aside the myth that competition for originality in science is alien to joy in discovery and that the drive for recognition should occasion self-contempt. Hans Selye asks his peers, why is everybody so anxious to deny that he works for recognition? All the scientists I know sufficiently well to judge, and I include myself in this group, are extremely anxious to have their work recognized and approved by others. Is it not below the dignity of an objective scientific mind to permit such a distortion of his true motives? Besides, what is there to be ashamed of? And, as though he were responding to this rhetorical question, P.B. Medower goes on to argue, in my opinion the idea that a scientist ought to be indifferent to matters of priority is simply humbug. Scientists are entitled to be proud of their accomplishments, and what accomplishments can they call theirs except the things they have done or thought of first? People who criticize scientists for wanting to enjoy the satisfaction of intellectual ownership are confusing possessiveness with pride of possession. Himself an inveterate observer of human behavior rather than only of economic numbers, Paul Samuelson also distinguishes cleanly the gold of scientific fame from the brass of popular celebrity. This is how he concludes his presidential address to fellow economists: not for us is the limelight and the applause. But that doesn't mean the game is not worth the candle or that we do not in the end win the game. In the long run, the economic scholar works for the only coin worth having, our own applause. At a time when scientists and humanists search for common understandings, it is only fitting that the practicing scientist and the practicing poet should both have perceived the deeper implications of the thrust for significant and acknowledged originality in living science. With the poet's inward eye, Robert Frost puts it so. 342. Would he mind had I had him beaten to it? Could he tell me why? Be original? Why was it so very necessary to be first of all? How about the lie? Someone else was first? He saw I was daffing. He took this from me. Still it was no laughing matter I could see. He made no reply. Of all crimes the worst is the theft of glory. Even more accursed than to rob the grave too. The history of science declares what the poet sings: a care for truth signifies a care for the truth seeker. Bacon's Problematics of Scientific Discovery. Having taken all knowledge to be his province, Francis Bacon made room even for what was to become sociology. His luminous writings include a charter for the social sciences, a proposed division between their several types, a precept guiding the inclusion of problems that might otherwise be lost to the view of social scientists, and, finally, an early, incomplete yet instructive formulation of the hypothesis to which the greater part of this paper is devoted. With the seeming artlessness of the true artist, Bacon set down in his Novum Organum what amounts to a charter for the human sciences. It may also be asked in the way of doubt rather than objection, whether I speak of natural philosophy only, or whether I mean that the other sciences, logic, ethics, and politics, should also be carried on by this method. Now I certainly mean what I have said to be understood of them all, and as the common logic, which governs by the syllogism, extends not only to natural but to all sciences, so does mine also, which proceeds by induction, embrace everything. For I form a history and tables of discovery for anger, fear, shame, and the like, for matters political, and again for the mental operations of memory, composition, and division. This is probably Aristotle's affirmation and negation, as Fowler makes plain, judgment and the rest, not less than for heat and cold, or light, or vegetation and the like. 1. Not only is Bacon prepared to encompass the human sciences in his plan, but he is careful to distinguish among them. Almost as though he were among us today exploring the differences and connections between the psychological and social sciences, he describes what he calls human philosophy or humanity as having two parts: the one considereth man segregate or distributively, the other congregate, or in society too. So much for Bacon's effort to legitimate social science at a time when its first glimmerings were evident to only a few and before its sporadic development during that century of genius. No economist, Bacon could in 1615 originate the term, if not the concept, of balance of trade, 3 in the same year in which Antoine de Montcretien christened political economy, in his Traité de l'économie politique. No psychologist, he could by anticipation appreciate the efforts, in mid-century, of Hobbes, Descartes, and Spinoza to contemplate the human passions introspectively, attending to problems of perception, sensation, imagination, and the like. No great admirer of mathematics but cognizant of the value of quantification, he could write as he did generations before the extraordinary London haberdasher John Grunt, Sir William Petty, and Gregory King could among them fashion the new political arithmetic and so initiate the serious study of demography, urban sociology, and epidemiology. Bacon did not, of course, foresee all this. Little in his time would allow him to describe social science, in the fashion Galileo described mechanics, as the very new science dealing with a very ancient subject. But his announced philosophy of investigation allowed for such a conception. In taking note of this, we need not try to fix a particular date on which the birth of the social sciences was authoritatively registered. After all, Bacon had referred, with approving comment, to beginnings of social science before his time, reminding his contemporaries, for example, that we are much beholden to Machiavel and others, that write what men do, and not what they ought to do, then adding, in that stately and incomparable Elizabethan prose from which peak we have achieved a steady decline, for it is not possible to join serpentine wisdom with the Columbine innocency, except when men know exactly all the conditions of the serpent, his baseness and going upon his belly, his volubility and lubricity, his envy and stinge, and the rest, that is, all forms and natures of evil, for without this, virtually eth open and unfenced for. And so, in what follows, but without reference to serpentine evil or Columbine good, I shall try to obey the precept of Bacon, and before him of Machiavelli, by examining some of what men of science do, not what they ought to do. Having legitimatized the social sciences, having divided them into distinct though connected disciplines, and having directed us to examine the actual and not to mistake it for the ideal, Bacon gives us counsel about the scope of inquiry, urging us to give up the childish fastidiousness that would have us examine only those things in nature and society that we find good or pleasant or otherwise attractive. You will recall this bit of advice, destined to be echoed or independently reaffirmed in the centuries since his day by many great men of science, by a Claude Bernard or a Pasteur, among the many, and for things that are mean or even filthy things which, as Pliny says, must be introduced with an apology, such things, no less than the most splendid and costly, must be admitted into natural history. Nor is natural history polluted thereby, for the sun enters the sewer no less than the palace, yet takes no pollution. And for myself, I am not raising a capital or pyramid to the pride of man, but laying a foundation for a holy temple after the model of the world. That model therefore I follow. For whatever deserves to exist deserves also to be known, for knowledge is the image of existence, and things mean and splendid exist alike. Moreover, as from certain putrid substances musk, for instance, and civet the sweetest odors are sometimes generated, so too from mean and sordid instances there sometimes emanates excellent light and information. But enough and more than enough of this, such fastidiousness being merely childish and effeminate. 5. When we consider the particular sense in which scientific discoveries can be said to come about without being dependent upon the undoubted genius of the particular scientists who are properly credited with these discoveries, or when we consider, here in passing, what I have considered elsewhere at some length, the sociological import of the frequent clashes over priority of discovery that have marked the history of science, when I examine these and related matters, far from belittling the scientists of genius who have done so much to shape the development of science, I shall only be trying to fathom their distinctive and complex role in that development. Perhaps the precept of Bacon will help us find in these matters seemingly incidental to the work of scientists, excellent light and information. After having provided us with an attitude proper to a commemorative occasion such as this one, by urging us to take up and develop the force of what the memorialized man has said rather than merely to repeat his words, after having given us a charter for the human sciences in general and having set out a useful though in the end temporary division between the primarily psychological sciences that center on man segregate and the primarily social sciences that center on man congregate, after Having urged us to examine what men do and not merely what they ought to do, and after having warned us, at our peril, not to exclude the apparently mean or trivial from the scope of investigation after he has done all this, as though it were still not enough, Francis Bacon makes my lot here an easy as well as a pleasant one by practically providing a composite text dealing with the particular subject I wish to examine. The import of a methodical investigation of singleton and multiple discoveries in science for our understanding of how science develops. Instructed by the ideas that have been developed after Bacon's time, we can piece together from his fragmentary but instructive observations, the prime ingredients of a theory of the social processes making for discovery and invention. I say piece together because these ingredients are not to be found in any one place in Bacon's writings, neatly and coherently tied up in a single bundle. In part, my reconstruction is deliberate anachronism. But in part also, it is not so much reading into Bacon as reading him entire to gain a sense of how he conceived scientific discoveries to come about. To begin with, Bacon wholly rejected the notion that in the new science, discoveries would typically appear at random, dropping down from heaven through the agency of star-touched genius. Instead, he declares that once the right path is followed, discoveries in limitless number will arise from the growing stock of knowledge. It is a process of once fitful and now steady increments in knowledge. This notion of what we should today describe as the accumulative cultural base on which science builds became one of the many Baconian ideas taken up in abundance by his sometimes overly enthusiastic disciples at mid-century. Consider only one of the more devoted of these, John Webster, who in 1654 could pleasurably refer to our learned countryman the Lord Bacon as having made it clear that every age and generation, proceeding in the same way, and upon the same principles, may daily go on with the work, to the building up of a well-grounded and lasting fabric, which indeed is the only true way for the instauration and advancement of learning and knowledge. 6. Second, Bacon holds that the individual man of science pursuing his daily labors entirely alone would at best produce small change. As he announces in the Novum Organum, the path of science is not, like that of philosophy, such that only one man can tread it at a time. Consider, he says, what may be expected from men abounding in leisure. It would be too much to ask Bacon to foresee the excessively busy life of so many present-day scientists and working in association with one another, generation after generation. Men will begin to understand their own strength only when, instead of many of them doing the same things, one shall take charge of one thing and one of another. 7. This theme, too, was repeatedly picked up in the 17th century, not least by the first historian of the Royal Society, Fat Tom Spratt, who, happily echoing Bacon, could proclaim that single labors in science are not enough to advance science significantly, rather, that it requires the joint labors of many, even to the extreme of joining them into committees, if we may use that word in a philosophical sense, and so in some measure purge it from the ill sound, which it formerly had. 8. And still in the Baconian vein, Bishop Spratt notes that social interaction among men of science facilitates originality of conception, or as he puts it less austerely, in assemblies, the wits of most men are sharper, their apprehensions readier, their thoughts fuller, than in their closets. 9. Having formulated two prerequisites for the advancement of science, the accumulating cultural base and the concerted efforts of men of science sharpening their ideas through social interaction, Bacon returns, time and again, to a third component in the social process of discovery. He tells how his proposed methods of scientific inquiry reduce the significance of the undeniably different capacities of men. You will recall the ringing passage in the Novum Organum to this effect: the course I propose for discovery of sciences is such as leaves but little to the acuteness and strength of wits, but places all wits and understandings nearly on a level. For as in the drawing of a straight line or a perfect circle, much depends on the steadiness and practice of the hand, if it be done by aim of hand only, but if with the aid or rule or compass, little or nothing, so it is exactly with my plan. To read cut of its immediate context, and out of the numerous other contexts in which Bacon expresses the same thought, this can be easily if not perversely misconstrued. it can be taken to claim that all men of science are on the same plane of capacity. It has often been so mistaken. As was the case, for example, in one of my own observations back in 1938, see chapter 11 of this volume, p. 235. What is more, it has often been held to affirm that all scientists are being reduced to the same level by the methods of science rather than being raised to a lofty level of competence. But as we know from the rest of Bacon's writings, both before and after the Novum Organum, he meant nothing of the kind. Repeatedly, he recognizes that men have various capacities, and, in his scheme of things scientific, he provides a distinctive place for each kind. That dreamt of research institute, Solomon's House, allows for all grades of ability and varieties of skills in a complex division of scientific labor. The institute includes merchants of light, who keep up with the work going on in foreign countries, in the language of today, reporters of scientific intelligence, mystery men who gather up the earlier experiments in science and the mechanical arts, in today's terms, the men who arrange for retrieval of scientific information, pioneers or miners who try new experiments, such as themselves think good, the skilled and creative experimentalists, compilers, or the lesser theorists, who examine the accumulated materials to draw inferences from them, dowrymen or benefactors who seek to apply this knowledge, men engaged in what we now call research and development, the lamps, who after divers meetings and consults of the whole number, undertake to direct new experiments, of a higher light, more penetrating into nature than the former, the experimentalist directing a series of cumulative experiments, inoculators, the technicians who execute the experiments, so directed, and report them, and finally, his interpreters of nature, who raise the former discoveries by experiments into greater observations, axioms, and aphorisms. The pure theorist. Solomon's House makes room also for the advanced students, the novices and apprentices, in order that the succession of the former employed men not fail. 11. Evidently, then, Bacon does not put all men of science on a single plane, nor does he foolishly regard them as altogether interchangeable. Rather, he emphasizes his belief that methodical procedures make for greater reliability in the work of science. Once a scientific problem has been defined, profound individual differences among scientists will affect the likelihood of reaching a solution, but the scale of differences in outcome is reduced by the established procedures of scientific work. Only in this sense and to this degree, does the new science, in the Baconian image, place all wits and understanding nearly on a level. To the three components of his implicit social theory of discovery, the incremental accumulation of knowledge, the sustained social interaction between men of science, and the methodical use of procedures of inquiry, Bacon adds a fourth and even more famous one. All innovations, social or scientific, are the births of time. 12. Time is the greatest innovator. He employs the same instructive metaphor to describe both his own work and that of others, as when he accounts his own part in advancing knowledge a birth of time rather than of wit. 13. Once the needed antecedent conditions obtain, discoveries are offshoots of their time, rather than turning up altogether at random. To say that discoveries occur when their time has come is to say that they occur only under identifiable requisite conditions. But, of course, these conditions do not always obtain. In the past, says Bacon, inventions and discoveries have made their appearance sporadically, almost accidentally. This is so because there did not then exist the conditions of cumulative knowledge, the association of men of science, and the methodical, composite use of empirical and reasoned inquiry. With the new science, all this will change. There are secrets of nature, lying entirely out of the beat of the imagination, which have not yet been found out. They too no doubt will some time or other, in the course and revolution of many ages, come to light of themselves just as the others did, only by the method of which we are now treating, they can be speedily and suddenly and simultaneously presented and anticipated. 14. With the increment in this passage, Bacon almost but not quite achieves a sociological conception of the development of science. To round this out, he need only add the further component that if discoveries are a birth of time, they will be affected by more than one discoverer. Never saying this in so many words, Bacon nevertheless intimates it, and more than once. By paraphrasing his language, I anachronize his idea, yet without doing violence to it. What he all but says is that multiple independent discoveries do occur, but not nearly so often as people suppose. The erroneous supposal is made both by those who mistakenly identify their own ideas as ancient ones and by others who claim to find in the actually new what is ostensibly old. This is how Bacon puts it, that of those that have entered into search, some having fallen upon some conceits, i.e., notions which they after consider to be the same which they have found in former authors, have suddenly taken a persuasion that a man shall but with much labor incur and light upon the same inventions which he might with ease receive from others, and that it is but a vanity and self-pleasing of the wit to go about again, as one that would rather have a flower of his own gathering, than much better gathered to his hand. That the same humor of sloth and diffidence suggesteth that a man shall but revive some ancient opinion, which was long ago propounded, examined, and rejected. And that it is easy to err in conceit the view that a man's observation or notion is the same with a former opinion, both because new conceits notions must of necessity be uttered in old words, and because upon true and erroneous ground men may meet in consequence or conclusion, as several lines or circles that cut in some one point. L5 The vice of what we may call adumbrationism, the denigrating of new ideas by pretending to find them old, must not be permitted to blind us to the fact that rediscovery does sometimes occur. It does not follow, however, that all newly emerging knowledge is nothing but rediscovery. Plato was mistaken in saying that all knowledge is but remembrance. 16. In part the error comes from the recurrent practice, particularly in intellectual matters, of first finding the new idea strange, and then finding it exceedingly familiar, while in another part the error comes from the selective perceptions of the reader. For almost all scholars have this: when anything is presented to them, they will find in it that which they know, not learn from it that which they know not. 18. Yet apart from this common error of mistaking the new for the old in science, the fact remains that men may meet in consequence or conclusion despite their initial divergence of ideas. In effect, both adumbrationism and the full denial of rediscovery are faulty doctrines. The truth is, in this reconstructed judgment of Bacon, that rediscovery occurs but not as often as the adumbrationists suppose. Now I am not saying, of course, that Bacon formulated a coherent sociological theory of the composite elements making for discovery in science. That would be adumbrationism with a vengeance. I recognize that I have pieced together his intimations of such a theory from observations scattered through the works he wrote over a span of 2 decades. But with the advantage of historical hindsight, and of the ideas that were formulated later, we can identify the ingredients of such a theory in Bacon. He himself did not see the connections between them. Or, if he saw them, he never recorded them in a form that has come down to us. What is of interest, rather, is that these ingredients should have appeared more than 3 centuries ago, and that many men over a long period of time should have come upon them anew, and that they should have begun to compose them into the beginnings of a sociological theory of scientific discovery. 19. In all this, Bacon had taken hold of a salient truth: the course of scientific development cannot be understood as the work of man segregate. But he exaggerated when he went on to the claim, which remains extravagant even when construed as he evidently intended it, that the new method of science would level men's wits and leave but little to individual excellence. In this gratuitous overstatement he is not alone. For in the centuries since Bacon, scores of observers have repeatedly stated the matter in much the same disjunctive terms: shall we regard the course of science and technology as a continuing process of cumulative growth, with discoveries tending to come in their due time, or as the work of men of genius who, with their ancillaries, bring about basic advances in science? In the ordinary way, these are put as alternatives, either the social theory of discovery or the heroic theory. What Bacon sensed, others glimpsed a little more fully, without questioning the assumed opposition of these theories of discovery. And so for more than 3 centuries, there has been an intermittent mock battle between the advocates of the heroic theory and the theory of the social determination of discovery in science. In this conflict, truth has often been the major casualty. For want of an alternative theory, we have been condemned to repeat the false disjunction between the heroic theory centered on men of genius and the sociological theory centered on the social determination of scientific discovery. The self-exemplifying hypothesis of multiples at the root of a sociological theory of the development of science is the strategic fact of the multiple and independent appearance of the same scientific discovery, what I shall, for convenience, hereafter describe as a multiple. Ever since 1922, American sociologists have properly associated the theory with William F. Ogburn and Dorothy S. Thomas, who did so much to establish it in sociological thought. On the basis of their compilation of some 150 cases of independent discovery and invention, they concluded that the innovations became virtually inevitable as certain kinds of knowledge accumulated in the cultural heritage and as social developments directed the attention of investigators to particular problems. Appropriately enough, this is an hypothesis confirmed by its own history. Almost, as we shall see, it is a Shakespearean play within a play. For this idea of the sociological significance of multiple independent discoveries and inventions has been periodically rediscovered over a span of centuries. Today I shall not reach back of the 19th century for cases. Let us begin, then, with 1828, when Macaulay, in his essay on Dryden, observes that the independent invention of the calculus by Newton and Leibniz belongs to a larger class of instances in which the same invention or discovery had been made by scientists working apart from one another. For example, Macaulay tells us that the doctrine of rent, now universally received by political economists, was propounded, at almost the same moment, by two writers unconnected with each other. Preceding speculators had long been blundering round about it, and it could not possibly have been missed much longer by the most heedless inquirer. And then he concludes, in truly Macaulayan prose and with the unmistakable Macaulayan flair, we are inclined to think that, with respect to every great addition which has been made to the stock of human knowledge, the case has been similar, that without Copernicus we should have been Copernicans, that without Columbus America would have been discovered, that without Locke we should have possessed a just theory of the origin of human ideas. 21 This is not the time to examine in detail the many occasions on which the fact of multiples with its implications for a theory of scientific development has been noted, on the evidence, often independently noted and set down in print. Working scientists, historians, and sociologists of science, biographers, inventors, lawyers, engineers, anthropologists, Marxists and anti-Marxists, Kantians and anti-Kantians have time and again, though with varying degrees of perceptiveness, called attention both to the fact of multiples and to some of its implications. But perhaps a partial listing will bring out the diversity of occasions on which the fact and associated hypothesis of independent multiples in science and technology were themselves independently set forth. In 1828, as I have said, there was Macaulay, notably in his essay on Dryden. 1835 Auguste Comte, in his Positive Philosophy, 1846, 1847, and 1848 the mathematician and logician, Augustus de Morgan. 1855 Sir David Brewster, the physicist, editor of the Edinburgh Encyclopedia, and warmly appreciative though not always discriminating biographer of Newton, who was himself involved in several multiples in dioptrics with Malus and Fresnel. 1862-1864 when there was printed an entire cluster of observations upon multiples, growing out of the then current controversy in England over the patent system, such that the London Times ran repeated leaders on the subject. Remarking the common notoriety of the fact that the progress of mechanical discovery is constantly marked by the simultaneous revelation to many minds of the same method of overcoming some practical difficulty, September 13, 1865, 1864 Samuel Smiles, that immensely popular Victorian biographer and apostle of self-help, repeatedly touched upon the fact of multiples, 1869 Francois Arago, the astronomer, physicist, biographer, and permanent secretary of the Academy of Sciences, made much of multiples. 1869 Francis Galton, who, in his hereditary genius, considered it notorious that the same discovery is frequently made simultaneously and quite independently, by different persons, as attested by famous cases in point during the few years preceding, and who returned to the same subject in 1874, in his English Men of Science, 1885 by the now little-known American anthropologists, Babcock and Peirce, 1894 Friedrich Engels, in his letter to Heinz Starkenberg, wrote of his partner in ideas that while Marx discovered the materialist conception of history, Thierry, Mignot, Guizot, and all the English historians up to 1850 are the proof that it was being striven for, and the discovery of the same conception by Morgan proves that the time was ripe for it and that indeed it had to be discovered. 1904 Francois Mentor, the French social philosopher and historian, whose basic paper, La Simultanéité des Découvertes, Revue Scientifique, supplies a list of some 50 cases. 1905 Albert van Dicey, English jurist and political scientist, in his magisterial lectures on the relation between law and public opinion. 1906-1913 Pierre Duhem, the physico-chemist and one of the fathers of the modern history of science, who examines the fact and implications of multiples in every one of his major works. 1906 The distinguished German physiologist, Émile du Bois-Reymond, 1913 The man who was to become the Dean of American Historians of Science, George Sarton. 1917 The Dean of American Anthropologists, A. L. Kroeber, 1921 by Einstein, and then, as we near the formulation best known in the United States, in 1922 the fact and associated hypothesis of multiples as stated by the historian of science Abel Ray in France, by the then leading exponent of Marxist theory in Russia, Nikolai Bukharin, by the authoritative political scientist and essayist, Viscount Morley in England, and, of course, by Ogburn and Thomas in the United States. Singletons and multiples in Science 355. The limits of time have required me to confine this partial list to the 19th century and the early 20th. But this self-set rule must be breached at least once. For on this occasion, we can scarcely exclude the observations on the subject made by the chief founder of both the American Philosophical Society and the University of Pennsylvania. Of Franklin's several versions of the matter, I select one that bears his unmistakable imprint. Writing to the Abbé de la Roche, he remarks, I have often noted, in reading the works of M. Helvetius, that, though we were born and brought up in two countries so remote from each other, we have often hit upon the same thoughts, and it is a reflection very flattering to me that we have loved the same studies and, so far as we have known them, the same friends, and the same woman. 22 Here, as elsewhere, Franklin takes the occurrence of multiples as a matter of course. Just so do most of the others in the truncated list of multiple discoveries of the theory of multiple discoveries. That many, indeed most, of them came upon the idea independently is at least suggested by the form in which they present it, as something they have found worthy of note. Its independence is suggested also by the interest which each succeeding formulation of the idea excited among those readers who happened to comment on it in print, either in book reviews or articles. The fact is that the theory was most unevenly diffused among scholars and scientists. By the middle of the 19th century, it had become, for some, a commonplace and often deplored truth. For others, it represented an entirely new conception of how science advances through the uneven accumulation of knowledge and through imminently or socially induced foci of attention to particular problems by many scientists at about the same time. Further evidence that the idea which, in a sense, has been in the air for about 3 centuries was being independently rediscovered is also inadvertently supplied by those critics who attacked it as thoroughly unsound or at least as ideologically suspicious. Down to the present day, some authors can bring themselves to describe the hypothesis as essentially Marxist and so, we are invited to suppose, as necessarily false. That Marx was a precocious boy of 10 when Macaulay first set down his ideas on the subject, and a high-spirited youth of 18 or so when Comte asserted the same ideas, the same Comte destined to be the butt of Marx's ire. All this would appear unknown to those critics who describe the theory of multiples as entirely Marxist. What the early Victorian writers of leaders for the London Times would have said of this description of the hypothesis they put in print can unfortunately only be conjectured. In short, despite the many distinct occasions on which the theory of multiples was published, it has periodically emerged as an idea new to many observers who worked it out for themselves. Even so, the fact of multiple discoveries in science continues to be regarded by some, including minds of a high order, as something surpassing strange and almost unexplainable. Here is the great pathologist and historian of medicine, William Henry Welch, on the subject: the circumstances that a long-awaited discovery or invention has been made by more than one investigator, independently and almost simultaneously, and with varying approach to completeness, is a curious and not always explicable phenomenon familiar in the history of discovery. 23. Other scholars tacitly assume that the pattern of multiples is both curious and distinctive of their own field of inquiry, if not entirely confined to it. As one example, consider the observation by the notable historian of geometry, Julian Lowell Coolidge. It is a curious fact in the history of mathematics that discoveries of the greatest importance were made simultaneously by different men of genius. 24. And recently, the sociologist Talcott Parsons is recorded as having described the threefold, or possibly fivefold, discovery of the internalization of values and culture as part of the personality as a very remarkable phenomenon, because all of these people were independent of each other and their discovery is fundamental. 25. In part, of course, observations of this kind are merely casual remarks, not to be taken literally. But I should like now to develop the hypothesis that, far from being odd or curious or remarkable, the pattern of independent multiple discoveries in science is in principle the dominant pattern rather than a subsidiary one. It is the singletons' discoveries made only once in the history of science that are the residual cases, requiring special explanation. Put even more sharply, the hypothesis states that all scientific discoveries are in principle multiples, including those that on the surface appear to be singletons. Not to say incorrigible, removed from any possible test of competent evidence. For if even historically established singletons are declared to be multiples in principle, potential multiples that happen to emerge as singletons, it would seem that this is a self-sealing hypothesis, immune to investigation. And yet, it may be that things are not really as bad as all that. An incorrigible hypothesis is, of course, not an hypothesis at all, but only a dogma or perhaps an incantation. I suggest, however, that, far from being incorrigible and therefore outrageous, this hypothesis of multiples is actually held much of the time by working scientists. The evidence for this is ready to hand, and once its pertinence is seen, it can be gathered in abundance. Here, then, are 10 kinds of related evidence that bears upon the hypothesis that discoveries in science are in principle multiples, with the singletons being the exceptional type requiring special explanation. First is the class of discoveries long regarded as singletons that turn out to be rediscoveries of previously unpublished work. Cases of this kind abound. But here, I allude only to 2 notable instances, Cavendish and Gauss. Much of Cavendish's vast store of unpublished experiments and theories became progressively known only after his death in 1810, as Harcourt published some of his work in chemistry in 1839, Clerk Maxwell, his work in electricity in 1879, and Thorpe, his complete chemical and dynamical researches in 1921. 26. But in the meanwhile, many of Cavendish's unpublished discoveries were made independently by contemporary and later investigators, among them, Black, Priestley, John Robison, Charles, Dalton, Gay-Lussac, Faraday, Boscovich, Larmor, Pickering, to cite only a few. And in most cases, the rediscoveries were regarded as singletons until Cavendish's records were belatedly published. The case of Gauss, as we know, is much the same. Loath to rush into print, Gauss crowded his notebooks with mathematical inventions and other discoveries that turned up independently in work by Abel, Jacobi, Laplace, Galois, Dedekind, Franz Neumann, Grassmann, Hamilton, and others. 27 Again, presumed singletons turned out to be multiples, as once unpublished work became known. Far from being exceptions, Cavendish and Gauss are instances of a larger class. What holds for unpublished work often holds also for work which, though published, proved relatively neglected or inaccessible, owing either to its being at odds with prevailing conceptions, or its difficulty of apprehension, or its having been printed in little-known journals, and so on. Here, again, singletons become redefined as multiples when the earlier work is belatedly identified. In this class of cases, to choose among the most familiar, we need only recall Mendel and Gibbs. The case of Mend, 2.8, is too well known to need review, that of Gibbs almost as familiar, since Ostwald, in his preface to the German edition of the Studies in Thermodynamics, remarked, in effect, that it is easier to rediscover Gibbs than to read him. 29. These are all cases of seeming singletons which then come out to have been multiples or rediscoveries. Other, more compelling, classes of evidence bear upon the apparently incorrigible hypothesis that singletons, rather than multiples, are the exception requiring distinctive explanation and that discoveries in science are, in principle, potential multiples. These next classes of evidence are all types of forestalled multiples, discoveries that are historically identified as singletons only because the public report of the discovery forestalled others from making it independently. These are the cases of which it can be said, there, but for the grace of swift diffusion, goes a multiple. 32nd, then, and in every one of the sciences, including the social sciences, there are reports in print stating that a scientist has discontinued an inquiry, well along toward completion, because a new publication has anticipated both his hypothesis and the design of inquiry into the hypothesis. The frequency of such instances cannot be firmly estimated, of course, but I can report having located many. Third, and closely akin to the foregoing type, are the cases in which the scientist, though he is forestalled, goes ahead to report his original, albeit anticipated, work. We can all call to mind those countless footnotes in the literature of science that announce with chagrin, since completing this experiment, I find that Woodworth, or Bell or Minot, as the case may be, had arrived at this conclusion last year and that Jones did so fully 60 years ago. No doubt many of us here today have experienced one or more of these episodes in which we find that our best and, strictly speaking, our most original inquiries have been anticipated. On this assumption, I single out only one case in point, the experience of Lord Kelvin as an undergraduate of 18, when he was still the untitled William Thomson, who sent his first paper on mathematics to the Cambridge Journal only to find that he had been anticipated by M. Chasles, the eminent French geometrician, in 2 points. And when the paper appeared some months later, prefixed a reference to M. Chasles' memoirs, and to another similar memoir by M. Sturm. Still later, Thomson discovered that the same theorems had been also stated and proved by Gauss, and, after all this, he found that these theorems had been discovered and fully published more than 10 years previously by Green, whose scarce work he never saw till 1845-31. Far from being rare, these voyages of subsequent and repeated discovery of an entire array of multiples are frequent enough to be routine. Fourth, these publicly recorded instances of forestalled multiples do not, of course, begin to exhaust the presumably great, perhaps vast, number of unrecorded instances. Many scientists cannot bring themselves to report in print that they were forestalled. These cases are ordinarily known only to a limited circle, closely familiar with the work of the forestalled scientists. Interview studies of communication among scientists have begun to identify the frequency of such ordinarily unknown forestalling of multiples. Systematic field studies of this kind have turned up large proportions of what is often described as unnecessary duplication in research resulting from imperfections in the channels of communication between contemporary scientists. One such study, 32 of American and Canadian mathematicians, for example, found 31% of the more productive mathematicians reporting that delayed publication of the work of others had resulted in such needless duplication, that is, in multiples. Fifth, we find seeming singletons repeatedly turning out to be multiples, as friends, enemies, co-workers, teachers, students, and casual scientific acquaintances have reluctantly or avidly performed the service of a candid friend by acquainting an elated scientist with the fact that his original finding or idea is not the singleton he had every reason to suppose it to be, but rather a doubleton or larger multiple, with the result that this latest independent version of the discovery never found its way into print. So, the young W.R. Hamilton hits upon and develops an idea in optics, and as he plaintively describes the episode, a fortnight ago I believed that no writer had ever treated of optics on a similar plan. But within that period, my tutor, the Reverend Mr. Boynton, has shown me in the college library a beautiful memoir of Malus on the subject. With respect to those results which are common to both, it is proper to state that I have arrived at them in my own researches before I was aware of his. 33. What his tutor did for Hamilton, others have done for innumerable scientists through the years. The diaries, letters, and memoirs of scientists are crowded with cases of this pattern, and with accounts of how they variously responded to these carriers of bad news. Sixth, the pattern of forestalled multiples emerges as part of the oral tradition rather than the written one in still another form, as part of lectures. Here again, one instance must stand for many. Consider only the famous lectures of Kelvin at the Johns Hopkins where, it is recorded, he enjoyed the surprise of finding from members of his audience that some of the things he was newly discovering for himself had already been discovered and published by others. 34. A seventh type of pattern, tending to convert potential multiples into singletons, so far as the formal historical record goes, occurs when scientists have been diverted from a clearly developed program of investigation which, from all indications, was pointed in the direction successfully taken up by others. It is, of course, conjecture that the discoveries actually made by others would in fact have been made by the first but diverted investigator. But consider how such a scientist as Sir Ronald Ross, persuaded that his discoveries of the malarial parasite and the host mosquito were only the beginning, reports his conviction that, but for the interference with his plan by the authorities who employed him, he would have gone on to the discoveries made by others. The great treasure house had been opened, but I was dragged away before I could handle the treasures. Scores of beautiful researches now lay open to me. I should have followed the vermicule in the mosquito's stomach that was left to Robert Koch. I intended to mix the germinal threads with birds' blood that was left to shout in. I wished to complete the cycle of the human parasites that was left to the Italians, and others lie. Conjectural, to be sure, but with some indications that extraneous circumstances terminated a program of research that would have resulted in some of these discoveries becoming multiples rather than remaining adventitious singletons. These several patterns of forestalled multiples, however, provide us with only sketchy evidence bearing on the apparently incorrigible hypothesis that multiples, both potential and actual, are the rule in scientific discovery and singletons the exception requiring special explanation. I turn now to evidence of quite another sort, the behavior of scientists themselves and the assumptions underlying that behavior. And here I suggest that, far from being outrageous, the hypothesis is in fact commonly adopted as a working assumption by scientists themselves. I suggest that in actual practice, scientists, and perhaps especially the greatest among them, themselves assume that singleton discoveries are imminent multiples. Granted that it is a difficult and unsure task to infer beliefs from behavior, almost as difficult and unsure as to infer behavior from beliefs. But in this case, we shall see that the behavior of scientists clearly testifies to their underlying belief that discoveries in science are potential multiples. After all, scientists have cause to know that many discoveries are made independently. They not only know it, but act on it. 36. Since the culture of science puts a premium not only on originality but on chronological firsts in discovery, this awareness of multiples understandably activates a rush to ensure priority. Numerous expedients have been developed to ensure not being forestalled. For example, letters detailing one's new ideas or findings are dispatched to a potential rival, thus disarming him. Preliminary reports are circulated, personal records of research are meticulously dated, as by Abel or Kelvin. The race to be first in reporting a discovery testifies to the assumption that if the one scientist does not soon make the discovery, another will. This, then, provides an eighth kind of evidence bearing on our hypothesis, evidence set out in Chapter 14 of this volume. The many instances detailed there are quite typical. Norbert Wiener is no more circumstantial and outspoken about his experience than were Wallace, Wren, Huygens, Newton, the Bernoullis, and an indefinitely large number of other scientists through the centuries whose diaries, autobiographies, letters, and notes testify to the same effect. In all this, I exclude those cases in which scientists move to establish their priority only to ensure that their discoveries not be diffused in the community of scientists before their own creative role in them is made eminently visible, or to ensure that they not be later accused of having derived their own ideas from fellow scientists who have borrowed them, or cases in which, like that of Priestley, scientists publish quickly in order to advance science rapidly by making their work available to others at once. In this class of cases pertinent to the hypothesis, I refer only to those in which the rush to establish priority is avowedly motivated by the concern not to be forestalled, for this alone is competent evidence that scientists in fact assume that their initial singletons are destined not to remain singletons for long, that, in short, a multiple is definitely in the making. But ninth, not all scientists who see themselves involved in a potential multiple are prepared to be outspoken about the matter. In many cases of this sort, their scientific colleagues, or kin, are. We have only to remember the elder Bolyai, himself a mathematician of some consequence, prophetically warning his son that no time be lost in making it his non-Euclidean geometry public, for two reasons: first, because ideas pass easily from one to another, who can anticipate its publication, and secondly, there is some truth in this, that many things have an epoch, in which they are found at the same time in several places, just as the violets appear on every side in spring. Thus we ought to conquer when we are able, for the advantage is always to the first. Comer 3:7. Almost we hear in these words the echoed warning by other faithful colleagues of the imminent danger of being forestalled, his friend Robinson urging Oughtred to make his work on logarithms public, 38 Wallace and Halley warning Newton, 39 Halley warning Flamsteed, 40 back warning Joseph Henry that no time be lost in publishing his remarks before the American Philosophical Society now that word has come of Faraday's work on self-induction, 41 Lyell warning Darwin, Edward Blythe notwithstanding, that he must publish lest he be forestalled, 42 Bessel and Schumacher warning Gauss that he will be anticipated, as he was, on every side, 43 the elderly Legendre warning the young Carl Jacobi that the younger Niels Abel would overtake him in the race for discoveries in the theory of elliptic functions unless you take possession of that which belongs to you by letting your book appear at the earliest possible date. 44. Between them, Gauss and Bessel supply a beautifully ironic instance of how apt it is for scientists to assume that their original discoveries will be duplicated by others if they do not put them into print soon. For years on end the faithful Bessel has been haranguing Gauss to publish his new discoveries on pain of being forestalled. At last, Gauss behaves as Bessel would have him behave. He publishes a treatise on dioptrics and sends a copy to Bessel, who, after heroically congratulating him on the work, ruefully reports that it thoroughly anticipates Bessel's own current but still unpublished investigations. 45 Gauss supplies us with another striking instance of the scientist's or mathematician's firm belief that a discovery or invention is not reserved to himself alone. In 1795, at the ripe age of 18, he works out the method of least squares. To him the method seems to flow so directly from antecedent work that he is persuaded others must already have hit upon it. He is willing to bet, for example, that Tobias Meyer must have known it. 46 In this he was, of course, mistaken, as he learned later, his invention of least squares had not been anticipated. Nevertheless, he was abundantly right in principle, the invention was bound to be a multiple. As things turned out, it proved to be a quadruplet, with Legendre inventing it independently in 1805 before Gauss had got around to publishing it, and with Daniel Huber in Basel and Robert A. Drain in the United States coming up with it a little later. 47. There is a final and perhaps most decisive kind of evidence that the community of scientists does in fact assume that discoveries are potential multiples. This evidence is provided by the institutional expedience de signed to protect the scientist's priority of conception. Since the 17th century, scientific academies and societies have established the practice of having sealed and dated manuscripts deposited with them in order to protect both priority and idea. As this was described in the early minutes of the Royal Society, when any fellow should have a philosophical notion or invention, not yet made out, and desire that the same sealed up in a box might be deposited with one of the secretaries, till it could be perfected, and so brought to light, this might be allowed for the better securing inventions to their authors. 48. From at least the 16th century and as late as the 19th, it will also be remembered, discoveries were often reported in the form of anagrams, as with Galileo's triple star of Saturn and Hooke's law of tension, for the double purpose of establishing priority of conception and yet of not putting rivals onto one's original ideas, until they had been worked out further. 49. From the time of Newton, scientists have printed short abstracts for the same purpose. 50. These and comparable expedients all testify that scientists, even those who manifestly subscribe to the contrary opinion, in practice assume that discoveries are potential multiples and will remain singletons only if prompt action forestalls the later independent discovery. It would appear, then, that what might first have seemed to be an incorrigible, perhaps outrageous, hypothesis about multiples in science is in fact widely assumed by scientists themselves. A great variety of evidence I have here set out, only 10 related kinds, testifies, then, to the hypothesis that, once science has become institutionalized, and significant numbers are at work on scientific investigation, the same discoveries will be made independently more than once, and that singletons can be conceived of as forestalled multiples. Patterns of multiple discoveries. Before turning to the last part of this paper, the part dealing with a sociological conception of the role of genius in the advancement of science -1, think it useful to report some findings from a methodical study of multiple discoveries. Of the multitude of multiples, Dr. Eleanor Barber and I have undertaken to examine 264 intensively. The greatest part of these 179 of them are doublets, 51, triplets, 17, quadruplets, 6, quintuplets, 8, sextuplets. This aggregate of multiples also includes 1 septuplet and 2 nonaries, in which most of the 9 independent co-discoverers were presumably ready to entertain the hypothesis that if any one of them had not arrived at the discovery, it would probably have been made in any case. Each of these 264 multiples has been variously classified, after a search of the monographic evidence dealing with it. It has been classified in the particular discipline in which it occurred, the historical period of the multiple, the interval of time elapsing between the repeated discoveries, the number of co-discoverers, whether or not it gave rise to a contest over priority, the nationality of the co-discoverers, distinguishing those who were fellow nationals from the rest, the ages of the co-discoverers, and so on. The information about each multiple obtained through historical inquiry has been coded and transferred to punch cards, in this way permitting detailed statistical analysis. This is not the occasion to report the findings in hand. My purpose here is only to suggest that the intensive study of particular cases of multiple discovery can be instructively supplemented by methodical analysis of large numbers of cases. It may be of interest, for example, that 20% of the multiples under review occurred within an interval of 1 year, some of them on the same day or within the same week. Another 18% occurred within a 2-year span and, to turn to the other end of the scale, 34% of them involved an interval of 10 years or more. The shorter the interval between the several appearances of a multiple, the less often does it lead to a debate over independence or other aspects of priority, of those made within a year of each other, just about half were subject to a contest over priority. Of those more than 20 years apart, 4 in every 5 were contested. Ethnocentrism notwithstanding, if the independent co-discoverers are from different nations, there is slightly less, rather than more, probability of a conflict over priority. And to allude to just one other preliminary finding, this one, on the whole, rather encouraging, there seems to be a secular decline in the frequency with which multiples are an occasion for priority conflicts between scientists. Of the 36 multiples before 1700 which we have examined, 92% were strenuously contested. This figure drops to 72% in the 18th century, remains at about the same level, 74%, in the first half of the 19th century, and declines notably to 59% in the latter half, and reaches the low of 33% in the first half of this century. It may be that scientists are becoming more fully aware that, with growing numbers of investigators at work in each special field, any particular discovery is apt to be made by others as well as by themselves. In any case, this inquiry has been enough to persuade us that the statistical analysis of historical data bearing on discovery is a feasible and instructive next step in the sociology of science. 366. Sociological theory of genius in science. After this short interlude, I return to the last part of the sociological theory of scientific development, dealing with the role of genius in that development. As I have intimated, the hypothesis of multiples has long been tied to the companion hypothesis that the great men of science, the undeniable geniuses, are altogether dispensable, for had they not lived, things would have turned out pretty much as they actually did. For generations the debate has waxed hot and heavy on this point. Scientists, philosophers, men of letters, historians, sociologists, and psychologists have all at one time or another taken a polemical position in the debate. Emerson and Carlyle, Spencer and William James, Ostwald and de Candolle, Galton and Cooley, these are only a few among the many who have placed the social theory in opposition to the theory that provides ample space for the individual of scientific genius. That so many acute minds should have for so long regarded this as an authentic debate must not keep us from noticing how the issues have been falsely drawn, and that once the two theories are clearly stated, there is no necessary opposition between them. Instead, it is proposed that once scientific genius is conceived of sociologically, rather than, as the practice has commonly been, psychologically, the two ideas of the environmental determination of discovery can be consolidated into a single theory. Far from being incompatible, the two complement one another. In this enlarged sociological conception, scientists of genius are precisely those whose work in the end would be eventually rediscovered. These rediscoveries would be made not by a single scientist but by an entire corps of scientists. On this view, the individual of scientific genius is the functional equivalent of a considerable array of other scientists of varying degrees of talent. On this hypothesis, the undeniably large stature of great scientists remains acknowledged. It is not cut down to size in order to fit a Procrustean theory of the environmental determination of scientific discovery. At the same time, this enlarged conception does not abandon the sociological theory of discovery in order to provide for the indisputable, great differences between scientists of large talent and of small. It does not, in the phrase of Bacon, place all wits and understandings nearly on a level. This enlarged sociological conception holds that great scientists will have been repeatedly involved in multiples. First, because the genius will have made many scientific discoveries altogether, and since each of these is, on the first part of the theory, a potential multiple, some will have become actual multiples. Second, this means that each scientist of genius will have contributed the functional equivalent to the advancement of science of what a considerable number of other scientists will have contributed in the aggregate, some of these having been caught up in the repeated multiples in which the genius was actually involved. In a word, the greatest men of science have been involved in a multiplicity of multiples. This is true for Galileo and Newton, for Faraday and Clerk Maxwell, for Hooke, Cavendish, and Stenson, for Gauss and Laplace, for Lavoisier, Priestley, and Scheele, in short, for all those whose place in the pantheon of science is beyond dispute, however much they may differ in the measure of their genius. Once again, I can only allude to the pertinent evidence rather than report it in full. But consider the case of Calvin, by way of illustration. After examining some 400 of his 661 scientific communications and addresses, the rest have still to be studied or Eleanor Barber and I find him testifying to at least 32 multiple discoveries in which he eventually found that his independent discoveries had also been made by others. These 32 multiples involved an aggregate of 30 other scientists, some, like Stokes, Green, Helmholtz, Cavendish, Clausius, Poincare, Rayleigh, themselves men of undeniable genius, others, like Hankel, Pfaff, Homer Lane, Varley and Lame being men of talent, no doubt, but still not of the highest order. The great majority of these multiples of Kelvin were doublets, but some were triplets and a few, quadruplets. For the hypothesis that each of these discoveries was destined to find expression, even if the genius of Kelvin had not obtained, there is the best of traditional proof, each was in fact made by others. Yet Kelvin's stature as a scientist remains undiminished. For it required a considerable number of others to duplicate these 32 discoveries which Kelvin himself made. Following out the logic of this kind of fact, we can set up a matrix of multiple discoveries, with the entries in the matrix indicating the particular scientists involved in each of the multiples. Some of these others are themselves men of genius, in some often involved in still other multiples. Others in the matrix are the men of somewhat less talent who, on the average, are involved in fewer multiples. And toward the lower end of the scale of demonstrated scientific talent are the far more numerous men of science, who in the aggregate are indispensable to the advancement of science and whose one moment of prime achievement came when they found for themselves one of the many discoveries that the man of genius had made independently of them. To continue for a moment with the specimen case of Kelvin, these 32 multiples are of course only a portion of the multiples in which he was eventually involved. For, as I have said, they are only the ones which Kelvin himself found to have been made by others. Beyond these are the discoveries by Kelvin which were only later made independently by others. Of these we do not yet have a firm estimate. And beyond these still are what I have described as the forestalled multiples, the discoveries of Kelvin which were not, so far as the record shows, made independently by others but which, on our hypothesis, would have been made had it not been for the widespread circulation of Kelvin's prior findings. Yet, even on this incomplete showing, it would seem that this one man of scientific genius was, in a reasonably exact sense, functionally equivalent to a sizable number of other scientists. And still, by the same token, his individual accomplishments in science remain undiminished when we note that he was not individually indispensable for these discoveries, since they were in fact made by others. This is the sense in which an enlarged sociological theory can take account both of the environmental determination of discovery while still providing for great variability in the intellectual stature of individual scientists. Just a few words about another like instance, in quite another field of science. Whatever else may be said about Sigmund Freud, he is undeniably the prime creator of psychoanalysis. And still, only a first examination of about 100 of his publications finds him reporting that he was involved in an aggregate of more than 30 multiples, discoveries which he made all unknowing that they had been made by others. Once again, the pattern is much like that we found for Kelvin. Some of Freud's subsequently discovered anticipators were themselves minds of acknowledged highest order: Schiller, von Hartmann, Schopenhauer, Fechner. But many of the rest of his independent co-discoverers or anticipators are scarcely apt to be known to most of us as distinguished for the highest quality of scientific achievement, men such as Watkins Lloyd, Kutzschin, E. Hacker, Grasset, Neufeld, and so on and on. It required a Freud to achieve individually what a large number of others achieved severally. It required a Freud to focus the attention of many on ideas which might otherwise not have come to their notice. In these and kindred aspects lay his genius. but that he was not individually indispensable to the intellectual developments for which he, more than any other, was historically responsible is indicated by the many multiples in which he was in fact engaged and the many others which, presumably, he forestalled by his individually incomparable genius. What has been found to hold for Kelvin and Freud is being found to hold for other scientists of the first rank who are now being examined in the light of the theory. They are all scientists of multiple multiples. Their undeniable stature rests in doing individually what must otherwise be done and, as we have reason to infer, at a much slower pace, by a substantial number of other scientists, themselves of varying degrees of demonstrated talent. The sociological theory of scientific discovery has no need, therefore, to retain the false disjunction between the cumulative development of science and the distinctive role of the scientific genius. There is perhaps time for a few needed and self-imposed caveats. For I cannot escape the uneasy sense that this short though, you will grant me, not entirely succinct, summary of masses of data on scientific discovery must lend itself to misunderstanding. This is so, if only because so much has unavoidably been left unsaid. As a preventive to such misunderstanding, may I conclude by listing some seeming implications which are anything but implicit in what I have managed to report? First, in presenting this modified version of a 3-century-old conception of the course of scientific discovery, I do not imply that all discoveries are inevitable in the sense that, come what may, they will be made, at the time and the place, if not by the individual, who in fact made them. Quite the contrary, there are, of course, cases of scientific discoveries which could have been made generations, even centuries, before they were actually made, in the sense that the principal ingredients of these discoveries were long present in the culture. This recurrent fact of long-delayed discovery raises distinctive problems for the theory advanced here, but these are not unsolvable problems. Second, and perhaps contrary to the impression I have given, the theory rejects the pointless practice of what I have called adumbrationism, that is, the practice of claiming to find dim anticipations of current scientific discoveries in older, and preferably ancient, work by the expedient of excessively liberal interpretations of what is being said now and of what was said then. The theory is not a 20th century version of the 17th and 18th century quarrel between the ancients and the moderns. Third, the theory is not another version of Ecclesiastes, holding that there is no new thing under the sun. The theory provides for the growth, differentiation, and development of science just as it allows for the fact that new increments in science are in principle or in fact repeated increments. It allows also for occasional mutations in scientific theory which are significantly new even though they are introduced by more than one scientist. Fourth, the theory does not hold that to be truly independent, multiples must be chronologically simultaneous. This is only the limiting case. Even discoveries far removed from one another in calendrical time may be instructively construed as simultaneous or nearly so in social and cultural time, depending upon the accumulated state of knowledge in the several cultures and the structures of the several societies in which they appear. Fifth, the theory allows for differences in the probability of actual, rather than potential multiples according to the character of the particular discovery. Discoveries in science are of course not all of a piece. Some flow directly from antecedent knowledge in the sense that they are widely visible implications of what has gone just before. Other discoveries involve more of a leap from antecedent knowledge, and these are perhaps less apt to be actual multiples. But it is suggested that, in the end, these two manifest the same processes of scientific development as the others. Sixth, and above all, the theory rejects the false disjunction between the social determination of scientific discovery and the role of the genius or great man in science. By conceiving scientific genius sociologically, as one who in his own person represents the functional equivalent of a number and variety of often lesser talents, the theory maintains that the genius plays a distinctive role in advancing science, often accelerating its rate of development and sometimes, by the excess of authority attributed to him, slowing further development. Seventh and finally, the diverse implications of the theory are subject to methodical investigation. The basic materials for such study can be drawn from both historical evidence and from field inquiry into the experience of contemporary scientists. What Bacon obliquely noticed and many others recurrently examined can become a major focus in the contemporary sociology of science. The pages of the history of science record thousands of instances of similar discoveries having been made by scientists working independently of one another. Sometimes the discoveries are simultaneous or almost so. Sometimes a scientist will make anew a discovery which, unknown to him, somebody else had made years before. Such occurrences suggest that discoveries become virtually inevitable when prerequisite kinds of knowledge and tools accumulate in man's cultural store, and when the attention of an appreciable number of investigators becomes focused on a problem, by emerging social needs, by developments internal to the science, or by both. As we have seen in the preceding chapter, this is an hypothesis confirmed by its own history. 1. The idea of the sociological import of independent multiple discoveries. For brevity's sake, I shall continue to refer to them as multiples, has itself been periodically rediscovered over a span of centuries. Moreover, this repeated rediscovery of the same facts and associated hypothesis has remained all these years in a static condition, as though it were permanently condemned to repetition without extension. After all, 50 years have elapsed since Ogburn and Thomas compiled their list of independent discoveries. 2. It has been at least a century and a half since observers began taking formal note of the fact of multiples. First published as part of Resistance to the Systematic Study of Multiple Discoveries in Science, European Journal of Sociology 4, 1963, 237-49, reprinted with permission. Even to the extent of compiling short lists of cases in point, and began to draw out the implications of the fact. And, as we have just seen, it has been at least 350 years since Francis Bacon set down some of the principal ingredients of the hypothesis in a set of luminous aphorisms. Why, then, has the idea remained static all this while? It may be, of course, that this is so because the last word has been said about the implications of multiples for a theory of how science develops. Or again, the idea may have remained undeveloped because the familiar fact of multiples is quite incidental and lacks significant import, that it is seemingly as trivial and insignificant, say, as the equally familiar fact that people occasionally make slips of the tongue or pen. All this is possible. But I want now to examine the position that although it is possible, it is not so. Instead, I suggest, first, that the facts of multiples and priorities in scientific discovery provide a research site that is more strategic for advancing the sociology and psychology of science than appears to be generally recognized, and, second, that the failure to build on this research site results largely from non-rational resistance to the systematic scrutiny of these facts. This paper, then, deals with the intellectual uses of the methodical investigation of multiple discoveries, the next paper, with the hypothesis that the neglect stems from identifiable forms of resistance. In short, I try first to answer the question, why bother with systematic study of the subject? And then try to answer the next question, in view of its theoretical significance, why don't social scientists bother with it? Something is known about the social, cultural, and economic sources of resistance, in the colloquial sense of opposition, to new ideas and findings in science, both in the large community of laymen and in the smaller community of scientists themselves. For in examining the resistance of scientists to the detailed study of multiples, I shall be considering resistance in the more technical, psychosocial sense of motivated neglect, or denial of an accessible but painful reality. 5. In this case, the reality of multiples and of the frequent conflicts over priority of scientific discovery. Multiples as a strategic research site. In describing multiple discoveries as affording a strategic research site, I mean only that the data they provide can be investigated to good advantage in order to clarify the workings of social and cultural processes in the advancement of science. 6. We can identify at least 8 connected respects in which this is so. First, the methodical study of multiples supplements the current emphasis of research in the psychology and sociology of science on creativity, which is largely focused on a the psychological traits that appear to be distinctive of creative talents in science, b. the psychological processes of scientific thought adapting, in one form or another, Poincare's and then Graham-Wallace's four-step process of preparation, incubation, illumination, and verification, and c. the social statuses of creative scientists. Point 7. Now, this array of inquiries into the endopsychic and social attributes of individual scientists of course has its place. But we also know that it is only one, and not necessarily an exclusively apt, type of inquiry. Indeed, much of the recent work on creativity in science is a little reminiscent of the early work on leadership which, for all its suggestive leads, resulted in palpably few definitive findings about the traits and qualities of leaders in human affairs. Second, the study of multiple supplements, in ways that will soon become evident, the current research focus on the interpersonal relations in which scientists are engaged while they are at work, a focus on the milieu of the scientist. This emphasis has been reinforced by the tradition of small group research, with its established theory and research instruments which are, understandably enough, being applied to study of groups of research scientists. Third, the study of multiples can supplement the pattern of fitting new research on the behavior of scientists into another established tradition of social science investigation, this time the study of the formal organization of research establishments and the bearing of this organization on the productive work of scientists. I do not propose to question the uses of these three major types of research on the behavior and productivity of scientists, their traits and psychological processes of creative work, the effects upon them of local interpersonal relations and of the formal organization of their workplaces. But to recognize these uses need not obscure the fact that they all deal either with the endopsychic and social traits and processes of individual scientists or with the immediate social environments in which scientists find themselves. Yet we know, as a decisive fact, that scientists live and work in larger social and cultural environments than those comprised by their local milieu. And this seems to be true particularly of the most creative among them. Outstanding scientists tend to be cosmopolitans, oriented to the wider national and transnational environments, rather than locals, oriented primarily to their immediate band of associates. 9. K. E. Clark's study of America's psychologists, for example, found that especially productive psychologists were more apt than a control group to report that their significant reference groups and reference individuals, the people whose opinions of their work they care about, were composed by other outstanding psychologists in the United States and in other countries, rather than by their local colleagues. 10. The history of science attests that this has typically been the case for outstanding investigators in every science through the last 3 centuries. The theoretic import of this should not be overlooked. It would be an egregious blunder to allow the otherwise useful emphasis on trait analysis or on small group research to deflect attention from the presumably great part played, in scientific work, of social interaction with others who are not in the local milieu. To do so would be to impose convenient existing tools of investigation upon a problem for which they may not be the most appropriate and, surely, not the exclusively appropriate ones. The data, instruments, and theory dealing with larger aggregates of interacting scientists and of spatially distant reference groups and individuals would seem particularly in point for studying the behavior of scientists for whom patterns of social interaction at a distance seem empirically central. This is only a special case of a general hypothesis about effective scope. 11. People in various social statuses differ in the radius of their significant social environments, some, the locals, being primarily oriented toward their local milieu, others, the cosmopolitans, being primarily oriented toward the larger society and responsive to it. The systematic study of multiples and priorities in scientific discovery, which of course typically engage scientists with others outside their local environment, thus provides one basis for investigating extended social relations between scientists and the effects of these upon their work. It may be useful to put much the same point in a slightly different context. Historians of science and other scholars have long used the phrase, the community of scientists. For the most part, this has remained an apt metaphor rather than becoming a productive concept. Yet it need not remain a literary figure of speech, apt and chaste, untarnished by actual use. For we find that the community of scientists is a dispersed rather than a geographically compact collectivity. The structure of this community cannot, therefore, be adequately understood by focusing only on the small local groups of which scientists are a part. The sheer fact that multiple discoveries are made by scientists working independently of one another testifies to the further crucial fact that, though remote in space, they are responding to much the same social and intellectual forces that impinge upon them all. In a word, the Robinson Crusoe of science is just as much a figment as the Robinson Crusoe of old-fashioned economics. He is an illusion, created by a scheme of thought that requires us to look only inward at thought processes and so to abstract entirely from the wider social and cultural contexts of that thought. Occasional scientists may suppose that they really work alone, meaning by this not the evident fact that only individual men and women, not the group, think and develop imaginative ideas, but that they do so, all apart from environing structures of values, social relations, and socially as well as intellectually induced foci of attention. But, as multiple discoveries testify, this image of the man of science is just as much a case of the fallacy of misplaced concreteness as is the equivalent image of the man of business who ascribes his achievements to his own unaided efforts, in bland unconsciousness of a social order without whose continuous support and vigilant protection he would be as a lamb bleating in the desert. 12. For scientists, even the most lonely of lone wolves among them, are all members of one another. The study of multiples shows how scientists are bound to the past by building upon a deposit of accumulated knowledge, how they are bound to the present by interacting with others in the course of their work and having their attention drawn to particular problems and ideas by socially and intellectually accentuated interests, and how they are bound to the future by the obligation inherent in their social role to pass on an augmented knowledge and a more fully specified ignorance. The community of scientists extends both in time and in space. These three respects in which the study of multiples provides a strategic research site are simply different facets of the same guiding conception. They supplement current emphases in research on the behavior of scientists by conceiving that behavior as a resultant not only of the idiosyncratic characteristics and the local ambience of scientists, but also of their place within the wider social structure and culture. Beyond these are quite other uses of the study of multiples. A fourth use is to help us identify certain significant similarities and differences between the various branches of science. To the extent that the rate of multiples and the types of rediscoveries are much the same in the social and psychological sciences as in the physical and life sciences, we are led to similarities between them, just as differences in such rates and types alert us to differences between them. In short, the study of multiples can supplement the traditional notion of the unity of all science, a notion usually formulated in terms of the logic of method. It can lead us to re-examine this unity from the standpoint of the actual behavior of scientists in each of the major divisions of science and so to identify their distinctive relations to their respective social and cultural environments. This type of behavioral inquiry does not, of course, replace inquiries into the philosophy of science or the logical foundations of scientific method. It supplements them, by attending to what men in the various sciences actually do, rather than by limiting us to what textbooks of scientific method tell us they should do, as they go about their work. This brings us to a fifth use of studying multiples. As we have noted, scientists typically experience multiples as one of their occupational hazards. They are occasions for acute stress. Few scientists indeed react with equanimity when they learn that one of their own best contributions to science, what they know to have been the result of long hard work, is only, as the telling phrase has it, a rediscovery of what was found some time before, or just another discovery of what others have found at about the same time. No one who systematically examines the disputes over priority can ever again accept as veridical the picture of the scientist as one who is exempt, by his social role and his socially patterned personality, from effective involvement with his ideas and his discoveries of once unknown fact. The value of examining the behavior of men under stress in order to understand them better in all manner of other situations need not be recapitulated here. 13. By observing the behavior of scientists under what they experience as the stress of being forestalled in a discovery, we gain clues to ways in which the social institution of science shapes the motives, social relations, and affect of men of science. I have tried to show elsewhere, 14 for example, how the values and reward system of science, with their sometimes pathogenic emphasis upon originality, help account for certain deviant behaviors of scientists, secretiveness during the early stages of inquiry, lest they be forestalled, violent conflicts over priority, an unending flow of premature publications designed to establish grounds for later claims to having been first. These, I suggest, are normal responses to a badly integrated institution of science, such that we can better understand the fact that a sample of American starred men of science reports that, next to what they describe as personal curiosity, rivalry is most often the spur to their work. 15 To the sixth use of the study of multiples, I should like to devote some little time, for it has implications both for a sociological theory of scientific discovery and for social policy governing the support of scientific work. With the vast increases in public and private funds for the support of scientific research, there has emerged a great concern to avoid what is called wasteful duplication 16 in allocating these funds. This is a wide-spread concern, recently expressed in the planned society of the USSR as it has been expressed for some time in unplanned societies of the West. It has given rise to new organizations for improving communication among scientists, in the United States, for example, the Biosciences Information Exchange. One of the explicit functions of this exchange is to protect the individual scientist from the distress that comes from being just about to ship off a manuscript only to discover that someone else had done his work for him. 17. This function requires no comment here. It is designed to improve the system of scientific communication and so to prevent the unintended repetition of already completed scientific investigations. But the exchange is also thought of as having the function of guiding those who allocate funds for research so that they may reduce, or, ideally, eliminate, what is usually described as the wasteful duplication of scientific effort. Often enough this notion of duplication conceals a premise that should be further examined in the light of research on multiples in science before it is adopted at face value as a guide to policy. For it is not at all apparent that it is wasteful for several individual scientists, or teams of scientists, to work toward and to arrive at solutions of the same problem. Consider only 4 items of relevance which must be tucked out of sight and out of mind in order to arrive at the deceptively cogent conclusion that multiple discoveries necessarily signify waste of duplicative, or unknowingly replicative, scientific effort. Item, true. The theory of multiples in science leads us to conclude that these repeated discoveries were inevitable, since if one scientist involved in the multiple had not made the discovery, another would have, as we know from the fact that he did. But this inevitability holds only under certain, still poorly identified, conditions. In reviewing the facts of multiples, we ordinarily know only of the several scientists who actually did make the same discovery. We usually do not know how many others were at work on the same problem without having solved it. In short, we really do not know how many scientists of what degrees of competence are required to focus on a particular kind of problem in order to ensure a high probability that it will be solved in a given span of time. If that number is progressively reduced, through what may at first seem to be a rational policy of allocating only one grant or very few grants for research on the problem, the discovery may become anything but inevitable, at least during a given interval. Item, that duplication of scientific effort is wasteful may be true when the problems in hand are fairly routine, and bound to yield to a solution, once a scientist elects to work seriously on them. But these, of course, are the small change of science. When it comes to basic problems which are far from routine and, once solved, will have far-reaching implications for further inquiry, duplication, triplication, or a higher multiplication of effort may be anything but wasteful. Item, it would be ironic if current planned efforts to achieve efficiency in creative scientific work were to prove self-defeating. In the past, when the support of science was slight and thinly dispersed, the efficiency of the seemingly inefficient pattern resulted in many multiples, partly because many scientists, often unknowing that this was so, elected to work on the same problems. A superficial notion of wasteful duplication might result in substituting a policy of the inefficiency of the seemingly efficient, by so allocating funds for research as drastically to restrict the range of scientists at work on the same problem, thus reducing the probability not only of multiple independent solutions but of any solution altogether at the time. The theory of multiples provides one basis for re-examining policies governing the allocation of funds in support of science. Item. The fallacy of wasteful duplication is much like the fallacy that has long afflicted the interpretation of multiples in science. This fallacy made use of an old-fashioned concept of redundancy, strictly old-fashioned, for it has been going the rounds of philosophers, historians, and sociologists for a couple of 100 years. The argument went as follows: the occurrence of a multiple discovery is proof in itself that all but one of the actual discoverers were redundant, i.e. superfluous. For if all the other co-discoverers had not made the discovery, it would have been made in any case. Ergo, the fact attests their superfluity. I shall not bother with those knotty points of method which might protect the unwary against drawing such false conclusions from sound evidence. I note only that this old notion of redundancy ordinarily merged two distinct meanings. For one thing, it meant abundant, copious, plentiful, more than is abstractly needed to achieve a purpose. For another, it meant superfluous, that which can be safely done away with. The merger of these two meanings smuggled in a fallacy. This was the absolutistic fallacy of assuming that something was either redundant or not, once and for all, and irrespective of the situations in which it is found. The newer, more 380. Differentiated concept of redundancy is relative and statistical. It recognizes that efficiency increases the prospect of error, that redundancy, or reduced efficiency, makes for safety from error. It leads us to think of and then, in certain cases, to measure a functionally optimum amount of redundancy under specified conditions, that amount which will approximate a maximum probability of achieving the wanted outcome but not so great an amount that the last increment will fail appreciably to enlarge that probability. Multiples in science comprise a particular kind of redundancy that can be thought of in terms of the newer, fruitful concept which opens our eyes to what was presumably there all along, but went unnoticed. There is safety as well as truth in numbers of similar independent discoveries. Once we use this concept, we see the fallacy of the apparently cogent thesis that in multiples all discoveries but one are superfluous. This is seen to be logically airtight and sociologically false. For it assumes what remains to be demonstrated. It assumes that a discovery has only to be made in order for it to enter the public domain of science. But the history of science is checkered with cases that show this is not so. Often a new idea or a new empirical finding has been achieved and published, only to go unnoticed by others, until it is later uncovered or independently rediscovered and only then incorporated into the science. After all, this is what we mean by rediscovery. The signals provided by a discovery are lost in the noise of the great information system that constitutes science, and so must be issued anew. Multiples, that is, redundant discoveries, have a greater chance of being heard by others in the social system of science and so, then, and there, to affect its further development. From this standpoint, multiples are redundant, but not necessarily superfluous, or wasteful. When the all but one versions of the same discovery are described as superfluous, this refers only to the discoverer's psychological experience. He has indeed made the discovery. But this account neglects the sociological components of the process of discovery which deal with the probability of the discovery being made in the first place and, once made, of its being assimilated as a functional part of the science. Multiple discoveries can thus be seen to have several and varied social functions for the system of science. They heighten the likelihood that the discovery will be promptly incorporated in current scientific knowledge and will so facilitate the further advancement of knowledge. They confirm the truth of the discovery, although on occasion errors have been independently arrived at. They help us detect a problem which I have barely and far from rigorously formulated, to say nothing of having solved it, how to calculate the functionally optimum amount of redundancy in independent efforts to solve scientific problems of designated kinds, such that the probability of the solution is approximately maximized without entailing so much replication of effort that the last increment will not appreciably increase that probability. They help us distinguish between the psychological experience of individual scientists who originate a new and fruitful idea or make a new and fruitful observation from the independent social process through which this discovery succeeds or fails to become incorporated in the then current body of scientific knowledge. So much, then, for this sixth set of uses that make up the rationale for the systematic study of multiples in science. A seventh use I have examined at some length elsewhere, 18, and will therefore only summarize here. The methodical investigation of multiples enables us to develop a sociological theory of the role of scientific genius in the development of science. This new theory does away with the false disjunction between a heroic theory of science, that ascribes all basic advances to genius, and an environmental theory, that holds these geniuses to have been altogether dispensable, since if they had not lived, things would have turned out pretty much as they did. These traditionally opposed theories are not inherently opposed, they become so only when, as has been the case, they are pushed to indefensible extremes. In an enlarged sociological conception, men of scientific genius are precisely those whose discoveries, had they remained contemporaneously unknown, would eventually be rediscovered. But these rediscoveries would be made not by a single scientist but by an aggregate of scientists. On this view, the individual man of scientific genius is the functional equivalent of a considerable array of other scientists of varying degrees of talent. The evidence for this conception is in part provided by the multiplicity of multiples in which men of undeniable scientific genius have been involved. An eighth and, for present purposes, final use has to do with what might be described as the therapeutic function which the study of multiples serves for the community of scientists. But I shall postpone further examination of this use until the close of the next chapter, when we shall have covered some of the evidence indicating that there is ample need for this therapeutic function among scientists of our own day just as there was among scientists of the past. Perhaps enough has been said about the rationale for the systematic study of multiples. If there is any merit to the opinion that the subject has at least an eightfold promise for enlarging our understanding of how science develops, there naturally arises the question, why, then, has such systematic 19 study been largely absent? Like many other questions in the sociology of science, this one is self-exemplifying. It calls for application of ideas in the sociology of science to the cognitive and social behavior of sociologists of science themselves. Many of the endlessly recurrent facts about multiples and priorities are readily accessible in the diaries and letters, the notebooks, scientific papers, and biographies of scientists. This only compounds the mystery of why so little systematic attention has been accorded the subject. The facts have been noted, for they are too conspicuous to remain unobserved, but then they have been quickly put aside, swept under the rug, and forgotten. We seem to have here something like motivated neglect of this aspect of the behavior of scientists, and that is precisely the hypothesis I want to examine now. This resistance to the study of multiples and priorities can be conceived as a resultant of intense forces pressing for public recognition of scientific accomplishments that are held in check by countervailing forces, inherent in the social role of scientists, which press for the modest acknowledgement of limitations, if not for downright humility. Such resistance is a sign of malintegration of the social institution of science, which incorporates potentially incompatible values, among them, the value set upon originality, which leads scientists to want their priority to be recognized, and the value set upon due humility, which leads them to insist on how little they have in fact been able to accomplish. To blend these potential incompatibles into a single orientation and to reconcile them in practice is no easy matter. Rather, as we shall now see, the tension between these kindred values creates an inner conflict among men of science who have internalized both of them. Among other things, the tension generates a distinct resistance to the systematic study of multiples and often associated conflicts over priority. 1. Various kinds of overt behavior can be interpreted as expressions of such resistance. For one thing, it is expressed in the recurrent pattern of trying to trivialize or to incidentalize the facts of multiples and priority in science. When these matters are discussed in print, they are typically treated as though they were either rare and aberrant, although they are extraordinarily frequent and typical, or as though they were inconsequential both for the lives of scientists and for the advancement of science, although they are demonstrably significant for both. Understandably enough, many scientists themselves regard these matters as unfortunate interruptions to their getting on with the main job. Kelvin, for example, remarks that questions of priority, however interesting they may be to the persons concerned, sink into insignificance as one turns to the proper concern of advancing knowledge. 2. As indeed they do, but sentiments such as these also pervade the historical and sociological study of the behavior of scientists, so that systematic inquiry into these matters also goes by default. Or again, it is felt that the question of priority plays only an insignificant role in the scientific literature of our time. 3. So that, once again, this becomes regarded as a subject which can no longer provide a basis for clarifying the complex motivations and behavior of scientists, if indeed it ever was so regarded. Now the practice of seeking to trivialize what can be shown to be significant is a well-known manifestation of resistance. Statements of this sort read almost as though they were a paraphrase of the old maxim that the law does not concern itself with exceedingly small matters, de minimis non curat scientia lex. Not that there has been a conspiracy of silence about these intensely human conflicts in the world of the intellect and especially in science. These have been far too conspicuous to be denied altogether. Rather, the repeated conflict behavior of great and small men of science has been incidentalized as not reflecting any conceivably significant aspects of their role as scientists. Resistance is expressed also in various kinds of distortions, in motivated misperceptions or in an hiatus in recall and reporting. It often leads to those wish-fulfilling beliefs and false memories that we describe as illusions. And of such behavior the annals that treat of multiples and priorities are uncommonly full. So much so that I have arrived at a rule of thumb that seems to work out fairly well. The rule is this: whenever the biography or autobiography of a scientist announces that he had little or no concern with priority of discovery, there is a reasonably good chance that, not many pages later in the book, we shall find him deeply embroiled in one or another battle over priority. A few cases must stand here for many, of the great surgeon, W.S. Halsted, who together with Osler, Kelly, and Welch founded the Johns Hopkins Medical School. Harvey Cushing writes, he was overmodest about his work, indifferent to matters of priority. 4. Our rule of thumb leads us to expect what we find. Some 20 pages later in the book in which this is cited, we find a letter by Halsted about his work on cocaine as an anesthesia. I anticipated all of Schleicher's work by about 6 years, or 5. In Vienna I showed Wülfler how to use cocaine. He had declared that it was useless in surgery. But before I left Vienna he published an enthusiastic article in one of the daily papers on the subject. It did not, however, occur to him to mention my name. 5. Or again, the authoritative biography of that great psychiatrist of the Salpêtrière, Charcot, approvingly quotes the eulogy which says, among other things, that despite his many discoveries, Charcot never thought for a moment to claim priority or reward. Alerted by our rule of thumb, we find some 30 pages later an account of Charcot insisting on his having been the first to recognize exophthalmic goiter and, a little later, emphatically affirming that he would like to claim priority for the idea of isolating patients who are suffering from hysteria. 6. But perhaps the most apt case of such denial of an accessible reality is that of Ernest Jones, writing in his comprehensive biography that although Freud was never interested in questions of priority, which he found merely boring, surely this is a classic case of trivialization at work. He was fond of exploring the source of what appeared to be original ideas, particularly his own. 7. This is an extraordinarily illuminating statement. 4. Of course, no one could have known better than Jones known in the narrowly cognitive sense how very often Freud turned to matters of priority, in his own work, in the work of his colleagues, both friends and enemies, and in the history of psychology altogether. In point of fact, Dr. Eleanor Barber and I have identified more than 150 occasions on which Freud exhibited an interest in priority. Freud himself reports, with characteristic self-awareness, that he even dreamt about priority and the due allocation of credit for accomplished merit in science. 8. He oscillates between the poles of his ambivalence toward priority, occasionally seeing multiples as more or less inevitable, as when he reports a fantasy in which science would ignore me entirely during my lifetime. Some decades later, someone else would infallibly come upon the same things for which the time was not now ripe, would achieve recognition for them and bring me honor as a forerunner whose failure had been inevitable. 9. On other occasions he sometimes reluctantly, sometimes calmly and insistently, acknowledges anticipations of his own ideas or reports his own anticipations of others. 10. He implores his disciple Lou Andrea Salome to finish an essay in order not to give me precedence in time. 11. He admonishes Adler for what he describes as his uncontrolled craving for priority. 12. Just as he admonishes George Grodek for being unable to conquer that banal ambition which hankers after originality and priority. 13. He assesses and repeatedly reassesses the distinctive roles of Breuer and himself in establishing psychoanalysis. 14. He returns time. 9. Sigmund Freud, On the History of the Psychoanalytic Movement, in the standard edition of the Complete Works of Sigmund Freud, ed. James Strachey, 20 volumes to date, London, Hogarth Press, 1953, 1422. 10. The dozens of such instances need not be cited here, but see only the remarkable paper in which Freud reports that careful psychological investigation reveals hidden and long-forgotten sources which gave the stimulus to the apparently original ideas, and it replaces the ostensible new creation by a revival of something forgotten applied to fresh material. There is nothing to regret in this. We had no right to expect that what was original could be untraceable and undetermined. In my case, too, the originality of many of the new ideas employed by me in the interpretation of dreams and in psychoanalysis has evaporated in this way. I am ignorant of the source of only one of these ideas. It was no less than the key to my view of dreams and helped me to solve their riddles. I started out from the strange, confused and senseless character of so many dreams, and hit upon the notion that dreams were bound to become like that because something was struggling for expression in them which was opposed by a resistance from other mental forces. Precisely this essential part of my theory of dreams was, however, discovered by Popper Linkos independently. His story, Triumen we Watchen, was certainly written in ignorance of the theory of dreams which I published in 1900, just as I was then in ignorance of Linkos's fantasy and, Sigmund Freud, Joseph Popper Linkos and the Theory of Dreams, in Standard Edition, of Freud, 19:261-63. 11. In his letter of May 25, 1916, Letters of Sigmund Freud, p. 313. 12. Freud, History of the Psychoanalytic Movement, Standard Edition. Of Freud, 1451. 13. Letters of Sigmund Freud, p. 317. I shall have occasion to return to the rest of this letter later on in this paper, when we examine the basic uncertainty of genuinely independent originality in science. 14. It would take a paper in itself to trace out in detail and to interpret Freud's repeated and developing efforts, over a span of more than 30 years, to disentangle Breuer's and his own contributions to the emergence of psychoanalysis. As he became the object of social pressure to identify the contributions of the two, and as the differences gradually became clear to him, he worked toward more discriminating distinctions between their respective intellectual roles in that development. Consider only these few cases in point. 1896. I owe my conclusions to the use of the new psychoanalytic method, the probing procedure of J. Breuer, Heredity and the Etiology of the Neuroses, in Freud, Collected Papers, 4 volumes. London, Hogarth Press, 1949, 1:148. This, as the editor indicates, is the first use of the term, psychoanalytic, and since the 30-year-old Freud cannot yet know what will eventually turn out to be encompassed by this method, he simply identifies it with the probing procedure of Breuer. 1896. In his paper The Etiology of Hysteria, published in the same year, Freud of course continues to refer to Breuer's method and starts with the momentous discovery of J. Breuer, that the symptoms of hysteria, apart from stigmata, are determined by certain experiences of the patients which operate traumatically and are reproduced in his psychic life as memory symbols of these experiences. This is the paper in which he reports, without reservations, that at the bottom of every case of hysteria will be found one or more experiences of premature sexual experience, belonging to the first years of childhood, which may be reproduced by analytic work though whole decades have intervened, a judgment which he was of course to find mistaken and one which he was to retract and, courageously and imaginatively, to convert into the problem of why these traumatic experiences were so often a matter of fantasy. In it he refers to Breuer's method on a half-dozen or so occasions, but we see how he begins to differentiate some of his own ideas from those of Breuer. Collected Papers, 1:183-219. 1904. By this time, Freud becomes clear and makes it clear to others how he has moved beyond Breuer, e.g. the particular method of psychotherapy which Freud practices and terms psychoanalysis is an outgrowth (NB) of the so-called cathartic treatment discussed by him in collaboration with J. Breuer. At the personal suggestion of Breuer, Freud revived this method and tried it with a large number of patients. The changes which Freud introduced in Breuer's cathartic method of treatment were at first changes in technique. These, however, brought about new results and have finally necessitated a different though not contradictory conception of the therapeutic task. Freud's psychoanalytic method, Collected Papers, 1:264-65, this being Freud's contribution to Lowenfeld's Psychische Zwängerscheinungen. 1905. There is something of a regression here, from the newly perceived differentiation, when Freud refers to that cathartic or psychoanalytic investigation, discovered by J. Breuer and me, 3 contributions to the theory of sex, in the basic writings of Sigmund Freud, trans. and ed. by A. A. Brill, New York, Modern Library, 1938, p. 573. 1905. But in the same year, Freud definitely dissociates himself from one of Breuer's ideas, saying that, if, where a piece of joint work is in question, it is legitimate to make a subsequent division of property, I should like to take this opportunity of stating that the hypothesis of hypnoid states which many reviewers were inclined to regard as the central portion of our work sprang entirely from the initiative of Breuer. I regard the use of such a term as superfluous and misleading. Fragment of an analysis of a case of hysteria, Collected Papers, 335 n. 1909. Attaching great importance to the international recognition accorded psychoanalysis by the invitation to speak at the celebration of the 20th anniversary of Clark University, Freud was carried away, temporarily abandoning the distinctive roles he had gradually assigned Breuer and himself, and said unequivocally, "Granted that it is a merit to have created psychoanalysis, it is not my merit. I was a student busy with the passing of my last examinations, when another physician of Vienna, Dr. Joseph Breuer, made the first application of this method to a case of an hysterical girl, 1880-1882. Sigmund Freud, Origin and Development of Psychoanalysis, American Journal of Psychology 21, 1910, 181-218, at 181. The paper, with this statement, appeared simultaneously in English and German and was soon translated into Dutch, Hungarian, Polish, Russian, and Italian. 1914. 5 years later, Freud expressed second thoughts on the matter. In 1909, in the lecture room of an American university, I had my first opportunity of speaking in public about psychoanalysis. The occasion was a momentous one for my work, and moved by this thought I then declared that it was not I who had brought psychoanalysis into existence, the credit for this was due to someone else. To Joseph Breuer. Since I gave those lectures, however, well-disposed friends have suggested to me a doubt whether my gratitude was not expressed too extravagantly on that occasion. In their view, I ought to have done as I had previously been accustomed to do, treated Breuer's cathartic procedure as a preliminary stage of psychoanalysis. It is of no great importance in any case n.b., in the light of Freud's repeated worrying of the matter over a period of 20 years, whether the history of psychoanalysis is reckoned as beginning with the cathartic method or with my modification of it. I refer to this uninteresting point n.b. merely because certain opponents of psychoanalysis have a habit of occasionally recollecting that, after all, the art of psychoanalysis was not invented by me, but by Breuer. This only happens, of course, if their views allow them to find something in it deserving attention. If they set no such limits to their rejection of it, psychoanalysis is always without question my work alone. I have never heard that Breuer's great share in psychoanalysis has earned him a proportionate measure of criticism and abuse. As I have long recognized that to stir up contradiction and arouse bitterness is the inevitable fate of psychoanalysis, I have come to the conclusion that I must be the true originator of all that is particularly characteristic in it. I am happy to be able to add that none of the efforts to minimize my part in creating this much abused analysis have ever come from Breuer himself or could claim any support from him. Breuer's discoveries include a fragment of theory holding that symptoms of hysteria represented an abnormal employment of amounts of excitation which had not been disposed of, conversion. Whenever Breuer, in his theoretical contribution to the studies on hysteria, 1895, referred to this process of conversion, he always added my name in brackets after it, as though the priority for this first attempt at theoretical evaluation belonged to me. The editor notes, there seems to be some mistake here. In the course of Breuer's contribution he uses the term conversion, or its derivatives, at least 15 times. But only once, the first time he uses it, Standard ed. 2, p. 206, does he add Freud's name in brackets. It seems possible that Freud saw some preliminary version of Breuer's manuscript and dissuaded him from adding his name more than once in the printed book. Whether this last conjecture is true or not, the fact attests once again Freud's abiding interest with matters of priority and its corollary, the meticulous effort to have credit for originality properly allocated. I believe that actually this distinction relates only to the name, and that the conception came to us simultaneously and together, on the history of the psychoanalytic movement, standard edition of Freud, 14:7-9. 1924. 10 years later, Freud reverts to all this in a settled and consistent fashion, writing, soon after the publication of the studies in hysteria the collaboration of Breuer and Freud came to an end. Breuer, who was really a general practitioner, gave up the treatment of nervous diseases, while Freud took pains to further perfect the instrument left to him by his older colleague. The technical innovations which he initiated and the new discoveries which he made transformed the cathartic method into psychoanalysis, exploring the hidden recesses of the mind. These eventful years London and New York, 1924, 2:513. 1925 Freud's obituary of Breuer will be taken as a final source in point. I have repeatedly attempted to define my share in the studies which we published jointly. My merit lay chiefly in reviving in Breuer an interest which seemed to have become extinct, and in then urging him on to publication. I found reason later to suppose that a purely emotional factor, too, had given him an aversion to further work on the elucidation of the neuroses. He had come up against something that is never absent, his patient's transference onto her physician, and he had not grasped the impersonal nature of the process. Besides the case history of his first patient, Breuer contributed a theoretical paper to the studies. It is very far from being out of date, on the contrary, it conceals thoughts and suggestions which have even now not been turned to sufficient account. Anyone immersing himself in this speculative essay will form a true impression of the mental build of this man, whose scientific interests were, alas, turned in the direction of psychopathology. 390. And again to his priority conflict with Janet, 15, reporting that he had brought the recalcitrant Breuer to agree to an early publication of their joint monograph because in the meantime, Janet's work had anticipated some of his Breuer's results. 16 He writes nostalgically about the days of my splendid isolation when there was nothing to hustle me. My publications, which I was able to place with a little trouble, could always lag far behind my knowledge and could be postponed as long as I pleased, since there was no doubtful priority to be defended. 17 He repeatedly allocates priorities among others, Bohn, Ferenczi, Bleuler, Stekel, being only a few among the many. 18 He even credits Adler with priority for an error. 19 During only one short episode of his long life, Joseph Breuer, Standard Edition, of Freud, 19:279-80. This short synopsis of Freud's recurring attempts over a span of some 40 years to distinguish his contributions from those of Breuer suggests the possibility that, partly owing to the social pressures upon him to establish the nature of his own originality, he was not altogether uninterested in what he described as of no great importance and as an uninteresting point, not, at least, if matters of interest are those which engage the attention. 15. Of the many occasions on which Freud returned to this matter of Pierre Janet's claim to priority, I cite only On the History of the Psychoanalytic Movement, Standard Edition, of Freud, 1432-33, and An Autobiographical Study, pages 21, 33, 54-55, where he seeks to put an end to the glib repetition of the view that whatever is of value in psychoanalysis is merely borrowed from the ideas of Janet. Historically, psychoanalysis is completely independent of Janet's discoveries, just as in its content it diverges from them and goes far beyond them. For some of Janet's not always delicate insinuations, see his Psychological Healing, New York, Macmillan, 1925, 1:601-40. 16. An Autobiographical Study, pages 36-37, Joseph Breuer, Standard Edition, of Freud, 19:279-80. At the date of the publication of our studies, we were able to appeal to Charcot's writings and to Pierre Janet's investigations, which had by that time deprived Breuer's discoveries of some of their priority. But when Breuer was treating his first case, in 1881-2, none of this was as yet available. Janet's Automatisme psychologique appeared in 1889 and his second work, L'état mental de hystériques, not until 1892. It seems that Breuer's researches were wholly original, and were directed only by the hints offered to him by the material of his case. 17. On the History of the Psychoanalytic Movement, Standard Edition, of Freud, 1422. With regard to the pattern of biographers and disciples imposing their illusory convictions upon the actual experience of men of science, consider that the translation of this passage by A. Brill completely omits, presumably as inconsequential, the phrase, "There was no doubtful priority to be defended." See the Basic Writings of Sigmund Freud, p. 943. 18. References to these will be found scattered through Freud's publications and letters, example Group Psychology and Analysis of the Ego, London, Hogarth Press, 1921, pages 23-24, alludes to L. Bohn having been anticipated by Seyle in his most important idea of the collective inhibition of intellectual functioning and the heightening of affectivity in groups. On this case, see R. K. Merton, Introduction to Gustav L. Bohn, The Crowd, New York, Viking Press, 1960, pages 7-18. To Ferenczi, he writes, "Your priority in all this is evident." Jones, Sigmund Freud, 3:353-54. 19. Grimly, Freud writes in the midst of his counterattack on the secessionist. Adler must also be credited with priority in confusing dreams with latent dream. And, to prolong the types of occasions no further, he repeatedly intervenes in priority battles among his disciples and current or former colleagues, for example, between Abraham and Jung, 20, saying that he could not stifle the disputes about priority for which there were so many opportunities under these conditions of work in common. 21. In view of even this small sampling of cases in point, it may not be audacious to interpret as a sign of resistance Jones's remarkable statement that Freud was never interested in questions of priority, which he found merely boring. That Freud was ambivalent toward priority, true; that he was pained by conflicts over priority, indisputable; that he was concerned to establish the priority of others as of himself, beyond doubt, but to describe him as never interested in the question of priority and as bored by it requires the extraordinary feat of denying, as though they had never occurred, scores of occasions on which Freud exhibited profound interest in the question, many of these being occasions which Jones himself has detailed with the loving care of a genuine scholar. True, Freud appears to have been no more concerned with these matters than were Newton or Galileo, Laplace or Darwin, or any of the other giants of science about whom biographers and others have announced their entire lack of interest in priority just before, as honest scholars, they inundate us with a flood of evidence to the contrary. This denial of the realities they report and segregate seems to be an instance of that keeping of intellect and perception in abeyance which so typically reflects deep-seated resistance. To propose that such resistance helps account for the studied neglect of systematic study of multiples and priority is still, of course, to leave open the question of what brings the resistance about. It would seem to have obvious parallels with other occasions in the history of thought, not least with psychoanalysis itself, when amply available facts, having far-reaching theoretical implications, were experienced as undefying or unsavory, ignoble or trivial, and so were conscientiously ignored. It is a little like psychologists having once largely ignored sexuality because it was not a subject fit for polite society, or having regarded dreams or incomplete actions as manifestly trivial and so undeserving of thorough inquiry. What complicates the problem in the case of multiples and priority is that the study calls for detached examination of the behavior of some scientists by other scientists. Even to assemble the facts of the case is to be charged with blemishing the record of undeniably great men of science, as though one were a raker of muck that a gentleman would pass by in silence. Even more, to investigate the subject systematically is to be regarded not merely as a muckraker, but as a muckmaker. 22. The behavior of fellow scientists involved in multiples and priority contests tends to be condemned or applauded rather than analyzed. It is morally evaluated, not systematically investigated. Disputes over priority are simply described as unfortunate, and the moral judgment is substituted for the effort to understand what this implies for the psychology of scientists and the sociology of science as an institution. We find Goethe referring to all those foolish quarrels about earlier and later discovery, plagiary, and quasi-purloinings. 23. We are free, of course, to find this behavior unfortunate or foolish or comic or sad. But these active responses to the behavior of our ancestors or brothers in science seem to have usurped the place that might be given over to analysis of this behavior and its implications for the ways in which science develops. It is a little as though the physician were to respond only evaluatively to illness, describe it as unfortunate or painful, and consider his task done, or as though the psychiatrist were to describe the behavior of schizophrenics as absurd and let it go at that, or as though the criminologist were to substitute his sentiment that certain crimes are appalling and despicable for the effort to discover what brings these crimes about. The history of the sciences shows that the provisional emancipation from sentiment in order to investigate phenomena methodically has been a most difficult task and has occurred at different times in the various sciences and at different times for selected problems within each of the sciences. Emancipation from sentiment came fairly early in the history of much of medicine. It came very late in the history of the treatment of the mentally ill and the analysis of criminal behavior. I suggest that only now are we beginning to emancipate the study of the concrete behavior of scientists from the altogether human tendency to respond to it in terms of the sentiments and values which we have made our own rather than to examine some of that behavior in reasonably detached fashion. In regard to the study of multiples and priorities, apparently, we must remember again what we all know in the abstract but are sometimes inclined to forget when we get down to new cases that, as Clerk Maxwell noted, it was a great step in science when men became convinced that, in order to understand the nature of things, they must begin by asking, not whether a thing is good or bad, noxious or beneficial, but of what kind it is. And how much is there of it? Quality and quantity were then first recognized as the primary features to be observed in scientific inquiry. 24. Contributing to the substitution of sentiment for analysis and so to the resistance against systematic study of multiples and their often connected disputes over priority is the often painful contrast between the actual behavior of scientists and the behavior ideally prescribed for them. For all of us who harbor the ideal image of the scientist, it may be disconcerting to have Edmund Halley forthrightly described by the first Astronomer Royal, John Flamsteed, as being just as lazy and slothful as he is corrupt. And then, bringing an even greater mime into the drama, he goes on to write. With my lunar observations Halley gives her true places and latitudes, which are copied from the 3 large synopses that I imparted to Sir Isaac Newton, under this condition that he should not impart them to anybody, without my leave. Yet so true to his word, and so candid is the knight, that he immediately imparted it to Halley, who has printed them as far as they reach. The lazy and malicious thief would scarce be at the pains to gather them himself. 25. As Flamsteed put it most plainly, he found Newton, always insidious, ambitious, and excessively covetous. Of praise. 26. Nor do matters fare differently in the emerging social sciences. We find the 18th century Adam Ferguson replying to the charge of having plagiarized the lectures of his friend, Adam Smith, by admitting that he had derived many notions from a French author, and that Smith had been there before him. 27. Incidentally, this polemic pattern of you too or you, rather than I was by then well established. Newton, for example, had adopted this kind of counter-attack in reply to Robert Hooke. Another friend, Adam Robertson, is held to have made unacknowledged use of ideas which Smith had set forth in lectures and conversations, and in order to establish priority, Smith is provoked into a public lecture which gave a fairly long list of his new ideas. 28. In the same vein, we find Saint Simon ironically extending his sincere thanks to the historian Guizot for having popularized the observations I published in the Organisateur and asking Guizot to read the letter of thanks with great care, since it is highly desirable, both for the public and for me, that he appropriate its content as fully as he did my first ideas. 29. Or again, we are at the turn of our century, listening to the long and bitter dispute between Gustave Le Bon and Scipio Siley, in which the Italian complains that Le Bon uses my observations on the psychology of crowds without citing me, and adds, that without any trace of irony, I believe that no higher or less suspect praise can be given than by this adoption of my ideas without citing me. 30. In another time and place, Lester Ward writes to E. A. Ross about Albion Small's general sociology that I suppose I ought to be amused instead of provoked. But a big volume filled with nothing but the things that you and I have been saying for years, only said over again in a verbose language which strains to avoid the particular words used by others and to palm off some other words for new ideas, is certainly exasperating. 31. And so it goes, on and on. Ignoring for the moment the great volume of such angry complaints in the physical and life sciences, we hear Comte denouncing Saint Simon, and the Saint Simonians, Comte, Spencer in turn upbraiding the Comtists for holding him to be a mere imitator of Comte, 32 Marx berating Hindman as an out-and-out robber of his ideas, 33 the usually equable Gaetano Mosca fuming at the Marquis Pareto over his double crime of first having appropriated Mosca's theory of the political class and then rechristening the idea by the far more popular term, elite, 34 Jungians accusing Freud, 35 Freud accusing Adler, with the further and by now familiar charge that the borrowed ideas become labeled as his own by a change in nomenclature, 36 and Adlerians accusing Freud and a variety of others. 37. As we approach our own day in the social sciences, we hear echoes of these angry and agitated words reverberating through the corridors of the peaceful temple of science. Since these episodes involve our contemporaries and often our associates, they become, we must suppose, even more painful to observe and more difficult to analyze with detachment than episodes of the distant past. Only a few present-day conflicts over priority in psychology and sociology, with their intimations or outright assertions of unacknowledged borrowing, need be reviewed to reinstitute the embarrassment and wriggling discomfort experienced by social scientists who are onlookers. J. L. Moreno, for example, and S. R. Slobzin are deep in conflict over the question of who originated group psychotherapy, with Moreno describing Slobzin as liking my concepts and terms group therapy and group psychotherapy, and a few years later beginning to use them without quotation. 38. Slobzin, in his turn, retorts that Moreno was not really the inventor of psychodrama and that priority actually belongs to Carl Jorgensen of Sweden, thus following, perhaps unwittingly, the established practice of countering with the claim of a still earlier priority. 39. Or again, Moreno maintains that his ideas and some of Kurt Lewin's are not really cases of independent multiple discovery, and that by the time Lewin had published his work on group or action dynamics, he, Moreno, was the acknowledged leader in the new developments of action and group theory. 40. Some of Lewin's students, Moreno goes on to say, attended his workshops and adopted his ideas and techniques under camouflaging labels employed in group dynamics. As Moreno puts it, in colorful Ian Gage reminiscent of that we have seen employed by angry scientists of the past, it was a shrewd device to plant, at least in the mind of some people, the idea that by sheer coincidence of circumstances the same ideas developed independently. By using a technique of quoting only each other, that is, those who belong to their clique, and not quoting any of my close associates or myself, their double game became the laughing stock of the connoisseurs. 41. In much the same fashion but covering a broader scope, Pitirim Sorokin attacks what he describes as amnesia and the discoverer's complex in modern sociology and psychosocial science. He flails social scientists whom he sees as having borrowed from past observers without acknowledgement, and aims his heaviest guns at those he regards as having filched ideas from their contemporaries which are then put forward as their own. Once again, the language is that of an angry Galileo, Flamsteed, or Hooke. Thus, the concept of the basic personality structure is described as a vague variation of a very old concept pilfered from sociologists. 42. Leopold von Wies is approvingly quoted as having written that certain social theorists have a strange lack of references to their predecessors and, despite the essential similarity of sociological framework, they have a complete lack of references to theories of mind Sorokin's published many years before. 43. Most often, Sorokin says, claims to priority are probably due to the ignorance of our pseudo-discoverers, many of whom are newcomers from other fields, such as statistics, and have failed to live up to the obligation to find out what has gone before. 44. Beyond this merely ignorant group, he writes, the would-be Columbuses of social science today include an insignificant fraction of deliberate plagiarists. Some of these pseudo-discoverers are the victims of ambitions far exceeding their creative potential and of our society's competitive mores and its cult of success. Driven by their narcissistic complex and by the ever-operating forces of rivalry, they are eager to overestimate their achievements, to advertise them as discoveries made for the first time, and with a semi-rational naivete they are apt sincerely to fool themselves and others with their claims. 45. And finally, almost as an echo of Ward writing to Ross about Small, or of Moska writing about Pareto, or Freud about Adler, Sorokin refers to the technique of using new terms for old concepts to give them a look of originality. These and similar devices help to sell, especially to a credulous public, the old intellectual merchandise as the new 46. In the climate created by such denunciations, even the social scientists who are not directly involved, at least for the moment, feel acutely uncomfortable, uneasy and distressed. They can hardly bring themselves to study this behavior. For when sociological analysis is stripped bare of sentiment, it often leaves the sociologist shivering in the cold. Since his own sentiments and allegiances are involved, it becomes all the more difficult to examine the hot conflicts of associates with required detachment. The sociological and psychological study of multiples and priorities, with all it could tell us about the cultural and social behavior of scientists, accordingly tends to remain undeveloped. All this creates a degree of ambivalence toward the subject and its implications. Thus, Freud also recognizes his own ambivalence when he writes of his work on the Moses of Michelangelo that, having come upon a little book, of 46 pages, published in 1863 by an Englishman, W. Aitchis Lloyd, he read it with mixed feelings. I once more had occasion to experience in myself what unworthy and puerile motives enter into our thoughts and acts even in a serious cause. My first feeling was of regret that the author should have anticipated so much of my thought, which seemed precious to me because it was the result of my own efforts, and it was only in the second instance that I was able to get pleasure from its unexpected confirmation of my opinion. Our views, however, diverge on one very important point. 47. Ambivalence is otherwise expressed when Moreno concludes his assault on those who do not acknowledge his originality of conception. He remarks that the motives for exposing interpersonal conflicts with former associates have little to do with priority or recognition. My cravings for ego satisfaction, for being loved and admired, has been comfortably reciprocated. If a father of ideas gets 50% returns, he can consider himself lucky, and I got more than this. 48. It is almost as though we were once again reading Descartes as he manages to write both that he does not boast of being the first discoverer and then proceeds on other occasions to insist on his priority over Pascal. 49. The ambivalence toward claims of priority means that scientists are contemptuous of the very attitudes they have acquired from the institution to which they subscribe, the sentiments they have acquired from the institution of science, with its great premium on originality, makes it difficult to give up a claim to a new idea or new finding. Yet the same institution emphasizes the selfless dedication to the advancement of knowledge for its own sake. Concern with priority and ambivalence toward that concern register in the individual what is generated by the value system of science. 50. The self-contempt often expressed by scientists as they observe with dismay their own concern with having their originality of discovery recognized is evidently based upon the widespread though uncritical assumption that behavior is actuated by a single motive, which can then be appraised as good or bad, as noble or ignoble. They assume that the truly dedicated scientist must be concerned only with advancing knowledge. As a result, their deep interest in having their priority of discovery recognized by peers is seen as marring their nobility of purpose as men of science, although it might be remembered that noble means the widely known. This assumption has a germ of psychological truth. Any reward, money, fame, position is morally ambiguous and potentially subversive of culturally esteemed motives. For as rewards are meted out, fame, for example, the motive of seeking the reward can displace the original motive. Concern with recognition can displace concern with advancing knowledge. 51. But this is only a possibility, not an inevitability. When the institution of science works effectively and like other social institutions it does not always do so, recognition and esteem accrue to those scientists who have best fulfilled their roles, to those who have made important contributions to the common stock of knowledge. Then are found those happy circumstances in which moral obligation and self-interest coincide and fuse. The observed ambivalence of scientists toward their own interest in having their priority recognized, an ambivalence we have seen registered even by that most astute of psychologists, Freud, shows them to assume that such an ancillary motive somehow tarnishes the purity of their interest in scientific inquiry. Yet it need not be that scientists seek only to win the applause of their peers, but, rather, that they are comforted and gratified by it when it does ring out. Occasionally a scientist senses all this and vigorously challenges the assumption underlying the shame over interest in recognition, for example, a Hanselye, who asks his peers, "Why is everybody so anxious to deny that he works for recognition?" In my walk of life, I have met a great many scientists, among them some of the most prominent scholars of our century, but I doubt if any one of them would have thought that public recognition of his achievements by a title, a medal, a prize, or an honorary degree played a decisive role in motivating his enthusiasm for research. When a prize brings both honor and cash, many scientists would even be more inclined to admit being pleased about the money one must live, than about the public recognition. I am not sensitive to philtre. Why do even the greatest minds stoop to such falsehoods? For, without being conscious lies, these ratiocinations are undoubtedly false. Many of the really talented scientists are not at all money-minded, nor do they condone greed for wealth either in themselves or in others. On the other hand, all the scientists I know sufficiently well to judge, and I include myself in this group, are extremely anxious to have their work recognized and approved by others. Is it not below the dignity of an objective scientific mind to permit such a distortion of his true motives? Besides, what is there to be ashamed of? 52. Dr. Silly's final question need not remain a rhetorical one. Shame is experienced when one's identity and self-image are suddenly violated by one's actual behavior, as in the case of the shame we have seen expressed by Darwin when his own behavior forced him to realize that recognition of his priority meant more to him than he had ever been willing to suppose. To admit to a deep-seated wish for recognition may seem to prefer recognition to the joy of discovery as an end in itself, activating the further awareness that the pleasure of recognition for accomplishment could, and perhaps momentarily did, replace the pleasure of scientific work for its own sake. On the surface, this hunger for recognition appears as mere personal vanity, generated from within and craving satisfaction from without. But this is truly a superficial diagnosis, compounded of a moralizing deprecation of self or others and representing a classic instance of the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, in which relevant sociological details are suppressed by exclusive attention to the feeling states of the particular individual scientist. When we reach deeper and wider, into the institutional complex that gives point to this hunger for recognition, it turns out to be anything but personal and individual, repeated as it is with slight variation by one scientist after another. Vanity, so called, is then seen as the outer face of the inner need for assurance that one's work really matters, that one has measured up to the hard standards maintained by a community of scientists. It then becomes clear that the institution of science reinforces, when it does not create, this deep-rooted need for validation of work accomplished. Sometimes, of course, the need is stepped up until it gets out of hand. The desire for recognition becomes a driving lust for acclaim, even when unwarranted. Megalomania replaces the comfort of reassurance. But the extreme case need not be mistaken for the modal one. In general, the need to have accomplishment recognized, which for the scientist means that his knowing peers judge his work worth the while, is the result of deep devotion to the advancement of knowledge as an ultimate value. Rather than necessarily being at odds with dedication to science, the concern with recognition is ordinarily a direct expression of it. This becomes evident only if one does not stop analysis by characterizing this concern as a matter of vanity or self-aggrandizement, but goes on to consider that, sociologically, recognition of accomplishment by informed others represents a mechanism of social validation of that accomplishment. Science in particular is a social world, not an aggregate of solipsistic worlds. Continued appraisal of work and recognition for work well done constitute one of the mechanisms that unite the world of science. The Eureka Syndrome. All this can be seen in somewhat different context. The deep concern with establishing priority or at least independence of discovery is only the other side of the coin of the socially reinforced elation that comes with having arrived at a new and true scientific idea or result. And the deeper the commitment to a discovery, the greater, presumably, the reaction to the threat of having its novelty denied. Concern with priority is often only the counterpart to elation in discovery, the Eureka Syndrome. We have only to remember what is perhaps the most ecstatic expression of joy in discovery in the annals of science. Here is Kepler on his discovery of the third planetary law. What I prophesied 22 years ago as soon as I found the heavenly orbits were of the same number as the 5 regular solids, what I fully believed long before I had seen Ptolemy's harmonics, what I promised my friends in the name of this book, which I christened before I was 16 years old, what I urged as an end to be sought, that for which I joined Tycho Brahe, for which I settled in Prague, for which I have spent most of my life at astronomical calculations, at last I have brought to light, and seen to be true beyond my fondest hopes. It is not 18 months since I saw the first ray of light, 3 months since the unclouded sun glorious sight burst upon me. Let nothing confine me, I will indulge my sacred ecstasy. I will triumph over mankind by the honest confession that I have stolen the golden vases of the Egyptians to raise a tabernacle for my God far away from the lands of Egypt. If you forgive me, I rejoice; if you are angry, I cannot help it. The book is written, the die is cast. Let it be read now or by posterity, I care not which. It may well wait a century for a reader, as God has waited 6,000 years for an observer. Sa we can only surmise how deep would have been Kepler's anguish had another claimed that he had long before come upon the third law. So, too, with a Gay-Lussac, seizing upon the person nearest him for a victory waltz so that he could express his ecstasy on the occasion of a new discovery by the poetry of motion 54. Or, to come closer home, William James all aflame with his idea of pragmatism and hardly able to contain his exhilaration over it. 55. Or, in more restrained exuberance, Joseph Henry, once he had hit upon a new way of constructing electromagnets, reporting that when this conception came into my brain, I was so pleased with it that I could not help rising to my feet and giving it my hearty approbation. 56. Or finally, the young Freud writing his darling girl, Martha, of his joy in a discovery which may not be insignificant, a new technique of staining nervous tissue with a solution of gold chloride. 57. Or, years later, reminding Carl Abraham that we have the incomparable pleasure of gaining the first insights. 58. In short, when a scientist has made a genuine discovery, he is as happy as a scientist can be. But the peak of exhilaration may only deepen the plunge into despair should the discovery be taken from him. 59. If the loss is occasioned only by finding that it was, in truth, not a first but a later independent discovery, the blow may be severe enough, though mitigated by the sad consolation that at least the idea has been confirmed by another. But this is as nothing, of course, when compared with the traumatizing charge that not only was the discovery later than another of like kind but that it really was borrowed or even stolen. Rather than being mutually exclusive, joy in discovery and eagerness for recognition by scientific peers are stamped out of the same psychological coin. They can both express a basic commitment to the value of advancing knowledge. Cryptomnesia, unconscious plagiary. Further complicating the already complex emotions that attend multiple discoveries is the phenomenon of so-called unconscious plagiary. Interestingly enough, the potpourri term itself testifies to the admixture of moralizing and analysis that commonly enters into discussions of the subject. It is compounded of a loosely conceived psychological component, unconscious, and a legal moralistic component, plagiary, with all its connotations of violating a code and attendant guilt. As a concept, unconscious plagiary is just as misplaced or obsolete in psychosocial studies as that of insanity, which was rightly relegated to the sphere of law, where it continues to lead a harrowing existence. The neutral and analytical term, cryptomnesia, serves us better, referring as it does to seemingly creative thought in which ideas based upon unrecalled past experience are taken to be new. The fact that cryptomnesia can occur at all subjects the scientist, or other creative minds, to the ever-present possibility that his most cherished original idea may actually be the forgotten residue of what he had once read or heard elsewhere. This fear may give rise to either of two conflicting patterns of behavior. In some cases, it may lie behind the emphatic insistence of an imaginative mind that he is beholden to no one else for his newfound ideas. 60. This pattern of a possibly cryptomnesic scientist who protests his originality too much, not knowing whether he is right or not, differs of course from the pattern of the lady who doth protest too much, knowing as she does that her act will belie her words. In other cases the scientist who knows that cryptomnesia can occur may assume that he has unwittingly assimilated an idea which he once believed to have been original with him. This may hold for big ideas or small ones. I know that the statistician, W. Allen Wallace, will not mind my citing such a minor episode from his experience. In the well-known textbook of statistics which Harry Roberts and he published in 1956, they introduced the convenient practice of numbering tables and charts, not seriatim as is ordinarily done, but by the number of the page on which they appear. This has the advantage that later cross-references to the tables or charts at once indicate the page on which they are found. This useful little idea also turns out to be a multiple. The book is published, and Wallace soon receives a friendly letter from an economist notifying him that the system of numbering had been employed by Dunlap and Kurtz in a handbook of statistics published back in 1932. Wallace's reply exemplifies the uncertainty that comes from realizing that cryptomnesia is an ever-present possibility. I was much interested in your letter. The numbering method seemed to me so good that it obviously must have been thought of before. The Dunlap and Kurtz book is, I am virtually certain, in my office in Chicago. When I arrived at Chicago 10 years ago as Ted Intima's successor, he very kindly left a considerable portion of his statistical library for me. I have noticed this volume, though I do not recall ever looking into it. Nevertheless, there does seem to me to be a real possibility that on some occasion I did look at it, note the numbering system, forget it, but then did think it up fresh when faced with a numbering problem. 6t. What holds for this little instance holds also for discoveries of consequence to science. The possibility of cryptomnesia leads some to doubt their own powers of recall and to assume that what they once thought to be their original idea may be, after all, the trace of a forgotten exposure to the idea as set forth by another. Among the many cases in point, consider only these few. Having had the experience at age 19 of learning that his discovery in optics was only a rediscovery, William Rowan Hamilton, the mathematical genius who discovered quaternions, in part, independently invented by Grassmann, developed a lifelong preoccupation with the twin fear of being plagiarized and of unwittingly plagiarizing others. As he put it on one of the many occasions on which he turned to the subject in his correspondence with De Morgan, as to myself, I am sure that I must have often reproduced things which I had read long before, without being able to identify them as belonging to other persons. 62. Or again, but about the sighing am I to quarrel with Dickens, or figure in one of his publications of a later date? Where is the priority business to end? I am sick of it as you can be, but still, in anything important as regards science, I should take it as a favor to be warned, if I were inadvertently exposing myself to the charge of plagiarizing. 63. Turning from mathematics to psychology, we find Freud characteristically examining his own experience, remembering that he had been given Born's works when he was 14 and still had the book 50 years later, so that although he could not remember the essay in question, which dealt with free association as a procedure for creative writing, it does not appear impossible to us that this hint may perhaps have uncovered that piece of cryptomnesia which, in so many cases, may be suspected behind an apparent originality. 64. In reviewing the multiple discovery of part of the theory of dreams by Popper, Linkous and himself, Freud has this to say: the subjective side of originality also deserves consideration. A scientific worker may sometimes ask himself what was the source of the ideas peculiar to himself which he has applied to his material. As regards some of them he will discover without much reflection the hints from which they were derived, the statements made by other people which he has picked out modified and whose implications he has elaborated. But as regards others of his ideas he can make no such acknowledgments. He can only suppose that these thoughts and lines of approach were generated, he cannot tell how, in his own mental activity, and it is on them that he bases his claim to originality. Careful psychological investigation, however, diminishes this claim still further. It reveals hidden and long-forgotten sources which gave the stimulus to the apparently original ideas, and it replaces the ostensible new creation by a revival of something forgotten applied to fresh material. There is nothing to regret in this. We had no right to expect that what was original could be untraceable and undetermined. In my case, too, the originality of many of the new ideas employed by me in the interpretation of dreams and in psychoanalysis has evaporated in this way. I am ignorant of the source of only one of these ideas, dream censorship. As most incisively, Freud exemplifies the basic uncertainty inherent in the fact that cryptomnesia can occur, when he writes in Analysis Terminable and Interminable, my delight was proportionally great when I recently discovered that that theory of the death instinct was held by one of the great thinkers of ancient Greece. For the sake of this confirmation I am happy to sacrifice the prestige of originality, especially as I read so widely in earlier years that I can never be quite certain that what I thought was a creation of my own mind may not really have been an outcome of cryptomnesia. 66. It was this sort of thing, no doubt, that prompted the irrepressible Mark Twain to declare, "What a good thing Adam had when he said a thing he knew nobody had said it before." Celebrated cases of seeming cryptomnesia abound in all fields of creative work. To take only one dramatic example, Helen Keller writes in despair of having published a story that was so much alike in thought and language to another that it was evident the earlier one must have been read to her and that mine was a dash. Even in print she pauses, draws a deep breath, and only then can bring herself to say that mine was a plagiary. "No one drank deeper of the cup of bitterness than I did," she concludes, and concludes this although it proved impossible to find anyone who had actually read her the story. 67. Contributing further to the uncertainty about the extent of one's originality is the recurrence of episodes in which a scientist has unwittingly borrowed ideas from himself. Many scientists and scholars have found, to their combined chagrin and disbelief, that an idea which seemed to have come to them out of the blue had actually been formulated by them years before, and then forgotten. An old notebook, a resurrected paper, a colleague cursed with total recall, a former student, any of these can make it plain that what was thought to be a new departure was actually a repetition, or at most, an extended and improved version, of what they had worked out for themselves in the past. Of many such cases, consider only a few, some of a century or more ago, others of contemporary vintage. Joseph Priestley records with chagrin that I have so completely forgotten what I have myself published, that in reading my own writings, what I find in them often appears perfectly new to me, and I have more than once made experiments, the results of which had been published by me. 68. The ingenious and jovial mathematician, Augustus de Morgan, has his own lively version of the experience. "I have read a paper, but not on mathematics, before now, have said to myself, I perfectly agree with this man, he is a very sensible fellow, and have found out at last that it was an old paper of my own I was reading, and very much flattered I was with my own unbiased testimony to my own merits." 69. And it is told of the distinguished mathematician, James Joseph Sylvester, that he had difficulty in remembering his own inventions and once even disputed that a certain theorem of his own could possibly be true. 70. Or consider a brace of cryptomnesic borrowings from self in our own day. The Nobel laureate, Otto Loewi, reports his waking in the middle of the night, jotting down some notes on what he sensed to be a momentous discovery, going back to sleep, awaking to find that he could not possibly decipher his scrawl, spending the day in a miserable and unavailing effort to remember what he had had in mind, being again aroused from his slumber at 3 the next morning, racing to the laboratory, making an experiment, and 2 hours later conclusively proving the chemical transmission of nervous impulse. So far, so good. Another case, evidently, of the pattern of subconscious creativity unforgettably described by Poincare. But some years later, when Loewi, upon request, reported all this to the International Physiological Congress, he was reminded by a former student that, 18 years before that nocturnal discovery, he had fully reported his basic idea. "This," says Loewi, "I had entirely forgotten." 71. The psychologist Edwin Boring writes me of a colleague who came to him in an excited eureka frame of mind, announcing that he had just worked out a new technique for scales of sensory measurement, and that he is now hunting for a name for it. And then, before the shine of the new idea had rubbed off, he discovers that he had discussed this in print some 6 years before and had even given it a tentative name. And to advert to Freud, as I have so often done if only because his intellectual experience is uncommonly documented, Jones reports several instances of his obtaining a clear insight which he subsequently forgot, and then later suddenly coming across it again as a new revelation. 72. As Freud noted in another connection, it is familiar ground that a sense of conviction of the accuracy of one's memory has no objective value. 73. If cryptomnesia is possible in relation to one's own earlier work, then it is surely possible in relation to the work of others. And this can undermine the calm assurance that one has, in truth, worked out a new idea for oneself when confronted with another version of the same idea worked out by someone else. Various contexts may affect the probability of cryptomnesia in relation to one's own work. It may be the more probable the more the scientist has worked in a variety of problem areas rather than narrowly restricting his research focus to problems having marked continuity. Looking at this hypothesis, not in terms of the individual scientist but in terms of the relative frequency of self-cryptomnesia in different sciences, we should expect it to be more frequent in the newer sciences, with their comparatively uncodified and therefore more nearly empirical knowledge than the better established sciences. To the extent that these pattern differences in degree of theoretical integration occur, we should expect more cryptomnesia in relation to one's own work in the social sciences. The frequency of such cryptomnesia should also be affected by the social organization of scientific work, which seems to affect every aspect of multiple discoveries in science. When research is organized in teams, it would be less likely, we must suppose, that earlier ideas and findings would be altogether forgotten. For if some members of the team forget them, others will not. Moreover, repeated interaction between collaborators will tend to fix these ideas and findings in memory. The conspicuous changes in the social organization of scientific research should have a marked effect, not only on this matter of self-cryptomnesia, but on every aspect of multiples and priorities in science. The trend toward collaborative investigation in research organization is reflected in patterns of publication, with more and more research papers being by several authors rather than by only one. The extent of this change differs among the various disciplines. The sciences which have developed cogent theory, complex and often costly instrumentation and rigorous experiments or sets of observations seem to have experienced this change earlier and at a more rapid rate than the sciences which are less well developed in these respects. By way of illustration, consider the pattern of publication in just 3 cases, one drawn from the measurement of constants in physics, a second, from psychology, and the third, from sociology. I have tabulated the number of authors of each of 414 papers on the measurement of physical constants cited in an authoritative monograph on the subject. 74. The results, in brief, are these: of the papers published before 1920, 93% were by single authors. For those between 1920 and 1940, this declines to 65%, and for those since 1940, to 26%. Taking only the most recent period, we find that 28% were by 2 authors, 19% by 3, 14% by 4, and 13% by 5 or more authors, with some 2% of these being by 10 or more co-authors. Much the same trend, but far less marked, is found for the papers published in the Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology since 1936, taken by consecutive 5-year periods. Single-author papers declined from 80% of all in 1936 to 75% to 69% to 54% and finally to 49% during the last 5 years. And the American Sociological Review for the same period witnesses a similar but even more restrained trend, with single-authored papers declining from 92% in 1936, to 90% to 87% to 76%, and in the last 5 years, to 65%. 75. Although the facts are far from conclusive, this continuing change in the social structure of research, as registered by publications, seems to make for a greater concern among scientists with the question of how will my contribution be identified in collaborative work than with the historically dominant pattern of wanting to ensure their priority over others in the field. Not that the latter has been wholly displaced, as we have seen. But it may be that institutionally induced concern with priority is becoming overshadowed by the structurally induced concern with the allocation of credit among collaborators. One study of a team of 30 economists and behavioral scientists, for example, found that the behavioral scientists were apt to be less concerned about piracy and credit than economists. This difference may be due to the greater emphasis on joint authorship in the behavioral sciences than in economics. 76. For our purposes, the import of these changes in collaboration is, first, that the degree of concern with priority in science is probably not an historical constant, second, that it varies with the changing organization of scientific work, and third, that these changes may eventually and indirectly help make for the dispassionate and methodical study of multiples and priority in science, as resistance to that study is undercut by widespread recognition of the ubiquity of multiples in science. Nevertheless, although scientists know that genuinely independent discoveries in science occur, many of them do not manage, as we have seen, to draw the implications of this for their own work. For reasons I have tried to intimate, they find it difficult, and sometimes impossible, to accept the fact that they have been anticipated, or that a contemporary has come to the same result just at the time they did, or that the others were truly independent of them. As we have also seen, the values in the social institution of science and the penumbra of uncertainty that surrounds the independence of thought combine to prevent the ready acceptance of events that undercut one's assurance of unique originality, an assurance born of the hard labor required to produce the new idea or new result. Consequently, multiple discoveries are experienced at best as an unpleasant reality and at worst as proof that deliberate or cryptomnesic borrowing has occurred. The reasonably detached study of multiples and priorities may possibly counter these tendencies to dismay or suspicion. Such studies will probably not create the Olympian mood of a Goethe vigorously reaffirming Ecclesiastes, "No one can take from us the joy of the first becoming aware of something," the so-called discovery. But if we also demand the honor, it can be utterly spoiled for us, for we are usually not the first. What does discovery mean, and who can say that he has discovered this or that? After all, it's pure idiocy to brag about priority, for it's simply unconscious conceit, not to admit frankly that one is a plagiarist. 77. But multiple discoveries can be recognized as having their uses, not only, as we noted before, for enlarging the likelihood that the discovery will be promptly caught up in the advancement of science, but also for the individual discoverers. For, as we have seen Freud affirming in an effort to rouse himself from his ambivalence toward having been anticipated by Watkins-Lloyd, independent multiples do seem to lend confirmation to an idea or finding. Furthermore, even W.R. Hamilton, tormented his life long by the fear that he was being plagiarized or by the anxiety that he himself might be an innocent plagiarist, managed on at least one occasion to note, as did Freud, the secondary benefits of a multiple, when, in an effort to dissolve his ambivalence, he wrote Herschel, "I persuade myself that, if those results had been anticipated, the learning of it would have given me no pain, for it was, so far as I could analyze my sensations, without any feeling of vexation, that I learned that the result respecting the relation of the lines of curvature to the circular sections was known before." The field of pure, not to say of mixed, mathematics is far too large and rich to leave one excusable for sitting down to complain, when he finds that this or that spot which he was beginning to cultivate as his own has been already appropriated. And now comes his hard one and, sad to tell, temporary insight. There is even a stronger feeling inspired of the presence of that truth to which we all profess to minister, when we find our own discoveries, such as they are, coincide independently with the discoveries of other men. The voice which is heard by two at once appears to be more real and external. One is more sure that it is no personal and private fancy, no idiosyncratic peculiarity, no ringing in sick ears, no flashes seen by rubbing our own eyes. 78. And then, unable to contain himself, Hamilton goes on to announce in the same letter that he had anticipated the work on ellipsoids by J. Ochimstal in a long-extinct periodical of whose existence he Joachimstal probably never heard, with a date which happened to be a precise decennium earlier. 79. If the fluctuating ailment of that genius Hamilton proves that the knowledge of multiples is no panacea for ambivalence toward priority, his moment of insight suggests that it may be some small help. The mathematician, R.L. Wilder, is, to my knowledge, the only one who has seen this clearly and has, to my mingled pleasure and discomfiture, anticipated me in suggesting that the study of multiples may have a therapeutic function for the community of scientists. Since he has anticipated my observation, let me then borrow his words. I wish to inquire, above the individual level, into the manner in which mathematical concepts originate, and to study those factors that encourage their formation and influence their growth. I think that much benefit might be derived from such an inquiry. For example, if the individual working mathematician understands that when a concept is about to make its appearance, it is most likely to do so through the medium of more than one creative mathematician, and if, furthermore, he knows the reasons for this phenomenon, then we can expect less indulgence in bad feelings and suspicion of plagiarism to ensue than we find in notable past instances. Mathematical history contains numerous cases of arguments over priority, with nothing settled after the smoke of battle has cleared away, except that when you come right down to it, practically the same thing was thought of by someone else several years previously, only he didn't quite realize the full significance of what he had, or did not have the good luck to possess the tools wherewith to exploit it. Yet it is exactly what one should expect if he is acquainted with the manner in which concepts evolve. So all this does not deny, of course, the possibility that in particular cases the unwitting or deliberate use of ideas and findings without acknowledgement may occur. I have tried elsewhere 81 to show how the institution of science, with its premium upon originality, indirectly motivates just that kind of deviant behavior among some scientists. But for our understanding of how scientific knowledge develops, we have long since needed, among other things, to overcome the resistance toward the dispassionate and methodical study of multiples and attendant priority conflicts, rather than to neglect this study altogether, or to come to it only when we plunge, as emotionally involved participants, into conflicts over rights to intellectual property. After all, one of the roles assigned the sociologist is to investigate the behavior of all manner of men, including men of science, without giving way to the entirely human tendency to substitute for that investigation a clucking of tongues and a condemning of that which is and ought not to be. 82. This investigation has been aided by a fellowship from the John Simon Guggenheim Memorial Foundation. I am especially indebted to Dr. Eleanor Barber, who has contributed greatly to my studies in the sociology of science. Harriet Zuckerman, Gerald Th., and Cynthia Epstein have provided able assistance at one or another part of the investigation. The Processes of Evaluation in Science. Part 5. Prefatory Note. The 4 papers making up this final section represent not only the extension of an interest at the core of the basic paradigm, but a reaching out to examine the ways in which additional variables may interact with factors identified in the paradigm. Matters of role performance, potential and achieved, and of recognition, instrumental and honorific, are central to all the papers, with attention focusing sequentially on the consequences of accumulated honorific recognition, the processes through which such recognition is acquired or denied, and the relevance of age, biological and social, to the preceding topics. The first paper, prepared originally for a conference on recognition of excellence and published in 1960, considers research questions important for the general problem of how excellence is recognized and rewarded, or neglected and even penalized in society, and how the effectiveness of these processes might be increased. The viewpoint covers role performance in every sector of society, but much of the reasoning that went into the paper and the illustrative materials come from Merton's earlier work on the topic within the context of the scientific institution. It provides a useful background for the more concentrated attention on science that characterizes the following papers. The connection between the first and second papers is obvious. While a concern for ensuring that excellence be recognized within society animates the former, it is the consequences of the accumulation of recognition specifically within science that forms the focus of the Matthew effect. This paper, published in 1968, is the fruit of a long-standing interest of Merton's, for there are references to the phenomenon in other papers at least as early as 1961. Any reward system operating in society will produce an uneven distribution of the coinage with which it deals, be this money, power, or esteem, and it is always an appropriate question to inquire into the consequences of this fact for people and for the institution in question. Although Merton does not draw parallels between the reward system of science and those of the economic and political institutions, it is useful to recall that they can be drawn. The rich tend to get richer in all three systems, even though at times they have been overdrawn. Although professional recognition leads to influence and can lead to power, it appears less directly linked to basic life chances than are money and political power, and it is much more difficult to acquire through illegitimate means. Yet recognition is the coin of the realm, and within the confines of science it is of supreme importance to scientists. The Matthew effect points out that such recognition has a tendency to be self-reinforcing, and that its lack can be negatively reinforcing, so that career lines, in terms of scientific success or failure, may come to resemble logistic curves rather than straight lines. While indicating and documenting the dysfunctions of this pattern for individual scientists, Merton makes a clear distinction between its individual and social consequences. It is a difficult unsolved problem to compare the degree of equity in the reward systems of science and other institutional areas. In science, according to the ideal norm of universalism, it is the quality of work, judged by peers against the current state of the art, that should entirely determine the kind of recognition received. One major institutional device for the competent appraisal of the quality of scientific work is the referee system, the subject of the third paper in this part. In Patterns of Evaluation in Science, Zuckerman and Merton first contribute to our understanding of the process of institutionalization in science by tracing the evolution of the referee system from its origins. They then analyze the archives of the Physical Review, rather than only the distribution of papers actually published in that journal, to determine whether referees' acceptance or rejection of manuscripts is affected by normatively extraneous characteristics of authors. The paper breaks new ground by developing a sociometric analysis of refereeing, a statistical matrix relating the status, age, reputation, institutional affiliation, of scientist authors to that of scientists refereeing their papers. In the case of this outstanding journal of physics, they find that the relative status of referee and author had no perceptible influence on patterns of evaluation. A next obvious step is to compare the operation of the referee system in various disciplines. The paper does not take that step, but after comparing the rates of rejection of manuscripts submitted to journals in different scientific and humanistic disciplines, it suggests that these differ according to gross differences in the organization of knowledge. The general point, however, is not pursued here. Instead, the various functions of the referee system as well as the problems inherent in its operation are explored at length. The authors might have noted an additional consequence of the referee system. It is this editor's own experience, anyway, that a referee may often acquire a sense of avuncular pride in a paper that he has approved for publication and is thus more likely to draw upon it after it appears in print, to cite it, and so on, than if he had not had the prior exposure to it. If, further, referees tend to have a higher rank than authors, as is the case with nearly two-thirds of the referee-author pairs studied by Zuckerman and Merton in physics, this fact should have a small but positive influence on the visibility of those papers. The last paper, Age, Aging, and Age Structure in Science, also written with Harriet Zuckerman, brings the demography of science into conjunction with its social structure. It was contributed to the Project on Aging and Society conducted by Matilda White Riley, Ann Foner, and Marilyn Johnson under the auspices of the Russell Sage Foundation, and appeared in 1972. In it is clearly demonstrated one of the advantages provided by a tested paradigm. Not only does it facilitate the specification and organization of ignorance, the systematic survey of questions posed by the addition of a new variable to the matrix of what is already known, it also sensitizes the scientist to a wide range of materials which are relevant to the questions newly framed. The authors describe this paper as more of a research prospectus than a set of firm conclusions. But because it is based on a paradigm, it does provide an indicative preview of what empirical research can be expected to find. A concentrated attack on a problem that employs a set of interdependent hypotheses is of course more productive than one which touches upon the same phenomena in an entirely ad hoc manner. The factor of age is obviously relevant to behavior within the social structure of science in several ways, affecting the stage of a scientist's career, locating his peers in terms of career and of the life cycle, and relating him to other scientists of different ages. Zuckerman and Merton are not content, however, to explore only these questions. More systematically than in the preceding paper, they bring in attributes of scientific knowledge, specifically, the relative degree to which different bodies of knowledge are codified as a critical intervening variable to help explain the differential role of age in various fields of science. The last two papers point to a possible new phase in the sociology of science, one in which an evolving paradigm for investigating the social structure of science will link up with an evolving paradigm for investigating the cognitive structure of scientific disciplines. With the fast-growing interest in the sociology of science, this development may occur more rapidly than could have been expected only a few years ago. If it does occur, perhaps the safest prediction to be made here is that major contributions to that development will come from Robert K. Merton. NWS 19 Recognition and Excellence, Instructive Ambiguities. 1960. Each of the words recognition and excellence carries a pair of primary denotations. What is more, the terms in each pair of meanings are symmetrically related. To examine these meanings will turn out to be something more than a semantic exercise. If we are clear about them and about what they imply, we are the better prepared, I suggest, to understand the particular tasks involved in advancing the recognition of excellence. Recognition in its instrumental sense. Take, first, the instructive ambiguity of the word recognition. In one sense, recognition refers to the fact of apprehending or identifying something, of placing it in a particular category, of seeing it as having a certain character. In the present case, the still undefined character is that of excellence. Here we deal with detecting qualities of excellence that might ordinarily go unnoticed. This sense of the word carries with it the further implication that if these qualities of excellence do not come to the attention of appropriate other people, they will often remain undeveloped and unrealized. The concern is to find ways of detecting potential excellence and of doing so early enough to help potentiality become actuality. In short, this is the instrumental sense of recognition. It directs our attention to the possibility that, to some unknown extent, much human capacity for socially valued accomplishment remains latent and undeveloped. It assumes that much talent fails to find expression because it is subjected to adverse conditions. The policies attached to the instrumental sense of recognition have to do with the early detection of qualities of excellence, with the removal of normally existing obstacles to their development, and with the provision of opportunities for their optimum development. The instrumental sense of recognition thus implies at least three connected and difficult types of research designed to afford an intelligent basis for these policies. First, it calls for research on means of identifying talent that ordinarily goes unnoticed or is noticed too late for it to become an appropriately trained capacity. This is detective research. Second, it calls for research designed to identify the principal current obstacles to the effective development of various kinds of socially valued talent. This is remedial research. Third, it calls for research designed to discover the kinds of human and organizational environments that help bring out kinds of creativity that are socially valued, technological invention or business acumen, and that should be more highly valued, scientific discovery or poetry. It would presumably not include investigations designed to discover environments that facilitate socially disvalued forms of creativity, the organizational acumen of the gang leader or the capacity for envisaging new kinds of genocide. This is, in the broadest sense, educational or evocative research. Much research work is being expended on recognition of excellence in its instrumental sense, the identifying of talent, the removal of roadblocks to its expression, and the provision of literally educative environments. Much more systematic investigation along these lines, of course, needs to be done. Nevertheless, these instrumental aspects of the recognition of excellence cannot be said to suffer from inattention. It is only that comparatively small inroads have yet been made on a complex of difficult problems. It is evidently otherwise with the problems caught up in the second major sense of the recognition of excellence, what I shall call its honorific meaning. Recognition in its honorific sense. Provisionally distinct from the instrumental sense of recognition, although ultimately connected with it, the honorific sense refers to the high evaluation of positive accomplishments chiefly through the public and private institutions of a society. In this aspect, recognition looks to the rewarding of achievement. Correlatively, lack of recognition does not refer to talent or genius being thwarted by uncontrolled circumstances, as it does in the instrumental sense. Rather, it assumes that the accomplishments are there, but go without the public notice, do them in their own time. The accomplishments, and the talent or genius giving rise to them, have not been recognized, they have not been accorded the esteem owing them. The failure of recognition, construed in this honorific sense, represents a special case of the general problem of appropriate public acknowledgement of great and middling achievements. To pin down this special and possibly widespread type of instance, we might affix a special tag to it, the elegiac sense of the lack of recognition. The gem is of purest ray serene, but it is condemned to remain in the dark unfathomed caves of ocean. The flower has its sweetness, although this is wasted on the desert air. Too late, we mourn our neglect of demonstrated greatness. The loss is chiefly ours. Only secondarily is it the loss of genius expressed but unnoticed. Beyond the loss, the guilt is also principally ours. We have not lived up to our tacit obligation, as the recipients and carriers of culture, to signalize and to honor genuine accomplishment. For the public recognition of great achievement constitutes one way in which we give expression to our cultural values. It follows, then, that the failure to recognize such achievement is an indictment of us. Preoccupied with our private concerns and with lesser values, we fail to respond adequately to occasional greatness among the men and women around us. The honorific sense of the recognition of excellence and the elegiac sense of non-recognition shade over into the instrumental sense, through an interesting and informative assumption. Many of us assume that if talent and genius of certain kinds go long unrecognized and unhonored, this will produce a world of values in which the potential of talent and genius will increasingly go unrealized. A world unfriendly to poetic genius is a world in which we find a mute inglorious Milton. Or as, in the early days of modern science, Francis Bacon could complain and explain all in one. It is enough to check the growth of science that efforts and labors in this field go unrewarded. It is nothing strange if a thing not held in honor does not prosper. As I shall suggest in the next part of these notes, we know next to nothing, in a methodical way, about the effects of various systems for the honorific recognition of excellence upon persons of talent or genius. This is one place where thoroughgoing inquiry is badly needed. After all, 3 centuries have gone by since Bishop Spratt implied the hypothesis that certain kinds of reward systems will, more than others, give life to the industry of men engaged in currently unpopular but culturally consequential work. Perhaps it would not be rashly rushing into research to take up this hypothesis and see where it leads us. The echo of the complaints by Bacon and Spratt still reverberates in the halls of universities and scientific societies, and especially so in those often shabby quarters given over to the humanities and the social sciences. With the recent catapulting of physical science into enforced prominence through the interworld-shaking drama of the space age, popular applause and popular attack has become so noisy as to compare with the unmuffled roar in modern amphitheaters of baseball and harness racing, of football and boxing. Of course, the applause directed to men of science and technology is often misdirected. For, as Bacon noted of his own time, and unlike the public activities of sport, we, the people, are ordinarily not able to make sound independent judgments of merit in scientific work. We mistake the readily observable feats of technology, the hardware of the space years, for their less conspicuous but basic underpinnings in the sciences that are thoroughly unintelligible to most of us. All this only highlights one of the problems inherent in developing new systems of rewards for accomplishment in science, in the arts, humanities, and social sciences, in all activities making for the public good. Who shall judge? And what criteria shall they use for their judgments? Enough has perhaps been said to suggest how the two meanings of recognition, the instrumental and the honorific, link up with distinct though connected problems of research and action in providing for the enlarged and appropriate recognition of excellence. By and large, the instrumental meaning directs our attention to the detecting of potentials for excellence of achievement and to the providing of opportunities such that these potentials more often become realities than they otherwise would. The honorific meaning directs our attention to the signalizing and rewarding of demonstrated excellence. Honorific recognition presumably honors givers as well as receivers. It expresses and demonstrates the donor's soundness of values. In this definite sense, it is more blessed to give honor than to receive it. In its assumed effects upon recipients who have demonstrated excellence and upon novices who have yet to show the stuff of which they are made, recognition in its honorific sense merges with recognition in its instrumental sense. This is on the not unreasonable but still untested assumption that arrangements for the public recognition of excellence will result in more young men and women of ability turning to the pursuit of excellence. 4. To transpose the Baconian aphorism into a more hopeful key, it is nothing strange if a thing held in honor, prospers. Excellence in the sense of quality. The double meaning of excellence has only been intimated in the preceding pages. Many of us are persuaded that we know what we mean by excellence and would prefer not to be asked to explain. We act as though we believe that close inspection of the idea of excellence will cause it to dissolve into nothing, much as the idea of simultaneity of two events some distance apart came to nothing under the penetrating eye of a wise physicist. Yet we need not be, and, perhaps fortunately, cannot be as penetrating as all that. For immediate purposes, it is enough to note that two of the meanings implied by the word excellence correspond loosely to the two meanings of recognition that have been briefly examined. Corresponding to the instrumental sense of recognition is the sense of excellence as a personal quality. This refers to qualities of men and women that are, or, in the judgment of the judge, should be, highly prized. The quality must have found at least some minimal expression, for how else could we infer that Jones or Smith have it? Indeed, it is the office of the entire vast array of tests and measurements of aptitudes, personality, character, and the like to try to work out reliable outward indications of human qualities that are not visible to the naked eye. The task is immense, and work on it has scarcely begun. On this there is general consent, not least among skilled and thoughtful makers of these tests and measurements themselves. Perhaps there are better ways of identifying these qualities of excellence before they become so manifest as to be inescapable. Perhaps the pedestrian labors of armies of psychologists and statisticians will, in the end, get nowhere. It is, of course, only a collective bet by a society which underwrites the large costs of these labors that this is one of the means, perhaps the most promising means, of identifying talent early enough to provide needed opportunities for its fullest possible flowering. Some of us refuse to be party to this bet, particularly those of us who are appalled by the unholy alliance between IBM and psychologists, and between them and the consumers of talent in schools and in business, government, and almost every other sphere of social life. But we should know that we can't have it both ways. If we find all this pointless, and claim that in the multitude of tests and measurements there is no truth, then we might make it our business to work for some better means for the early identification of excellence. If, contrariwise, we adopt the second line of attack and believe that danger to man and society resides in the validity of these tests and measurements, then we might consider how else special opportunity for the development of these qualities can be provided. And finally, if we reject the entire conception of special opportunities for talent as meritocratic or undemocratic and altogether obnoxious, then we might forthrightly acknowledge this and consider the further implications of closing off special facilities from the talent that requires them. Whatever our position on current methods of trying to detect qualities of excellence as early as possible, we are driven back to the reasons for wanting to detect qualities of excellence at all. Why not wait until quality has become performance, capacity, actuality? As I have intimated, the various reasons that have been advanced all seem to boil down to one: we want to identify qualities of human excellence in order to provide the fullest opportunity for their effective expression and development. In a word, the psychological research designed to identify human aptitudes of individuals has value for society only if it is coupled with sociological and psychological research on the nature of social environments that evoke or curb the expression and development of these aptitudes. It is a matter of demonstrable fact that far more work by far more investigators has been devoted to the problem of identifying individual differences in capacity than to the correlative problem of identifying differences in social environments that evoke or suppress the effective development of identifiable aptitudes. This is not, I believe, the soured report of a sociological chauvinist. After all, sociologists are plagued with more subjects and problems requiring study than they are presently prepared to cope with. They are not in avid search of new fields in which to labor. But it is true that the great emphasis on studies of individual aptitudes is not matched by emphasis on studies of social environments in which people of the same or differing aptitudes live, learn, and work. Yet the psychological investigations on the first set of problems have little significance for enlarging the fulfillment of individual promise unless it is connected with sociological investigations on the second set of problems. It is only so that we shall come to understand the frequent gap between individual promise and individual achievement, between excellence as quality and excellence as performance. Excellence in the sense of performance. As you can see, I have not found it possible to consider the first sense of excellence without touching upon the second. Excellence in the sense of performance refers, of course, to the preeminent possession of some quality that has been demonstrated by achievement. If the first sense of excellence as quality embodies a doctrine of justification by faith in the individual who has yet to prove himself, the second sense of excellence as performance manifestly embodies a doctrine of justification by works. Enduring issues of the relations of man and the universe have a way of cropping up in the most unexpected places. The concept of excellence as quality is reminiscent of Luther, just as the concept of excellence as performance reminds us of Calvin. The essential point that we all know but sometimes forget is that capacity and performance can and not infrequently do diverge. Each of us has his own favorite examples of plainly talented people who somehow failed to realize their promise and of apparently mediocre people who somehow outdid themselves. Psychologists have recently tagged these as the underachievers and the overachievers, those who fail to do as well as they ought, so far as one can judge from their potential, and those who do far better than might have been supposed from what one knew of them. Sociological and psychological research on the conditions making for one or another of these observed patterns of performance is only in its beginnings. Much more research on this is needed that we might the better understand how excellence of quality, a personal attribute, can be more generally expressed in excellence of performance, with its social and cultural consequences. Recognition and excellence, the structure and functions of their multiple connections. One way of trying to clarify our thinking about the recognition of excellence is to examine methodically the connections between recognition and excellence. The bare outlines of these connections can be drawn by use of a familiar kind of logical syntax in which each meaning of the one word is diversely combined with each meaning of the other, as this is done in the following table. 1. Recognition as instrumental. 2. Recognition as honorific. 3. Recognition as instrumental. 4. Recognition as honorific. Excellence as quality. Excellence as quality. Excellence as performance. Excellence as performance. By exploring the relations between recognition and excellence, we can identify four major types of problems that are evidently involved in the enterprise under review. In considering each of these types briefly, I do not suppose, of course, that I have earmarked all of the problems that require consideration. 1. Recognition as instrumental and excellence as quality. This refers to the search for identifying excellence of capacities before it has become abundantly manifest. The first problem, obviously, is to have a sound appraisal of current procedures designed to identify talent early in the game. Much effort is being put into this kind of inquiry. For the most part, this presently emphasizes the assessment of the efficacy of various tests and measurements for identifying the individual capacities of youth primarily and of adults secondarily. This kind of effort is subjected to censure by seemingly influential critics, such as William White, who argue both, a. that their efficacy is slight and so they are misleading, and b. that their efficacy is great and so they presage the police state in which each of us is put once and for all in an occupational niche by the experts, all this at the expense of our individuality and our autonomy. I do not undertake to comment on this criticism, garbled as it typically is. Parts of it seem well founded. It does seem to me, however, that comparatively little work is now devoted to developing other means for the early identification of people having a capacity for excellence. One has the impression that some people in almost every community have an eye for seeing talent of various kinds before this has become apparent to everyone else. Perhaps an effort should be made to search out these human counterparts to the truffle dog, these men and women who somehow see below the surface of appearance to underlying quality, who somehow know excellence when they first encounter it and before others are cognizant of it. Who are they? Some, no doubt, are teachers who in the ordinary course of working at their job can't help being exposed to youngsters, and some of whom have not yet had their sensibilities trained out of them by courses on techniques of teaching or dulled by an excess of paperwork that keeps them from seeing what is there to see. But if we may judge from some early sociological work on identifying influentials in a community, it could come out that these informal spotters of talent are found in many other walks of life as well. They may be ministers or artists, newspaper editors, or physicians. The range of their occupations is probably wide, but they have in common this eye for genuine ability of various kinds. They are the unappointed talent scouts of America. How many there are and who they are is anybody's guess. Perhaps they exist in such small numbers that they could in the best of circumstances, do little. But again, perhaps not. The fact is that I don't know, and, therefore, I strongly suspect that no one really knows. In any event, we ought to find out. What we need here, I believe, is some careful research on the talent and to spot it early. Explorations in 2 or 3 communities might be enough to see whether this is worth the doing and, what is not altogether irrelevant, whether it can be done. If these unofficial talent scouts do exist in sizable numbers and if means of identifying them can be developed, they could become an important part of the common enterprise to identify excellence of capacity. For this to happen, it is necessary that they be given some official standing. As isolated individuals, remote from the institutional machinery for the selection and rewarding of ability, they will not be listened to. Perhaps we have something to learn from the first homespun and now increasingly professionalized experience of talent scouts in baseball and other sports. From all indications, they do a fairly good job of locating comparatively undeveloped talent. The local talent scouts might, for example, occasionally set us straight on youngsters who do poorly in formal tests of aptitude and who nevertheless have a capacity for doing some things superbly well. In other words, the talent scout might redress the occasional errors that are bound to turn up in the mass measurement of human capacity. Above all, they might counteract one of the biases, of unknown magnitude, that I believe to be inherent in our system of locating excellence as quality and rewarding it. This bias, if it in fact exists, condemns an unknown but appreciable number of able youngsters to oblivion, which is unjust, and loses to society the fruits of the excellence of capacity, which is wasteful. Since considerations of morality and of expediency rarely coincide, we should seize upon this seeming case of such coincidence for special attention. The case of the late bloomer and its implications for recognition of excellence. That wise and good man, Alan Gregg, was to my knowledge the only one to glimpse the bias in favor of precocity that is built into our institutions for detecting and rewarding talent. He locates the problem by first identifying 4 types of emergent ability which are severally related to the recognition of ability. In For Future Doctors he is speaking of medical men, but this, I believe, can be generalized to hold for all occupations. 1. The rampart type of ability. This shows a rapid rise to an early maximum, and then a gradual slope downward after the summit is reached. Or, more invidiously, up with a blaze of glory and down with a dull thud. 2. The plateau type also declares itself promptly but maintains itself with steady continuity. Dependable, consistent performers, serene and solid, beautifully free from bad luck or bad management. 3. The slow crescendo type shows steady, slow improvement throughout his life, a slow starter. He creates neither great expectations nor later great disappointment. He is apt to become the workhorse of his community. 4. The late blooming type, he manages to mix surprise with success, since his ability shows itself so unexpectedly and so late as to excite but little jealousy and few dependents to abuse his time. There is something germane to our subject in each of these 4 types, but I want to center primarily on the late bloomer, for this type raises some critical questions about the operation of our institutions for identifying and rewarding ability. Since the late bloomer is slow in getting started, he is of course the type that is apt to be overlooked. This inherent oversight is all the more probable owing to the character of our social institutions, which put a premium on early manifestations of ability, in a word, on precocity. I cannot improve on Greg's statement of the case, so here it is. By being generous with time, yes, lavish with it, nature allows man an extraordinary chance to learn. What gain can there be, then, in throwing away this natural advantage by rewarding precocity, as we certainly do when we gear the grades in school to chronological age by starting the first grade at the age of 6 and so college entrance for the vast majority at 17.5 to 19. 4. Once you have most of your students the same age, the academic rewards from scholarships to internships and residencies go to those who are uncommonly bright for their age. In other words, you have rewarded precocity, which may or may not be the precursor of later ability. So, in effect, you have unwittingly belittled man's cardinal educational capital, time to mature. Greg argues further that precocity may succeed in the immediate competitive struggle but, in the long run, at the expense of mutants having a slower rate of development but greater potentialities. By claiming that a slow development is significantly associated with greater potentialities, Greg may be assuming what he then concludes. But his argument cuts deeply, nevertheless. For we know only of the late bloomers who have eventually come to bloom at all, we don't know the potential late bloomers who, cut off from support and response in their youth, never manage to come into their own at all. Judged ordinary by comparison with their precocious age peers, they are treated as youth of small capacity. They slip through the net of our institutional sieves for the location of ability, since this is a net that makes chronological age the basis for assessing relative ability. Treated by the institutional system as mediocrities with little promise of improvement, many of these potential late bloomers presumably come to believe it of themselves and act accordingly. At least what little we know of the social psychology of the formation of self-images suggests that this is so. For most of us most of the time, and not only the so-called other-directed men among us, tend to form our self-image, our image of potentiality and of achievement, as a reflection of the images others make plain they have of us. And it is the images that institutional authorities have of us that in particular tend to become self-fulfilling images. If the teachers, inspecting our Iowa scores and our aptitude test figures and comparing our record with that of our age peers, conclude that we're run of the mine and treat us accordingly, then they lead us to become what they think we are. What is more, I think it likely that the bias toward precocity in our educational and other institutions that Greg has detected has notably different consequences for people in different social classes. The potential late bloomers in the lower economic strata are more apt to lose out altogether than their counterparts in the middle and upper strata. If poor children are not precocious, if they don't exhibit great ability early in their lives and so are not rewarded by scholarships and other sustaining grants, they drop out of school and in many instances never get to realize their potentialities. The potential late bloomers among the well-to-do have a better prospect of belated recognition. Even if they do poorly in their school work at first, they are apt to go on to college in any case. The values of their social class dictate this as the thing to do, and their families can see them through. By remaining in the system, they can eventually come to view. But many of their more numerous counterparts in the lower strata are probably lost for good. The bias toward precocity in our institutions thus works profound damage on the late bloomers with few economic or social advantages. And it is this group that our informal talent scouts can perhaps help salvage. I've dwelt upon these aspects of the instrumental recognition of excellence as capacity because they seem most neglected. These are problems that psychological tests and measurements do not solve, nor are they so intended. That is why I believe that we need new kinds of sociological research centered on the social processes of current identification and selection of talent. At any rate, this is worth considering. 2. Recognition as honorific and excellence as quality. Inevitably, I've touched upon the honorific recognition, the GLVLNG, of symbolic and material rewards of high capacity. I shall add little to this in these notes, if only because I want to get on to other matters. Just a few words, then, on some problems deserving notice here. One problem is this: how far down the scale of ability shall honorific recognition be given? Does our system provide too much for winners in a competition and give too little recognition to those who only place and show? And what about the contingent below these? I do not suggest that meaningless consolation prizes be distributed to all, irrespective of ability. This would serve small purpose and might, in fact, damage the significance of the public recognition of great promise. Nevertheless, one gains the impression that the cut-off points for the recognition of promise have been artifacts of other decisions rather than decided upon after careful review. Another problem has been considered in the staff paper: how can local climates of values be modified to accord heightened significance to intellectual and artistic interests and abilities? It is often said that this should be done, but little has been said about how it can be done. I should think it useful to discuss the kind of research and the kind of action that seem indicated to achieve the purpose. 3. Recognition as instrumental and excellence as performance. This refers to the problems of identifying not merely the capacity for excellence but excellence of actual performance. At first glance, this would seem to be something that takes care of itself. Unlike the not easily observable capacity for excellence, demonstrated excellence must presumably come to notice. But it is precisely this assumption that should be put as a question rather than assumed as a fact. What kinds of excellent work go largely unrecognized, except, perhaps, by the few who are the direct beneficiaries of that work? As I have said, efforts to identify and reward persons who foster excellence in others have long interested me. I am therefore apt to make much of this hobby horse, and he may throw me in the process. But even with as much restraint as I can muster, I still think it a subject of peculiar interest to any enterprise for the recognition of excellence. One kind of excellence that may be going relatively unnoticed is the talent some people have for evoking superior or maximum performance in others. I put it this broadly: evoking maximum performance in others rather than more narrowly evoking excellence in others, because this seems to be the nature of the type. It is not only that he may be one of our informal talent scouts who finds excellence and then does much to help it thrive. Often, this type of person works even greater though less dramatic miracles. They bring out the best in the people around them, including those of distinctly small talent. This hypothetical person might be described as a catalyst. I suppose that the term catalyst cannot be strictly applied, for I am persuaded that he too undergoes some change in the process. But for want of a better tag, let this one stand. We all know of the catalysts of human worth, the agents who accelerate positive growth in the people about them. A few of us are lucky enough to have encountered one or another of them in the flesh. History, early and late, occasionally records their existence and their undeniable role in the facilitation of others' accomplishments. Perhaps they need to remain unsung heroes in order to do their self-chosen job. If so, their honorific recognition might be self-defeating. I refer, to take some cases quite casually, that is, as they happen to have come to my attention, to people like Edward Marsh, or Isaac Beekman, or Father Mercinet, or Cardinal de Birol. Marsh, to judge from the just published biography of him by Christopher Hassall, was in no sense a genius himself, but, as the reviewer Harold Hobson noted in the Christian Science Monitor, he was the cause, or the liberator of genius in others. One of these others, whom one would have thought needed little assistance in achieving his destiny, was Winston Churchill. Another evoker of excellence, in quite a different time and place, was the 17th-century Isaac Beeckman, a mathematician of some ability in his own right but notable chiefly for having seen and having called forth in the young Descartes the mathematical genius not yet apparent to others. Let's stay with Descartes for a moment, for he was the beneficiary of a series of catalytic agents. After Beeckman, there was Father Mercinet. That great clearinghouse for 17th-century science. It was Mercinet who supplied Descartes, and others, with an unceasing flow of scientific and mathematical problems that proved effective challenges to him. Later, it is said, Descartes was brought to publish some of his treatises only because of the insistence by Cardinal de Birol that he do so as an obligation to conscience and that Descartes would be held responsible on the day of accounting du tortu il ferait au genre humain en le privant du fruit de ses meditations. Such allegedly verbatim conversations in an earlier day are necessarily suspect, if only because the tape recorder wasn't there to supply the evidence. But the main import seems confirmed by Descartes' own letters. Before Birol, Descartes contemptuously rejected the notion of becoming a faiseur de livres. After Birol, he wrote as never before. Among these few examples, Father Mercinet must be considered the very archetype of the catalyst. He recognized the merit of Campanella, Bacon, Galileo, Herbert of Cherbury and sought fitting recognition of them. He was the friend of great men who were at odds with one another and communicated only through him, Beaugrand and Desargues, Descartes and Gassendi, Roberval and Hobbes. He stimulated others to achieve what he himself could not achieve. Pascal's eulogy of Father Mercinet is a eulogy for a disinterested evoker of excellence in others. 11. Of what union talent particulier pour former Delaware Bell's questions, and quoiiln of what put etre pas assemblable, mais encore tu il just pas un parel bonheur les recidre etkce so I propriment nCck consist tout el honneur, I one est vrainient moins tu en lui obligation et tu il a done, occasion de. Plusieurs belles découvertes qui peut être enoroyant jamais este fates silny just excite les savants. There is no great difficulty in accumulating lists of these evokers of excellence as they appear in the biographies of great men and women. But except for occasional anecdotes, we know little of the catalysts who have brought out the best in contemporary talents. An investigation of this would be worth undertaking, and it is distinctly feasible. It could follow the pattern of investigation worked out in studies of influentials in local communities, that is, of people who are habitually sought out for advice by people around them. Adapting the procedure to present purposes, one would begin by compiling lists of outstanding people in the sciences, arts, and humanities, perhaps, in government, administration, education, and so forth. A sample of these men and women could be interviewed to find out whether they had, in the course of their career, encountered catalysts, people who had brought out the best in them. This derived list would form the basis for further investigation, with special attention to those men and women who turn up in the canvas on more than one occasion. These, then, would comprise a collection, a not necessarily representative sample, of evokers of excellence in our time. It would remain to be seen what manner of men and women these are, which of them had received public recognition fitting their roles as evokers of excellence, etc. Perhaps we could find some of these socially invisible men and women who do much to bring about the excellence of performance by others that is publicly visible. All this does not assume, of course, that these evokers of excellence are known only within their immediate social circle. Some may be, and these local educators of the best there is in those about them, would be of particular interest. But the rest, and these may come out to be the large majority, are cosmopolitans rather than locals, already recognized outside their immediate locale. After all, Lytton Strachey, described by Clive Bell as the sort of listener who leads one to say things worth listening to, was scarcely without honor and repute in the world outside the tight little Bloomsbury group. The case of Strachey reminds us too that the evoker of excellence may also be the author of excellence in his own right. These need not be mutually exclusive roles. Consider only one other case of this double role, this time in one of the sciences. The many contributions of John Newport Langley to experimental biology which he made almost to the time of his death in 1925 were enough to ensure him a lasting place in the annals of that science. This at least is the judgment of C.S. Sherrington, a man who should know. But beyond his own scientific discoveries, Langley was the source of discoveries by others. His school of physiology at Cambridge was remarkably productive of physiologists of distinction, largely owing, it appears, to his own direct influence as a teacher in the research rooms. As a lecturer, he was evidently ineffectual. And beyond this, in Tum, he helped raise the caliber of physiological work and of the reporting of physiological experiments throughout Britain. These people whose excellence of accomplishment is widely recognized are perhaps apt to receive independent recognition of their capacity for evoking excellence in others. But it may be quite otherwise with many of those who create little that is publicly visible but whose hidden genius consists in their being the cause, or at least the occasion, of bringing out the best in the people around them. These, I assume, are the overlooked men and women, though many colleges and universities provide for recognition of their great teachers who may not have themselves contributed to learning and science. And these, in particular, might be identified by the dragnet of inquiry directed to the men and women who have achieved acknowledged excellence. Before leaving this subject, I should say again that it is an open question whether these evokers of excellence should be given public recognition. We should consider the possible consequences of putting them in the public spotlight. Perhaps they want comparative obscurity and need it to do their work. Perhaps a formal system of acclaim for these assumedly unsung heroes would bring about imitations of the real thing. This would not be the first time that public rewards, either in the market of money or the market of prestige, have resulted in a multitude of imitations, in which the outer appearance is substituted for the genuine article. This danger, as I shall suggest in the next section, is inherent in every reward system. But, apparently, it can be damped, if not entirely eliminated, by devising systems that take this danger into account and counter it in advance. 4. Recognition as honorific, excellence as performance. I shall raise a few questions about the assumptions and problems historically associated with formal systems for the public recognition of excellence of achievement. To begin with, there is the question of unit of achievement that is to form the basis for judgment of quality. Is it to be a discovery, a paper, a book, a painting, building, sculpture, or symphony, a notable achievement in keeping the peace or in ending the war? This principle of the single achievement seems to govern the award of a Nobel Prize in the sciences. But in literature it is more commonly a person's life work that is being recognized. The question of what is to receive recognition must be settled in every reward system, and yet the comparative merits of the various criteria commonly employed are not altogether clear. This is one question that deserves review. Second is the question, what qualities of a seeming achievement are to be judged? Is it popularity, orthodoxy, heterodoxy? The appropriate answers to this question do not seem self-evident to me. Take the issue of orthodoxy and heterodoxy. Each of us can cite cases where later history has reversed the contemporaneous judgment of the worth of particular people and their works of heterodoxy. Much, not all, innovation is in the nature of the case heterodox, and we all know that the lot of the heterodox innovator is often a most unhappy one. It is said that when Hamilton developed his radical idea of quaternions, after having won a recognized place for his work in optics and dynamics, he managed to find just one mathematician who would take the idea seriously enough to work on it. And Sydenham, probably second only to Harvey among 17th-century English physicians, was never made a Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians. And so on through an easily extended list of instances in which true excellence went comparatively unnoticed or stood condemned because it involved a great departure from reigning ideas. but there is no joy or merit in escaping the error of taking heterodoxy to be inevitably false or ugly or sinister, only to be caught up in the equal and opposite error of thinking the heterodox to be inevitably true or beautiful or altogether excellent. Put in so many words, this is a commonplace wrapped in banality. Yet, not infrequently, people alienated from the world about them do regard heterodoxy as a good in itself, whatever its character. And others, perhaps in recoil from being tagged as Philistines or in reaction to the familiar cases of true merit, in each age, being neglected because they were unorthodox, are quick to see worth in heterodoxy, counter-cyclicalism, or originality, all apart from its substance. In every time, apparently, shrewd men have known that an appropriate kind of seeming heterodoxy is amply rewarded. It is often a ticket to fame, and not necessarily notoriety. The Digbys in 17th century England, among them, Sir Kenelm Digby in particular, were among the most adept in becoming heroes through nonconformity of a kind that received the applause of the crowd. And today every lecturer to women's clubs, literary circles, and businessmen's associations knows that there is no better way to win their hearts than by attacking part of what they stand for while letting it be known that they are not beyond redemption. All this is some distance from the question of the criteria of excellence, but it is not, I believe, entirely unconnected with it. There is a difficult problem, in many spheres of human activity, of discriminating the authentic innovation that merits recognition from the mere novelty that doesn't. Coordinate with the questions of what is to be judged and the criteria by which it is to be judged is a third question: who shall judge? An essential point here is that judgments of the worth of performance go on incessantly in society. Moreover, each society, partly unwittingly and partly by plan, has its distinctive sets of status judges. At times, these judges have little official standing but much influence. Burckhardt tells us, for example, that in Renaissance Italy, the poet-scholar had the fullest consciousness that he was the giver of fame and immortality, or, if he chose, of oblivion. Subject to little control and willing to exploit this role of publicity agent for contemporaries eager to win a secure place in posterity, an Aretino could be for hire to blast the reputation of one's enemies or to establish one's own reputation. When status judges are formally designated, on grounds of assumed competence and responsibility, there still remains the problem of ensuring that the criteria for judging excellence will be effectively employed. Beyond this, there is the problem of deciding whether there should be a fixed or flexible number of people singled out for recognition. The decision of the French Academy, for example, that only a cohort of 40 could qualify for immortality at any one time carried with it the exclusion, through the centuries, of many writers who won their own immortality. When the fixed number is coupled with a growing tendency toward conservatism, it results in the academicians of the 41st chair that also rans exhibiting a level of excellence that would be hard to match among the officially designated academicians. The familiar list of incumbents of the 41st chair would include Descartes, Pascal, Molière, La Rochefoucauld, Bell, Rousseau, Saint-Simon, Diderot, Stendhal, Flaubert, Zola, Proust. It would be no great task to compile similar lists of men and women of genius or great distinction who were not accorded official recognition by institutions presumably designed to recognize excellence of the very kind they so eminently exhibited. In part this results from errors of judgment. There is probably some irreducible minimum of such mistakes. But in part these errors result from the limitations inherent in having a fixed number of places for recognition. Should it happen that a particular generation is rich in achievements of the highest order in one or another department of life, it follows that some people whose accomplishments are of high rank on an absolute scale will be excluded from official recognition. Their accomplishments might in some sense far outrank those which, in another time of comparatively less productivity, proved enough to qualify talents for the highest recognition. But whether the number of designations is fixed or flexible, there still remains the difficulty of deciding where and how to establish a cut-off point. This will be arbitrary and, I suspect, inevitably so. Even if we could measure degrees of excellence with fine precision, there would still remain the problem of where to draw the line between those to be accorded a particular form of recognition and those to be granted a less exalted form or none at all. This question can be put in another form, which I only cite rather than discuss, since I have touched upon it earlier. How should formal reward systems provide for recognition of grades of achievement rather than being confined to those of topmost rank? Functions and dysfunctions of reward systems. In part 1 of this memorandum, I commented briefly on the rationale that might underlie any system of recognition of excellence, either as capacity or as achievement. It might be useful now to consider some of the specific questions that come to mind as one reviews the major purposes of arrangements for the recognition of excellence of achievement. For the moment it may be enough to examine two major purposes and the questions that arise in connection with each. The first of these purposes is the presumed benefit which recognition will have for the recipient of recognition, the second is the presumed beneficial effect it will have on others, thus creating a climate conducive to the cultivation of excellence. An obvious question here is the decision on the timing of the award. At which stage in the career might it prove most helpful to the recipient? I cannot even try to examine this question in the detail it requires, but here are a few remarks. An observation by Faraday is in point. Just about a century ago, he was asked by the Parliamentary Committee of the British Association for the Advancement of Science whether any measures could be adopted by the government or the legislature, to improve the position of science, or of the cultivators of science, in this country. Faraday replied out of his own experience. He was then 63, saying that he himself had long since received all the help and recognition he needed, that he could not say he had not valued such distinctions, indeed, he esteemed them very highly, although he thought he had never worked for them or sought them out, but that even if new distinctions were now created here, the time is past when these would possess any attraction for me. To the extent that Faraday is typical, and whether he is precisely the question, it would seem that new awards mean little to accomplished people who, nearing the close of life, have already received substantial recognition. Often, those who have accomplished a great deal will respond bitterly to the offer, late in their career, of a symbolic kind of recognition that ought to have been given them long before. As is befitting a man who wrote about himself in exactly the same tone as he wrote about the universe, Herbert Spencer supplies the most elaborate account of the injustice of belated honors in particular and of systems for honoring achievement in general. In his letter to the Académie des Sciences Morales et Politiques explaining why he must decline the honor of election, he says that such honors would at best be useful to men of much promise by sometimes saving them from sinking in their struggles with adverse circumstances in the midst of a society prepossessed in favor of known men, but that this aid ordinarily comes when it is no longer needed, when the obstacles have been surmounted. Presumably for this reason, Spencer declined almost all the honors offered him in his later life. This kind of response is perhaps more common than we suppose, if we can judge from the instances I happen to have come across. When Veblen was belatedly asked to serve as president of the American Economic Association, he replied, "They didn't offer it to me when I needed it." The naturalist and scholar, Darcy Wentworth Thompson, author of the classic Growth and Form, was embittered at his lack of formal recognition and particularly by his not having been selected a Fellow of the Royal Society until he was in his mid-50s. And for all his usual equanimity, Mr. Justice Holmes said that he could feel no real triumph over the Doctor of Laws bestowed on him by Harvard, and more particularly, by Eliot, because the honor came too late. Are there systems of honors that avoid either the too little because too late as well as the possible counter mistakes of too much because too soon, in which the recipient, having received the highest accolade, rests complacently on his oars? If Spencer suffered acutely from official inattention until it was too late, his associate, Huxley, received high honors very early in his life as a scientist. His diary tells what it meant to him to be elected an FRS at the age of 26, by far the youngest of his competitors. It evidently provided, above all, much needed reassurance that he was on the right track in his work. It was acknowledgement of the value of what he had done. And since, like many of the rest of us, Huxley was occasionally inclined to think himself a fool and to doubt his own capacities. He concluded that the only use of honors is as an antidote to such fits of the blue devils. When shortly afterward he learned that he was within an ace of receiving the Royal Medal of the Society, he did get it only a year later. He went on to say, "Except for its practical value as a means of getting a position, I care little enough for the medal. What I do care for is the justification which the being marked in this position gives to the course I have taken. Obstinate and self-willed as I am, there are times when grave doubts overshadow my mind, and then such testimony as this restores my self-confidence." The function of curbing acute self-doubts may be one of the more significant results of effectively administered systems of public recognition. 1. This matter of the appropriate timing of high honors has long been of interest to scientists concerned to provide incentives for scientific work. Take the world of science in France, just after the turn of the 19th century. There were not many who would dare contradict the magisterial Laplace on any views he happened to express, but Lagrange was one of this courageous band. The two men, both, of course, academicians of eminence, are debating the merits of Fran Ois Arago as a prospective member of the Academy. Laplace saw importance and utility in Arago's work but regarded it as nothing more than a sign of promise. Lagrange takes it up from there. Even you, M. de Laplace, when you entered the Academy, had done nothing brilliant, you only gave promise. Your grand discoveries did not come till afterwards. Laplace turns from his own case to the principle he believes in issue. I maintain that it is useful to young savants to hold out the position of member of the Institute as a future recompense, to excite their zeal. The retort: you resemble the driver of the hackney coach, who, to excite his horses to a gallop, tied a bundle of hay at the end of his carriage pole. The poor horses redoubled their efforts, and the bundle of hay always flew on before them. Eventually, his plan made them fall off, and soon after brought on their death. The transcript of this dialogue may be less than verbatim, but it again puts the question of the most effective timing of major awards if they are to serve as incentives and as means of reassurance to people of excellence who have yet to come into their own. These scattered observations center on the functions OT awards for their recipients. As a transition to a passing comment on their functions for the climate of values and for novices just beginning their work, consider the remarks by Czeslaw Milosz about the public recognition of the intellectual. Honorific awards should not be regarded only psychologically, Milosz says in effect, as providing incentives for excellent work. They also serve a social function, by testifying to the merit of kinds of excellence that might otherwise be regarded as having small significance in society. Recognition may counter tendencies of the intellectual to feel himself alienated from his Cecile 20. The Matthew Effect in Science. 1968. This paper develops a conception of ways in which certain psychosocial processes affect the allocation of rewards to scientists for their contributions, an allocation which in turn affects the flow of ideas and findings through the communication networks of science. The conception is based upon an analysis of the composite of experience reported in Harriet Zuckerman's interviews with Nobel laureates in the United States and upon data drawn from the diaries, letters, notebooks, scientific papers, and biographies of other scientists. The reward system and occupants of the 41st chair. We might best begin with some general observations on the reward system in science, basing these on earlier theoretical formulations and empirical investigations. Some time ago too it was noted that graded rewards in the realm of science are distributed principally in the coin of recognition accorded research by fellow scientists. This recognition is stratified for varying grades of scientific accomplishment, as judged by the scientists. Based on a paper read before the American Sociological Association in San Francisco, August 1967. Reprinted, with permission, from Science 159, number 3810, January 5, 1968, 56-63, copyright 1968 by the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Peers. Both the self-image and the public image of scientists are largely shaped by the communally validating testimony of significant others that they have variously lived up to the exacting institutional requirements of their roles. A number of workers, in empirical studies, have investigated various aspects of the reward system of science as thus conceived. Glaser 3 has found, for example, that some degree of recognition is required to stabilize the careers of scientists. In a case study, Crane 4 used the quantity of publication, apart from quality, as a measure of scientific productivity and found that highly productive scientists at a major university gained recognition more often than equally productive scientists at a lesser university. Hagstrom 5 has developed and partly tested the hypothesis that material rewards in science function primarily to reinforce the operation of a reward system in which the primary reward of recognition for scientific contributions is exchanged for access to scientific information. Storer 6 has analyzed the ambivalence of the scientist's response to recognition as a case in which the norm of disinterestedness operates to make scientists deny the value to them of influence and authority in science. Zuckerman 7 and the Coles 8 have found that scientists who receive recognition for research done early in their careers are more productive later on than those who do not. And the Coles have also found that, at least in the case of contemporary American physics, the reward system operates largely in accord with institutional values of the science, inasmuch as quality of research is more often and more substantially rewarded than mere quantity. In science as in other institutional realms, a special problem in the workings of the reward system turns up when individuals or organizations take on the job of gauging and suitably rewarding lofty performance on behalf of a large community. Thus, that ultimate accolade in 20th century science, the Nobel Prize, is often assumed to mark off its recipients from all the other scientists of the time. Yet this assumption is at odds with the well-known fact that a good number of scientists who have not received the prize and will not receive it have contributed as much to the advancement of science as some of the recipients, or more. This can be described as the phenomenon of the 41st chair. The derivation of this tag is clear enough. The French Academy, it will be remembered, decided early that only a cohort of 40 could qualify as members and so emerge as immortals. This limitation of numbers made inevitable, of course, the exclusion through the centuries of many talented individuals who have won their own immortality. The familiar list of occupants of this 41st chair includes Descartes, Pascal, Molière, Bell, Rousseau, Saint-Simon, Diderot, Stendhal, Flaubert, Zola, and Proust. 9. What holds for the French Academy holds in varying degree for every other institution designed to identify and reward talent. In all of them there are occupants of the 41st chair, men outside the Academy having at least the same order of talent as those inside it. In part, this circumstance results from errors of judgment that lead to inclusion of the less talented at the expense of the more talented. History serves as an appellate court, ready to reverse the judgments of the lower courts, which are limited by the myopia of contemporaneity. But in greater part, the phenomenon of the 41st chair is an artifact of having a fixed number of places available at the summit of recognition. Moreover, when a particular generation is rich in achievements of a high order, it follows from the rule of fixed numbers that some whose accomplishments rank as high as those actually given the award will be excluded from the honorific ranks. Indeed, their accomplishments sometimes far outrank those which, in a time of less creativity, proved enough to qualify talents for this high order of recognition. The Nobel Prize retains its luster because errors of the first kind where scientific work of dubious or inferior worth has been mistakenly honored are uncommonly few. Yet limitations of the second kind cannot be avoided. The small number of awards means that, particularly in times of great scientific advance, there will be many occupants of the 41st chair, and, since the terms governing the award of the prize do not provide for posthumous recognition, permanent occupants of that chair. This gap in the award of the ultimate prize is only partly filled by other awards for scientific accomplishment, since these do not carry the same prestige either inside the scientific community or outside it. Furthermore, what has been noted about the artifact of fixed numbers producing occupants of the 41st chair in the case of the Nobel Prize holds in principle for other awards providing less prestige, though sometimes, nowadays, more cash. Scientists reflecting on the stratification of honor and esteem in the world of science know all this, the Nobel laureates themselves know and emphasize it, and the members of the Swedish Royal Academy of Science and the Royal Caroline Institute who face the unenviable task of making the final decisions know it. The latter testify to the phenomenon of the 41st chair whenever they allude to work of prize-winning caliber which, under the conditions of the scarcity of prizes, could not be given the award. And so it is that, in the case of the Nobel Prize, occupants of the 41st chair comprise an illustrious company that includes such names as Willard Gibbs, Dmitry Mendeleev, W. B. Cannon, H. Quink, J. Barcroft, F. D. Harrell, H. de Vries, Jacques Loeb, W. M. Bayliss, E. H. Starling, G. N. Lewis, 0. T. Avery, and Selig Hecht, to say nothing of the long list of still living uncrowned Nobel laureates. 10. In the stratification system of honor in science, there may be a ratchet effect 11 operating in the careers of scientists such that, once having achieved a particular degree of eminence, they do not later fall much below that level, although they may be outdistanced by newcomers and so suffer a relative decline in prestige. Once a Nobel laureate, always a Nobel laureate. Yet the reward system based on recognition for work accomplished tends to induce continued effort, which serves both to validate the judgment that the scientist has unusual capacities and to testify that these capacities have continuing potential. What appears from below to be the summit becomes, in the experience of those who have reached it, only another way station. The scientist's peers and other associates regard each of his scientific achievements as only the prelude to new and greater achievements. Such social pressures do not often permit those who have climbed the rugged mountains of scientific achievement to remain content. It is not necessarily the fact that their own Faustian aspirations are ever escalating that keeps eminent scientists at work. More and more is expected of them, and this creates its own measure of motivation and stress. Less often than might be imagined is there repose at the top in science. 12. The recognition accorded scientific achievement by the scientist's peers is a reward in the strict sense identified by Parsons. 13. As we shall see, such recognition can be converted into an instrumental asset as enlarged facilities are made available to the honored scientist for further work. Without deliberate intent on the part of any group, the reward system thus influences the class structure of science by providing a stratified distribution of chances, among scientists, for enlarging their role as investigators. The process provides differential access to the means of scientific production. This becomes all the more important in the current historical shift from little science to big science, with its expensive and often centralized equipment needed for research. There is thus a continuing interplay between the status system, based on honor and esteem, and the class system, based on differential life chances, which locates scientists in differing positions within the opportunity structure of science. 14. The Matthew effect in the reward system. The social structure of science provides the context for this inquiry into a complex psychosocial process that affects both the reward system and the communication system of science. We start by noting a theme that runs through the interviews with the Nobel laureates. They repeated why observe that eminent scientists get disproportionately great credit for their contributions to science while relatively unknown scientists tend to get disproportionately little credit for comparable contributions. As one laureate in physics put it 15, the world is peculiar in this matter of how it gives credit. It tends to give the credit to already famous people. As we examine the experiences reported by eminent scientists we find that this pattern of recognition, skewed in favor of the established scientist, appears principally, 1. In cases of collaboration and, 2. In cases of independent multiple discoveries made by scientists of distinctly different rank. 16. In papers co-authored by men of decidedly unequal reputation, another laureate in physics reports, the man who's best known gets more credit, an inordinate amount of credit. In the words of a laureate in chemistry, when people see my name on a paper, they are apt to remember it and not to remember the other names. And a laureate in physiology and medicine describes his own pattern of response to jointly authored papers. You usually notice the name that you're familiar with. Even if it's last, it will be the one that sticks. In some cases, all the names are unfamiliar to you, and they're virtually anonymous. But what you note is the acknowledgement at the end of the paper to the senior person for his advice and encouragement. So you will say, "This came out of Green's lab," or so-and-so's lab. You remember that, rather than the long list of authors. Almost as though he had been listening to this account, another laureate in medicine explains why he will often not put his name on the published report of a collaborative piece of work. People are more or less tempted to say, "Oh yes, so-and-so is working on such and such Inc.'s laboratory. It's C's idea." I try to cut that down. Still another laureate in medicine alludes to this pattern and goes on to observe how it might prejudice the career of the junior investigator, if someone is being considered for a job by people who have not had much experience with him. If he has published only together with some known names, well, it detracts. It naturally makes people ask, how much is really his own contribution, how much the senior author's? How will he work out once he goes out of that laboratory? Under certain conditions, this adverse effect on recognition of the junior author of papers written in collaboration with prominent scientists can apparently be countered and even converted into an asset. Should the younger scientist move ahead to do autonomous and significant work, this work retroactively affects the appraisals of his role in earlier collaboration. In the words of the laureate in medicine who referred to the virtual anonymity of junior authors of co-authored papers, people who have been identified with such joint work and who then go on to do good work later on, do get the proper amount of recognition. Indeed, as another laureate implies, this retroactive judgment may actually heighten recognition for later accomplishments. The junior person is sometimes lost sight of, but only temporarily if he continues. In many cases, he actually gains in acceptance of his work and in general acceptance, by having once had such association. Awareness of this pattern of retroactive recognition may account in part for the preference, described by another laureate, of some young fellows who feel that to have a better known name on the paper will be of help to them. But this is an expressive as well as a merely instrumental preference, as we see also in the pride with which laureates themselves speak of having worked, say, with Fermi, G. N. Lewis, Meyerhoff, or Niels Bohr. So much for the misallocation of credit in this reward system in the case of collaborative work. Such misallocation also occurs in the case of independent multiple discoveries. When approximately the same ideas or findings are independently communicated by a scientist of great repute and by one not yet widely known, it is the first, we are told, who ordinarily receives prime recognition. An approximation to this pattern is reported by a laureate who observes, "It does happen that two men have the same idea and one becomes better known for it. E, who had the idea, went circling round to try to get an experiment for. Nobody would do it and so it was forgotten, practically. Finally, and B and C did it, became famous, and got the Nobel Prize. If things had gone just a little differently, if somebody had been willing to try the experiment when he suggested it, they probably could have published it jointly and he would have been a famous man. As it is, he's a footnote." The workings of this process at the expense of the young scientist and to the benefit of the famous one is remarkably summarized in the life history of a laureate in physics, who has experienced both phases at different times in his career. "When you're not recognized," he recalls, "it's a little bit irritating to have somebody come along and figure out the obvious which you've also figured out, and everybody gives him credit just because he's a famous physicist or a famous man in his field." Here he is viewing the case, he reports, from the perspective of one who had this happen to him before he had become famous. The conversation takes a new turn as he notes that his own position has greatly changed. Shifting from the perspective of his earlier days, when he felt victimized by the pattern, to the perspective of his present high status, he goes on to say, "This often happens, and I'm probably getting credit now, if I don't watch myself, for things other people figured out. Because I'm notorious, and when I say it, people say, 'Well, he's the one that thought this out.' Well, I may just be saying things that other people have thought out before. In the end, then, A sort of rough-hewn justice has been done by the compounding of two compensating injustices. His earlier accomplishments have been underestimated, his later ones, overestimated. 17. This complex pattern of the misallocation of credit for scientific work must quite evidently be described as the Matthew effect, for, as will be remembered, the Gospel according to St. Matthew puts it this way, "For unto every one that hath shall be given, and he shall have abundance, but from him that hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath." Put in less stately language, the Matthew effect consists of the accruing of greater increments of recognition for particular scientific contributions to scientists of considerable repute and the withholding of such recognition from scientists who have not yet made their mark. Nobel laureates provide presumptive evidence of the effect, since they testify to its occurrence, not as victims which might make their testimony suspect but as unwitting beneficiaries. The laureates and other eminent men of science are sufficiently aware of this aspect of the Matthew effect to make special efforts to counteract it. At the extreme, they sometimes refuse to co-author a paper reporting research on which they have collaborated in order not to diminish the recognition accorded their less well-known associates. And, as Harriet Zuckerman has found, 18. They tend to give first place in jointly authored papers to one of their collaborators. She discovered, moreover, that the laureates who have attained eminence before receiving the Nobel Prize begin to transfer first authorship to associates earlier than less eminent laureates to be due, and that both sets of laureates, the previously eminent and not so eminent, greatly increase this practice after receiving the prize. Yet the latter effort is probably more expressive of the laureate's good intentions than it is effective in redressing the imbalance of credit attributable to the Matthew effect. As the laureate quoted by Zuckerman acknowledges, "If I publish my name first, then everyone thinks the others are just technicians. If my name is last, people will credit me anyway for the whole thing, so I want the others to have a bit more glory." The problem of achieving a public identity in science may be deepened by the great increase in the number of papers with several authors in which the role of novice collaborators becomes obscured by the brilliance that surrounds their illustrious co-authors. Even when there are only two collaborators, the same obscurant effect may occur for the junior who exhibits several inferiorities of status. The role ascribed to a doubly or trebly stigmatized co-author may be diminished almost to the vanishing point, so that, even in cases of later substantial achievements, there is little recognition of that role in the early work. Thus, to take a case close to home, W. I. Thomas has often been described as the sole author of the scholarly book The Child in America, although its title page unmistakably declares that it was written by both William I. Thomas and Dorothy Swain Thomas. It may help interpret this recurrent misperception to consider the status of the collaborators at the time the book was published in 1928. W. I. Thomas, then 65, was president of the American Sociological Society in belated acknowledgement of his long-standing rank as Dean of American Sociologists, while Dorothy Swain Thomas, not to become his wife until 7 years later, was subject to the double jeopardy of being a woman of sociological science and still in her 20s. Although she went on to a distinguished scientific career, incidentally, being elected to the presidency of the American Sociological Society in 1952, the early book is still being ascribed solely to her illustrious collaborator even by ordinarily meticulous scholars. 19. Once again, we can turn to the scriptures to designate the status enhancement and status suppression components in the Matthew effect. These can evidently be described as the ecclesiasticus components, from the familiar injunction "Let us now praise famous men" in the non-canonical book of that name. It will surely have been noted that the laureates perceive the Matthew effect primarily as a problem in the just allocation of credit for scientific accomplishment. They see it largely in terms of its action in enhancing rank or suppressing recognition. They see it as leading to an unintended double injustice, in which unknown scientists are unjustifiably victimized and famous ones, unjustifiably benefited. In short, they see the Matthew effect in terms of a basic inequity in the reward system that affects the careers of individual scientists. But it has other implications for the development of science, and we must shift our angle of theoretical vision in order to identify them. The Matthew effect in the communication system. We now look at the same social phenomena from another perspective, not from the standpoint of individual careers and the workings of the reward system, but from the standpoint of science conceived of as a system of communication. This perspective yields a further set of inferences. It leads us to propose the hypothesis that a scientific contribution will have greater visibility in the community of scientists when it is introduced by a scientist of high rank than when it is introduced by one who has not yet made his mark. In other words, considered in its implications for the reward system, the Matthew effect is dysfunctional for the careers of individual scientists who are penalized in the early stages of their development, but considered in its implications for the communication system, the Matthew effect, in cases of collaboration and multiple discoveries, may operate to heighten the visibility of new scientific communications. This is not the first instance of a social patterns being functional for certain aspects of a social system and dysfunctional for certain individuals within that system. That, indeed, is a principal theme of classical tragedy. Several laureates have sensed this social function of the Matthew effect. Speaking of the dilemma that confronts the famous man of science who directs the work of a junior associate, one of them observes, it raises the question of what you are to do. You have a student, should you put your name on that paper or not? You've contributed to it, but is it better that you shouldn't or should? There are two sides to it. If you don't, and here comes the decisive point on visibility, if you don't, there's the possibility that the paper may go quite unrecognized. Nobody reads it. If you do, it might be recognized, but then the student doesn't get enough credit. Studies of the reading practices of scientists indicate that the suggested possibility nobody reads it is something less than sheer hyperbole. It has been found, for example, that only about half of 1% of the articles published in journals of chemistry are read by any one chemist. 21 And much the same pattern has been found to hold in psychology. The data on current readership, i.e., within a couple of months after distribution of the journal, suggested that about one-half of the research reports in core journals will be read or skimmed by 1% or less of a random sample of psychologists. At the highest end of the current readership distribution, no research report is likely to be read by more than about 7% of such a sample. 22 Several of the Coles's findings 23 bear tangentially on the hypothesis about the communication function of the Matthew effect. The evidence is tangential rather than central to the hypothesis, since their data deal with the degree of visibility of the entire corpus of each physicist's work in the national community of physicists rather than with the visibility of particular papers within it. Still, in gross terms, their findings are at least consistent with the hypothesis. The higher the rank of physicists, as measured by the prestige of the awards they have received for scientific work, the higher their visibility in the national community of physicists. Nobel laureates have a visibility score 24 of 85, other members of the National Academy of Sciences, a score of 72, recipients of awards having less prestige, a score of 38, and physicists who have received no awards, a visibility score of 17. The Coles also find that the visibility of physicists producing work of high quality is associated with their attaining honorific awards more prestigious than those they have previously received. Further investigation is needed to discover whether these same patterns hold for differences in the visibility, as measured by readership, of individual papers published by scientists of differing rank. There is reason to assume that the communication function of the Matthew effect is increasing in frequency and intensity with the exponential increase 25 in the volume of scientific publications, which makes it increasingly difficult for scientists to keep up with work in their field. Bentley Glass 26 is only one among many to conclude that perhaps no problem facing the individual scientist today is more defeating than the effort to cope with the flood of published scientific research, even within one's own narrow specialty. Studies of the communication behavior of scientists 27 have shown that, confronted with the growing task of identifying significant work published in their field, scientists search for cues to what they should attend to. One such cue is the professional reputation of the authors. The problem of locating pertinent research literature and the problem of authors wanting their work to be noticed and used are symmetrical. The vastly increased bulk of publication stiffens the competition between papers for such notice. The American Psychological Association Study 28 found that from 15 to 23% of the psychologist readers' behaviors in selecting articles were based on the identity of the authors. The workings of the Matthew effect in the communication system require us to draw out and emphasize certain implications about the character of science. They remind us that science is not composed of a series of private experiences of discovery by many scientists, as sometimes seems to be assumed in inquiries centered exclusively on the psychological processes involved in discovery. Science is public, not private. True, the making of a discovery is a complex personal experience. And since the making of the discovery necessarily precedes its fate, the nature of the experience is the same whether the discovery temporarily fails to become part of the socially shared culture of science or quickly becomes a functionally significant part of that culture. But, for science to be advanced, it is not enough that fruitful ideas be originated or new experiments developed or new problems formulated or new methods instituted. The innovations must be effectively communicated to others. That, after all, is what we mean by a contribution to science, something given to the common fund of knowledge. In the end, then, science is a socially shared and socially validated body of knowledge. For the development of science, only work that is effectively perceived and utilized by other scientists, then and there, matters. In investigating the processes that shape the development of science, it is therefore important to consider the social mechanisms that curb or facilitate the incorporation of would-be contributions into the domain of science. Looking at the Matthew effect from this perspective, we have noted the distinct possibility that contributions made by scientists of considerable standing are the most likely to enter promptly and widely into the communication networks of science, and so to accelerate its development. The Matthew effect and the functions of redundancy construed in this way. The Matthew effect links up with my previous studies of the functions of redundancy in science. 29 When similar discoveries are made by two or more scientists working independently, multiple discoveries, the probability that they will be promptly incorporated into the current body of scientific knowledge is increased. The more often a discovery has been made independently, the better are its prospects of being identified and used. If one published version of the discovery is obscured by noise in the communication system of science, then another version may become visible. This leaves us with an unresolved question: how can one estimate what amount of redundancy in independent efforts to solve a scientific problem will give maximum probability of solution, without entailing so much replication of effort that the last increment will not appreciably increase the probability? 30 In examining the functions of the Matthew effect for communication in science, we can now refine this conception further. It is not only the number of times a discovery has been independently made and published that affects its visibility, but also the standing, within the stratification system of science, of the scientists who have made it. To put the matter with undue simplicity, a single discovery introduced by a scientist of established reputation may have as good a chance of achieving high visibility as a multiple discovery variously introduced by several scientists, no one of whom has as yet achieved a substantial reputation. Although the general idea is, at this writing, tentative, it does have the not inconsiderable virtue of lending itself to approximate test. One can examine citation indexes to find whether in multiple discoveries by scientists of markedly unequal rank it is indeed the case that work published by the scientists of higher rank is the more promptly and more widely cited. Why, to the extent that it is, the findings will shed some light on the unplanned consequences of the stratification system for the development of science. Interviews with working scientists about their reading practices can also supply data bearing on the hypothesis. So much for the link between the Matthew effect and the functions of multiple discoveries in increasing both the probability and the speed of diffusion of significant new contributions to science. The Matthew effect also links up with the finding, reported in Chapter 16 of this volume, that great talents in science are typically involved in many multiple discoveries. This statement holds for Galileo and Newton, for Faraday and Maxwell, for Hooke, Cavendish, and Stenson, for Gauss and Laplace, for Lavoisier, Priestley, and Scheele, and for most Nobel laureates. It holds. In short, for all those whose place in the pantheon of science is largely assured, however much they may differ in the scale of their total accomplishment. The greatness of these scientists rests in their having individually contributed a body of ideas, methods, and results which, in the case of multiple discoveries, has also been contributed by a sizable aggregate of less talented men. For example, we have found that Kelvin had a part in 32 or more multiple discoveries, and that it took 30 other men to contribute what Kelvin himself contributed. By examining the interviews with the laureates, we can now detect some underlying psychosocial mechanisms that make for the greater visibility of contributions reported by scientists of established reputation. This greater visibility is not merely the result of a halo effect such that their personal prestige rubs off on their separate contributions. Rather, certain aspects of their socialization, their scheme of values, and their social character account in part for the visibility of their work. Social and psychological bases of the Matthew effect. Even when some of his contributions have been independently made by an aggregate of other scientists, the great scientist serves distinctive functions. It makes a difference, and often a decisive difference, for the advancement of science whether a composite of ideas and findings is heavily concentrated in the work of one scientist or one research group or is thinly dispersed among a great number of scientists and organizations. Such a composite tends to take on a structure sooner in the first instance than in the second. It required a Freud, for instance, to focus the attention of many psychologists upon a wide array of ideas which, as has been shown elsewhere, see footnote 29, had in large part also been hit upon by various other scientists. Such focalizing may turn out to be a distinctive function of eminent men and women of science. 82. A Freud, a Fermi, and a Delbrück play a charismatic role in science. They excite intellectual enthusiasm among others who ascribe exceptional qualities to them. Not only do they themselves achieve excellence, they have the capacity for evoking excellence in others. In the compelling phrase of one laureate, they provide a bright ambience. It is not so much that these great men of science pass on their techniques, methods, information, and theory to novices working with them. More consequentially, they convey to their associates the norms and values that govern significant research. Often in their later years, or after their death, this personal influence becomes routinized, in the fashion described by Max Weber for other fields of human activity. Charisma becomes institutionalized, in the form of schools of thought and research establishments. The role of outstanding scientists in influencing younger associates is repeatedly emphasized in the interviews with laureates. Almost invariably they lay great emphasis on the importance of problem finding, not only problem solving. They uniformly express the strong conviction that what matters most in their work is a developing sense of taste, of judgment, in seizing upon problems that are of fundamental importance. And, typically, they report that they acquired the sense for the significant problem during their years of training in evocative environments. Reflecting on his years as a novice in the laboratory of a chemist of the first rank, one laureate reports that he led me to look for important things, whenever possible, rather than to work on endless detail or to work just to improve accuracy rather than making a basic new contribution. Another describes his socialization in a European laboratory as my first real contact with first-rate creative minds at the high point of their power. I acquired a certain expansion of taste. It was a matter of taste and attitude and, to a certain extent, real self-confidence. I learned that it was just as difficult to do an unimportant experiment, often more difficult, than an important one. There is one rough measure of the extent to which the laureates were trained and influenced in particularly creative research environments. The number of laureates each worked under in earlier years. Of 84 American laureates, 44 worked in some capacity, as young scientists, under a total of 63 Nobel Prize winners. 33 But apparently it is not only the experience of the laureates, and, presumably, other outstanding scientists, in these environments that accounts for their tendency to focus on significant problems and so to affect the communication function of the Matthew effect. Certain aspects of their character also play a part. With few exceptions, these are men of exceptional ego strength. Their self-assurance finds varied expression within the context of science as a social institution. That institution, as we know, includes a norm calling for autonomous and critical judgment about one's own work of others. With their own tendencies reinforced by such norms, the laureates exhibit a distinct self-confidence, which, at the extreme, can be loosely described as attractive arrogance. They exhibit a great capacity to tolerate frustration in their work, absorbing repeated failures without manifest psychological damage. One laureate alluded to this capacity while taking note of the value of psychological support by colleagues. Research is a rough game. You may work for months, or even a few years, and seemingly you are getting nowhere. It gets pretty dark at times. Then, all of a sudden, you get a break. It's good to have somebody around to give a bit of encouragement when it's needed. Though attentive to the cues provided by the work of others in their field, the noblists are self-directed investigators, moving confidently into new fields of inquiry once they are persuaded that a previous one has been substantially mined. In these activities they display a high degree of venturesome fortitude. They are prepared to tackle important though difficult problems rather than settle for easy and secure ones. Thus a laureate recalls having been given, early in his career, a problem about which there was no risk. All I had to do was to analyze the chemical composition of certain materials. You could not fail because the method was well established. But I knew I was going to work on the tea instead, and the whole thing would have to be created because nothing was known about it. He then went on to make one of his prime contributions in the more risky field of investigation. 34. This marked ego strength links up with these scientists' selection of important problems in at least two ways. Being convinced that they will recognize an important problem when they encounter it, they are willing to bide their time and not settle too soon for a prolonged commitment to a comparatively unimportant one. Their capacity for delayed gratification, coupled with self-assurance, leads to a conviction that an important problem will come along in due course, and that when it does, their acquired sense of taste will enable them to recognize it and handle it. As we have seen, this attitude has been reinforced by their early experience in creative environments. Their association with eminent scientists has demonstrated to the talented novice, as didactic teaching never could, that he can set his sights high and still cope with the selected problem. Emulation is reinforced by observing successful, though often delayed, outcomes. Indeed, the idiom of the laureates reflects this orientation. They like to speak of the big problems and the fundamental ones, the important problems and the beautiful ones. These they distinguish from the pedestrian work in which they engage while waiting for the next big problem to come their way. As a result of all this, their papers are apt to have the kind of scientific significance that makes an impact, and other scientists tend to single out their papers for special attention. The character structure of these leading scientists may contribute to the communication aspect of the Matthew effect in still another way, which has to do with their mode of presenting their scientific work. Confident in their powers of discriminating judgment, a confidence that has been confirmed by the responses of others to their previous work, they tend, in their exposition, to emphasize and develop the central ideas and findings and to play down peripheral ones. This serves to highlight the significance of their contributions, raising them out of the stream of publications by scientists having less socially validated self-esteem, who more often employ routine exposition. Finally, this character structure and an acquired set of high standards often lead these outstanding scientists to discriminate between work that is worth publishing and that which, in their candid judgment, is best left unpublished though it could easily find its way into print. The laureates and other scientists of stature often report scrapping research papers that simply did not measure up to their own demanding standards or to those of their colleagues. 35. Seymour Benzer, for example, tells of how he was saved from going down the biochemical drain. Delbriac saved me, when he wrote to my wife to tell me to stop writing so many papers. And I did stop. 36. and a referee's incisive report on a manuscript sent to a journal of physics asserts a relevant consequence of a scientist's failure to exercise rigorous judgment in deciding whether to publish or not to publish. If C would write fewer papers, more people would read them. Outstanding scientists tend to develop an immunity to insanabile scribendi caco eths, the itch to publish. 37 Since they prefer their published work to be significant and fruitful rather than merely extensive, their contributions are apt to matter. This in turn reinforces the expectations of their fellow scientists that what these eminent scientists publish, at least during their most productive period, will be worth close attention. 38 Once again this makes for operation of the Matthew effect, as 35. To this extent, they engage in the kind of behavior ascribed to physicists of the perfectionist type, who have been statistically identified by the Coles, CFN 8, as those who publish less than they might but whose publications nevertheless have a considerable impact on the field, as indicated by citations. It is significant that this type of physicist was accorded more recognition in the form of awards for scientific work than any other types, including the prolific and the mass producer types. Scientists focus on the output of scientists whose outstanding positions in science have been socially validated by judgments of the average quality of their past work. And the more closely the other scientists attend to this work, the more they are likely to learn from it and the more discriminating their response is apt to be. 39 For all these reasons, cognitive material presented by an outstanding scientist may have greater stimulus value than roughly the same kind of material presented by an obscure one. A principle which provides a socio-psychological basis for the communication function of the Matthew effect. This principle represents a special application of the self-fulfilling prophecy 40 somewhat as follows: Fermi or Pauling or G. N. Lewis or Weisskopf sees fit to report this in print, and so it is apt to be important, since, with some consistency, he has made important contributions in the past. Since it is probably important, it should be read with special care, and the more attention one gives it, the more one is apt to get out of it. This becomes a self-confirming process, making for the greater evocative effect of publications by eminent scientists. Until that time, of course, when their image among their fellows is one of leaders who have seen their best days, an image, incidentally, that corresponds with the self-image of certain laureates who find themselves outpaced by onrushing generations of new scientists. Like other self-fulfilling prophecies, this one becomes dysfunctional under certain conditions. For although eminent scientists may be more likely to make significant contributions, they are obviously not alone in making them. After all, scientists do not begin by being eminent, though the careers of men such as Mossbauer and Watson may sometimes give us that mistaken impression. The history of science abounds in instances of basic papers having been written by comparatively unknown scientists, only to be neglected for years. Consider the case of W. Aderstone, whose classic paper on molecular velocity was rejected by the Royal Society as nothing but nonsense, or of Mendel, who, deeply disappointed by the lack of response to his historic papers on heredity, refused to publish the results of his further research, or of Fourier, whose classic paper on the propagation of heat had to wait 13 years before being finally published by the French Academy. Y. Barber 42 has noted how the slight professional standing of certain scientists has on occasion led to some of their work, later acknowledged as significant, being refused publication altogether. And, correlatively, an experience of Lord Rayleigh's 43 provides an example in which an appraisal of a paper was reversed once its eminent authorship became known. Rayleigh's name was either omitted or accidentally detached from a manuscript, and the Committee of the British Association for the Advancement of Science turned it down as the work of one of those curious persons called paradoxers. However, when the authorship was discovered, the paper was found to have merits after all. When the Matthew effect is thus transformed into an idol of authority, it violates the norm of universalism embodied in the institution of science and curbs the advancement of knowledge. But next to nothing is known about the frequency with which these practices are adopted by the editors and referees of scientific journals and by other gatekeepers of science. This aspect of the workings of the institution of science remains largely a matter of anecdote and heavily motivated gossip. 44. The Matthew effect and allocation of scientific resources. One institutional version of the Matthew effect, apart from its role in the reward and communication systems of science, requires at least short review. This is expressed in the principle of cumulative advantage that operates in many systems of social stratification to produce the same result: the rich get richer at a rate that makes the poor become relatively poorer. 45. Thus, centers of demonstrated scientific excellence are allocated far larger resources for investigation than centers which have yet to make their mark. 46. In turn, their prestige attracts a disproportionate share of the truly promising graduate students. 47. This disparity is found to be especially marked at the extremes: 6 universities, Harvard, Berkeley, Columbia, Princeton, the Johns Hopkins, and Chicago, which produced 24% of the doctorates in the physical and biological sciences, produced fully 65% of the PhDs who later became Nobel laureates. Moreover, the 12 leading universities managed to identify early, and to retain on their faculties, these scientists of exceptional talent. They keep 60% of the future laureates in comparison with only 35% of the other PhDs they have trained. 48. These social processes of social selection that deepen the concentration of top scientific talent create extreme difficulties for any efforts to counteract the institutional consequences of the Matthew principle in order to produce new centers of scientific excellence. Summary. This account of the Matthew effect is another small exercise in the psychosociological analysis of the workings of science as a social institution. The initial problem is transformed by a shift in theoretical perspective. As originally identified, the Matthew effect was construed in terms of enhancement of the position of already eminent scientists who are given disproportionate credit in cases of collaboration or of independent multiple discoveries. Its significance was thus confined to its implications for the reward system of science. By shifting the angle of vision, we note other possible kinds of consequences, this time for the communication system of science. The Matthew effect may serve to heighten the visibility of contributions to science by scientists of acknowledged standing and to reduce the visibility of contributions by authors who are less well known. We examine the psychosocial conditions and mechanisms underlying this effect and find a correlation between the redundancy function of multiple discoveries and the focalizing function of eminent men of science, a function which is reinforced by the great value these scientists place upon finding basic problems and by their self-assurance. This self-assurance, which is partly inherent, partly the result of experiences and associations in creative scientific environments, and partly a result of later social validation of their position, encourages them to search out risky but important problems and to highlight the results of their inquiry. A macro-social version of the Matthew principle is apparently involved in those processes of social selection that currently lead to the concentration of scientific resources and talent. 49. 21. Institutionalized patterns of evaluation in science. 1971. With Harriet Zuckerman. The referee system in science involves the systematic use of judges to assess the acceptability of manuscripts submitted for publication. The referee is thus an example of status judges who are charged with evaluating the quality of role performance in a social system. They are found in every institutional sphere. Other kinds of status judges include teachers assessing the quality of work by students, and, as a recent institutional change, students officially assessing the quality of performance by teachers, critics in the arts, supervisors in industry, and coaches and managers in sports. Status judges are integral to any system of social control through their evaluation of role performance and their allocation of rewards for that performance. They influence the motivation to maintain or to raise standards of performance. In the case of scientific and scholarly journals, the significant status judges are the editors and referees. Like the official readers of manuscripts of books submitted to publishers, or the presumed experts who appraise proposals for research grants, the referees ordinarily make their judgments confidentially, these being available only to the editor and usually to the author. Other judges in science and learning make their judgments public, as in the case of published book reviews and the often important review articles which assess the credibility of recent work in a special field of knowledge. Originally published as Patterns of Evaluation in Science, Institutionalization, Structure, and Functions of the Referee System, by Harriet Zuckerman and Robert K. Merton, in Minerva 9, No. 1, January 1971, 66-100, reprinted with permission. The study was supported by a grant from the National Science Foundation to the program in the Sociology of Science, Columbia University. Although the referee system has its inefficiencies, practicing scientists see it even in its current form as crucial for the effective development of science. Professor J. M. Zeman puts the case emphatically: the fact is that the publication of scientific papers is by no means unconstrained. An article in a reputable journal does not merely represent the opinions of its author, it bears the imprimatur of scientific authenticity, as given to it by the editor and the referees he may have consulted. The referee is the linchpin about which the whole business of science is pivoted. The chemist, Professor Leonard K. Nash, describes the editors and referees of scientific journals as the main defenders of scientific good taste too. Professor Michael Polanyi suggests that although there are of course many cases of disparate evaluative judgments about particular works in science, the structure of scientific authority has generally operated through the years so as to exhibit a remarkable degree of concurrence. He states, for example, two scientists acting unknown to each other as referees for the publication of one paper usually agree about its approximate value. Two referees reporting independently on an application for a higher degree rarely diverge greatly. Three observations of this sort attest to the great significance scientists ascribe to the referee system. Yet until recently, the referee system itself has not been systematically examined and assessed. Professor Gordon Tullock, an economist, has remarked that given the importance of these editorial decisions for science, the absence of research into them is surprising for. In this paper, we undertake an inquiry into four aspects of the referee system. We deal first with the faint beginnings in the latter 17th century of the institutionalization of evaluative judgments into a system of roles and procedures. We then examine and explore the implications of patterns of differences in the rates of rejecting manuscripts submitted to contemporary journals in 15 fields of science and learning. In the greater part of the paper, we draw upon fairly recent archives of the Physical Review, which the editors kindly made available to us for the purpose, to identify and analyze patterns of decision by editors and referees. Finally, on the basis of these historical, comparative, and quantitative analyses, we consider the significance of the referee system for individual scientists, scientific communication, and the development of science. Institutionalization of the referee system. The referee system did not appear all at once as an integral part of the social institution of science. It evolved in response to the concrete problems encountered in working toward the developing goals of scientific inquiry and as a byproduct of the emerging social organization of scientists. The new scientific societies and academies of the 17th century were crucial for the social invention of the scientific journal, which began to take an enlarged place in the system of written scientific interchange which had hitherto been limited to letters, tracts, and books. These organizations provided the structure of authority which transformed the mere printing of scientific work into its publication. From the earlier practice of merely putting manuscripts into print, without competent evaluation of their content by anyone except the author himself, there slowly developed the practice of having the substance of manuscripts legitimate, principally before publication although sometimes after, through evaluation by institutionally assigned and ostensibly competent reviewers. We see the slight beginnings of this in the first two scientific journals established just 300 years ago within 2 months of each other, the Journal des Cerveaux in January 1665, the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society, in March of the same year. The journal was a conglomerate periodical which catalogued books, published necrologies of famous persons, and cited major decisions of civil and religious courts as well as disseminating reports of experiments and observations in physics, chemistry, anatomy, and meteorology. The Philosophical Transactions was a more truly scientific periodical, excluding legal and theological matters, but including especially the accounts of experiments conducted before the Royal Society. 6. Although not the official publication of the Royal Society until 1753, Transactions was first authorized by its council on 1 March 1664-65 in these sociologically instructive words, ordered, that the Philosophical Transactions, to be composed by Mr. Henry Oldenburg, one of the 2 secretaries of the Society, be printed the first Monday of every month, if he have sufficient matter for it, and that the tract be licensed under the charter by the Council of the Society, being first reviewed by some of the members of the same. 7 Much relevant information is packed into the summary of an organizational decision. Prime responsibility for the new kind of periodical is assigned to one person, Oldenburg, for whom there does not yet exist the designation of editor, to say nothing of specifying his obligations in the editorial role. Before long, in trying to meet the problems of maintaining the journal, Oldenburg, together with concerned colleagues in the Society, introduced various adaptive expedients which ended up by defining the role of an editor. The Council also recognized the immediate problem of having sufficient matter for this newly conceived periodical, and institutional devices were gradually evolved to induce scientists to contribute to the journal. What is perhaps most significant here is that the Council, as sponsor of the Transactions, was involved with its fate and wanted to have a measure of control over its contents. These adaptive decisions provided a basis for the referee system. As with the analysis of any case of institutionalization, we must consider how arrangements for achieving the prime goals, the improvement and diffusion of scientific knowledge, operated to induce or to reinforce motivations for contributing to the goals and to enlist those motivations for the performance of newly developing social roles. As we have noted, the first problem was to get enough work of merit for publication. In part this was a problem because of the comparatively small number of men seriously at work in science. But it also resulted from the circumstance that, intent upon safeguarding their intellectual property, many men of science still set a premium upon secrecy, as is evident in their correspondence with close associates. They maintained an attitude and continued a practice of, at least temporary, secrecy which, as Elizabeth Eisenstein has impressively suggested, was more appropriate to a scribal culture. 8. With the advent of printing, however, findings could be permanently secured, errors in the transmission of precise knowledge greatly reduced, and intellectual property rights registered in print. Printing thus provided a technological basis for the emergence of that component of the ethos of science which has been described as communism, the norm which prescribes the open communication of findings to other scientists and correlatively proscribing secrecy. 9. But it appears that this norm did not fully develop in response to the new technology of printing. Ancillary institutional inventions served to facilitate the shift from motivated secrecy to motivated public disclosure. Before the Transactions were inaugurated, the Royal Society had adopted one such institutional device to encourage men of science to disclose their new work. The Society would officially establish priority of discovery by recording the date on which communications were first received. As Oldenburg put it, in reassuring terms to his friend and patron, Robert Boyle, the Society always intended, and, I think, hath practiced hitherto, what you recommend concerning ye registraying of ye time, when any observation or expt is first mentioned. And, he adds, making the function of this practice altogether manifest, the Royal Society have declared it again, it should be punctually observed, in regard of W.C.H. Monsre. Desulicem Huygens hath been written to communicate freely to ye Society, what new discoveries he maketh, or W.T. new expts he trieth, the Society being very careful of registraying as well the person and time of any new matter, imparted to him, as the matter itself, whereby the honor of ye invention will be inviolably preserved to all posterity.io. Soon afterward, Oldenburg writes to Boyle again and even more emphatically reiterates the function of this institutional practice. This justice and generosity of our Society is exceedingly commendable, and doth rejoice me, as often as I think on chiefly upon this account, I thence persuade myself, all ingenious men will be thereby encouraged to impart their knowledge and discoveries, as far as they may, not doubting of observance of old law. Of suum quicque tribure, allowing to each man his own. 11. Even before he became editor of the Transactions, then, Oldenburg had occasion to note that men of science might be induced to accept the new norm of free communication through a motivating exchange, open disclosure in exchange for institutionally guaranteed honorific property rights to the new knowledge given to others. In the course of looking after Boyle's writings, the future editor of the Transactions came upon prompt publication as another device for preserving intellectual property rights. For, like other scientists of his time, Boyle was chronically and acutely anxious about the danger of what he described as philosophical robbery, what would be less picturesquely described today as plagiarism from circulated but unpublished manuscripts. Boyle felt that he had often been so victimized. 12. As his agent, Oldenburg arranged for quick publication of a batch of Boyle's papers, writing him reassuringly, "They are now very safe, and will be within this week in print, as the printer Mr. Crook assureth, who will also take care of keeping him unexposed to yet eye of a philosophical robber." 13. Later, as editor of the Transactions, Oldenburg could draw upon this motivation in having Boyle agree that he would from time to time contribute some short papers, to that design you are monthly and happily prosecuting. 14. Boyle, all unknowing that in this way he was helping to institute a new form for the dissemination of knowledge which would eventually become identified as the scientific paper. Boyle did report, however, another motive for contributing to the newly invented journal. Almost in so many words, he saw this as a way for the scientist to have his work permanently secured in the archives of science, as he went on to say of Oldenburg's request to contribute to the Transactions, "I mightly justly be thought too little sensible of my own interest, if I should altogether decline so civil an invitation, and neglect the opportunity of having some of my memoirs preserved, by being incorporated into a collection, that is like to be as lasting as useful." The fugitive nature of letters as the more familiar means of communicating short reports on scientific work may have emphasized by contrast the potentially enduring character of a journal, particularly one sponsored by a scientific society. In any case, we find in Boyle's remarks an early intimation of the scientific journal as a scientific archive. Another motive could be harnessed to the developing innovation of a scientific periodical. Property rights in discovery were sought after by scientists primarily as individuals but occasionally also as nationals. 15. As A.R. Hott 11 and M.B. Hall, the editors of the Oldenburg correspondence, observe, by 1667 Oldenburg was eager to demonstrate English priority on the filar micrometer and careful to put it in print in the Philosophical Transactions. Similarly, he took much care to insist in the Philosophical Transactions that it was the English, not the French or the Germans, who had invented the idea of injecting medicines into the veins and of practicing blood transfusion between animals. 16. Such interest in national priority could also be drawn upon to press reluctant scientists into contributing sufficient matter to the new publication. Thus the mathematician John Wallis, who played a large part in the early history of the Transactions, could argue the case for ensuring national priority in connection with the much advertised claims of the French to having initiated blood transfusion. Only I could wish that those of our nation were a little more forward than I find them generally to be, especially the most considerable, in timely publishing their own discoveries, and not let strangers reap ye glory of what those amongst ourselves are yet authors. 17 Through these and kindred institutional devices, the new scientific society and the new scientific journal persuaded men of science to replace their attachment to secrecy and limited forms of communication with a willingness to disclose their newly found knowledge. 18 But institutionalization is more than a matter of changing values, it also involves their incorporation into authoritatively defined roles. As the organization sponsoring the Transactions, the Royal Society provided the power and authority which enabled it to institute new roles and associated rewards for acceptance of these roles. True, in its early days, the Royal Society included many members with little or no scientific competence. But, what was more consequential for the process of institutionalization, it included all English scientists, and many foreign ones, who were producing significant scientific work. As a result, it was widely identified, both in England and on the continent, 19 as an authoritative body of scientists. This authority based on demonstrated competence provided mutually reinforcing consequences for scientists in their triple roles as members of the Royal Society, as contributors to the transactions, and as readers of it. These consequences shaped the early evolution of the scientific journal and the referee system in several ways. First, growing numbers of scientists seeking competent judgments of their work turned increasingly to the Royal Society. Thus the distinguished astronomer Hevelius wrote of his important work Cometographia that as soon as it is published I will make it my first care to submit it to the high judgment and due consideration of the Royal Society. 20. The French astronomer and engineer, Pierre Petit, paid his respects to the celebrated society, to which judgment I submit all my ideas. 21. Nor were these merely polite phrases. As the Halls observe, it was not long before the practice of writing for publication in the Philosophical Transactions was greatly increasing among European men of science. 22. This new practice of writing directly for publication in a journal constituted another appreciable change in the evolving role of the scientist. With the composite institution of learned society and learned journal at hand, scientists began to seize the new opportunity of having competent appraisals of their work by other authoritative scientists. 23. A pattern of attitude and behavior which is basic to the referee system. The practice of having scientific communications assessed by delegated members of the Royal Society might have affected the quality of those communications. Communications intended for publication would ordinarily be more carefully prepared than private scientific papers, and all the more so, presumably, in the knowledge that they would be scrutinized by deputies of the Society. The constituted representatives of the Royal Society, looking to its reputation, were in their turn motivated to institute and maintain arrangements for adequately assessing communications, before having them recorded or published in the transactions. They repeatedly express an awareness that to retain the confidence of scientists they must arrange for the critical sifting of materials which in effect carry the imprimatur of the Society. Thus, the President of the Society, before he will declare anything positively of ye figure of these glasses, will by a gauge measure aim, and if ye invention bear his test, it will pass for current, and be no discredit to ye Society, yt a member of theirs is ye author thereof. 24. Or, as the editor-secretary Oldenburg later reported to Boyle, the matter could not be too carefully studied before we give a public testimony of it to ye world, as is desired of us. 25. The Society was also beginning to distinguish between evaluated and unevaluated work which came to its notice. On occasion this involved the policy of sit pens authorum fides, let the author take responsibility for it, we only set it down, as it was related to us, without putting any great weight upon it. 26. In the course of establishing its legitimacy, American Samoa, an authoritative scientific body, the Royal Society was gradually developing both norms and social arrangements for authenticating the substance of scientific work. Ingredients of the referee system were thus emerging in response to distinctive concerns of scientists taken distributively and collectively. In their capacity as producers of science, individual scientists were concerned with having their work recognized through publication in forms valued by other members in the emerging scientific community who were significant to them. In their capacity as consumers of science, they were concerned with having the work produced by others competently assessed so that they could count on its authenticity. In providing the organizational machinery to meet these concerns, the Royal Society was concerned with having its authoritative status sustained by arranging for reliable and competent assessments. There are intimations, even in this early period, that individual scientists in their role as informed consumers would begin to affect the process making for control of the quality of publications in journals. When the editor or the Royal Society slipped up by allowing dubious materials to be published in the transactions, as they not infrequently did, readers would on occasion register their protest. The French astronomer Auzout, for example, censured the editor for printing unauthenticated and doubtful accounts. Some of our virtuosi are surprised at your speaking in your journal of parabolic lenses. Your students of dioptrics know that they are worthless, and whatever fine promises are made, when these seem contrary to reason, one ought not to speak of them until the results have been seen, for it is not very urgent to know what charlatans may promise. 2.7 We have no evidence that such critical responses actually made for greater care in subsequent editorial decisions. The point is, however, that the newly instituted journal, unlike the printers of books at that time, provided an arrangement through which members of the scientific community could affect editorial practices. Through the emergence of the role of editor and the incipient arrangements for having manuscripts assessed by others in addition to the editor, the journal gave a more institutionalized form for the application of standards of scientific work. Efforts to cope with immediate problems produced other adaptive changes in the learned journal. By the end of the 17th century, there were signs of role differentiation, especially in journals dealing with diverse fields of knowledge, in the form of a staff or board of editors. The Journal des Nine Avens, for one example, had by 1702 assigned responsibility for particular departments of learning to each member of a staff of editors who met weekly to review copy. 28 other aspects of the journal developed more slowly. It took a century for the format of the scientific papers to become more or less established, and even longer for the scholarly apparatus of footnotes and citations to be generally adopted. 29 Almost from their beginning, then, the scientific journals were developing modes of refereeing for the express purpose of controlling the quality of what they put in print. Patterns of evaluation in the sciences and humanities turning from those early days to the present, we find that some version of the referee system has been widely adopted. In the physical and biological sciences, for example, a recent survey of 156 journals in 13 countries found that 71% made some use of referees. 30 What, then, are the gross outcomes of the evaluation process by editors and referees of journals in the principal fields of science and learning? Are there pronounced differences among the various disciplines? Are observed variations in outcome random or patterned? To explore these questions, we have compiled the rates of rejections in a sample of 83 journals in the humanities, the social and behavioral sciences, mathematics, and the biological, chemical, and physical sciences. 31. The results are shown in Table 1, with the disciplines ranked in order of decreasing rates of rejection. The figures exhibit marked and determinate variation. Journals in the humanities have the highest rates of rejection. They are followed by the social and behavioral sciences, with mathematics and statistics next in line. The physical, chemical, and biological sciences have the lowest rates, running to no more than a third of the rates found in the humanities. Confirming this empirical uniformity are subsidiary patterns of deviant rates within disciplines which virtually reproduce the major patterns. To begin with, consider the field of physics. The 12 journals had an average rejection rate of 24%, with the figures for 11 of them varying narrowly between 17% and 25%. But the 12th journal, the American Journal of Physics, departs widely from this norm with a rejection rate of 40%. In the light of the general pattern of rejection rates, we suggest that this seemingly deviant case only confirms the rule. For this journal, alone among the 12 assigned to physics in Table 1, is not so much a journal in physics as a journal about physics. It publishes articles dealing primarily with the humanistic, pedagogical, historical, and social aspects of physics rather than articles presenting new research in physics. Accordingly, it diverges from the relatively low rate characteristic of the physical sciences in the direction of the substantially higher one characteristic of the humanities and social sciences. We find similar patterns within other disciplines. The 2 journals in anthropology, for example, have an average rejection rate of 47.5%, considerably below that for the other social sciences. But this is a composite of drastically different rates for the 2 journals. The American Anthropologist, devoted largely to social and cultural anthropology, approximates the high rejection rates of the other social sciences with a figure of 65%, while the American Journal of Physical Anthropology with a figure of 30% approximates the low rates of the physical sciences. We find much the same difference in psychology. The journals devoted to social, abnormal, clinical, and educational psychology average a rejection rate of 70%, while the journals in experimental, comparative, and physiological psychology diverge toward the physical sciences with an average of 51%. Consider only one more case of this confirming finer pattern within the gross pattern, this time for subjects ordinarily assigned to the humanities. The journals of language and literature in the humanistic tradition have an average rejection rate of 86%, whereas the journal, Linguistics, adopting mathematical and logical orientations in the study of language, has a rejection rate of 20%, much like that of the physical sciences. The pattern of differences between fields and within fields can be described in the same rule of thumb: the more humanistically oriented the journal, the higher the rate of rejecting manuscripts for publication; the more experimentally and observationally oriented, with an emphasis on rigor of observation and analysis, the lower the rate of rejection. 32. These variations in the institutional behavior of learned journals may in part reflect differences in the extent of agreement on standards of scholarship in the various disciplines. It appears to be the case that the journals with high rejection rates receive a larger proportion of manuscripts that in the judgment of the editor and his referees are not simply debatable borderline cases but fail by a wide margin to measure up even to minimum standards of scholarship. This suggests that these fields of learning are not greatly institutionalized in the reasonably precise sense that editors and referees on the one side and would-be contributors on the other almost always share norms of what constitutes adequate scholarship. In the case of one journal, for example, which rejects 9 of every 10 papers, about 40% are promptly turned down by the editor as hopelessly inept and unpublishable in any learned journal. The editor of a journal with a final rejection rate of about 80% perceives the standards employed by his referees as more demanding than those employed by other journals in the field. He himself rejected more than 40% of incoming manuscripts, explaining that they were manuscripts which I judged to be extremely unlikely to survive our rigorous screening no matter who reviewed them, so I carefully reviewed them myself and typically sent the authors a 1 to 3 page, single-spaced letter explaining why we could not accept it here and how they might revise the manuscript for submission elsewhere or how they might improve on the present study so as to do some publishable research. And the editor of another journal with a high rejection rate of 85% reports that about 20% of incoming papers were so clearly unacceptable that I didn't want to waste a referee's time with them. We still get a flow of articles of a thoroughly amateurish quality. The influx of manuscripts judged to be beyond all hope of scholarly redemption testifies to the ambiguity and the wide range of dispersion of standards of scholarship in the discipline, all apart from the question whether the institutionally legitimate editors and referees or the would-be contributors are exercising better judgment. We do not know the comparative frequency of these reportedly unsalvageable manuscripts in different fields, but the testimony of editors suggests that it is considerably higher in the humanities and the social sciences. There are intimations in the data also that the editors and referees of journals with markedly different rates of rejection tend to adopt different decision rules and so are subject, when errors of judgment occur, to different kinds of error. Editors and referees, of course, want to avoid errors of judgment altogether. But recognizing that they cannot be infallible, they seem to exhibit different preferences. The editorial staff of high rejection journals evidently prefer to run the risk of rejecting manuscripts which the wider community of scholars, or posterity, would consider publishable, or even, perhaps, important, an error of the first kind rather than run the risk of publishing papers that will be widely judged to be substandard. The editorial staff of low rejection journals, where external evidence suggests that the decisions of scientists to submit papers are based on standards widely shared in the field, apparently prefer to risk errors, if errors there must be, of the second kind, occasionally to publish papers that do not measure up rather than to overlook work that may turn out to be original and significant. Thus the editor of a journal which rejects only one paper in 5 acts on the assumption that a manuscript is publishable until clearly proved otherwise. As he puts it, if the first referee recommends publication, as received or with minor revision, that is usually sufficient. If the first referee's opinion is negative, or undecided, additional referees will be consulted until a consensus is reached. Editors of another journal in this class note that they have generally published borderline papers, those on which referees' opinions differed. Put in terms reminiscent of another institutional sphere, the decision rule in high rejection journals seems to be, when in doubt, reject; in low rejection journals, when in doubt, accept. The actual distribution of these decision rules and their consequences for the quality of scholarship in the various disciplines still remain to be determined. But even now it appears that the rules will have different consequences for scientists and scholars at different stages of their development. The Coles and Zuckerman have found that collegial recognition of the work of young scientists is important for their continued productivity. 33. This suggests that the discouragement of having papers rejected may be more significant for the novice than for the established scholar. The multiplicity of journals 34 need not entirely solve the problem for him. Since his research capabilities still require institutional certification, it can matter greatly to him whether his paper is published in a journal of higher or lower rank. Rejection of his paper by a high-ranking journal might be more acutely damaging, more often leading him to abandon his plans for publication altogether. Whatever their consequences, the marked differences in the rejection rates of journals in the various disciplines can be tentatively ascribed only in part to differences in the extent of consensus with regard to standards of adequate science and scholarship. Beyond this are objective differences in relative amount of space available for publication. 35. Editors of all journals must allocate the scarce resources of pages available for print, but not all fields and journals are subject to the same degree of scarcity. Journals in the sciences can apparently publish a higher proportion of manuscripts submitted to them because the available space is greater than that found in the humanities. Take the case of physics. The articles in journals of physics are ordinarily short, typically running to only a few pages of print, so that the cost of deciding to publish a particular article is small, and the direct costs of publication are often paid by authors from research grants. 36. The increase in available journal space, moreover, has been outrunning the increase in the number of scientists. The number of pages published annually by the Physical Review, and Physical Review Letters, for example, increased 4.6 times from 3,920 pages in 1950 to 17,060 in 1965. During the same interval, the number of members of the American Physical Society increased only 2.4 times. Preliminary counts for the humanities and social sciences do not show the same disproportionate increase in journal space beyond increase in the numbers of scholars. By way of comparison, the number of pages available in the official journal of the American Sociological Association remained about the same between 1950 and 1965, while the membership of the association increased 2.5 times. Observations of this sort deal only with the final outcomes of the evaluative process as registered in comparative rates of rejecting manuscripts for publication. Of course, this gross information tells next to nothing about the process of evaluation itself. This we can examine in some detail by turning to the scientific journal for which we have the needed archival evidence, the Physical Review. Evaluative behavior of editors and referees. First, a few words about the Physical Review. It publishes 72 issues a year, and 2 index volumes, in addition to weekly publication of short research reports in the Physical Review Letters. It makes up 6% of the world's journal literature in physics, together with the letters, 9%. We can gauge the relative scale of this publication by noting that in 1965 the Physical Review itself, excluding the PRL, published more literature in physics than all 53 journals published in Germany, once the world center of physics. 37. All this quantity need not, of course, make for high quality. But it turns out that in the 1950s, as now, the Physical Review ranked far ahead of all other journals of physics in the extent to which it was used in further research. papers published in it were far more often cited than those published in any other journal of physics, and cited more often than if it were simply holding its own, that is, getting the same share of citations as its share in the physics literature. In such leading journals as the Italian Nuovo Cemento, the Russian Journal of Experimental and Theoretical Physics, JETP, and the Proceedings of the Physical Society of London, the review is cited far more often than these journals themselves. 36% of the references in Nuovo Cemento are to the Physical Review. But only 17% to all Italian journals combined. 22% of all references in JETP are to the review, compared with 15% going to the JETP itself. 34% of the references in the proceedings are to the review, compared with 9% to the proceedings itself. This widespread use of work published in the review is all the more notable since there is a general tendency for papers in each journal to cite other papers in the same journal. Kessler sums up his findings on patterns of use in the contemporary literature of physics by noting that the Physical Review is truly a definitive journal for physicists. It commands overwhelming dominance over all other journals as a carrier of information between physicists of all lands. 39. The behavior of physicists, both as consumers and producers of research, testiges to much the same judgment. As consumers, some 77% of the 1,300 American academic physicists queried by the Coles reported that the review is among the journals they read most often, no other journal being mentioned by more than 25% of the sample. 40. As producers, the archives testify, physicists preferred to have their papers published in the review, maintaining that this would give them greater visibility to their colleagues around the world. Plainly, we are dealing here with the outstanding scientific journal in its field. What, then, have been its patterns of editorial and referee evaluation? Between 1948 and 1956, containing correspondence between authors, editors, and referees, records of decisions made by the editors, the allocation of manuscripts to referees, their evaluations, and the final disposition of the papers. This provides a rich body of materials, both quantitative and qualitative, for analyzing the infrastructure of scientific evaluation in a journal of the first class. More particularly, it enables us to find out how the workings of this structure are affected by the stratification system of science. Consider first the population of physicists submitting manuscripts and the gross outcomes of the evaluative process. In this 9-year period, a. Sampling the archives of the Physical Review. The basic data consist of the archives of the Review 41 for the 9 years. Total of 14,512 manuscripts were submitted, a little more than half of them had a single author. In this report we deal primarily with the papers with a single author, of which 80% were ultimately published. The sample we have drawn from these voluminous materials is based on a conception of the stratification system of science as a distinctive compound of egalitarian values governing access to opportunity to publish and a hierarchic structure in which power and authority are largely vested in those who have acquired rank through cumulative scientific accomplishment. It is a status hierarchy, in Max Weber's sense, based on honor and esteem. Although rank and authority in science are acquired through past performance, once acquired they then tend to be ascribed, for an indeterminate duration. This combination of acquired and ascribed status introduces strains in the operation of the authority structure of science, as has been noted with great clarity by Michael Polanyi and Norman Storer. 42. These strains may be doubly involved in the processes of evaluating scientific work. In one direction, judgments by scientific authorities, whose status largely rests on their own past performance, may come to be assigned great or even decisive weight, and not simply because of their intellectual cogency. In the other direction, judgments about the work of ranking scientists may be systematically skewed by deference, by less careful appraisals involving less exacting criteria, by self-doubts of one's own sufficient competence to criticize a great man, or by fear of affronting influential persons in the field. Although based on status acquired through assessed accomplishment, the hierarchy of excellence in science can militate in both ways against the unbiased, universalistic evaluation of scientific work. With this stratification system of science in mind, we have drawn a sample of the contributors in the 1948-56 archives of the Physical Review, which is stratified into 3 levels of institutionalized standing based on appraisals of past scientific work. In the first rank are all the physicists submitting manuscripts who, by the end of the period, 1956, had received at least one of the 10 most respected awards in physics, such as the Nobel Prize, membership in the Royal Society and in the National Academy of Sciences. 43 these number 91 in all, with 55 of them having submitted papers of which they were the sole authors. The physicists of the second rank, although they had not been accorded any of the highest forms of recognition, had been judged important enough by the American Institute of Physics to be included in its archives of contemporary physicists. All 583 of the physicists in the American Institute of Physics list who had submitted manuscripts to the review during this period make up this intermediate rank, with 343 of them having sent in manuscripts of which they were the sole authors. The remaining 8,864 contributors comprise the third rank in this hierarchy. They are not included in their entirety but are represented by 2 successive 10% random samples, yielding a total of 1,663 authors, with 659 of them having submitted manuscripts of which they were sole authors. 44 For some special analyses, we also identified a mobile subgroup in the status hierarchy, the 49 contributors who were in the intermediate rank during the time covered by the study but who later moved into the most eminent stratum. In effect, these physicists were observed in the course of their ascent, after having achieved a measure of distinction but before receiving the highest recognition. It will be of interest to find out how the system for evaluating manuscripts dealt with physicists whose work was later to earn them great esteem. The 354 referees who evaluated the manuscripts with a single author submitted by our sample of authors were stratified in the same way, with 12% of them turning up in the first rank, 35% in the second, and the remaining 53% in the third. The sample of contributors and the derivative sample of referees were designed with an eye to the general problem of the interplay between the hierarchical structure of authority and the evaluation of scientific work. More specifically, we want to examine the extent to which universalistic and particularistic standards were utilized in evaluating the papers submitted to the Physical Review by physicists of differing rank. Since this is our purpose, we shall limit our analysis almost entirely to papers with one author, for reasons both substantive and procedural. Substantively, it turns out that papers with more than one author, largely reporting experimental results, have so high an acceptance rate, over 95%, that they can exhibit little variability in evaluations of the kind we want to investigate. Procedurally, it is the case that the rank of the single author can be unambiguously and realistically identified. But not so in the case of papers by several hands, with their varying numbers of authors, often of differing rank. Drawing upon the samples of authors and referees, we want to examine 4 main sets of questions. First, do contributors variously located in the stratification system differ in the rate at which they submit manuscripts for publication in the review? Second, are there patterns of allocating manuscripts to referees variously situated in the status hierarchy, and are these allocations related to the status of authors? This leads directly to the third question: are there differences in rates of acceptance depending upon the professional identity of the physicists submitting the manuscripts? And finally, are any such differences in rates of acceptance linked to the relative status of the referees and authors? Status differences in submission of manuscripts. It has long been known that eminent scientists tend to publish more papers, and not only better ones, than run-of-the-mill scientists. It comes as no surprise, then, that they also submit more manuscripts for publication. Among those physicists who submitted manuscripts, produced by themselves alone, to the Physical Review during the 9-year period, physicists of the highest rank averaged 4.09, the intermediaries, 3.46, and the physicists of the third rank averaged 2.02. 45 These differences between the strata are presumably all the greater in the population of physicists at large than in the self-selected population of would-be contributors. The differences in rates of submission of papers are especially marked when it comes to the most prolific physicists in the sample. The physicists of the highest rank submitted 15 or more papers to this one journal at 12 times the rate of the rank and file, with 18% of the highest rank physicists, 11% of the intermediates, and 1.5% of the third rank having sent that many, single and multi-author, manuscripts. This pattern of submission rates also contains a striking prognostic result. The 49 mobile physicists in the sample, those who had not attained eminence by the mid-1950s but did so afterwards, were the most prolific of all, with a whopping 47% of them having submitted as many as 15 papers to the review. Plainly, these were physicists at a peak period of their productivity. 6 of them have since received the Nobel Prize, and from the look of things they will be joined by others from this group of the most prolific authors. We catch here, as with a camera, a phase in the process through which early productivity is converted into later recognition by the social system of science. To this point, the data on submission of manuscripts merely confirm earlier findings on status differences in the number of published papers. This, it might be said, is only to be expected. In general, the more manuscripts submitted, the more find their way into print. But this does not mean, of course, that the ratio of submitted papers to published papers is the same for the several strata of scientists. This would assume that scientists of every stripe adopt the same standards of what constitutes a paper worth submitting for publication, and that the refereeing process results in uniform rates of acceptance for scientists at all levels of the stratification system. A first intimation that these assumptions are unfounded is provided by the rates of submission and of acceptance for papers by physicists affiliated with the 17 foremost university departments and with less distinguished ones. 46 among the physicists submitting any single author manuscripts at all, those in the leading departments submitted only slightly more, with an average of 2.62 compared with 2.49 for the others. 47 But when it comes to actual publication, not submission, the picture changes. Some 91% of the papers by physicists in the foremost departments were accepted, as against 72% from other universities, producing average acceptances of 2.36 and 179 papers, respectively. This result sets the general problem quite clearly. What patterns of evaluation intervene between the submission of papers and actual publication to produce this result? How does it happen that the physicists from the minor departments who are submitting almost as many single-author papers as their counterparts in the major departments end up by having significantly fewer of them published? The question is critical because the gross empirical finding lends itself to sharply different kinds of interpretation. One interpretation would attribute the departmental differences in acceptance rates to the operation of the stratification system. It holds that the work of scientists in the upper strata is evaluated less severely, that these authors are given the benefit of the doubt by editors and referees, because of their standing in the field or affiliation with influential departments, and that all this is reinforced by particularistic ties between authors and referees. This hypothesis suggests that the status of both author and referee significantly affects the judgment of manuscripts, so that work of the same intrinsic worth will be differently evaluated according to these considerations of status. Another interpretation would ascribe the different outcomes of the evaluation process principally to differences in the scientific quality of the manuscripts coming from different sources. This hypothesis maintains that universalistic standards tend to be rather uniformly applied in judging manuscripts, but that, on the avera, the quality of papers coming from the several strata actually differs. On this view, scientists in the departments of the highest rank tend to be positively selected in terms of demonstrated capacity, have greater resources for investigation, have more demanding internal standards before manuscripts are submitted, and are more apt to have their papers exactingly appraised by competent colleagues before sending them in for publication. On this hypothesis, it is not a preferential bias toward the status of authors and their departments which makes for differing acceptance rates by referees, but intrinsic differences in the quality of manuscripts, which in turn are the outcome of joint differences in the capabilities of scientists and in the quality of their immediate academic environments. We should repeat that although the two interpretations differ in their conceptions of what goes on in the evaluative process, they are not contradictory in the sense that one necessarily excludes the other. 48. Both universalistic and particularistic standards might be concretely involved in the actual process of evaluation, but to varying extents and in different parts of the stratification system of science. We want to estimate the extent to which one or the other of these standards is adopted and the structural arrangements that make for use of one or the other. It is no easy matter to disentangle these components of evaluation. The standing of physicists in their field, the Coles have found, is highly correlated with the quality of their previously published work, as this is assessed by fellow physicists on all levels of status. 49. This status, earned in part by past work, may be variously bound up with editorial judgments of the quality of their new work. If all papers submitted by Nobel laureates, for example, are accepted for publication, there remains the question whether some of these would have been rejected had they been submitted by scientists of distinctly lower standing. Correlatively, if scientists who enjoy the greatest prestige have been doing work of high quality in part because their critical associates and they themselves have demanding internal standards, then the manuscripts they decide to submit for publication are apt to be rigorously pre-selected, with consequently high rates of acceptance by referees applying similarly universalistic criteria. These difficulties of analysis could be largely avoided if authors were altogether anonymous to referees. But arrangements designed for this purpose work imperfectly. 50. Various kinds of clues in manuscripts often provide unmistakable signatures of the authors, particularly, perhaps, the eminent ones. In any event, the Physical Review has not tried to provide for anonymity of manuscripts, for reasons emphatically set forth by Goudsmit. Removing the name and affiliation of the author does not make a manuscript anonymous. A competent reviewer can tell at a glance where the work was done and by whom or under whose guidance. One must also remove all references to previous work by the same author, all descriptions of special equipment and other significant parts of the paper. Nothing worth judging or publishing would be left. 51. The archives of the review nevertheless provide evidence enabling us to move a certain distance toward identifying basic patterns in the evaluation of scientific work. Patterns of allocation to judges. A first phase in the evaluation process is crystal clear. The higher the rank of authors in the prestige hierarchy, the greater the proportion of their papers which are judged by the two editors either singly or in tandem without going to outside referees. Of the manuscripts submitted by the physicists of the highest rank, 87% were judged exclusively by the editors, in contrast to 73% of those coming from the intermediate rank, and 58% of the rest. As we shall see, it is the more problematic papers which are sent to outside referees. All this has the immediate consequence that the higher the rank of the physicist, the more prompt the decision taken on his manuscript. Table 2, a matter of concern to many scientists, especially those wanting to safeguard their priority. The referee system calls for evaluation of manuscripts by experts on their subject. It should come as no surprise, therefore, that the outside referees were drawn disproportionately from physicists of high rank. Compared with the 5% of the 1,056 authors, themselves in some measure a selected aggregate, almost 12% of the 354 outside referees assessing their papers were in the highest rank. Moreover, these 12% of the referees contributed 1/3 of all referee judgments. They refereed an average of 8.5 papers compared with 3.8 for the intermediates and 1.4 for the rank and file. And although some 45% of the referees were under the age of 40, thus giving major responsibility to the relatively young, it should also be noted that research physicists are a youthful aggregate, with fully 74% of the papers submitted to the Physical Review coming from men under 40. Much the same pattern of stratification is found when referees are classified according to the rank of the institution with which they are affiliated, rather than their individual rank. For example, about 2/3 of all referee judgments were made by physicists in the 17 major departments of physics in universities, the Bell Laboratories, and the Institute for Advanced Study. The composite portrait of referees is clear enough. Whether gauged by their own prestige, institutional affiliations, or research accomplishments, they are largely drawn from the scientific elite, as would be expected from the principle of expertise and the principle of influence and authority. We want now to consider patterns of allocating the referees to authors of varying rank. The possible patterns are describable in 4 models, which can be designated as the oligarchical model, the populist model, the egalitarian model, and the model of expertise. In the oligarchical model, the established elite of science alone has the power to judge the work of those beneath it in the status hierarchy. The second model corresponds to a populistic view which assigns power of judgment to the people. The strictly egalitarian model, by contrast, calls for a policy in which papers are assessed only by juries of status peers. And last, the model of expertise calls for the allocation of manuscripts to referees who, regardless of rank, are especially competent to judge them. It's easy enough to construct the distribution of cases in our data which would correspond to an oligarchical policy for allocating referees to authors. This would require all manuscripts to be evaluated by judges ranking higher than authors, with the exception of those submitted by the highest rank of scientists. Having reached the top of the status hierarchy, they would be exempt from oligarchy and judged by peers. Put in terms of our data, this model would have physicists of the highest rank evaluating all the manuscripts by the intermediate physicists, and these 2 ranks in turn would be charged with assessing the work of the 3rd rank. As the lowest stratum, the 3rd rank would do no refereeing at all. A glance at Table 3 is enough to indicate that the actual pattern of allocation diverges greatly from this oligarchical model. Status inferiors do much more refereeing and, by the same token, status superiors far less than this model requires. The second model, expressing a populist view, would have manuscripts judged exclusively by physicists ranking lower than authors. This model is of course at odds with the traditional ethos of science which holds that the quality of scientific accomplishment is the determinant of the status ascribed to scientists. It turns out that the data on actual allocations diverge very widely from the populistic model. Relative to their numbers, lower-ranking physicists do little refereeing altogether and also referee far fewer papers by the intermediate and highest-ranking physicists than would be the case under a populist allocation. According to the strictly egalitarian model, papers would be assessed exclusively by status peers. The actual distribution, as Table 3 shows, departs very widely from this model also. As can be seen by aggregating the cases in the left-to-right diagonal, only about 1/3 of all judgments are made by status peers of authors, and there is a widening deviation from the model for the lesser ranks of physicists. In short, the actual patterns of allocation of referees to authors approximate to none of these models. The principle of expertise requires that referees should be assigned to manuscripts on the basis of their competence. The data presented in Table 3 are at least consistent with the principle of expertise once it is assumed that demonstrated expertise is substantially, that is, imperfectly, correlated with rank in the hierarchy of prestige. On this assumption, the data would exhibit a preponderance but no monopoly of refereeing by physicists ranking higher than authors. Authors would occasionally outrank referees in prestige, if not in competence, and judgment by peers would be relatively more frequent for the successively higher ranks of authors. These patterns turn up in the actual data recorded in Table 3 as we see for the example of judgments by status peers accounting for 50% of the papers by top-ranking physicists, 41% for the intermediates, and 26% for the rank and file. This suggests, although it does not demonstrate, that expertise and competence were the principal criteria adopted in matching papers and referees. That papers by distinguished scientists were assigned for review to others of like stature need not mean, therefore, that an inner circle of physicists were being asked to pass judgments upon one another's work in a closed system of mutual support. The principle of expertise would lead to such allocations just as it would to the observed pattern of referees more often outranking authors than conversely. In any case, we now know that the more highly placed physicists had power disproportionate to their number in deciding what was to enter into the pages of the physical review. How did they act in these positions of power? Status differences in rates of acceptance. Since the anonymity of authors cannot be uniformly assured, it would require a strict experimental design to find out decisively whether papers of the same scientific quality are assessed differently by referees according to the status of authors. Both ethics and practicality rule out the draconian experiment in which matched samples of referees, all unknowing, would independently judge the same manuscripts variously ascribed to physicists of different rank, in order to determine the extent of status-linked evaluations. Nor can we approximate the intent of that experimental design by adopting the number of citations to published papers as measures of quality to see whether papers rejected by the physical review but published elsewhere are of the same quality as those accepted by that journal. At best, we can bring together data which provide cumulative intimations of the extent to which judgments by editors and referees relate to the status of authors. We begin by examining the successive disposition of manuscripts as this is summarized in the abbreviated flow chart of the refereeing process, Chart 1. It turns out that 90% of the manuscripts submitted by top-ranking physicists have been accepted for publication, compared with 86% for the intermediates and 73% for the rank and file. These stratified rates are the outcome of a continuing process of evaluation, condensed into two phases in the chart. In each phase, the higher the rank of physicists, the better they fare. A larger proportion of their papers are accepted straight away, a smaller proportion rejected outright, and a smaller proportion treated as problematic, requiring further assessments before final decision. Of the manuscripts judged to be problematic, moreover, a larger fraction by the high-ranking physicists ultimately get into print. Once again, the observed patterns lend themselves to quite different interpretations. They are consistent with the opinion that physicists of the first rank submit better papers on the average and that they are also better able than the others to rehabilitate their problematic papers. But the data can also be interpreted in particularistic rather than universalistic terms. For the observed patterns would also obtain if the editors and referees were especially reluctant to reject papers submitted by the most distinguished physicists in their field and reluctant to judge them as needing further evaluation and revision. Before turning to other evidence bearing on these alternative interpretations, we should consider the patterns of stratified differences within the context of other aspects of the refereeing process which can be reconstructed from the flow chart. We noted earlier that scientific journals with high rates of acceptance seem to prefer the decision rule, when in doubt, accept. In the case of the physical review, this preference rule found several expressions. When it came to acceptances, the ratio of immediate decisions to the later, more problematic ones was over 4:1, that is, 65% to 15%, compared with a ratio of only 1.5:1. That is, 12% to 8%, for rejections. Among the problematic papers undergoing further evaluation, moreover, acceptance is still preponderant but at only 1.7 times the number of rejections. The decision rule also seems reflected in the fact that the physical review mobilized more institutional machinery to reject papers than to accept them. More judges were used on the average for rejected papers than for those ultimately published. And in accord with the general pattern of stratification, the higher the rank of physicist authors, the fewer the judges involved in accepting their manuscripts. These patterns, we conjecture, are generally reversed in journals with low acceptance rates, where the decision rule seems to be, when in doubt, reject. In those journals the early decisions presumably exhibit higher rates of rejection than the problematic papers sent on for further refereeing. For in the case of these journals, the presumption seems to be that the manuscripts they receive are not fit to print, at least in the particular journal, since they do in fact reject most manuscripts. Thus, for the journals in the humanities and social sciences, with their typically high rejection rates, it is the potentially acceptable paper which is problematic, while for the journals in physical science, such as the Physical Review, with their high acceptance rates, it is the potentially unacceptable paper which is problematic. Another piece of evidence takes us a certain distance toward gauging the possibility that assessments of manuscripts in the Physical Review might have been affected by the standing of their authors. For this purpose, we note again that eminence and authority in science derive largely from the assessed quality of past and not necessarily continuing scientific accomplishments. We note also that in science, as in other institutional spheres, positions of power and authority tend to be occupied by older men. Indeed, it has sometimes been said with mixed feelings that gerontocracy may even be a good thing in science. It leaves the young productive scientists free to get on with their work and helps to occupy the time of those who are no longer creative. From these joint patterns, it would seem that if the sheer power and eminence of authors greatly affect refereeing decisions, then the older eminent scientists should have the highest rates of acceptance. But, at least in physics, the young man's science, this is not what we find. It is not the older scientists whose papers were most often accepted but the younger ones. And these age-graded rates of acceptance hold within each applicable rank in the hierarchy of esteem, Table 4. Both eminence and youth contribute to the probability of having manuscripts accepted, youth to such a degree that the youngest stratum of physicists in the third rank had as high an acceptance rate as the oldest stratum of eminent ones whose work, we must suppose, was no longer of the same high quality it once was. Jonathan Cole's studies of citation and reference patterns of physicists lend support to this impression. 52. He finds that older physicists are less apt than younger ones to refer to currently influential work in their publications, this suggesting that their own work may no longer be as much in the mainstream. Evidently there comes a time in the life cycle of physicists, even the most distinguished ones, when they can no longer count on having their papers almost invariably accepted in a major refereed journal such as the Physical Review. As Max Delbrück once observed, perhaps the chief function of unrefereed Festschriften is to provide a decent cemetery for oft-rejected manuscripts. Relative status and differences in acceptance rates. Perhaps it is not the status of the author as such but his status relative to that of the referee which systematically influences appraisals of his manuscripts. Such biases in judgment might take various forms, depending on the pattern of relative status. When referees and authors are status peers, an hypothesis of status solidarity would have it that referees typically give preferential treatment to manuscripts, just as a counter-hypothesis of status competition would have it that under the safeguard of anonymity, referees tend to undercut their rivals by unjustifiably severe judgments. When authors outrank referees, an hypothesis of status deference would hold that the referees give preferential treatment to the work of physicists. They respect or hold in awe, just as a counter-hypothesis of status envy would have them be more exacting of the work of superiors. And when referees outrank authors, an hypothesis of status patronage or sponsorship would maintain that referees are unduly kind and undemanding, while a counter-hypothesis of status subordination would have them overly demanding. Differing in other respects, these six hypotheses are alike in one: they all assume that the relative status of referee and author significantly biases judgments by referees, either in favor of the author or at his expense. More concretely, all assume that the rates of acceptance for each stratum of authors will differ according to the rank of the referees making the judgments. The data assembled in Table 5 run counter to all the hypotheses. Referees of each rank accept the same proportion of papers by authors from every stratum. As it happens, the highest-ranking referees accept somewhat smaller proportions of papers than their fellow referees, but, again, this they do uniformly for authors of every rank. There is, in short, no preferential pattern, as can be shown redundantly but emphatically by condensing the components of Table 5 into three categories of relative status. All this suggests that referees were applying much the same standards to papers, whatever their source. This is confirmed further by patterns of even-handed evaluation in the case of other relative statuses of referees and authors. Referees affiliated with minor universities, for example, are no more apt to accept papers submitted by authors from universities of similar standing than were referees from the major universities. and whatever the academic rank of referees, it did not affect the rate at which they accepted papers by authors in the various academic ranks. For this journal, at least, the relative status of referee and author had no perceptible influence on patterns of evaluation. We may conclude that the status composition of the physicists engaged in refereeing manuscripts for the physical review during the period is one thing, what the referees did in exercising their authority is quite another. Functions of the referee system. As the prime journal in its field, the physical review can be assumed to apply exacting standards. All the same, the editorial and refereeing process results in as many as 4 of every 5 manuscripts being accepted for publication, a fair number of them, after greater or less revision. Does this mean that referees are largely superfluous? Like other observers of the referee system, 53 we think not. Referees, collectively engaged in sorting out good science from bad, serve diverse functions for the various members of their profession, for editors, authors, the referees themselves, and the relevant community of scientists. For the editor, referees serve their prime function in the case of papers difficult to assess. At the extremes, as we have noted for the physical review and a variety of other journals, papers are comparatively easy to appraise and the editor, can sort them out. Manuscripts which, by the core standards of the field, provide sound, new, consequential ideas and information, clearly formulated and relevant to the particular journal, can be readily distinguished from their antitheses which are mistaken, redundant, trivial, obscure, and irrelevant. But not all manuscripts exhibit these neatly correlated arrays of intellectual virtues or vices. It is the often sizable number of more problematic manuscripts which particularly require examination by experts on their subjects. Apart from this manifest function of furnishing expert judgment, the corps of typically anonymous referees sometimes serves the incidental and not altogether latent function of protecting the highly visible editor from the wrath of disappointed authors. 5.4 But what is helpful for the editor can of course be injurious to the author. The referee system is now under severe strain on the issue of enlarging the accountability of referees by removing their cloak of anonymity. 55 Since accountability is itself so much a component of the ethos of science, it may be that the practice of maintaining anonymity of referees will increasingly go by the board. This will surely not be misunderstood to say that the interests of referees and authors are inherently at odds. Referees who conscientiously fulfill their role of course serve major functions for authors. They can and, as we have seen in the case of the physical review, often do suggest basic revisions for improving papers. They sometimes link up the paper with other work which the author happened not to know, they protect the author from unwittingly publishing duplications of earlier work, and, of course, as presumable experts in the subject, they in effect certify the paper as a contribution by recommending its publication. But like other people, referees are not uniformly conscientious in performing their roles. There are, it seems, differences in this respect among fields and among referees of differing kinds so that the functions of refereeing for authors and consequently for the discipline are imperfectly realized. This is scarcely the first time that an institution devoted to evaluation confronts the problem of who judges the judges. A sorting and sifting of referees would seem as much a functional requirement of the referee system as the sorting and sifting of papers for publication. The role of referee also serves functions and creates difficulties for the referees themselves. As experts in the subject, many referees are already informed of developments at its frontier. But especially in fields without efficient networks of informal communication or in rapidly developing fields, referees occasionally get a head start in learning about significant new work. Moreover, as some referees report, the role-induced close scrutiny of manuscripts, in contrast to the often perfunctory scanning of possibly comparable articles already in print, sometimes leads them to perceive potentialities for new lines of inquiry which were neither stated by the author nor previously considered by the referee. This unplanned evocative function of the paper often puts both referee and author under stress. What the referee defines as an instance of his having legitimately and appreciatively borrowed or learned from the manuscript, the author, not surprisingly, may define as an instance of pilfering or downright plundering, as he observes the referee going on to pursue and so, perhaps, to preempt the new line of investigation. The basic and, it would seem, thoroughly rational practice of selecting experts as referees makes for its own stresses in the system. Some scientists have argued that it is particularly the experts who can exploit their fiduciary role to advance their own interests and so are most subject to possible conflict of interest. Here is one among many recent expressions of this view: the referee, or more often a member of his group or one of his graduate students, may be working on the very problem he is asked to judge. Of course we must rely upon his personal integrity not to sit on the submitted paper, take unfair advantage of the pre-publication information or be unduly critical of the work, thus buying time for his own people. He could, in fact, return the paper to the editor citing conflict of interest as his reason for no recommendation, but he cannot avoid the fact of being informed. The point becomes crucial in rapidly developing competitive fields and for publications such as physical review letters or applied physics letters where priority claims are important. 56 Plainly, the institutionalized concern with intellectual property 5.7 in science provides the context for these stresses on the referee system. Neither the context nor the stresses are anything new. The concern with intellectual property, which we found to play its distinctive part in the beginnings of the scientific journal, has created difficulties for the developing referee system right along. Here, for example, is the young T.H. Huxley emphatically expressing his conviction that should the great authority on his subject serve as referee, he would never allow Huxley's paper to see print. You have no idea of the intrigues that go on in this blessed world of science. Science is, I fear, no purer than any other region of human activity, though it should be. Merit alone is very little good, it must be backed by tact and knowledge of the world to do very much. For instance, I know that the paper I have just sent into the Royal Society is very original and of some importance, and I am equally sure that if it is referred to the judgment of my particular friend that it will not be published. He won't be able to say a word against it, but he will pooh-pooh it to a dead certainty. You will ask with some wonderment, why? Because for the last 20 years has been regarded as the great authority on these matters, and has had no one to tread on his heels, until at last, I think, he has come to look upon the natural world as his special preserve, and no poachers allowed. So I must maneuver a little to get my poor memoir kept out of his hands. 58. With all its imperfections, old and new, the developing institution of the referee system provides for a warranted faith that what appears in the archives of science can generally be relied upon. As Professor Michael Polanyi in particular has observed, 59 the functional significance of the referee system increases with the growing differentiation of science into arrays and extensive networks of specialties. The more specialized the paper, the fewer there are who can responsibly appraise its worth. But while only a few may be fully competent to assess, many more on the periphery of the subject and in other related fields may find the paper relevant to their work. It is for them that the role of the referee as deputy takes on special importance. When a scientist is working on a problem treated in a published article, he can serve as his own referee. He may, in fact, be better qualified to assess its worth than the official referee who helped usher it into print. It is not so much the fellow specialist as the others making use of published results in fields tangential to their own who particularly depend upon the referee system. Scientists also benefit from the refereeing of papers in their own special fields but for somewhat different reasons. They may often be equipped to test for themselves the substance of the papers on which they draw, but to do so repeatedly would only subvert their motivation. The fun and excitement in doing science comes largely from working on problems not yet solved. The continuing rather than occasional need to recheck the observations, experimental results, and theories advanced by others would seem an excellent means for depleting creative energies. By providing for generally warranted confidence in the research reported in accredited publications, the system of expert referees helps scientists get on with their own imaginative inquiries. Editors of journals in many fields of learning remark, sometimes with an air of puzzlement, upon the willingness of scientists and scholars to serve in the anonymous and often exacting role of referee. In some fields such participation is widely diffused. Almost 30% of a sample of high-energy theorists in physics, for example, had engaged in refereeing and editorial work for journals. 60% sense of reciprocation for benefits received from the referee system probably supports the motivation for serving in the role of referee, as it becomes recognized that the maintenance of standards is a collective responsibility. For young scientists and scholars, there may also be the further symbolic reward of having been identified as enough of an expert to serve as a referee. The very existence of the referee system, Dr. Simon Pasternak has suggested, 61 makes for quality control of scientific communications. In part, this control works by anticipation. Knowing that their papers will be reviewed, authors take care in preparing them before submission, all the more so, perhaps, for papers sent to high-ranking journals with a reputation for thorough refereeing. This would also make for the scientists' internalization of high standards. Furthermore, Pasternak points out, even the scientific journals that have little or no refereeing or editing exist within a framework of the edited journals, which set the pattern and the standard. The referee system may thus be raising standards adopted by journals ostensibly outside that system. These observations on the functions of the referee system do not at all imply the contrary to fact assumption that it works with unfailing effectiveness. Errors of judgment, of course, occur. But the system of monitoring scientific work before it enters into the archives of science means that much of the time scientists can build upon the work of others with a degree of warranted confidence. It is in this sense that the structure of authority in science, in which the referee system occupies a central place, provides an institutional basis for the comparative reliability and cumulation of knowledge. 62. Critical overviews of a particular subject are ordinarily occasioned by the need to consolidate rapid advance in knowledge about it and to identify new directions of research. That is surely not so here. The best case that can be made for a chapter dealing with age stratification in science is that so little is known about it. In point of fact, systematic research over the years has been devoted to only one problem in this field: the patterns and sources of changes in the productivity of scientists during their life course. Beyond that, just about any methodical research on age cohorts, and age structure in science would qualify, through prior default, as a new direction. The character of this chapter is therefore practically dictated by the twin circumstance that few theoretical questions have been addressed to the phenomena of age stratification in science, and that only scattered investigations have dealt with these questions. Since the field is so short on facts, we must here be long on conjectures. Still, the path of acknowledged conjecture, leading from mere guess and surmise to the neighborhood of grounded hypothesis, has its uses too. It can take us to a problematics one of our subject, the formulation of principal questions that should be investigated together with the rationale for considering these as questions worth investigating. For this purpose, we draw upon both the scattered evidence in hand and the model of age stratification developed by Matilda White Riley, Marilyn Johnson, and Ann Foner. 2. Put in utterly plain language, the aim of this chapter is to set out the little that we know and the much that we do not know but could know about the sociology of age differentiation in science, and to explain why we should want to know it. The paucity of materials on age differentiation in science appears to be the product of two distinct kinds of neglect in sociology. The first is the strangely slight attention given to age stratification generally, even though age is recognized as one of the universal components of social structure. The second is the perhaps greater and now equally strange neglect of the entire sociology of science, which, until the last decade or so, had enlisted the sustained interest of a remarkably small number of investigators. Neglect of this subject is odd, if only because both advocates and critics of science are agreed that science is one of the major dynamic forces in the modern world. The convergence of the two kinds of neglect has meant that it was most improbable that sociologists would methodically investigate age differentiation in science. Nevertheless, enough work has been done to furnish a basis for formulating the problematics of the subject. In this essay we deal with only a limited range of those problems. The first section is concerned with the connections between the growth and age structure of science, the second, with the relations between one aspect of the cognitive structure of science, here called codification, and age-patterned behavior in science, the third, with age-related allocations of roles and with role sequences in science, the fourth, with the operation of age-stratified structures of authority, principally in the form of gerontocracy, the fifth, with age and prestige stratified patterns of collaboration in science, and the sixth, final section dealing with age-patterned foci of problems selected for scientific investigation. 1. Growth and age structure of science. By all the rough and ready measures now available, science, with its various interacting components, has been growing more rapidly than most other fields of human activity. For example, the population of scientists, with a doubling time of about 15 years, is far outrunning the accelerating rate of increase in the general population. The science population of the United States, comprised of scientists, engineers, and technicians, grew from just under 500,000 in 1940 to 1.8 million in 1967. About 300,000 of these in the latter period are estimated to be scientists. 3. The number of doctorates annually awarded in science has increased from about 60 in 1885 to some 16,000 in 1969, a growth rate of some 7% per annum through this long period. 4. And as Price 5 has observed, the number of scientists and of scientific journals, articles, and abstracts, and, more recently, the funds available for research have all been increasing exponentially at varying rates. It is of immediate interest to us that this growth results from the recruitment into science of youthful cohorts, principally in their 20s, and practically not at all from the migration into it of older persons drawn from other occupations. And once in science, they tend to stay there. One now hears much about the so-called flight from science, but the historical pattern still remains. Scientists continue to be a tenacious lot, seldom leaving science for an entirely different occupation. 6. Although there is an appreciable amount of transfer between fields of science at various phases in the life course, this raises a significant sociological problem in its own right, one that has been little explored in the sociology of occupations. Query: how are occupations arrayed in terms of rates of growth in personnel, and how do these rates and their components of entries and exits compare at different phases in the life course? What structural properties of occupations and characteristics of people recruited by them make for observed patterns of turnover? Such detailed and systematic comparisons between age-stratified rates of turnover in various occupations are in short supply. 7. All the same, we suppose that classes of occupation have their exits and their entrances, distinctively patterned by age. In the case of science, transfers of personnel to other fields have been so conspicuously small that we take it to be in this respect near one extreme in the family of occupations. Once in the profession, scientists generally exit only through death or reluctant retirement. 8. The patterns of growth and turnover in science are probably affected in at least 3 ways by the long period of socialization required to qualify for scientific work. Even in recent years, with the substantial funding of scientific education through fellowships and training grants in the United States, it takes an average period of 11 years after entry into college to obtain the doctorate in science. 9. First, the prolonged period devoted to acquiring the knowledge, skills, attitudes, values, and behavior patterns of the scientist means, as we have noted, that few enter the profession in later years after they have been at work in some other occupation. Second, this entails a considerable investment in the prospects of a career in science. The investment is not merely economic, with its financial costs of education and its foregone income during the period of preparation, but is effective as well. It is investment in a preferred way of life and commitment to it. Third, the high rate of attrition before entering the profession probably reflects a stringent process of social selection. Some 40% of candidates for the doctorate fail to complete their program of graduate study, 10 possibly leaving a more deeply committed and intellectually apt residue to go on into science. Such modal patterns of entry and exit, coupled with the exponential increase in numbers of scientists, leave their stamp upon the age structure of the profession, and, as we shall indicate, this structure in turn affects both the normative system of science and its intellectual development. Figure 1, which compares the age distribution of scientific personnel with that of all employed personnel in the United States, suggests the ways in which the life course processes of entry and exit combine with growth through cohort succession to yield the current age structure of science. On the one hand, the impact of delayed entry of scientific personnel into the labor force, necessitated by long years of prior training, is apparent from comparison of the age categories under 24 and 25 to 34. The relative size of the older strata, on the other hand, reflects the juvenescent effect of rapid growth on the age structure, as the size of entry cohorts expands. Despite the tendency of scientists to delay their retirement, the proportion of the scientific population in the older age strata is relatively small. Thus, the age structure reflects the counteracting patterns of life course and cohort flow. The rate of increase in the population of scientists far outruns that of the American population at large, and this results in an increasingly youthful population of scientists, both absolutely and comparatively. Their higher rate of increase means that scientists in the aggregate are also more youthful than the other professions. For example, more than half of those listed in the 1968 Nation Register of Scientific and Technical Personnel are under the age of 40 and 81% of them under 50, compared with 63% for lawyers and physicians. 11. Education, age structure, and allocation. As with all social statuses and group memberships, 12. The status of scientist is not merely a matter of self-definition and ascription but also, and more significantly, of social definition and ascription. It is not enough to declare oneself to be a chemist or psychologist or space scientist. In order for the given status to have social reality, it must be validated by status judges, those institutions and gents charged with authenticating claims. Licensing boards for many professions and specialty boards in medicine are only the more visible and firmly institutionalized specimens of status judges. The criteria for the status of scientists are typically educational attainment, earned academic degrees, and role performance, experience. Since formal education is typically confined to the early years in life, the changing age structure of science is closely related to a concurrent educational upgrading of the scientific population. As Harvey Brooks has highlighted this trend, a striking fact is that in 1968 the percentage of the age cohort receiving PhDs in science and engineering and medical or dental degrees was higher than the percentage of the corresponding age cohort that received bachelor's degrees in science and engineering in 1920. 1.3. This rapid change in the educational composition of the science population is a special and illuminating case of the general rise in the level of education. As Riley and Foner have noted, 14. The long-range rise in formal education for the population at large has meant that, at any given time, older people are educationally disadvantaged in comparison with younger ones. In the special case of science, we deal of course with the uppermost reaches of the educational distribution, and this introduces distinctive complexities. It may not be so much the social change in the level of attained education but the cultural change in the extent and character of scientific knowledge that presents the age cohorts of scientists with distinctive ranges of difficulties and opportunities. All this may lead to problems of career obsolescence and kindred difficulties for scientists in their life course. It also introduces various problems for the social organization of science. For example, query, how do the social and cultural changes in the education of scientists and in the growth of scientific knowledge affect the working relations between cohorts of scientists? Do they make for social cleavage and discontinuity between them? What social mechanisms, if any, bind the cohorts together and make for continuity in scientific development? Thus the changing age and educational structure of science is congruent with the self-image, prevalent among scientists, that pictures science as a young man's game. But this expression, repeated on every side by scientists young and old, does not refer primarily to the age, or sex, distribution of scientists. Rather, it only announces a widespread belief that the best work in science is done at a comparatively early age. This posited linkage between age and significant productivity is still the focus of the little research that has been done on age stratification in science, and we shall be examining that research in detail. But here, the imagery of science as the prerogative of the young generates another kind of sociological question, this one dealing with the linkages between age structure, prevalent values, and social organization. Query: how do the age structures of occupations and their component specialties relate to age-connected values, for example, youth as asset or liability? How do they relate also to other forms of stratification within the occupation, for example, allocation of authority statuses and roles, of rewards, and so forth? Age and education in the component sciences. Turning from science in the large to the constituent sciences, we find that the median age of their personnel varies considerably, as appears in Table 1. These divergences reflect sociologically interesting differences in the social definitions of boundaries of disciplines and of criteria for admission into them. In part, the age differences in the various science populations merely reflect a differing mix of scientists, who often hold doctorates, engineers, who rarely do, and technicians who almost never do. 15. As can be seen from Table 2, some 37% of American scientists held doctorates in 1968, but the figures ranged widely from 95%, anthropology, to 7%, computer sciences, among the disciplines. Thus the social science populations, with comparatively fewer technicians, have far higher proportions holding doctorates. Still, as we have seen in Table 1, when comparisons are confined to those holding doctorates, substantial differences remain in the median ages of workers in the various sciences. Very likely, the differing age distributions of component sciences result largely from differing rates of recruitment of new scientists and interchanges of personnel between the sciences at various stages in their educational and occupational careers. Although we assume that age-specific death and retirement rates are much the same for the various sciences, rates of transfer, which vary among age strata, affect their age structures. 16. Substantial transfers from one science to others have been found in the course of undergraduate education, and longitudinal studies have identified streams of interchange among practicing scientists. Yet, despite some strands of evidence, the sources of age differences among the sciences remain almost as much unexplored territory as the range of their consequences for the character and rate of development in the various sciences. Slowing growth rates of science. It has long been recognized in principle that the exponential growth of science at a rate greater than that of society could not continue indefinitely. Manifestly, the rate of expansion in the numbers of scientists and the amount of resources allocated to science and in the volume of scientific publication would have to slow down. Otherwise, as Derek Price is fond of writing, and as many others are fond of quoting, we should have 2 scientists for every man, woman, child, and dog in the population, and we should spend on them twice as much money as we had. 18. There are signs that, at least in societies with a substantial science base, the rate of expansion has tapered off. In the United States, for example, the resources expended for research and development have remained at about 3% of GNP since 1964. 19. There are indications, also, that the proportion of college graduates going into science has reached a ceiling. 20. Such equilibrium growth rates have direct consequences for the age and opportunity structures of science, as Martino has indicated. 21. A direct consequence, of course, is an increase in the median age of scientists. Slackened increase in resources will mean fewer new research installations and new departments in new universities. In due course, the age structure of research groups will probably change with possible consequences for their productivity. 22. The rate of increase in the volume of scientific publication will tend to diminish. But if Weiss and Zeman are correct in suggesting that the proliferation of scientists and the big expansion in funds for research have resulted in an even more rapid proliferation of trivial research and trivial publications, 23. This decline in volume of publication need not mean a corresponding decline in the growth of knowledge. Finally, since the various changes do not occur uniformly in the individual sciences, the relative rates of development of long-established and newly emerging disciplines will probably continue to differ. 24. 2. Age stratification and the codification of scientific knowledge in principle, the sociology of knowledge and, more narrowly, the sociology of science are concerned with the reciprocal relations between social structure and cognitive structure. In practice, however, sociologists of knowledge have dealt almost exclusively with the influences of the social structure upon the formation and development of ideas. And when sociologists of science have investigated the impact of science upon society, this has been principally in the form of examining the social consequences, chiefly unanticipated, of science-based technology. In neither case is the effort made to trace the consequences of the cognitive structure of the various sciences for their distinctive social structures. Yet the problem of the significance of cognitive structure for social structure is with us still. We propose to touch upon a limited case in point by examining one aspect of the cognitive structures of the sciences, what we call codification in its relations to their distinctive age structures. Since so little preparatory work has been done on this problem, our observations are altogether tentative, designed to raise questions rather than to answer them. Codification refers to the consolidation of empirical knowledge into succinct and interdependent theoretical formulations. The various sciences and specialties within them differ in the extent to which they are codified. It has often been remarked, for example, that the intellectual organization of much of physics and chemistry differs from that of botany and zoology in the extent to which particulars are knit together by general ideas. The extent of codification of a science should affect the modes of gaining competence in it. Experience should count more heavily in the less codified fields. In these, scientists must get command of a mass of descriptive facts and of low-level theories whose implications are not well understood. The comprehensive and more precise theoretical structures of the more codified field not only allow empirical particulars to be derived from them but also provide more clearly defined criteria for assessing the importance of new problems, new data, and newly proposed solutions. All this should make for greater consensus among investigators at work in highly codified fields on the significance of new knowledge and the continuing relevance of old. The notion that the sciences and specialties differ in the extent of their codification is not, of course, new. Some 20 years ago, James Conant introduced the counterpart idea that the various branches of science differ in degree of empiricism. As he put it, where wide generalizations and theory enable one to calculate in advance the results of an experiment or to design a machine, a microscope or a telescope, for example, we may say that the degree of empiricism is low 25. In our terms, the more codified a science or scientific specialty, the lower its degree of empiricism. 26. By consolidating both data and ideas in theoretical formulations, the more highly codified fields tend to obliterate the original versions of past contributions, incorporating their essentials in the newer formulations. As Paul Weiss noted in his influential paper, Knowledge, a Growth Process, each field of knowledge must be accorded its own merit ratio between generalization and particularization, taking for granted that assimilation will be driven to the utmost limits compatible with the nature of the field. 27. In this sense, the more highly codified the field, the higher the rate of obsolescence of publications in it. Weiss measured differentials in obsolescence by the age distributions of references appearing in publications in various sciences, a procedure which has since been described as citation analysis. 28. Weiss found that references to recent work were much more frequent in analytical physiology than in its more descriptive biological sister sciences of zoology and entomology. The general pattern has since been confirmed for a wider variety of disciplines. 29. The journals in fields we intuitively identify American Samoa more highly codified physics, biophysics, and chemistry show a larger share of reference to recent work, they exhibit a greater immediacy, as Derek Price calls it. 30. By way of illustration. 72% of the references in the Physical Review * are to papers published within the preceding 5 years, as are 63% in the Cold Spring Harbor Symposium on Quantitative Biology, 58% in Analytical Chemistry, 50% in the Anatomical Record, and 47% in the American Zoologist. 31 similar citation data suggest that the social sciences are intermediate to the physical sciences and the humanities in degree of codification. The findings are notably consistent. As we have just seen, in the more analytical physical sciences, about 60% or more of the citations refer to publications appearing within the preceding 5 years. In the humanities represented by such journals as the American Historical Review, Art Bulletin, and the Journal of Aesthetics and Art Criticism, the corresponding figures range from 10 to 20%. In between are the social sciences represented by such journals as the American Sociological Review and the Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology, where from 30 to 50% of the citations refer to equally recent publications. It appears, moreover, that the citation pattern of a science transcends national and cultural boundaries. At any rate, American, European, and Soviet journals of physics have been found to exhibit almost identical age distributions of citations. 32. One limited aspect of the cognitive structure of the various sciences, then, is the extent of their codification. We want now to explore possible relations between codification and age-patterned behavior and processes in the sciences, along the following lines. 1. The extent to which codification affects opportunities for scientific discovery by different age strata. 2. Age differentials in responsiveness to new scientific ideas in fields that are variously codified. 3. The effects of codification upon the visibility of scientific contributions. And 4. The linkages between codification, changing foci of research, and opportunities for discovery. Codification and age differentials in discovery. We begin with the premise that up to a given age, older and more experienced scientists have an edge on their much younger colleagues in the opportunities for discovery. After all, they know the field as the novice does not. What needs to be explained, in our view, is not so much discovery by experienced and knowledgeable elders as discovery by newly trained youth. In this connection, we need to ask whether discovery by young scientists is more frequent in some sciences and, if so, how this comes to be. Codification facilitates mastery of a field by linking basic ideas in a theoretical framework and by reducing the volume of factual information that is required in order to do significant research. This should lead scientists in the more codified fields to qualify earlier. 33 For work at the research front, at least, as collaborators of more mature investigators. An early achievement in science may give an enduring advantage by providing both increasingly abundant facilities for research and early access to the social networks of scientists at the research front, where information and criticism are exchanged and motivation for getting on with one's work is maintained. 34 The best known because heavily publicized specimen of this process is that of the 25-year-old James D. Watson, 35, soon finding his way into the center of work on the structure of DNA. Once he was sponsored by his intellectually influential teachers, Salvador Luria and Max Dilberlich. In this process, intellectual mobility and social mobility, of a jointly sponsored and contest variety, are mutually reinforcing. The organization of scientific inquiry and of training in science also promotes early entrance into the research role. In a sense, young scientists are more apt than their expert teachers to be abreast of the range of knowledge in their field. Since advanced research in science demands concentration on a narrow range of problems at hand, the established specialist experts, intent on moving ahead with their own research, tend to fall behind on what others are doing outside their own special fields. But, at least in the best departments, students are trained by an aggregate of specialists at work on the research front of their specialties. This brings them up to date, if only for a time, in a wider variety of fields than their older and temporarily more specialized teachers. This pattern we believe to hold in all the sciences, but we suspect that it is more marked and efficacious in the more highly codified ones, those that provide more powerful means for acquiring competence in current knowledge. The opportunity structure confers two advantages on the young in the more codified fields: the chance to begin research early as qualified junior colleagues and the chance to have training that is both up-to-date and relatively diversified. Both should advance their opportunities for making significant research contributions early in their careers. It is from this standpoint that we come upon the one problem that has almost monopolized discussions of the, in fact, multiform connections between age and scientific activity, the time of life at which scientists do their most important work, or, as it is sometimes put, the relations between age and scientific productivity. The data bearing on this subject are faulty or severely limited, but, on first inspection, they seem to confirm our expectations. Various investigators report lower median ages for discoverers in physics and chemistry than in the more descriptive biological sciences, with these being lower in TUM than in the behavioral sciences. 36 Nobel laureates in physics, for example, were on the average 36 at the time of doing their prize-winning work, laureates in chemistry, 38, and those in medicine and physiology, 41. 37. This does not mean, of course, that a higher rate of discovery in youth is the norm in the more codified sciences, much less for them all. Apparently, we sometimes need to be reminded that median ages at time of discovery tell us that half of the discoveries were made after the median age as well as before. In contrast to the usual emphasis, Lehman's findings could be reported, for example, as indicating that fully half of the discoveries listed in Meijie's source book of physics were made by scientists over the age of 38, or that fully half of the discoveries listed in genetics were by scientists over 40. Beyond this, we need only mention other caveats in the use of these data on age and scientific achievements. They are faulty in two basic respects. First, they do not take into account the age structure of the scientific population. As we know from the exponential growth in the numbers of scientists, the young ones make up a hefty percentage at any given time and so will produce a large aggregate of contributions. But of course this does not provide the evidence on comparative rates of scientific contributions at various ages. What is required are data not on the proportion of contributors in each age stratum but on the proportion of each age stratum making contributions. This requirement holds even in comparing age-linked rates of productivity among the various sciences, since, as we have seen, the age composition of the sciences does differ appreciably. Second, Lehman's studies do not take into account, as Wayne Dennis has emphatically demonstrated, the biasing effects of differing lifespans on the distribution of achievements at various ages. 38. The fact that short-lived scientists are cut off from making any contributions in later years factitiously enlarges the proportions assigned to young scientists in data on age and achievement that do not take longevity into account. The essential issue is caught up in the lament of Newton over the premature death at age 34 of his protege, the mathematician, Roger Coates. If he had lived, we might have known something. Or the similar observation by John Maynard Keynes about the brilliant young logician and mathematician, Frank Ramsey, robbed of his future at the age of 27. We suggest, moreover, that the statistical bias in apparent age-specific productivity differs among the variously codified sciences and humanities. In doing so, we depart a bit from the ancient adage that the good die young. We propose a less crisp but more germane version: comparatively more good mathematicians and physicists than good historians and sociologists die young. In saying this, we do not propose the improbable hypothesis that rates of premature mortality are in fact higher in the more codified fields than in the less codified ones. We assume the same rates of age-specific mortality but an earlier age of prime achievement. Mathematicians of genius who died prematurely, such as Galois dead at 21 or Niels Abel dead at 26, have been enduringly identified by their early work as being of the first rank. But by hypothesis, sociologists or botanists of genius who die young will have fulfilled less of their potential in their early years and so do not even appear in the standard histories of their fields. This reconstruction is consistent with the Dennis data, which suggest that a far larger share of the total life output of long-lived mathematicians and chemists than of equally long-lived historians, botanists, and geologists. is completed during their first decade of work. This sort of thing can thus foster the illusion that good mathematicians die young but that, say, good sociologists linger on forever. 39. To this point we have centered on differentials in rates of scientific contributions by age strata in sciences codified in varying degree. We have now to touch upon the further question whether the truly transforming ideas in science, the fundamental reconceptualizations, are more apt to be the work of youthful minds rather than older ones. T.S. Kuhn, in his vastly influential book on scientific revolutions, suggests that creators of fundamental new paradigms are almost always young or very new to the field. 40. A long and familiar roster of cases can be provided to illustrate his suggestion. Newton wrote of himself that at 24, when he had begun his work on universal gravitation, and the calculus and the theory of colors, I was in the prime of my age for invention, and minded mathematics and philosophy more than at any time since. Darwin was 22 at the time of the Beagle Voyage and 29 when he formulated the essentials of natural selection. Einstein was 26 in the year of 3 of his great contributions, among them the special theory of relativity, and finally, 8 of the 10 physicists generally regarded as having produced quantum physics were under the age of 30 when they made their contributions to that scientific revolution. 41. Arresting illustrations of this kind are of course not enough to show that young scientists are especially apt to revolutionize scientific thought. But in the absence of systematic data on the age composition of scientists in various historical periods, they remain the basis for the generalization being widely accepted as commonplace. Yet, as Kuhn himself goes on to say, it is a generalization that badly needs systematic investigation. 39. It will be noted that this gives special meaning to the old adage that science is a young man's game, which, plainly, should now be coupled with the ostensibly older adage that history is an old man's game, as Robert Graves, in his I, Claudius, has the Roman historian Caius Asinius Pollio saying. However, the crisp literary contrast drawn in these coupled aphorisms should not be allowed to obscure the quantitative contrast drawn in our argument. Still, we can illustrate our argument in part by recalling that the Nestor of historians in the 19th century, Leopold von Ranke, did much of his most important work while in his 50s, 60s, and 70s, setting out in his 86th year on his lifelong ambition to write a world history, just as the Nestor of historians in the 20th century, Friedrich Meinecke wrote 2 of his most important treatises Die Idee der Staatsräson and Die Entstehung des Historismus while in his 60s and 70s, reserving the, for him, significant but comparatively minor work, The German Catastrophe, 1946, for his 85th year. On Ranke and Meinecke, see Fritz Stern, The Varieties of History, Rev. ed. New York, World Publishing Co., 1972, pages 55, 267-68, on a Nestor among Nobel laureates in science whose work during his 70s and 80s was of secondary importance, see page 530 in this chapter. Codification and age differentials in receptivity to new ideas. As we have suggested, new developments in the more codified sciences are closely linked to work done just before. These sciences grow, as Price puts it, from the skin. As a result, awareness of new ideas and critical acceptance of them is especially important in the codified sciences. If certain age strata are more responsive to them, this increases their chances for making further discoveries. It has often been said that aging leads to growing resistance to novelty and, specifically, that older scientists tend to resist new ideas. 42. As Planck, who did not develop the idea of the quantum until he was 42, remarked, a new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather Beck __ its opponents eventually die, and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. 43. Observations of this sort, based on lore rather than systematic evidence, raise the perennial questions, is it really so? And if so, how does it come to be? If there are these age-stratified differences in receptivity to new, and sound, ideas, this should be reflected in various behaviors. For one example, younger scientists should rely more on recently published research and cite it more frequently than older scientists in the same fields. For another, the age strata of scientists should differ on what they take to be the most significant contributions to their field. Some limited data in hand lend credence to these inferences. We find for a small sample of scientists that those under 30 are more given to citing recent work, papers published in the 5 years preceding their own, than men in the same fields who were on the average 30 years older, 71% of the references in the work of the younger investigators and 58% by the older ones being to the recent literature. 44 But the pattern does not hold for all older scientists. Nobel laureates do not exhibit the same citation behavior as their less distinguished age peers. They appear to be just as responsive to new research as men 30 years their junior, with 73% of their references being to the most recent literature. This finding bears only tangentially on the Planck doctrine, but it does suggest that attentiveness to new developments in science is stratified by both age and scientific achievement. Substantive differences in judgments of what constitutes important work may crystallize, as Hagstrom has noted, into generational disputes. But, as he goes on to say, even if some disputes are generational, they need not be simply innovative youth versus conservative age. Rather, the outlook of a generation is strongly influenced by events occurring when its members embark upon their careers. Age may be more radical than youth. 45. The evidence on age differentials in receptivity to new ideas in science remains thin and uncertain. But should further investigation find, as the widespread belief has it, that older scientists are indeed more resistant to new ideas, that would only raise a series of questions of how that comes to be. It would not follow, for example, that it results from physiological aging or senescence. 46 As Barber has noted in this context, aging is an omnibus term which actually covers a variety of social and cultural sources of resistance. He goes on to suggest several possible social and cultural components in such resistance. As a scientist gets older, he is more likely to be restricted in his response to innovation by his substantive and methodological preconceptions and by his other cultural accumulations. He is more likely to have high professional standing, to have specialized interests, to be a member or official of an established organization, and to be associated with a school. The likelihood of all these things increases with the passage of time, and so the older scientist, just by living longer, is more likely to acquire a cultural and social incubus. But this is not always so, and the older workers in science are often the most ardent champions of innovation. 47. This provides in effect, a formidable agenda for investigation of age-associated differences in receptivity and resistance to new conceptions in science. Codification and visibility of scientific contributions. We turn now from considering possible age-patterned responses to new ideas, irrespective of their source, to consider possible differences in the responses to new ideas advanced by scientists of differing age. The visibility of new ideas in a discipline may be affected by the sheer volume of its literature, which may, in turn, be related to its degree of codification. That is not of interest here. However that may be, our interest lies instead in the direct implications of codification itself for the visibility of ideas introduced by scientists of differing age. It would seem that new ideas are more difficult to identify as important in disciplines that are largely descriptive and only spottily and loosely organized by theory. In these less codified disciplines, the personal and social attributes of scientists are more likely to influence the visibility of their ideas and the reception accorded them. As a result, work by younger scientists who, on the average, are less widely known in the field, will have less chance of being noticed in the less codified sciences. Put another way, the Matthew effect, see chapter 20 of this volume, the tendency for greater recognition to be accorded contributions by scientists of great repute as apt to operate with special force in the less codified fields. Correlatively, in the more codified sciences, new ideas, whatever their source, can better carry their own credentials. Important contributions by young scientists, or older ones, for that matter, are not only more visible in the codified fields, they are taken more seriously since their theoretical importance can be more readily assessed. This tends to put the young on a par with eminent seniors in communicating ideas and in having them noticed. Although Stephen Cole's studies of the Matthew effect have been confined to physics, his findings are suggestive in this regard. In this highly codified science, the work of eminent investigators is incorporated into ongoing research only a little more quickly than contributions of comparable quality by less distinguished investigators. The age of physicists also has had little effect on the speed with which their ideas diffuse. 48 In physics, then, the merits of the investigation seem to govern its reception, with the attributes of the investigator playing only a small part. Comparative study is now needed to find out whether the strength of the Matthew effect does in fact vary inversely with the extent to which sciences are codified. Codification, inter-science transfers, and discovery. Although, as we have seen, scientists seldom leave the occupation of science altogether, a considerable number transfer from one field to another. About a quarter of American scientists have made shifts of this kind, the rates of transfer differing among the various sciences of origin and, of course, among age cohorts. 49 scientists who have left the field in which they were trained, to work in another where they were not, constitute a special class of newcomers. In certain respects, these older neophytes are functionally like the younger novices in that field. Both are being rapidly introduced to the research front of the field, although the older newcomers differ from the younger indigenous recruits in having been less comprehensively trained in the new field. Both include people bringing new perspectives on old problems to the degree that they have not acquired commitments to the definitions of problems or to the form of their probable solutions that are conventionally adopted in that field. The transfers, unlike their young colleagues just beginning to work in science, also bring with them styles of research new to their adopted field, as was dramatically the case when physicists turned their attention to biology and created the field of molecular biology. 50 In part, the contributions of newcomers derive from their transferring to the new field standards and modes of investigation customary in their field of origin. Some of the attributes of the more codified sciences that facilitate the fairly rapid learning of essentials by the incoming student should thus also facilitate effective transfer into the field by older, experienced scientists. Historical and statistical data 51 suggest that transfers tend to occur among sciences codified to about the same extent, with a subsidiary pattern of movement toward less codified fields. There is little interchange between the extremes of codification, between physics and, say, botany or zoology. The general pattern of such transfers has been connected by Joseph Ben David to what he describes as role hybridization, applying the means usual to role A in trying to achieve the goals of role B. As he sums it up, scientific disciplines differ in the degree of their theoretical closure and methodological precision. The phenomena most similar to role hybridization would be shifts from a theoretically and methodologically more advanced discipline to one less advanced. These must be distinguished from shifts between two disciplines of the same level and from less to more advanced disciplines. 52 The processes and consequences of patterns of transfer among variously codified sciences have only begun to be investigated. But something of the process can be pieced together for the eminent men who have changed fields. They often exhibit an almost playful arrogance about the time required for retooling. Symbolic stories abound. Leo Szilard is said to have taken all of 3 weeks at Cold Spring Harbor in order to effect his transformation from physicist to biologist, this at the age of 47. Francis Crick's leap from physics to biology has been twice chronicled. 53 The same theme of the rapid acquisition of fundamentals appears in Waddington's account of the European origins of molecular biology. He writes of the journey to the first conference of geneticists and crystallographers. Most of us tried to sleep on the benches in the general saloon, but Darlington and the crystallographer Bernal kept seasickness at bay by the former teaching the latter all the genetics and cytology anyone needs to know throughout the course of the night. Before dawn, Bernal had already decided that the mitotic spindle must be a positive toctoid. 54 This suggests not only that much can be learned in short order but also that knowledgeable newcomers accustomed to being in command of their field, even if they are not quite of Bernal's caliber, can achieve enough understanding of fundamentals to introduce new ideas at the outset. These top-flight migrants from one science to another seem unworried by their ignorance of the problematics prevailing in the new field. This keeps them from some stale preconceptions. Maria Goeppert-Mayer, the Nobel laureate, provides an apt example. Her work on the magic numbers problem, a problem of such profound interest that it had been given a name, and her subsequent development of the shell model of the nucleus, she reports, depended on a specific kind of ignorance. Trained as a physicist but working mainly in physical chemistry, she was brought up on the Beta Bible 55 and so was unhampered by knowing what everyone knew about spin coupling. 56 Focused naivete and focused ignorance evidently have their functions in science, especially for anything but naive and otherwise immensely informed scientists. 57 Like geographic migration, intellectual migration in the form of transfers from one science to another should lend itself to cohort analysis. Are there certain times in the careers of scientists at which they tend to make the change? Do these patterns persist among successive cohorts or are they fairly constant? Have there been historical changes in the frequency and patterns of transfers? Are the migrants in science representative of the field, more able on the whole, less so, or bimodal in their distribution of capacity and achievement? Whatever the patterns of transfer, they need to be examined within the context of the intellectual organization of the sciences of origin and sciences of destination. 3. Scientific roles. Inventory of roles in science. Like other domains of social life, the social structure of science has its distinctive array of statuses and roles, allocated to members through complex processes of social selection. We focus here on the status of scientist. But we should note in passing that the social structure of science, especially as we know it today after centuries of institutionalization and social differentiation, contains a variety of other statuses and roles. Often indispensable to the effective advancing of scientific inquiry, these parascientific roles include technicians of every stripe, the builders of experimental apparatus and instruments, and the broad spectrum of assistants engaged in facilitating scientific work, for example, by preparing and taking care of experimental materials. 58. Like other statuses, the status of scientist involves not a single role but, in varying mixture, a complement of roles. These are of four principal kinds: research, teaching, administrative, and gatekeeper roles. 59 Each of these is differentiated into sub-roles, which we only note here but do not consider in detail. The research role, which provides for the growth of scientific knowledge, is central, with the others being functionally ancillary to it. For plainly, if there were no scientific investigation, there would be no new knowledge to be transmitted through the teaching role, no need to allocate resources for investigation, no research organization to administer, and no new flow of knowledge for gatekeepers to regulate. Possibly because of its functional centrality, scientists apparently place greater value on the research role than any of the others. As is generally the case in maintaining a complex of mutually sustaining roles, ideology does not fully reflect this differential evaluation of roles in the role set. Scientists will often insist on the indispensability and consequently equal importance of the ancillary roles. Yet, almost in a pattern of revealed preference, the working of the reward system in science testifies that the research role is the most highly valued. The heroes of science are acclaimed in their capacity as scientific investigators, seldom as teachers, administrators, or referees and editors. The research role divides into sub-roles, distinguished to varying degree in the different sciences. In research, scientists define themselves and are defined by others as experimentalists, or, more generally, empirical investigators, or as theorists, with occasional high-yield hybrids such as Enrico Fermi or Linus Pauling embodying both sub-roles effectively. The differentiation seems more marked in the more codified sciences. Little is known about the processes leading scientists to adopt one or another of these sub-roles. In the lore of science, this is not even problematic. Scientists are assumed to become either experimentalists or theorists as their highly specific capacities dictate. But it seems that the process is more complex than the simple matching of roles to self-evaluated capacities. It presumably involves, at the least, interaction between developing self-images of aspirants to scientific investigation, socialization by peers and mentors, and continuing evaluation of their role performance by peers, superiors, and themselves. To the extent that the research role in science involves interaction between scientists, it also makes for some, often reciprocal, teaching and learning. The teaching role, particularly in the sciences, calls not only for explicit didactics but, probably much more in the sciences than in the humanities, for tacit instruction through observed example. The master-apprentice relation is central to socialization in the sciences, particularly in laboratories which provide for mutual observability by master and apprentice. This structural difference between the sciences and the humanities is reflected in the fact that the status of postdoctoral student is widespread in the sciences and rare in the humanities. There is, in the normative system of science, an ambivalence toward the preferred relations between the research and teaching roles. For some, the norm requires the scientist to recognize his prime obligation to train up new generations of scientists, but he must not allow teaching to preempt his energies at the expense of advancing knowledge. For others, the norm reads just as persuasively in reverse. We have only to remember the complaints about Faraday that he had never trained a successor as Davy had trained him, yet consider the frequent criticism of scientists who give up research for teaching. There are indications, as we shall see, that the time scientists allocate to the roles of teaching and research changes during the life course. A third major role of scientists is ordinarily, and not very instructively, caught up in the term administration. The term often covers a wide gamut of quite distinct structural conditions, ranging from occasional service on advisory or policy-making committees, through direction of a small-scale research inquiry to full specialization in the one role as with full-time science administrators or R&D administrators. What is described as the increasing bureaucratization of science often refers to the growing number of full-time administrative roles and their growing power to affect the course of scientific development. And such bureaucratization, precisely because it involves allocation of resources to the various sciences and to groups and individuals within them, also tends to engage more of the non-administrator scientists in administrative activities, the preparation of prospectuses on work planned and of reports on work done, this in addition to the dissemination of the actual results of scientific investigation. Although it is often, and loosely included under administration, a fourth role of the scientist needs to be distinguished from the others since it is basic to the systems of evaluation and the allocation of roles and resources in science. This is the gatekeeping role. 60 variously distributed. Within the organizations and institutions of science, it involves continuing or intermittent assessment of the performance of scientists at every stage of their career, from the phase of youthful novice to that of ancient veteran, and providing or denying access to opportunities. The operation of the gatekeeper role affects contemporary science in its every aspect. First, with regard to the input and distribution of personnel, these scientists are asked to evaluate the promise and limitations of aspirants to new positions, thus affecting both the mobility of individual scientists and, in the aggregate, the distribution of personnel throughout the system. In American science, at least, and probably in other national communities of science, this gatekeeping function seems to involve a mixture of Turner's types of mobility, contest mobility based on role performance and reinforced by the norm of universalism, and sponsored mobility in which elites or their agents help recruit their successors fairly early. 61 Second, with regard to the allocation of facilities and rewards, the gatekeeper role, at least in the American social structure of science, operates largely through broad or narrow spectrum panels of peers. These panels recommend and, in the usual event, determine the distribution of fellowships, research grants, and honorific awards. The term panel of peers refers to the fellow scientists of assumed competence in the fields in question and not, of course, to age peers, as we shall see in examining the age structures of groups of gatekeepers. Third, with regard to the outputs of the variously allocated resources, the gatekeeper role is organized principally in the sub-roles of referees, charged with gauging the validity and worth of manuscripts submitted for publication, and of editors and editorial staff who make the final determination of what shall enter this or that archive of science. 62. Here again we shall want to identify phases of their careers in which scientists tend to be most involved in these roles that help shape the permanent record of scientific work, and to find out whether there are distinctive age-related patterns in their performance of these roles. Role sequence and role allocation in science. As we have noted, individual scientists have their own mixtures of these four roles, according different amounts of time and energy to each of them. At the extremes of specialization, scientists are engaged in one of these roles to the full exclusion of the others. More commonly, they will perform all of them in varying mix. For individual scientists, the question arises whether there are patterned sequences in preponderating roles during the life course. And for successive cohorts of scientists, the correlative question arises whether there are historical changes in the distribution of scientific roles. In considering these questions, we should note that what is role sequence 63 from the standpoint of the individual moving along the phases of his life course is role allocation from the standpoint of the social system of science. Role sequences, that is, the succession of roles or role configurations through which appreciable proportions of people move in the course of their lives, are presumably affected by role allocation, that is, patterned access to the structure of opportunity to engage in the various roles. The first deals with patterned career lines, the other with historically changing processes and structures of role distribution. Concretely, individual preferences and social system pressures interact to produce the observed historical patterns of role sequences. Systematic data on role sequences are in short supply generally, and all the more so in the sociology of science. An approximation to investigation of role sequences is provided by studies of occupational careers, 64, which, however, tend to deal with patterns of mobility from one occupation to another rather than with patterned sequences of role configurations for individuals remaining within the same occupation. For the field of science, there is a unique set of data assembled by Lindsay Harman, 65, which traces the succession of role complements for 6 cohorts of American scientists receiving their doctorates in 10 major fields of science at 5-year intervals from 1935 to 1960. Substantively, the Harman report provides incomparable clues to the patterned sequences of roles for American scientists in the last generation or so. Procedurally, the Harman data exemplify the great difficulties of disentangling from such cohort analysis the components of role sequences in life course and of historical shifts in role allocations, difficulties to which we have been alerted by the Riley-Johnson-Foner model of age stratification. 66. Table 3, drawn from the Harman report, summarizes the average proportions of time which 6 cohorts estimate 67 they have assigned to various. 66. The cohorts of scientists in this study are thus of one kind identified in Chapter L.L.D of Aging and Society, Volume 3, aggregates of people who share not a common date of birth but a common date of entry into the field. Also see IBID, Chapter 2 and Appendix. 67. Grateful for these incomparable data, we do not here discuss the question of possible response error deriving from the fact that these retrospective estimates of the allocation of time cover periods ranging up to 25 years. Harman is thoroughly aware of the problem, and internal evidence suggests that errors in reporting are random rather than systematic. Role activities at successive periods in their careers. The evidence bears upon both role sequences in individual life courses and upon social changes in the role structure of science. First of all, for each cohort, the figures across the rows show a steady decline during the life course in the proportion of time assigned to research and a steady increase in the time assigned to administration. 68. Teaching, like research, also tends to decline over the life course, with the interesting exception of 1950, when each cohort increased the relative time devoted to teaching. This deviation from the general life course pattern apparently 68 We report the full table from Harman but attach no significance to the category of other functions. At best, this is a catch-all with unidentified ingredients. Moreover, it does not appear to be patterned by age in any systematic fashion. 526 The processes of evaluation in science reflects the impact of unique historical events upon the age strata. For the observed historical bump in roll sequence probably represents the additional teaching that came with the rapid expansion in GI programs of education just after World War II. Second, Table 3 also reflects historically changing patterns in the distribution of time American scientists assigned to their several roles at each stage of their careers. This can be seen by inspecting the left-to-right diagonals in the first two parts, A and B, of Table 3. Consider, for example, the top diagonal of those having just received the doctorate. Each more recent cohort tends to devote less of its aggregate time to teaching and more to research. The historical trend at each of the other stages of the scientists' careers also approximates this decrease in aggregate cohort time assigned to teaching and the increase in that assigned to research, except for the dramatic departure of the 1945 cohort. Note that the 1945 row tends to fall out of line with each of the diagonals in parts A and B of the table. The experience of the great influx of World War II veterans into colleges and universities seems to have left an enduring imprint upon the 1945 cohort which, just entering upon their careers at the time, continue at each succeeding time period to interrupt the general cohort trend of less teaching and more research. Interestingly enough, the cohort trends in teaching and research are not accompanied by complementary trends in administrative activity, shown in the diagonals of Table 3, Part C. The absence of any consistent trend here raises some question about the nature of the historically increasing bureaucratization of science. To be sure, in each cohort scientists devote relatively more of their aggregate time to administration as they age. But, age for age, contemporary scientists devote no larger proportion of their aggregate time to administration than did scientists in past years. 69 A third type of comparison of the figures in Table 3, comparison down the columns, reveals for each time period the combined effects of the life course patterns, cohort trends, and unique historical events we have described. Thus the column for a particular year represents the structuring of scientific roles among the age strata. Here we find that although the age strata do not differ substantially in time devoted to teaching, they do show striking differences in research and administration. At any given time in the past quarter century, the younger the stratum of scientists, the more of their aggregate time they devote to research and the less to administration. In 1960, for example, this ranges in linear progression from 26% of all work time being assigned to research by the 1935 cohort, then 25 years past the PhD and presumably in their early 50s, to 48% by the most recent cohort of 1960, then having just received the doctorate and presumably in their late 20s. Put more generally, these results suggest that the social system of science provides more time for the research role to younger than to older scientists. Like the youthful age structure of science generally, this distribution of roles accords with the widespread ideology 70 that holds that science is a young man's game. These data, representing aggregate averages for cohorts, of course provide only a rough approximation of individually patterned role sequences among scientists. They do not indicate the composite patterns of time that scientists allocate to their various roles at each phase in their careers. Nor, unlike panel data, do they indicate changes in these patterns for individual scientists during the course of their careers. Partial but suggestive evidence on the individual patterning of roles can be found in the Harman data. 71 Of particular interest are the age patterns of specialization that can be identified. While there are no notable age differences in the proportion spending full time on some one activity in their current job, 72 on teaching or research or administration, there are striking differences among the age strata in the type of specialization that does tend to occur. These differences parallel those found in the cohort analysis of Table 3 above. Thus the young are far more likely than the old to give the major portion of their time to research. Conversely, the older strata are more likely to specialize in administrative roles, while age differences in teaching are not pronounced. For example, Harman finds that 1. The proportion of scientists devoting no time at all to research on their present job is twice as large in the oldest age category as in the youngest. The proportion devoting full time to research is half as large. 2. Among the oldest, the percentage spending full time in administration is 4 times as large as in the youngest stratum. The same general patterns emerge in examining the composites of roles performed by scientists in the several age strata. For example, 1. In the oldest age category, about half who do no teaching also do no research, most of these specializing in administration. 2. In the youngest category, of those who do no teaching, 70% spend their time predominantly in research. The Harman data contain additional clues that the greater emphasis on research among younger scientists reflects some attrition over the life course of the research role within the composite of roles performed by individuals. Comparing allocations of time on the first job held by scientists with allocations on the current job, Harman emphasizes the modal tendency toward persistence of role patterning by individuals over the life course. 73. His data also show, however, that among those who do shift, those decreasing the proportion of time devoted to research far outnumber those enhancing their research roles. 74. Data such as these identify major patterns of role specialization. But they tell us nothing, of course, about the kinetics of role sequences and role retention, the social and psychological mechanisms through which and the structural contexts within which the observed patterns come about. These largely remain matters for speculation. Mechanisms of role attrition and ROE retention. The ideological accent on youth in science provides part of the context for shifts in roles. In its extreme form, the doctrine holds that the best scientific work is done early in the career with nothing of consequence to be expected after that. P.A.M. Dirac, one of the more powerful minds in theoretical physics, found occasion to express this gloomy version, partly in parody, partly in sadness. Age is, of course, a fever chill that every physicist must fear. He's better dead than living still when once he's past his 30th year. 75. On this view, the scientists who have made significant contributions early in their careers burn out soon afterwards. And the many more who have done little in their early years can count on doing even less later on. 4. Both, continuing to do research with advancing age is at best an act of self-deception. This extreme form of the ideology typically includes the premise that each scientist has within him a fixed quantum of contributions to make and that this is soon exhausted. 76. A less severe version of the ideology, reinforced perhaps by Lehman's widely publicized and somewhat misleading data, holds that creative work peaks early in the scientist's life and diminishes more or less rapidly both in extent and consequence. The edge is sometimes taken off this version by noting that what age loses in creative powers, it can gain in mature experience. This provides a rationale for continuing in the research role with a degree of restrained optimism. John von Neumann, known for contributions of the first order to several branches of mathematics, took this to be the case for his own field. When a young man, von Neumann mentioned to me several times that the primary mathematical powers decline after the age of about 26, but that a certain more prosaic shrewdness developed by experience manages to compensate for this gradual loss, at least for a time. Later the limiting age was slowly raised. 77. Without assuming that ideology determines behavior, we should note that the extreme version of the ideology of youth in science thoroughly undermines the case for continuing in the research role, while the moderate version provides it with no great support. All apart from other considerations, this is the sort of ideological climate that we would expect to make for attrition of the research role, just as the Harman data indicate. There is reason to believe that the general pattern of shifts from research to other roles holds more for journeyman scientists than for the more accomplished scientists. Sociological theory leads us to expect and scattered evidence leads us to believe that the more productive scientists, recognized as such by the reward system of science, tend to persist in their research roles, forcing death rather than retirement to spell the end to their research careers. One piece of evidence deals with the scientific ultra-elite, the Nobel laureates. Compared with less distinguished scientists matched with them in age, specialty, and type of organizational affiliation, the laureates begin publishing research earlier in their career and continue to publish longer. 78 on the average, the laureates were not quite 25 years old at the time of their first papers, while scientists in the matched sample were past 28. What is more in point in the matter of role retention is the publishing record toward the other end of the career. Of the 9 laureates and their matches who had passed the age of 70, all the laureates but only 3 of the paired scientists continued to publish, indicating that they have more staying power in the research role. In part, this may result from their being subject to consistently greater expectations, both from others in the immediate and extended environment, to remain productive in research, and in part, from their having established routines of work, also supported by the environment. One laureate, then past 80, reports that he feels no obligation to continue doing research, as he puts it. After all, enough is enough. Nevertheless, his papers continue to appear in the scientific journals. 79 The oldest laureate, P. Rouse, was described as still hard at work at the Michelangelo age of 87. Retention of the research role, or its attrition, among scientists ranked high in accomplishment seems to be affected also by their selection of reference individuals and reference groups for self-appraisal. Some take their own prior achievements as a benchmark and conclude that the prospects are slight for their maintaining that standard. They become more receptive to the opportunities for taking up other roles, administering research organizations, serving as elder statesmen to provide liaison between science and other institutional spheres, or, occasionally, leaving the field of science altogether for ranking positions in university administration or international diplomacy. Other eminent scientists take the run of scientists as their reference group. They conclude that even if youthful peaking has occurred for them, they will continue to be far more productive, even on the assumed downslope of their careers, than most other scientists at the peak of their careers. Query: the generic problem of the determinants of selection of reference groups remains unsolved. Taking the matter of role retention by scientists as a strategic case in point, we ask, what leads some scientists, highly productive in their youth, to take this as a reference mark and to anticipate relative unproductivity in the future, while other scientists, equally productive in their youth, anticipate relative productivity as they compare their work with that of most scientists even in their most productive years? The value system of science can make for a retention of the research role in spite of the ideology of research as essentially a young man's game. Of the various roles in the institution of science, greatest value is attached to research, theoretical and experiential. As a result, the self-esteem of scientists once effectively engaged in research depends greatly upon their continuing to do research, even though they may be plagued by doubts stemming from the ideology of youth. Beyond that, many scientists, precisely because they are minds trained in scientific inference, realize that even if scientific productivity or creativity does decline with aging for most scientists, it of course remains unsound to assume that this must hold for any particular scientist. Conducing to retention of the research role is the comparative ambiguity about the kind and number of contributions to knowledge that would justify one's continuing in research. Since few make path-breaking contributions, even an occasional craftsman-like piece of work may be enough to maintain the self-conception of being engaged in research. This is particularly the case for academic scientists who, in the aggregate, appear to devote much the same proportion of their time, about 1/5, to research during the greater part of their active career. It is the scientists in non-academic employment, whose research productivity is presumably gauged in more utilitarian terms, that successively devote less of their time to research and more to administration. 80. This pattern suggests that the criteria of what constitutes satisfactory research differ within the social subsystems of science in academia, industry, and government, with consequent differences in rates of role retention. 81. Patterns of role retention and attrition probably differ also among the various levels in the social stratification of science. For there are socially stratified differences in opportunity structure and in socially patterned pressures in science as in other departments of social life. Eminent research scientists are often subject to cross pressures. On the one hand, in accord with the principle of cumulative advantage, their earlier achievements in research ordinarily provide them with enlarged facilities for research. On the other, the prestige they have gained in the research role often leads them to be sought out for alternative roles as advisors, sages, and statesmen, both within the domain of science and in the larger society. In the main, however, the socially reinforced commitment to research seems to prevail in the upper reaches of the stratification system. This occurs even though there appears to be a ratchet effect operating in the careers of scientists such that, once having achieved substantial eminence, they do not later fall much below that level, although they may be outdistanced by newcomers and so suffer a relative decline in prestige. Once a Nobel laureate, always a Nobel laureate. But the reward system of science makes it difficult for laureates, if we may put it so, to rest on their laurels. What appears from below to be the summit of accomplishment becomes, in the experience of those who have reached it, only another way station. Each contribution is defined only as a prelude to other contributions. Emphatic recognition for work accomplished, in this context, tends to induce continued effort, serving both to validate the judgment that the eminent scientist has unusual capacities and to testify that these capacities have continuing potential. Such patterned expectations make it difficult for those who have climbed the rugged mountains of scientific achievement to call a halt. It is not necessarily their own escalating Faustian aspirations that keep the more accomplished scientists at work. They are subject to the enlarged expectations of their peers and reference groups. More is expected of them, at least for the time, and this environment of expectation creates its own measure of motivation and stress. Less often than might be imagined is there repose at the top. 82 Although socially reinforced motivation for continuing in research may be greater for high-ranking scientists, they are far from absent for the rest of us who know ourselves to be, at best, journeymen of science. For one thing, our own more modest contributions can be compared with those of even less distinction, as we select reference groups and individuals that sustain our self-esteem. For another, the prevailing imagery of science as a vast collectivity in which each contributes his bit to build the cathedral of knowledge also helps to maintain the ordinary scientist in his research. 83 Nevertheless, this would not seem to provide the same degree of social reinforcement that accrues to outstanding scientists. All these observations suggest the hypothesis that attrition of the research role and enlargement of teaching, administrative, and other roles will tend to occur earlier and relatively more frequently among scientists lower in the stratification system of science. So far as we know, there has been no systematic investigation of this conjecture, although Harman's cohort data for 10,000 scientists could be adapted to the purpose by incorporating indicators of standing in the field in the body of data already in hand. However, some evidence does bear tangentially upon the conjecture. Zuckerman 84 provides qualitative evidence for the reinforcing character of recognition in the early years of research for Nobel laureates, and Stephen Cole and Jonathan Cole 85 have found for a sample of American university physicists that the more recognition for their early work received in the form of citations by variously productive physicists, the more often they continued to be productive in research. Since degrees of recognition by the community of scientists make for location in the stratification system, this evidence is at least consistent with the hypothesis. The patterns of shifting from research to other roles are not all of a kind. They differ phenomenologically and in their social and psychological mechanisms. In one pattern, the shift expresses a change in the values of the scientist or an enlarged access to alternative roles, which, in some sense, are more highly rewarding to him than research. In either case, the change represents a pull of the new role rather than a push from the old. The scientist searches out the shift rather than having it imposed upon him. He does not doubt his continuing competence to do research. He simply prefers another role that seems more significant to him. He may be responding to rapidly changing values in the larger society, or modifying his values in more idiosyncratic fashion, or simply finding an administrative post, with its better pay and greater power, more attractive to him. He perceives the change as one of extending his scope, perhaps by helping to shape the changing place of science in the society, or by helping strategic publics to understand the risks, costs, and benefits of science and science-based technology. In other cases, the scientist finds that his research no longer measures up to his standards, and so takes little satisfaction in continuing with it. 86. He turns to an alternative role. This class of changing roles is sociologically unproblematical, requiring little interpretation. A superficially similar but actually quite different pattern of shift in roles is that of the private self-fulfilling prophecy. In these cases, the scientist would prefer to go on with research. But he has become persuaded that he is approaching an age at which his creative potential, great or small, is bound to decay. Rather than continue in a role in which he believes himself destined to fall increasingly short, he makes a preemptive shift. He assumes new administrative responsibilities, turns more of his attention to teaching, becomes active in the public business of science. Once the premise of his prospective diminishing capacity for research is accepted, the preemptive adaptation becomes entirely sensible. But as with every kind of self-fulfilling prophecy, the question is, of course, whether the original premise leading to the behavior which seemingly validates that premise was sound in the first place. Another pattern of shift from the research role also involves a self-fulfilling prophecy, but in its more consequential public form. Here the shifts in role are system-induced, not personally induced. The process is set in motion not by the individual scientist's own definition of his capacity to continue doing research, but by the institutionalized belief that the amount and quality of scientific output generally deteriorate badly after a certain age. To the extent that this belief is incorporated in policy, some older research scientists reluctantly find themselves elevated into administrative posts, and others find their facilities for research limited. Subsequent declines in research output with age seem only to confirm the soundness of the policy, and are taken as fresh evidence for the general validity of the belief in declining productivity with age. 87. Both kinds of self-fulfilling prophecy, the self-generated and the socially generated, interact and reinforce each other. Social assessments of role performance come to be reflected in self-images, and behavior in accord with those self-images tends to make for the patterned social assessments. What interests us here is the possibility that appraisals of the research may turn out to be stratified by age, with younger scientists being especially critical of older scientists. Consider as a case in point the psychological and sociological basis for the ambivalence of apprentices to their masters. 88. In the psychological analysis of the pattern, the apprentice esteems the master and takes him as a role model, while also aiming to replace the master who, after a time, stands in his way. Without assuming that such ambivalence is typical, we can readily identify many instances in the history of science: Kepler's strong ambivalence toward Tycho Brahe, Sir Ronald Ross's toward his master Manson in the quest for the malarial parasite, his devotion to his teacher pushing him to extravagant praise, his need for autonomy pushing him to excessive criticism. Or consider, appropriately enough, the checkered history of psychoanalysis itself, with the secessionists Jung and Adler displaying their ambivalence toward Freud. In sociology, to come no closer home to our own day, the mixed feelings of the young Comte toward Saint Simon; in psychiatry, the mixed feelings of Bouchard toward Charcot; and in medicine, of Sir Everard Home toward John Hunter, and so on through an indefinitely long list of apprentice-master ambivalence in science. The probabilities of such ambivalence of apprentices toward masters are, to put the matter more generally, of younger toward older scientists presumably differ according to the context provided by the social structure of science. For example, ambivalence may be more apt to develop when, owing to the paucity of major chairs in a field, the talented apprentice finds that he has no appropriate place to go after he has made his mark other than the place occupied by the master, or others like him. But if the social system of his science provides an abundance of other places, some as highly esteemed as that currently occupied by the stratum of masters, there is less structurally induced motivation for ambivalence. And by the same token, the masters, in the reciprocity of relations, may be less motivated to develop ambivalence toward the apprentices who, in more restricted circumstances, might be competing with them as premature successors. Query. Do age-stratified cohorts of scientists tend to adopt criteria differing in stringency if not kind in assessing the research of others, or does a commonality of criteria transcend age differences? To what extent do cohorts agree in judging the research accomplishments and continuing potential of leading scientists in their field? Do these patterns differ according to the market situation in the various sciences and within the same science in various social systems that differ in the opportunity structure for young scientists? The various patterns of role change in the life course involve an interplay between the individual's own expectations and those prevailing in the relevant social environment. This means, of course, that role changes are affected both by developments distinctive to individuals and by trends in their environment. Individuals experience the social correlates of their own aging in particular social contexts. The contexts affect the meaning they attach to those changes and their adaptations to them. Early retirement. 536. The processes of evaluation in science from the research role should thus have different consequences for successive cohorts of scientists who come upon this experience at differing points in the historically evolving social structure of science. For scientific investigators to turn to the role of science administrator or science educator at a time in which such changes are relatively infrequent is quite another kind of experience than doing so when it has become common. In complementary fashion, both the probability and consequences of such shifts from research to other roles differ according to the changing degree of support economic, technical, and social available for research. The rapid growth in such resources has meant, for example, that the advanced graduate student or new-fledged PhD can now obtain technical help and services not available to seasoned investigators a generation ago. 89. This change may directly affect the age of entry into consequential research and indirectly affect the competitive positions of the various age cohorts of research scientists. The Riley-Johnson-Foner model and Pinder's striking formulation of the non-contemporaneity of the contemporaneous 90 both suggest to us that the various age cohorts of scientists will tend to perceive the allocation of resources and the role structure of science from differing perspectives. For the newest cohorts, coming into science at a time of abundance, the availability of resources is largely a matter of ordinary expectation. After all, this is all they know from their own direct experience. The older cohorts tend to see this as drastic change, and not necessarily all for the better, as they nostalgically and sometimes invidiously contrast the current affluence to their own difficult days as novice investigators when outside resources were meager and inner resources all important. Other age-connected differences in perspective may derive from the allocation of roles within the changing status structure of science. Younger scientists often come to see the positions of power practically monopolized by older scientists. For although the professionalization and institutionalization of science and the great growth in the resources of science have multiplied the number of policy-making roles, it may be that the exponential increase in numbers of scientists, all apart from other processes, has tended actually to decrease the proportions of the newer cohorts in these positions and to raise the age at which they enter them. These few observations on the differing perspectives of younger and older scientists might seem to imply that the relations between these cohorts are dominated by stress, strain, and conflict. But to focus on the structure and processes making for tension and conflict is not, of course, to say that these are all. We have noted the integrative aspects of complementary age-connected roles in the process of socialization in science where, perhaps more often than in other disciplines, the roles of teacher and student soon become transformed into those of research colleagues. The differentiated age structure of research groups provide basis for cooperation as well as conflict. It is probably in the politics of science that conflict between the age strata of scientists runs deep. 91. For gerontocracy in science, the claim that the organization of science is controlled by gerontocracy is anything but new. Complaints to this effect appeared as early as the 17th century and perhaps before. But the vast historical changes in the scale and power of science greatly intensify and complicate the problems of social control. Dysfunctions of gerontocracy. Neither empirical evidence nor theoretical reason leads us to suppose that rule by elders is more characteristic of science than of other institutional spheres. Gerontocracy may turn out, in fact, to be less marked in science. But it can be argued that rule by elders is apt to be more dysfunctional for science than for other institutions. For although the Ogburnian notion that science and technology develop and change more rapidly than other parts of civilization and culture has yet to be empirically demonstrated, 92 we do know that the values of science call for maximizing the rate of developing knowledge and the procedures and equipments required to advance that knowledge. And with the great expansion of the personnel and resources of science, scientific knowledge has for some time been growing at an accelerating rate. Now it is an old and plausible sociological maxim, though one more often announced than confirmed by actual investigation, that the higher the rate of social and cultural change, the less the advantage of age, with its obsolescent experience. 93 It has been further argued, most emphatically by the distinguished physicist J.D. Bernal, whose own major contributions to crystallography have continued in his seventh decade, that the advances in basic conceptions have become so rapid that the majority of older scientists are incapable of understanding, much less of advancing, their own subjects. But nearly the whole of what organization of science exists, and the vital administration of funds, is in the hands of old men. 94. Bernal suggests, moreover, that as science expands in numbers, complexity, and influence, and as it becomes more closely linked with government, industry, and finance, its control is increasingly exercised by older scientists. Plausible as these observations are, they have yet to be systematically investigated. The fact is that we do not know the comparative extent of gerontocracy in science and in other principal institutional spheres. Nor do we know whether the vast expansion of science has brought with it enlarged control by gerontocrats. Nor, finally, do we know whether gerontocracy is more dysfunctional. 95 For the development of science and for the society than alternative forms of age-patterned control, such as proportional age representation or, at the other extreme, juvenocracy. 96 Since comprehensive evidence on these complicated questions is absent, here are a few straws in the wind. Evidence of gerontocracy. The National Academy of Sciences. Consider the age composition of the National Academy of Sciences, the influential organization of scientists established during the Civil War and designated by congressional charter to advise the federal government on matters of science. Apart from its own membership some 900, the Academy draws upon thousands of other scientists through its operating adjunct, the National Research Council. Designed as an honorary society as well as an advisory body, the Academy is not likely to have a membership numerically representative of the entire national population of scientists, in regional distribution, university affiliation, age, or anything else. The average age of Academy members is 62, with about a quarter of them being 70 or older. In 1969, 3/4 of the members of advisory committees and panels of the National Research Council were over 45, a third over 55. This contrasts with the median age of 41 for all scientists, holding doctorates, in the United States in 1968, with a quarter of these being under the age of 35. Contrasting age distributions such as these give high visibility to the pattern of gerontocracy. 97 The elite character of the National Academy plainly affects its age composition. Scientists are seldom elected to membership on the basis of a single contribution to science, however outstanding. A continued record of contributions is ordinarily required. Young talented scientists are left to ripen on the vine before they are picked for membership. Moreover, scientists drawn from the various sectors of employment are evidently judged to meet the Academy's criteria for membership at different ages, as can be seen from figures in Table 4. The scanty data we have assembled on the National Academy indicate no continuing historical trend toward recruiting older scientists. As early as the turn of the century, when the astronomer George Ellery Hale was elected to the Academy at the very early age of 35, he described it, in the words of a friend, as more interested in keeping young men out of its membership than in acting as a vital force in the scientific development of the United States. 98. The mean age at time of election continued to rise until 1940 but has since remained fairly constant at a somewhat lower level as we see in Table 5. Contrary to first impression, historical patterns of this sort may help account for the belief that positions of prestige and power in science are increasingly held by older people. For even in the past half-century, when the average age at which they acquire these positions has stabilized or declined somewhat, this has been occurring in a period when exponential growth has been producing an increasingly youthful population of scientists. This results in widened discrepancies of age between the governing and the governed and might be enough to produce a sense of increasing gerontocracy. Moreover, when, as in the case of the National Academy, the status, once acquired, is retained for life, 99 the aging of the group is encouraged by the increasing longevity of its members. 100 the age distribution of those occupying the positions of power in science does not tell us, of course, how that power is exercised. Systematic inquiry, rather than swift assumption, is needed to find out whether there are age pattern differences in policies and the exercise of power. Such studies have yet largely to be made. Exercise of power, the referee system. One recent study of the referee system in Science 101 touches upon the question. Drawing upon the archives for the 9 years 1948 to 56 of the Physical Review, the outstanding journal in physics, the study examines the behavior of scientists of differing rank and age in the gatekeeper's role. The referee system calls for evaluation of manuscripts by experts on their subject. It comes as no surprise, therefore, that referees for the Physical Review were drawn disproportionately from physicists of high rank. 102 compared with the 5% of the 1,056 authors, themselves in some measure a selected aggregate. 103 almost 12% of the 354 referees assessing their papers were in the highest rank. Moreover, these 12% contributed 1/3 of all referee judgments. They refereed an average of 8.5 papers compared with 3.8 for the referees of intermediate rank and 1.4 for the rank and file. And although 45% of the referees were under the age of 40, thus giving major responsibility to the relatively young, we know that physicists are altogether a youthful aggregate and research physicists particularly so. 104 fully 74% of the papers submitted to the Physical Review came from physicists under the age of 40. The referees, then, are older and higher in prestige and rank than the authors or the general population of physicists. But, as we have noted, such a skewed age distribution among those holding power is simply a static indicator of structure. It provides no information about the functioning and consequences of that structure. Age distribution does not in itself represent gerontocracy. For even when used descriptively rather than invidiously, the word gerontocracy ordinarily carries with it the notion that power disproportionately placed in the hands of the elders comes to be used to their own advantage, or, in more moderate version, that it results in policies and decisions that differ drastically from those that are or would be adopted by younger power holders. In the case of the gatekeeper role, we want to know, then, whether the behavior of referees is systematically affected by their own age and rank as well as by the age and rank of authors. One piece of evidence takes us a certain distance toward gauging the extent to which the rejection and acceptance of manuscripts for publication was affected by the standing of referees and authors. In examining this evidence, we should note again that eminence in science derives largely from the assessed quality of past and not necessarily continuing scientific accomplishments. And we have found that, in science, as in other institutional spheres, positions of power and authority tend to be occupied by older men. From these joint patterns, it would seem that if sheer power and eminence greatly affect the decisions of referees, then manuscripts submitted by older eminent scientists should have the highest rate of acceptance. 105 But at least in physics, the distinctively young man's science, this is not what we find. As we have seen in chapter 21 of this volume, it is not the older scientists whose papers were most often accepted but the younger ones. And the age-graded rates of acceptance hold within each rank in the hierarchy of esteem. Both eminence and youth contribute to the probability of having manuscripts accepted, youth to such a degree that the youngest stratum of physicists in the third rank had as high an acceptance rate as the oldest stratum of eminent ones whose work, we must suppose, was no longer of the same high quality it once was. 106. This is a first indication that the gerontocratic body of gatekeepers does not exercise its power by denying or restricting access of younger physicists to publication in the most widely read and most influential journal in the field. This still leaves open the possibility that it is not the age of the author as such but his age relative to that of his referees which systematically influences appraisals of his manuscripts. Such biases in judgment might take various forms, depending upon the pattern of relative age/07, just as we have seen to be the case, in chapter 21, with the pattern of relative rank. To emphasize the identity of patterns in relative prestige and relative age, we adopt the same language in this formulation of alternative hypotheses in both papers. When referees and authors are age peers, an hypothesis of age stratum solidarity would have it that referees typically give preferential treatment to manuscripts, just as a counter-hypothesis of age stratum competition would have it that, under the safeguard of anonymity, referees tend to undercut their rivals by unjustifiably severe judgments. When authors are older than referees, an hypothesis of age status deference would hold that the referees give preferential treatment to the work of the older established scientists, just as a counter-hypothesis of age status envy would have them downgrade the work of older scientists. And when referees are older than authors, an hypothesis of sponsorship or patronage would maintain that referees are unduly kind and undemanding, while a counter-hypothesis of age oppression would have them overly demanding of the young. Differing in other respects, these six hypotheses are alike in one: they all assume that the relative age of referee and author significantly biases the role performance of the gatekeepers, either in favor of the author or at his expense. More concretely, all the hypotheses assume that the rates of acceptance of manuscripts submitted by each age stratum of authors will differ according to the age of the referees passing judgment on them. The data assembled in Table 6 seem to run counter to most of these hypotheses. 108. For the most part, the relative age of author and referee has no perceptible influence on patterns of evaluation. With one exception, both younger and older referees are more likely to accept the work of younger authors. And each age stratum of authors, again with one exception, has the same proportion of papers accepted by referees of differing age. Interestingly enough, the pattern of even-handed treatment by older and younger referees holds even for that class of physicists who were not well enough known to have their ages listed in any of the standard registries of scientists. The one exception to the general pattern appears in the youngest stratum of authors who have more of their papers accepted by older referees than younger ones. This tentatively identified exception is consistent with the hypothesis of acute competition within the age cohort in the earliest phase of their careers and with the hypothesis that older scientists are less demanding in assessing the work done by progressively younger scientists. The data allow no unequivocal choice between the hypotheses. Either or both may obtain. In any case, neither the general pattern nor the limited departure from it exhibits distinctively gerontocratic patterns of evaluation among the gatekeepers of this major scientific journal. This particular case is enough to suggest the general point: a skewed age distribution of scientists assigned authoritative roles is one thing, what they do in exercising their authority can be quite another. But, of course, we cannot conclude from this one inquiry that there are no patterns of age-graded evaluations or policy decisions in science. Much more research will be needed to examine and develop this major question. For example, just as the several sciences differ in age structure, so they may differ both in the age distribution of authoritative roles and in age-patterned performance of those roles. We hazard the conjecture that the more theoretically codified the science, the greater the consensus among the age strata in their patterns of evaluation. The more codified disciplines such as physics should exhibit less disparity between age cohorts than less codified disciplines such as sociology. On all manner of evaluations, the comparative significance of problems requiring investigation and of contributions to the field, as well as such questions of science policy as the allocation of resources to various kinds of research. It should be noted also that the question of gerontocracy in the formation of broad science policy remains as much a matter of conjecture as the question of gerontocracy within scientific disciplines. We know, for example, that the mean age of members of PSAC, President's Science Advisory Committee, has been about 50, with the Eisenhower advisors being somewhat older and the Kennedy advisors somewhat younger. But we do not know how far the age composition of this and of other advisory and policy-making groups affects the substance of science policy. 109. In exploring this question, we need to distinguish the age composition and the rates of turnover of these influential groups, recognizing that each may have its independent effect. It would come as no surprise to find that optimum science policy is apt to be developed neither by gerontocracy nor by juvenocracy but, like the community of scientists itself, by age-diversified meritocracy. 5H, social stratification and collaboration in science. The extent to which significant interaction takes place within age strata and between them, together with the consequences of such patterns, are no better known for the domain of science than for most other institutional spheres. Although there has been no investigation to determine which activities in science tend to be age-segregated or age-integrated, it is evident that some basic functions of science are served through institutional arrangements involving interaction between age strata rather than separation of them. First among these is, of course, education and training, both in the narrow sense of transmission of knowledge and skills and in the broader sense of socialization involving the transmission of values, attitudes, interests, and role-defined behavior. Since he has himself been variously engaged in the process of professional socialization, just about every scientist has his own opinion about how that process actually works. Yet the plain fact is that there has been little methodical investigation of that process in science. U0 queries, which components in the culture of science are principally transmitted by older to younger scientists, and which are largely acquired from age peers? Do these age-channeled streams of socialization merge or diverge? Which of the values, interests, and patterns of behavior derived from differing age strata are mutually supporting, complementary, or at odds? Do the observed patterns of socialization tend to persist so as to be much the same for successive age cohorts, or are they subject to change, among other things, in response to the changing boundaries, technology, problematics, and substance of the sciences? How does the age-patterned process of socialization differ among the various sciences and these, in turn, from socialization in other fields of learning, such as the humanities and technology? Growth of research collaboration in science. Just as the early years of education in science generally provide in varying degree for interaction between age strata, so in particular with that advanced form of socialization that takes place through collaboration in research. 111. This form of socialization takes on growing importance as the social organization of scientific inquiry has greatly changed, with collaboration and research teams becoming more and more the order of the day. One pale reflection of this change is the sustained growth in the proportion of scientific articles published by 2 or more authors. Table 7 shows each successive decade of this century registering a higher percentage of multi-authored papers in the physical and biological sciences. 112. The social sciences begin this practice later and sparingly, but then rapidly increase the rate of collaboration. Both contrast with the humanities, which have practically no place for collaborative research reported in scholarly articles. Rank stratified rates of collaboration imperfect indicators of the actual organization of research as they are. The data on multiple authorship nevertheless raise some questions and suggest some conjectures. Does the practice of collaborative research obtain to the same extent on all levels in the social stratification system of science? More concretely, how does this stand with an institutionally identified elite, such as Nobel laureates, compared with the collaborative practices found in a sample of scientists matched with them in terms of age, field of specialization, and type of organizational affiliation? And how do the rates of collaboration compare at various ages and phases in the scientific career? As a crude approximation to an answer, crude since the data do not allow us to compare age cohorts throughout their life course, Table 8 presents age-specific rates of collaboration for the laureates and their less elevated counterparts. Laureates are somewhat more given to collaboration, with 62% of their papers being multi-authored compared with 51% of those by the age-matched sample. The difference holds, moreover, at every age. Table 8 also exhibits a slight curvilinear relationship between age and publication and multi-authorship for both laureates and the matched sample. We cannot explain these patterns, but other evidence enables us to speculate on their sources. Consider first the seeming curvilinear pattern in which collaboration appears to be more frequent in the middle years. We say seeming pattern not because we really doubt this set of data, but only because we know that more extensive data on age cohorts are required to establish the authenticity and to discover the generality of the pattern. It must be admitted also that we give credence to the numerical data in hand for the worst of reasons. They tally with our conjectures about age-connected processes making for collaboration. These processes can be reconstructed in terms of age-patterned opportunities and age-patterned motivations for collaboration. As novices being inducted into the mysteries of the craft, young scientists who collaborate at all with mentors will typically do so with only one of them at any given time. Beyond that, the young scientists, sometimes at the urging of their sponsors, are motivated to do their own work and to establish a public identity within the field by publishing papers of their own. Not quite paradoxically, the motivation of beginning scientists to publish single-authored papers may only be strengthened by the great historical increase in papers with several, sometimes many, authors. For the distinctive contributions of the individual get lost in the crowd of scientists putting their names to the paper, and this, as they know, is especially damaging for young scientists who have not published independent work that testifies to their abilities. On this view, the smaller proportion of collaborative papers published in the early years of the career results in part from the often stressful operation of the reward system that has developed in science. Toward the other end of the career, the drop-off in published research, which we have noted in the data put together by Wayne Dennis 113, may mean that collaborators are no longer as available as before. It is in this phase also that scientists often turn to broader philosophical or sociological subjects of a kind that have little place for collaboration. It is the middle years, then, that presumably provide both the greatest opportunity and deepest role-induced motivation for collaborative work. Should the curvilinear pattern of collaboration turn out to be fairly general, it need not be counteracted by the historical trend toward more and more collaboration in the sciences. For the reasons we have indicated, it may even become more marked in successive age cohorts. Consider now the consistently higher rates of collaboration among laureates at each phase of their life course. Throughout our interpretation, we make the rather undemanding assumption that, on the average, laureates exhibited evidence of greater talent for research than a random assortment of other scientists of their age in the same field. This perceptible difference would have set certain consequential processes in motion, processes such as self-selection and selective recruitment. In their 20s, as their capacities became identified, laureates to be were more often selected as apprentices by scientists of assured standing. Although it would be too much to say that laureates are bred by laureates, it is the case that 44 of the 84 American Prize winners worked, as younger men, under a total of 63 older laureates. There is reason to assume that these masters were more willing to grant co-authorship to their apprentices than were those of less left-head and secure standing. 114. This would make for the higher rate of published collaboration by laureates to be in their youth. The life chances of scientists are greatly improved by having their substantial abilities identified early. 115. By the time they were in their 30s, every laureate had a position in a major university or research laboratory, providing a microenvironment of other scientists in his specialty. By that time many of the future laureates were making the status transition from junior to senior collaborator. They had acquired resources for research enabling them to surround themselves with younger scientists wanting to work with them on the problems in hand. Reenacted roles in age cohorts. As they move into the role of senior collaborators, the laureates seem to reproduce the same patterns of collaborative work with youngsters that they themselves experienced when they were young. This may turn out to be one of several kinds of reenactment of role-defined patterns of behavior at successive stages in the careers of scientists, especially those who occupy statuses comparable to those of their masters in the past. They are in a position to attract promising young scientists whose contributions are sufficient to merit co-authorship, much as the laureates, when they were young, were also included among the authors of papers. They are also in a position, even before receiving the Nobel Prize, since most of them were eminent before being accorded that ultimate symbol of accomplishment, to exercise cost-free noblesse oblige, the generosity expected of those occupying undisputed rank, by granting authorship even to junior collaborators who, in the given case, may not have contributed much. We cannot demonstrate that the laureates are more apt than less distinguished scientists to acknowledge the contributions of junior associates, since we do not know how much the younger men had actually contributed. We can, however, compare the degree of recognition given to collaborators on jointly authored papers. We can approximate a check on this model of the laureates' reenactment of collaborative roles as they move through their career by comparing the variously visible name orders of authors of joint papers published by the laureates and by scientists in the matched sample, who, we now report, were matched not only for age, specialty, and organizational affiliation but also for the initial letter of their last name. 116. A prevalent type of name ordering gives prime visibility to the first author. 117. The evidence is consistent with our model of complementary roles being reenacted in the course of the life-work cycle. 118. The laureates to be, when they were in their 20s, were first authors on nearly half of all their collaborative papers at the same time that scientists in the matched sample were first only a third of the time. In papers co-authored with their laureate masters, the pattern is even more marked, with the young scientists being first authors in 60% of the papers and the laureates in only 16%. 119. Moving into the role of senior collaborator, the laureates, by the time they were in their 40s, reduplicate the pattern, taking first authorship on only 26% of their collaborative papers at the same time that the scientists in the matched sample do so in 56% of their collaborative papers. The negligible cost of this kind of noblesse oblige for scientists who have made their mark is put in so many words by a laureate in biochemistry. It helps a young man to be senior author, first author, and doesn't detract from the credit I get if my name is farther down on the list. Substantial qualitative evidence obtained in interviews with laureates confirms that this kind of reenactment of complementary roles often occurs when they have attained a status like that of their own masters. But this fact does not rule out other, not necessarily incompatible, interpretations of the numerical evidence on first authorship. The dual pattern of authorship might also reflect age-associated changes and rank-stratified differences in the extent of contributions to collaborative papers. In their youth, the laureates to be might in fact have contributed more to jointly published papers than their age peers in the matched sample and so appear as first author more of the time. And, in their maturity, the laureates, having attracted talented youngsters, might simply be re-experiencing the same phenomenon, this time from the perspective of the senior role, with their young collaborators making prime contributions and so being accorded first place. Correlatively, the age-matched scientists of less distinction, in their youth, will have contributed less and received first authorship less often in their collaborative papers with their less distinguished mentors, just as, in their maturity, they reenact the pattern by attracting, on the average, less talented youthful collaborators than those coming to the laureates and so would themselves turn up more often as first authors. It is the processes of self-selection and selective recruitment operating within the context of the reward system of science, rather than any autarkic scientist-playwright, which recreate this drama in many times and places. With the plot and roles remaining intact, and the only change being that the inevitably aging members of the cast now play, in the style of their mentors, roles complementary to the ones they played in their youth. H. Recognition and the structure of authority in science. The observed patterns of authorship might therefore involve the reenactment of complementary roles at different phases in the career in an apparently different way than we had at first supposed. They might reflect the objective situation of differing extent of contribution rather than the exercise of noblesse oblige that came with established standing. In broader theoretical perspective, however, these hypotheses turn out to be much the same. They bring us back to the general idea, much emphasized in our discussion of gerontocracy, that the age distribution of power and authority in science, as elsewhere, is only a static structural fact and does not, in itself, tell us much about how that power and authority are actually exercised. In the matter of deciding on authorship and name order as symbolic of contribution, it is generally the senior investigator who has the authority. The exercise of that authority is hedged in by norms and by constraints of maintaining a degree of cooperation in the research group. As the laureates and the matched sample of scientists take over control of these decisions, they apparently do not exercise raw power by putting themselves uniformly in the forefront. At the least, the data suggest, they tend to accede to the norms governing authority, at most, and especially when secure in high rank, they engage in cost-free supererogation. This much can be said then about our specimen of interplay between social stratification and age stratification in science. Having moved early into the higher reaches of the opportunity structure, the laureates are more apt to collaborate at every age than other investigators of less eminence. Their tendency toward collaboration we take to be reinforced by their ability to contribute enough to merit association and co-authorship with masters in the field when they are young, and by status-supported dispositions to share authorship with the young when they are mature or old. And, to repeat, these patterns obtain within an institutional framework that calls for ascribing credit for research on the basis of contribution rather than having it uniformly assigned, as in an authoritarian framework, to the head of a department or laboratory. But, as we have suggested earlier in this section, the change toward big science, partly reflected in the growth of multi-authorship, makes for a change in the structure of power and authority in science where, goodwill, noblesse oblige, and normative constraints notwithstanding, it becomes increasingly difficult and sometimes impossible to gauge the contributions of individual scientists to the collective product of ever larger groups of investigators. The possible consequences of this structural change on the information and reward system of science have been strongly formulated by Zeman. It is obvious, in the first place, that there is a grave threat to the convention of awarding promotion, or other forms of recognition, on the strength of published work. The mere fact that a candidate for a lectureship in elementary particle physics has his name amongst the dozens of authors of some significant discovery says little about his scientific skill. In the long run, the leader of such a team gets the credit for its contributions to knowledge, but he must be already the selected and tested boss of a big group. Evidence of ability at a more junior level can only be assessed within the framework of the project itself, just as it would be in an army, a civil service or other bureaucracy. This puts direct power into the hands of the seniors, and opens the way to careerism, personal autocracy, and other evils, as well as giving the advantage to the other directed personality, at the expense of those Protestant virtues of being inner-directed which have contributed so much, in the past, to the scientific attitude. One of the primary functions of the conventional communication system is losing weight. The necessity of maintaining an open market for the creations of the individual scholar, as objective evidence of achievement and promise, is no longer evident. 120 Without going into the matter further, it becomes evident that the apparently bland subject of age patterns of collaboration opens up into a large array of basic questions about the operation of contemporary science. Here, as elsewhere in the field, we are still long on demonstrable questions and short on demonstrated answers. But we have seen enough, in this section of our chapter and in the section touching upon gerontocracy, to identify a variety of related problems. Queries: how much and in which respects do the structures of authority in big science and in smaller science actually differ? To the extent that they do, How does this affect the operation of the communication system and reward system? What are the consequences of various authority structures for scientists of differing age and at different phases in their careers? To what degree are power and authority correlated with age in different sciences and in various national scientific establishments? Which decision points, at every level in the social organization of science, are most consequential for the advance of scientific knowledge? How can more headway be made in investigating the process of decision-making in science at the several levels of its organization? 6. Age strata and foci of scientific interest. Historical changes in the foci of scientific work are a matter of experience familiar to sufficiently long-lived scientists and a commonplace among historians and sociologists of science. But how these changes come about and how they are distributed through the community of scientists remains a long-standing and knotty problem, 121, which has lately attracted a renewed interest. As much else in the history, philosophy, and sociology of science, this recent development is a self-exemplifying pattern in which workers in these fields are registering a sort of shift in research interests much like that of scientists whose comparable behavior they are trying to interpret or explain. Both reflecting and deepening the renewed interest in this problem is Thomas S. Kuhn's book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, which in less than a decade has given rise to a library of criticism and appreciative applications. 122. To judge from the assorted use of this book in just about every branch of learning, it has become something of a complex projective test, meaning all things to all men and women. We do not propose to add still another interpretation of the book in referring to its at least symptomatic relevance here. For our purposes, it is enough to note that Kuhn puts forward 3 relevant points in his book and supplementary papers. 1. He joins Popper in a major concern with the dynamic process by which scientific knowledge is acquired rather than the logical structure of the products of scientific research. 2. Central to this kind of inquiry is an understanding of what problems scientists will undertake. And 3. It should be clear that the explanation must, in the final analysis, be psychological or sociological. It must, that is, be a description of a value system, an ideology, together with an analysis of the institutions through which that system is transmitted and enforced. 123. Kuhn thus reinstitutes as a concern central to the history and sociology of science an understanding of the changing foci of attention among scientists, more specifically, the question of how it is that scientists seize upon some problems as important enough to engage their sustained attention while others are regarded as uninteresting. But Kuhn seems to us too restrictive in saying that the sociological form of the answer to questions of this kind must ultimately be in terms of a value system and the institutions that transmit and enforce it. Sociological interpretations of extra-theoretical influences upon the selection of problems for investigation in a science include more than its norms and institutional structure. They also include exogenous influences upon the foci of research adopted by scientists that come from the environing society, culture, economy, and polity, influences of a kind put so much in evidence these days in the heavily publicized form of changing priorities in the allocation of resources to the various sciences and to the problem areas within them as to become apparent even to the most cloistered of scientists. All apart from such exogenous influences, there is the question, of immediate concern to us here, of the largely unintended influences upon the foci of research that derive from the social structure as distinct from the normative structure of science, that is, that derive from the social composition and relations of scientists at work in the various disciplines. In this paper, we happen to deal with the problematics of the age structure of the sciences and specialties within them as one part of their respective social structures, just as others might deal with the problematics of their religious, ethnic, or political composition. We have noted in section 1 of this essay that the age structures of the several sciences vary. This at least suggests that the age cohorts entering science at different times may have tended to find different sciences of prime interest to them. The further question whether the age strata within a science tend to focus on different problems and to approach the same problems in different ways remains, of course, moot. It is an exemplary question for the sociology of science, directing us to one form of interaction between the social structure and the cognitive structure of science, and inviting the thought that, in some of its aspects, the cognitive structure of a field may appreciably differ for subgroups of scientists within it. Scraps of evidence as well as speculation suggest that there are age-patterned foci of research interest and theoretical orientations in the sciences. That this is the case is so fully implied as almost to be expressed in Kuhn's own observation, which we have encountered earlier, that almost always the men who achieve the fundamental inventions of a new paradigm have been either young or very new to the field whose paradigm they change. 124. But Kuhn turns out to be instructively ambivalent about this statement. At one moment he considers it common enough a generalization to qualify as a cliché and a point so obvious that he should hardly have made it explicit, while at the next moment he thinks it a generalization much in need of systematic inquiry. In the conspicuous absence of methodical evidence as distinct from much anecdotage bearing on the matter, we are inclined to dissolve the ambivalence by plumping for further investigation. The question of there being age-patterned foci of attention and theoretical perspectives in science need not be limited to the rare cases of fundamental changes in the structure of prevailing theory. There is reason to suppose that such age-stratified differences obtain more generally. Although the modal pattern is probably one in which the several age cohorts of investigators in a field center on much the same problems, we should not be surprised to find a subsidiary pattern in which young and older scientists tend to focus their work on different problems and so to attend to somewhat different segments of the work going on in the field. It should not be difficult to find out whether such subsidiary age-stratified patterns do occur. A systematic content analysis 125 of papers published by scientists of differing age would yield the information needed on the foci of research, just as systematic citation analyses 126 would yield the correlative information needed on the range of work to which they are paying attention. Consider briefly how patterns of citation might reflect age-stratified differences in the foci of scientific attention. Our conjectural model of the sources and consequences of such differences involves a reenactment of complementary role behavior by successive age cohorts, much like that which we have provisionally identified for patterns of scientific collabora. Age, aging, and age structure in Science 557. We begin with one well-worn assumption and one familiar fact. The assumption, which is also adopted by Kuhn, holds that the time in their career at which scientists encounter ideas will significantly affect their responses to them. The familiar fact is the strong, and perhaps increasing, emphasis in science on keeping up with work on the frontiers of the field, that is, with new work. Whether the intensity of concern with keeping abreast of new work is age-stratified or not, we know of no evidence bearing on this. It should have somewhat different consequences among the age cohorts. Plainly, the work that scientists come to know as new when they enter the field ages along with them. As incoming cohorts move toward what in science is a swiftly approaching middle age, the work they had focused on in their youth has grown old, as age of publications is judged in much of contemporary science. 127 The problems, new or old, which members of the older cohorts are investigating will often reactivate memories of pertinent work in the literature which they had encountered as new in years gone by. Meanwhile, the younger cohort working at the same time turn their attention primarily to new work, just as their middle-aged colleagues did in their youth. But not having the same immediate knowledge about work which had been done in the, for them, remote past of 15 or 20 years before, they are less apt to be put in mind of earlier germane investigations. In this model, scientists in each successive cohort reenact much the same citation behavior at the same phases of their career. By doing so, younger and older scientists to a degree contribute differently to the development of science, the older scientists providing somewhat more for intellectual continuity by linking current work with work done some time before, the younger scientists pushing ahead somewhat more on their own, less encumbered by past formulations. We suggest that although the norms governing the communication of scientific knowledge are much the same for all, leeway in their observance is enough to allow for the occurrence of such unplanned, and often unnoticed, variation in the age-patterned reporting of scientific work. If these conjectured differences do in fact obtain, they should be reflected in various ways. For one thing, younger scientists should be given more than older ones to making rediscoveries, findings and ideas, independently arrived at, that are substantively identical with earlier ones or functionally equivalent to them. 128. The Santayana dictum that those who fail to remember history are destined to repeat it should hold with special force in the domain of science, subject more than other spheres of culture to the objective constraints of finding authentic solutions to designated problems. 129. And if the conjectured differences obtain, we should also find age-connected patterns of references and citations along the lines suggested by the preliminary and tentative investigations by Stephen Cole and by Zuckerman. 130. Which, it will be remembered from section 2 of this chapter, found that older scientists are more likely than younger ones to cite older publications. When scientists themselves do not understand this reiterative pattern of age-related foci of attention, they are ready to pass invidious judgments upon the behavior of those in the other age stratum. Older scientists then describe younger ones as parochial if not downright barbarian in outlook, little concerned to read and ponder the classical work of some years back and even less concerned to learn about the historical evolution of their field, the judges forgetting all the while that the new youth in science are only reproducing the attitudes and behavior they had exhibited in their own youth. In turn, younger scientists deride the orientation of older ones to the past as mere antiquarianism, as a sign that they are unable to keep up and so are condemned to repeat the obsolete if not downright archaic stuff they learned long ago, the judges being all the while unable to anticipate their own future behavior that they will then likely perceive as providing needed lines of continuity in scientific development. Historical changes in patterns of citation may provide context for these sequential patterns of citation during the life course. The exponential growth in the numbers of scientists and of scientific publication may result in changed norms and practices with respect to linking up work on the research front with that which has been done some time before. More specifically, this raises the question whether it is the case that, as science becomes bigger in every aspect, a not altogether functional adaptation develops in which successive cohorts of scientists give less and less attention to pertinent work of the past while scientific publications provide less and less space for it. This may be still another instance in which historical changes in the social and cognitive parameters of science interact with sequential patterns in the life course to produce both similarities and differences in the behavior of successive cohorts of scientists. Concluding remarks. An exploratory paper like this one has no place for conclusions, but it does call for a few afterthoughts. Plainly, we have only touched upon the problematics of our subject, not having discussed a variety of questions which even now could be examined to good purpose. Here is a scattering of examples. How is the age of research groups related to their scientific productivity? 131. What is the age distribution of the founders of new formations in the various sciences, for example, new specialties, new forms of investigation, laboratories, new journals, scientific societies, and so forth? What is the relation between the quantity and quality of scientific output at various phases in the scientific career? How is age variously associated with intellectual authority? 132. And with bureaucratic authority in science, and what are the consequences of such differences for the development of scientific disciplines? What historical changes have occurred in the span of research careers, and how do these relate to the durability of the intellectual influence of scientists? To what extent do age cohorts in science develop into age sets with their continued interaction and solidarity to produce old boy networks, not unlike new boy networks? Perhaps enough has been said to indicate what we take to be the principal aim of investigating questions of this sort. That aim is to find out how age and age structure variously interact with the cognitive structure and development of science.